Nuan and her husband He Xuan found themselves thrust into a post-apocalyptic world immediately after their marriage, struggling to survive for 4 arduous years. Ultimately, they perished alongside the zombies, unable to witness the dawn of peace. Having barely escaped the horrors of the apocalypse, the couple was unexpectedly transported to ancient times, where they discovered He Xuan had become a wealthy young gentleman. To their dismay, they also learned that their newfound family had chosen the wrong faction and had been demoted, a truly vexing predicament. Upon their arrival in the border town, they encountered a devastating snowstorm, soon followed by the ravages of war. The couple could sense the malevolence of fate bearing down upon them. Chapter 1. Life and Death. Nuan met her end, taking down the strongest zombie king in a final confrontation. Hovering in the ethereal realm, He Xuan watched the girl he loved exist in a state of despair, his heart pierced as though by a knife. As he beheld her lifeless form gradually losing vitality, He Xuan yearned to weep, yet no tears came, for spirits do not shed tears. In a frenzy, he rushed to embrace her, seeking to offer solace, only to pass through her incorporeal body, intensifying his anguish. At that moment, a powerful vortex erupted around them, ensnaring their souls. Suddenly, the world fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional growl of a zombie. In another realm, within a tranquil room, two scantily clad figures lay entwined. The marks of passion on the woman's body testified to the fervor of the previous night. Abruptly, the man on the bed slowly opened his eyes, gazing in bewilderment at his surroundings. The ancient ceiling and time-worn architecture, coupled with an inexplicable discomfort in his body, added to his confusion. Suddenly, a movement from beside him drew He Xuan's sharp gaze, and there, in his arms, lay the woman adorned with kiss marks. He was struck dumb. Could a spirit truly have a wife? A sudden, agonizing pain erupted in his head, and fragments of memories began to flood his mind. He turned stiffly to look at the woman in his embrace, recognizing her as the spitting image of his beloved. If he had indeed crossed into this realm alongside her, could it be that this woman was indeed his wife? He Xuan remained frozen, wary of awakening her. Nuan, feeling discomfort, stirred slightly, the soreness in her body igniting her senses, leading her to a startling realization: how could a dead person feel pain? In an instant, she opened her eyes, struggling to sit up and scanning the room in bewilderment. A sudden awareness of another presence behind her sent her heart racing. She turned to see He Xuan, whose familiar visage, though altered by time, was still unmistakable. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Faced with the familiar yet strange figure before her, Nuan hesitated, uncertain if he was the one she had longed for. "Little wife," He Xuan exclaimed, recognizing her immediately. Nuan reached out, trembling as she caressed his face, her voice choked with emotion. "I thought I would never see you again. Are we in hell now?" She buried her face in his chest, sobbing. Her tears fell onto He Xuan's cold heart, which began to stir back to life. Watching her weep, He Xuan felt a profound ache, gently soothing her while sifting through the remnants of his former lives' memories, hoping to uncover something meaningful. As Nuan reveled in the warmth of his embrace, she eventually sat upright, fixing her gaze upon He Xuan. "Didn't you promise you would return?" she questioned, a hint of anger lacing her words. Though she had just reunited with the one she cherished, the urge to reproach him was overwhelming. He had made a promise, yet he had failed to keep it. "I am sorry," He Xuan replied, offering no excuses, knowing that any justification would be hollow. He understood that Nuan desired nothing more than a peaceful existence beside him, and yet he had been unable to fulfill even that modest wish. "This time, I swear I will never leave you again," he vowed, pulling her closer. Though promises may seem unreliable, the one making the vow was He Xuan, and Nuan chose to believe him. They remained in silence, wrapped in each other's arms, communicating a depth of emotion without uttering a word. "By the way, where are we now? I thought I had died, and only then could I see you. If not for the pain in my body, I might not have realized," Nuan inquired, glancing at the man beside her. "I cannot say for certain, but I have extended my spiritual awareness throughout this place and heard numerous sounds," He Xuan replied, his brow furrowed, his pale complexion betraying no signs of distress. "This body belongs to the second son of the left chancellor's household. The legitimate heir suffered from a rare ailment requiring cord blood, and I was born into such circumstances. I am not welcomed in this family," He Xuan elaborated, his expression growing increasingly troubled. Nuan felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Do not worry, you have me," she reassured him, admiring the elegant decor of the room, though uncertain of its historical context. This is a fictional dynasty. We lack any inherent advantages, but I have brought our space with me, He Xuan affirmed, holding Nuan tightly. Wait. Knock, knock, knock. Second young master, second madam. It is time to rise and prepare for tea ceremony, a maid called from outside, noting that it was nearly time for the couple to get up. The maid, concerned that the marriage of her mistress to the second young master of the chancellor's household had been lavish, still sensed a lack of regard for her mistress within the family. If they were late for the tea ceremony, their standing would surely diminish further. Understood. We will be out shortly, He Xuan responded, quickly enveloping the courtyard with his spiritual energy, swiftly briefing Nuan. It is almost time. We must present tea to my parents. I am not favored in this family, and the patriarch intended to separate us after the wedding. He will likely bring it up this morning. Outside, we will have more freedom. Just follow my lead during the ceremony. We will manage to get through it. I will explain everything afterward, He Xuan instructed, hastily dressing himself. Chapter 2. The tea ceremony. Your implication is that you were born prematurely, rendering your body quite fragile. And your parents have chosen a bride for you who is equally sickly. Nuan expressed profound skepticism regarding the words she had just heard. Nuan, a sickly husband. He Xuan, a sickly wife. Nuan found it hard to believe that such cruel parents existed in the world. He Xuan, with a hint of resignation, shook his head. What can I do? The reality is as it stands. Furthermore, these two newlyweds must have died suddenly in the bridal chamber out of excitement, leaving us to benefit from their misfortune. He Xuan felt utterly helpless about arriving in this peculiar time and space. Yet he found solace in the fact that he could still gently embrace his little wife, rather than watching her wither away, devoid of smiles. All right. Let us first navigate the present situation, and I shall explain everything to you later. He Xuan quelled Nuan's inquiries. The maid outside had been waiting for quite some time. Should they delay any longer, they would risk incurring the wrath of the original lady's mother. He Xuan called to the waiting maid outside, instructing her to enter and assist the mistress in her dressing. In a moment, the maid streamed in, attending to Nuan's washing and dressing. He Xuan stood quietly by, captivated by his little wife's presence, feeling as though he could never gaze upon her enough. After his death, he had lingered as a spirit by her side, watching her weep silently while clutching their shared photograph. Witnessing her make arrangements for the elderly in their family, and seeing her resolutely confront the zombie king at the survivor's base, leading to their mutual demise. The sight of his beautiful wife vanishing before him shattered his heart. Once Nuan had finished her grooming, she noticed He Xuan lost in thought and gently asked, "What are you pondering? We must be on our way. If we tarry any longer, we risk providing them with leverage." Nuan approached He Xuan, lightly tugging at his sleeve. He Xuan smiled at her, softly clasping her hand in return, thinking to himself that he would likely never let go of her hand in this lifetime. Suddenly, He Xuan felt a tickle in his throat, prompting an uncontrollable fit of coughing, which rendered his already pale complexion even more ashen. Nuan gently grasped He Xuan's wrist, inquiring, "What is wrong?" "It's nothing. This body is just like this. Some rest will suffice," He Xuan quietly reassured her. "Let me explain as we walk." He Xuan transmitted his thoughts to Nuan through his mental threads, a skill he had honed over the years as a spirit. Earlier, you inquired about the origin of my abilities, did you not? Since my death, I have remained as a spirit by your side. And what you do not know is that I watched you recklessly harm yourself, and I could not resist the urge to intervene, to make you aware of the consequences of self-destruction. As he spoke, He Xuan struggled to contain his emotions. Nuan felt a twinge of guilt at his words, for she indeed had been neglecting her health. He Xuan, observing her fleeting gaze, felt a pang of compassion. "When you slay zombies, I can extract the spatial abilities of the zombies and convert them for my use. Interestingly, however, I cannot draw out any abilities other than spatial ones. If an ability user transforms into a zombie, their powers can be transferred. Yet, if they are originally spatial zombies, they possess little to offer." He Xuan's voice resonated softly in Nuan's mind. "I have studied this matter and can share the spatial abilities with you, making our endeavors more convenient. However, should you stray too far from me, you will no longer be able to utilize the spatial abilities. As for the exact distance, I cannot ascertain." Cough, cough, cough. After imparting this information, He Xuan succumbed to another bout of coughing. Observing his incessant coughs, Nuan realized that his pallid complexion was not merely a sign of fairness, but rather a manifestation of his frail health. He Xuan merely comforted Nuan without further explanation. "By the way, have you sensed any abilities upon awakening?" He Xuan had ventured out to scout using his mental threads and had confirmed that his original abilities had followed him, albeit diminished, now limited to mere reconnaissance, lacking significant offensive or controlling power. Since awakening, Nuan had been captivated by the person she longed for, so she had not instinctively utilized her powers. Upon hearing He Xuan's reminder, Nuan quickly activated her abilities. As she observed the flowers around her flourishing due to her activation of powers, she realized her abilities still existed, albeit at the second tier, allowing her to accelerate plant growth and restore vitality, but little else. My abilities have declined, but it does not pose a significant issue. With continuous practice, they should improve, though the pace of enhancement is not as rapid as directly consuming crystal cores. Nuan could not communicate with He Xuan through mental threads like he could. Instead, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Do not fear." He Xuan noted Nuan's anxiety and hurriedly reassured her. After the two departed, the servants began to gossip about them. How could the second young mistress be so unrefined? Holding on to the second young master in public, such behavior is disgraceful. Indeed, it seems the Gu family failed to educate their daughter properly. One woman narcissistically touched her smooth face. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the parlor, only to find it utterly deserted. Nuan furrowed her brows tightly and turned to He Xuan. "Are we late? Why is there not a single person here?" "We are not late. It appears these people have not even arrived. They are likely still enjoying their breakfast in their own quarters," He Xuan replied with indifference in his eyes. He had no care for these relatives, but if they mistreated his wife, he would be displeased. "Didn't we come here for the tea ceremony? Why is it like this? Aren't these people supposed to value their reputation? Have they abandoned it entirely?" Nuan found it perplexing. In the television dramas and novels she had seen, even those ladies and their husbands would put on appearances for the sake of face. Have they truly forsaken even that? Has television deceived us? Do not dwell on it. The entire Prime Minister's residence is under their control. Who would be foolish enough to curry favor with us? He Xuan quietly elucidated Nuan's confusion. Chapter 3. He Xuan, am I always in the wrong? At that moment, a matron arrived late, apologizing. "Second young master. Second young mistress, pardon the intrusion. The madam has asked me to convey that she is feeling unwell and will be delayed in joining you. Please wait a moment." After delivering her message, the matron slightly bowed and turned to leave, providing He Xuan no opportunity to respond, clearly indicating how little the Prime Minister's wife regarded him. Dragging Nuan into the mix. "I previously thought being neglected merely implied a lack of affection, but it seems it is more complex than that." Nuan pouted, quietly venting her frustrations to He Xuan. He Xuan chuckled softly, gently squeezing her hand, as if to silently comfort her. Both were growing increasingly famished. Yet Nuan's accompanying maid remained close, preventing them from even the slightest display of affection. As Nuan and He Xuan sipped their third cup of tea, the Prime Minister's wife finally made her entrance, accompanied by her favored eldest daughter-in-law. Although these people may not disdain the current He Xuan, he is nonetheless the rightful owner of this body, and he must demand a semblance of respect. However, this was not the moment for confrontation. "What brings you here so early? You were just newlyweds yesterday. You ought to rest a bit longer." The Prime Minister's wife wore a flawless smile, though it was evident that her cheerfulness did not reach her eyes. While she may not have held a deep fondness for the couple, she excelled at maintaining appearances. As children, one should always be considerate and not keep their mother waiting, for that would be unfilial. Nuan could hardly bear to witness anyone belittle He Xuan. She felt compelled to speak up against the old witch, the so-called good daughter-in-law. The impact of this statement is indeed profound, laden with contempt. It openly insinuates that as children, they ought to have been waiting in the parlor long before. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter-in-law, Huang Feier, arrives fashionably late, which is perceived as a blatant act of filial disrespect. To put it bluntly, it implies that the mother is incapable of selecting a suitable daughter-in-law, and even the choice of the eldest daughter-in-law reflects a lack of filial piety. Such words leave the Prime Minister's wife deeply unsettled, akin to a thorn lodged in her heart, causing her considerable distress. Are these two spouses subtly chastising her? It is not merely subtle. It is an overt display of sarcasm. Their disdain is palpable. Indeed, the daughter of a humble household is deemed unworthy of the occasion. After merely a brief wait, their displeasure surfaces, seeking to assert their presence. Certainly, the eldest daughter-in-law understands the importance of waiting to depart together. However, to maintain her dignity as the matriarch, she must seek to redeem herself. How could this be? Let us proceed with the tea ceremony swiftly. Once that is complete, you must return to rest. For your health is already fragile, and you require ample recuperation. The Prime Minister's wife wishes to avoid engaging with He Xuan. "Thank you, mother." He Xuan expresses his gratitude while standing nearby. "Let us proceed with the tea." The Prime Minister's wife thinks to herself, "Indeed, this second son is not particularly endearing. And even his chosen wife possesses an overly sharp tongue. One wonders how Gu Yushi has raised his daughter. Are they casting blame upon her? Their tone is laced with sarcasm. He Xuan retorts, is everything I say wrong? Is it not true that a daughter-in-law not personally chosen cannot compare favorably? The expression on the Prime Minister's wife's face reveals no warmth. All that is visible is her seniority, devoid of the tenderness expected of an elder. This couple has no desire to engage with such individuals, perceiving it as a waste of time. Yet, with the Prime Minister absent from the residence, how can they complete the tea ceremony? Mother, do you know where father has gone? He Xuan observes the 3 cups of tea they have consumed. Now feeling quite full of tea, even dressed as a peasant, he feels more at ease than in this grand household, does he not? Your father entered the palace early this morning. The reason remains unknown. You both should proceed with the tea ceremony and return home to rest early. When your father returns later, you may visit again to pay your respects. The Prime Minister's wife gently instructs, allowing Nuan and He Xuan to serve the tea. After they have completed the ritual, she hands over the prepared gifts to Nuan. He Xuan, your mother has long awaited this day. From today onward, you are both grown and have formed a family. I hope you cherish one another, respect each other, support one another, and grow old together. The Prime Minister's wife recites her blessings without any emotional inflection. As for you, my second daughter-in-law, your husband is in poor health. You must take good care of him. Ensure he does not catch a chill, and soon provide the Prime Minister's residence with a child. Do you understand? The Prime Minister's wife offers these heartfelt words. Once the young couple has received their gifts and completed the formalities, she can no longer contain her impatience. Let us gather again when your father returns. For now, you both should return and rest. The Prime Minister's wife is eager to see them depart. Despite being her own children, the frailty of her younger son, who struggles to walk a few steps without becoming breathless, makes him feel less like her offspring. Not to mention, during his birth, she endured a difficult delivery, nearly losing both her life and his. Yet, the Prime Minister's wife fails to reflect on who is truly responsible for He Xuan's frailty. Who sought the umbilical cord blood so desperately? He Xuan's weakness, who bears the blame? It was she who commanded a forced delivery for her eldest son, now directing all blame towards He Xuan. She unjustly attributes fault to an infant, casting aside her own accountability to magnify her so-called maternal love. The couple, observing that there is no further business to attend to, decides to leave, finding the conversation tiresome and convoluted. Let us depart. We should return early. This body is far too weak, struggling to walk even a few steps. He Xuan frowns, expressing dissatisfaction with his frail form. As they walk, they traverse half of the Prime Minister's residence, finally arriving at their modest quarters, which appear both small and dilapidated compared to others they passed. Clearly, they are not favored, as even the pretense of courtesy is neglected. Ultimately, this body belongs to the second son of the Prime Minister, and as they walk by, they notice someone roll their eyes at him. My dear husband, it seems your body is indeed quite neglected. Just look at this courtyard, barely a stone's throw from the Prime Minister's walls. Perhaps if we sprint a few paces, we could escape. Nuan cannot resist teasing He Xuan. You are spot on. This body is indeed overlooked. I once thought the Prime Minister would be mindful of his own reputation in the political arena, but after this stroll through the courtyard, I realize how precarious this body's situation truly is. He Xuan, hearing Nuan's jest, does not take offense, merely reaching out to gently stroke her head. Chapter 4. Lu Li and Lu Qi. It appears that from now on, we will be confined to this small courtyard, subsisting on meager fare. You have witnessed our circumstances in the Prime Minister's residence. However, fear not, for there may come a day when we meet the Prime Minister and can separate. As they converse, He Xuan leads Nuan into the courtyard. The attendants and servants that once belonged to this courtyard hardly regard He Xuan as their master, while the maid Nuan brought has already been dispatched to attend to other tasks. Once we establish our own household, you will be free to pursue whatever you desire. He Xuan softly reassures her, well aware of Nuan's aversion to constraints. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something to eat? He Xuan gazes at his young wife, who has risen early, his heart swelling with compassion. Nuan, merely 18, appears almost like a child herself, yet she is to be wed into the Prime Minister's household. A cruel facet of the feudal system. My dear wife, do you think what I am doing could be considered a crime? How could it not be? After this exchange, the couple shares a smile. If we could separate soon, I would be overjoyed. After all, who wishes to live as a resentful wife in this secluded residence, constantly feuding with the women here? Nuan genuinely expresses relief at the thought. Rest assured, I will certainly take you out. I want to confine you within these walls. He Xuan comforts her, affectionately patting her head. You have made this promise. Should you dare leave me here, Prepare to kneel before me. Nuan feigns ferocity, glaring at He Xuan. Very well, my little sovereign, rest assured, I promise. Although there may be no keyboard, we do have instant noodles. He Xuan chuckles at Nuan's jest. Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten. It seems it is time to develop a contraption for punishment. Let us consider the cobblestone path ahead, Nuan points. All right, I am frightened now. Besides, those things ahead are not non-existent. Whenever you wish, just search in the space. I could have saved myself. You dare to be cunning? You are finished. Nuan playfully bares her teeth at He Xuan. He Xuan tenderly holds Nuan, pretending to be frightened as he pats his chest. My little sovereign. I would not dare. He then pecks her cheek affectionately. Nuan looks up at He Xuan. All right, no more antics. Do you have any plans for the future? After a brief contemplation, He Xuan replies, well, wait a moment. Many people are arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, armed and seemingly up to no good. It appears trouble is brewing. He Xuan suddenly stands alert, extending his spiritual sense towards the approaching figures, straining to discern their conversation. Master, it seems we are poised to gain a considerable fortune this time. A scruffy man flatters the man before him, rubbing his hands together, appearing quite unsavory. We are bound to reap substantial rewards. Brothers, be vigilant and leave no corner unchecked. The man gestures grandly, and the guards encircle the entrance to the Prime Minister's residence. The young attendant on guard, sensing the impending threat, shouts, what is the meaning of this? This is the residence of the left Prime Minister. Are you blind? The attendant arrogantly points at the intruders, adopting a condescending stance. It is said that 7 ranks of officials stand at the Prime Minister's gate. Surely, his status is at least that of an 8th rank. Before the young servant could demonstrate his prowess as a watchdog, he was rendered speechless by the arrival of an individual. I seek the residence of the left chancellor. Restrain him and ensure those lackeys do not escape. They might very well be accomplices of the left chancellor. The man commanded, pointing at the young servant. Yes, my lord. The two promptly moved to subdue the servant. Meanwhile, my lord, what is amiss? Nuan inquired cautiously, observing the grave expression on He Xuan's face. It appears we are in trouble. The chancellor's residence is in disarray. Someone is here to raid it. He Xuan replied darkly, casting a glance at the commotion not far off. Shall we leave? We can survive without them and avoid this chaos, Nuan remarked, showing no concern for the people within the chancellor's estate, especially as they were unfamiliar to her. He Xuan pondered Nuan's words. They longed for freedom and despised constraints. However, if they fled, where would they go? Without proper documentation, they would find it nearly impossible to navigate this realm. We could live in the deep mountains, he mused, but we cannot sever ties with reality. Besides, with your temperament, could you endure life in the mountains? He Xuan sighed, affectionately ruffling Nuan's hair. For now, let us gather some valuables using our space abilities. We cannot leave them for the taking. Make sure to retrieve your dowry from the courtyard, understood? No one knows of your dowry. And it would be pointless to leave behind useless items. Burn the list. He Xuan hastily instructed Nuan before swiftly departing the small courtyard. He intended to scour the chancellor's assets, employing his psychic threads to locate valuable items while mapping the estate's layout, all the while evading the household servants to avoid unnecessary complications. Drawing from years of experience with his wife's cunning, He Xuan understood the narrative tropes. High-ranking officials often possess secret chambers to conceal their treasures and illicit possessions. Upon finding such a chamber, he discerned that the chancellor was indeed corrupt, surrounded by an abundance of items, far beyond what seemed normal. He navigated cautiously, avoiding the bustling servants, as he was but a frail young master who could not afford exposure. I shall deal with you, ungrateful wretch, appropriating my belongings while slandering me as a corrupt official, He Xuan thought bitterly as he continued his meticulous search, ultimately scouring every corner of the chancellor's residence and collecting precious metals and gems. He even rifled through his elder brother's quarters, not hesitating to claim his sister-in-law's dowry. After all, if he did not seize it, it would likely end up benefiting the royal family rather than himself. As He Xuan returned safely to his small abode, Nuan was returning the indentures of her accompanying maidservants, who were astonished at the sudden turn of events. Just as one was about to kneel and plead for mercy, Nuan spoke firmly. Take these indentures and leave immediately for the magistrate's office to have them annulled. After handing the indenture to a maid, she turned and departed without giving them a chance to respond. Caught off guard by their mistress's unexpected actions, the maid quickly led her companions away. Chapter 5. Never before seen such a poor courtyard. Fortunately, the new residence arranged for them by the Chancellor's South Estate was close to the outside. A gentle push of the door would lead them straight to the street. The doorkeeper was absent, having gone out to drink with others. and this entrance was seldom used except for procurement of supplies. Although the second young master of the Chancellor's household resided here, he was of little consequence. After all, an unprivileged young master was hardly more significant than a favored maid in the eyes of others. Upon exiting, the maids stood bewildered, looking to the lead maid for guidance. "Sister Hong, what shall we do now?" they asked, feeling lost after serving their mistress, and now facing an uncertain future. "We shall heed our mistress's words. Do not question further," Sister Hong replied quietly, making her way towards the magistrate's office. The mistress had treated them well, now granting them their freedom. Though they wondered about her sudden change of heart, they trusted she would not lead them astray. As Sister Hong and her companions arrived at the magistrate's office, He Xuan and Nuan were preoccupied with their quest to gather valuables from the Chancellor's estate. However, He Xuan's physical condition proved to be a significant hindrance. After collecting a substantial share from the kitchen, he found himself unable to continue. The reason for not gathering everything was simply that he did not want certain items. "Alas, my body cannot withstand any more exertion," he lamented. Although his mental acuity was exceptional, it was misaligned with his frail physique. Suppressing his discomfort, He Xuan exerted himself to return to their dwelling. Just as he entered and had not yet settled, the door was forcefully kicked open by the officials. "Quickly, come out. If you do not comply, we will not hesitate to take action," they shouted, eager to catch any culprits who might be hiding valuables. These officials relished the prospect of raiding estates, often pocketing a portion of the loot for themselves, having already secured their belongings. Nuan was about to assist He Xuan into a chair when the commotion outside caught their attention. They exchanged glances. Realizing they had to comply with the situation, there was no room for defiance. Had it not been for the 2 household registrations, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Those registrations were akin to modern identification. Without them, they would be rendered powerless, possibly becoming vagrants or worse, outlaws or recluses in the mountains. This was not the life they envisioned after fortuitously meeting in ancient times, hoping to support one another throughout their lives. They needed identification for future travels and adventures. "My dear, I regret putting you through this. I've sensed that the harshest fate awaiting this family is exile. It will not cost us our lives. Let us proceed cautiously," He Xuan whispered reassuringly to Nuan. "Should our lives be endangered, we will flee without hesitation." As they prepared to confront the officials, the door was already being breached by forceful hands. "Do you not hear? Such insolence!" The officials snarled, their intimidating demeanor instilling fear in all who beheld them. "Hasten to stand outside. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. If you are captured, we shall execute you on the spot," the commanding officer pronounced menacingly. "Esteemed officer, may I inquire about the circumstances? Why have you forcibly entered the Chancellor's residence?" He Xuan feigned indignation as he regarded the soldiers. Words barely escaped his lips before he was overtaken by a fit of coughing, a performance he executed with notable authenticity. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to maintain an appearance of composure. After all, should one burst into another's dwelling uninvited, a calm demeanor while conversing would be met with incredulity. "You still fancy yourselves as the Chancellor's young master and mistress? You are now mere prisoners. Move promptly to the courtyard," one soldier growled, shoving Nuan forward. Initially intending to push He Xuan, the soldier hesitated, noting the pallor of his countenance, trickling with cold sweat. Should he inadvertently cause the man's death, it would be a predicament of his own making. Witnessing his wife being thrust aside, He Xuan's eyes reddened momentarily, a flicker of rage igniting within him before he regained his composure. Leaving one soldier to guard, the others surged into the residence, ransacking the rooms for valuables. After all, the newlywed mistress had brought a substantial dowry. However, upon inspection, they found little of worth. The only item of potential value was a set of chairs, crafted from decent wood. Their search for jewelry yielded only worthless hairpins, and others were left disheartened. They had assumed that the young mistress, having just wed, would possess some silver notes, but instead, all that remained were trifling pots and quilts. "This courtyard is the most impoverished I have ever encountered," one soldier lamented. "I have found more wealth in the quarters of concubines." It was astonishing how the Chancellor's second young master was so ill-favored, living in such dire straits. At least they had the freedom to come and go, their basic needs unmet. A glance into the young master's wardrobe revealed not a single valuable garment. How pitiful indeed. The young mistress was hardly favored. Having only married yesterday, her dowry consisted of little more than some bedding. Chapter 6. Love for the house and its crows. 2 neglected souls found themselves in each other's company, faring worse than the common folk. The soldiers, upon witnessing the desolate state of He Xuan's courtyard, felt a pang of compassion and refrained from being overly harsh. Especially since there was little of value to be found, they conferred amongst themselves to treat the couple with gentleness. observing the frailty of the Chancellor's second young master, who sat in the courtyard drenched in sweat. They felt an odd sense of superiority over the pair. A throng of the Chancellor's female relatives was gathered, stripped of their outer garments, left only in their white undergarments to prevent the concealment of valuables. Meanwhile, He Xuan was taken elsewhere, imprisoned alongside other male relatives of the Chancellor, while Nuan found herself in the dungeon with the other female relatives. Before she could survey her new surroundings, a voice of despair rang out, lamenting her fall from grace. I am the daughter of a first-rank official. How could I end up in a cell? Mother, what shall we do? I do not wish to die. These people dare to treat me this way. I will ensure my father avenges me, even in such dire circumstances. She boasted of her noble lineage. At that moment, Mrs. He appeared dazed, wondering how she would survive if stripped of her identity as the Chancellor's wife. Thea, cease this talk. We are prisoners now. Provoking them will not benefit us, Mrs. He implored, her voice tinged with urgency. Mother, we have not yet been convicted. Surely we will emerge unscathed. Huang Feier clung to a glimmer of hope. Mrs. He, however, spoke with a depth of despair in her eyes. Historically, few have emerged unscathed from such fates, especially women. Our outcomes may only yield 4 possibilities. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, filled with the knowledge of their grim prospects. The first is exile, with the Chancellor's estate forfeited to the court, including our dowries. If we are expelled, we might seek refuge with our families. But who would accept children cast out from the Chancellor's residence? Huang Feier felt her heart constrict at her mother's words, realizing her position in her family was tenuous at best. The title of the Chancellor's eldest daughter-in-law was fiercely contested. Mother, do not frighten me, she gasped, clutching her chest, visibly shaken. Why would I deceive you now? Most of those expelled are concubines, yet you are the Chancellor's principal wife. Mrs. He comforted her daughter, clearly favoring her eldest over the recently introduced second daughter-in-law. Do you believe the first outcome is the worst? The second and third are far grimmer. One might as well seek death by hanging. Mrs. He continued, her eyes filled with sorrow. Surely it cannot be so, Huang Feier replied, instantly grasping the implications of the second and third outcomes. Thus, she fell silent, contemplating their survival. Nuan, who had been listening quietly, understood all too well the fate that befell women of their status after a family was besieged. As the emperor might bestow the female relatives as gifts to other officials, their fates would hinge upon the whims of those in power. Should their new masters hold enmity towards the fallen family, the outcome would be bleak. Former ladies and misses would be relegated to serving as maids, their autonomy stripped away. The third outcome, even more abhorrent, involved being conscripted into state-run brothels. A fate no woman of dignity would wish to endure. Nuan, as the Chancellor's second young master's wife, was acutely aware of the precariousness of her situation. They had initially resolved to endure, hoping for survival should their circumstances not be utterly dire. Should the officials face execution, the fourth possibility would involve being exiled to distant lands, where many met their demise en route. As Nuan observed the unfolding events, she noted that none had yet acknowledged her presence, a clear indication of their disregard. The anxiety exhibited by the eldest daughter-in-law is palpable, prompting the mother-in-law to offer her reassurances. Conversely, the second daughter-in-law, recently escorted in, appears to attract none of her mother-in-law's concern. Had the original owner been in this predicament, she would likely have felt heartbroken, believing she had fallen short of her mother-in-law's expectations, unaware that her fate had long been predetermined. If she had married into a prominent family, this lady he would undoubtedly have cherished and cared for her as a treasured gem. Nearby, other concubines lamented their fates, their weeping creating a cacophony that was quite unbearable. Listening to her husband's concubines wail, Lady He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Even in her current state of captivity, they continued to seek trouble, aggravating her distress. This thought ignited an unbidden fury within her, and she turned abruptly to one of the concubines, shouting, I am still alive. What are you all crying about? Are you unaware that it sounds as though you are cursing the master? Lady He cast a menacing glare at the group of concubines, who were either favored or had children, and had often caused her distress. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, wishing to silence them. Madam, do you really think we fear you? You, like us, are now imprisoned, uncertain of what lies ahead, yet you still act with such arrogance. A strikingly beautiful woman retorted disdainfully. Lin, do not provoke her further. Another woman interjected quickly, mindful of the influence Lady He still possessed through her connections and family. Why do you still fear her? Those in power have no interest in her anymore. They would rather distance themselves from a criminal, especially from such a prominent family. Eager to sever ties, Lin said, relishing her words. Wretched woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I would let you off so easily? Lady He's face contorted with rage. She was acutely aware that her family would not come to her aid, for self-preservation is an inherent instinct. They had only treated her with a modicum of respect due to her connection to the powerful He family. With the fall of her husband's position, she knew the bonds would fray, especially given the gravity of the situation. Observing Lady He's furious countenance, Lin felt a rush of satisfaction. Had it not been for the affluent and powerful Lin family, her own fate would have been irrevocably altered. How could he have perished before her eyes? He left without even a grave, and if it weren't for her concern for her family's safety, she would have followed him into the abyss. Was this not poetic justice? Lin gazed at Lady He with manic enthusiasm, reveling in her turmoil. Those imprisoned, regardless of their past, trembled at the uncertainty of their futures, fearing for their lives, but she was different. Her parents' vile actions had inadvertently secured her freedom, as they had liberated her from the shackles of servitude. You wretched woman! Had I known, I would never have allowed you into the He household. Lady He, realizing her authority faltering, quickly altered her tone. Lin could not help but burst into laughter, her mirth echoing throughout the chamber. The onlookers recoiled, fearing Lin might turn her fury upon them. Calm down, Lin, a delicate voice urged from the side, as a gentle woman attempted to soothe Lin's escalating madness. It was indeed a twist of fate, as their destinies bore remarkable similarities, though she lacked a childhood romance. Her own parents had sold her to the He family for mere riches, and she sought nothing more than sustenance. In contrast, Lin had secured the approval of the Lin family's second young mistress and was poised to marry. Yet, the Lin family's eldest daughter, pregnant and desperate to secure her position, sought a beautiful woman to present to her husband. Thus, the delicate Lin caught her eye. Despite Lin's efforts to assert her claim, she was powerless against the patriarch's decree, sealing her fate. The two lovers had contemplated escape, even with their family's consent, hoping to flee this treacherous place with their funds. Yet, Lin remained bound to the Lin family, her identity as a servant a weighty chain. When they were discovered, her lover was swiftly put to death by the Lin family. To protect her remaining family, Lin made a dreadful bargain with the Lin family. In exchange for her parents' safety, she would have to relinquish all others from servitude. They sought to control Lin, ensuring she did not disrupt Lady He's status within the household, and events unfolded as Lady He had anticipated. Indeed, the Chancellor had lingered in Lin's quarters for months. Seizing the opportunity, Lin implored He Xuan to free both families from their bonds of servitude. Do you not realize? Everything I witness now is what I desire. Watching you all sink into despair brings me delight. Brother Yun is watching you all, Lin cackled maniacally. All her previous wealth had been dispatched to her brother. Now, every member of the Chancellor's household was a prisoner, and the Lin family had no reason to care for her anymore. The wealth she had sent would suffice for their sustenance. Nuan, silently observing, felt as though she had bitten into a colossal piece of gossip. While she had seen more scandalous tales on television, witnessing this live was an entirely different experience. She had initially been wary of her mother-in-law, having heard how she treated her husband, but now, it was clear that this matriarch was no gentle soul. If she were to endure a prolonged coexistence with such a woman, madness would surely ensue. Lady He, already on the brink of collapse, could hardly contain her rage upon hearing Lin's words. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? In a fit of fury, Lady He tore at Lin's hair, her demeanor transforming into that of a wild beast. Her eyes were bloodshot, her once pristine white robe now a disheveled mess. As she clawed relentlessly at Lin's head, Lin, filled with resentment towards Lady He, seized the moment to retaliate. With sharp nails, she scratched Lady He's face, drawing blood. Both women were now embroiled in a frenzied struggle, clawing at each other like madwomen. The onlookers in the cell were paralyzed with fear at the spectacle before them. Lin, known for her gentleness, now exhibited a ferocity that belied her delicate reputation. Lady He's poised demeanor had vanished, her true nature unveiled by Lin's provocations. I shall never forgive you in this life. Should I perish, I will drag you down to the depths of hell with me. Lin glared fiercely at the Prime Minister's wife. Given your transgressions, do you truly believe you will descend to the 18th level of hell? It seems you won't even have the chance to be reborn, she declared, before collapsing against the wall, yet her gaze remained menacingly fixed on the Prime Minister's wife. In the adjacent cell, Prime Minister He Xuan pondered Lin Yi's words, imagining his self-proclaimed noble wife, a flicker of disdain crossing his mind. The murderous intent radiating from Lin Yi seemed as if she wished to dismember the Prime Minister's wife and consume her raw. Initially filled with hatred for Lin Yi, the Prime Minister's wife found her fiery anger extinguished upon meeting Lin Yi's fierce gaze, retreating in trepidation. Why do you look at me like that? I didn't kill that man, she muttered weakly before withdrawing. Her only desire was for Lin Yi to come to the residence to secure her own favor. never intending for anyone to be harmed. She had hoped to have someone teach that man a lesson to ensure Lin Yi would obediently comply. But she never expected the man to perish so easily. Now, with both of them imprisoned and stripped of power, the Prime Minister's wife dared not provoke Lin Yi. The latter, filled with resentment for having killed her lover, embodied the fearless spirit of one with nothing to lose. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's wife still held hope for survival, pondering her own future and unwilling to perish at the hands of a concubine. "Mother, are you all right?" Huang Fei asked, eyeing her defeated mother-in-law with a hint of reproach. "How can you let these concubines assert dominance over you? How will you manage the household now?" Huang Fei expressed her dissatisfaction, still oblivious to their dire situation and contemplating a return to the residence. The Prime Minister's wife had once felt sympathy for her eldest daughter-in-law, but now found herself too overwhelmed to attend to her. "Enough. Speak less. Can't you see the situation?" The Prime Minister's wife snapped, her previously suppressed emotions erupting in a moment of exasperation that startled Huang Fei. "Mother." Huang Fei gazed in shock at her mother-in-law, unable to believe she would raise her voice at her. The promises of treating her like a daughter felt hollow now, especially right after their imprisonment. Feeling increasingly wronged, Huang Fei withdrew into silence, sulking in a corner, casting resentful glances at the Prime Minister's wife, embodying a scorned woman. The Prime Minister's wife, already irate, felt it unreasonable to be placating her daughter-in-law. Had she been too indulgent? Nuan, aware of the tension, had no inclination to seek trouble, recognizing that her most cherished eldest daughter-in-law was now in a vulnerable position. Little did she know that she had already caught the attention of the Prime Minister's wife, seeing that Lin Yi was not a viable target. The Prime Minister's wife turned her gaze toward Nuan, who appeared unfamiliar and likely not a favored concubine of her husband. She surmised that Nuan must be her youngest son's wife. With a piercing gaze, she addressed Nuan, "Whose daughter-in-law are you? Seeing me being mistreated, you merely stand by and watch. Hurry and attend to me." Although the Prime Minister's wife had recognized Nuan, she still sought to provoke her. Nuan rolled her eyes inwardly at the audacity of the Prime Minister's wife, who, despite being imprisoned, still maintained an air of superiority. It seemed the Prime Minister's wife had completely forgotten her, despite having met her just 2 hours prior. Everyone in the Prime Minister's household is now imprisoned, and I have followed them into this cell. Surely that indicates my affiliation, Nuan thought, bemused. Moreover, one would expect a matriarch to have scrutinized her son's prospective brides. Though ancient portraits differed vastly from modern images, one would at least recognize their daughter-in-law. What did her demeanor signify? It appeared the Prime Minister's wife had not taken the time to properly select a wife for her youngest son, failing to even recognize Nuan. With a heavy sigh, Nuan lamented the absurdity of it all. In her previous life, her mother-in-law had cherished her as a daughter. Now, encountering the Prime Minister's wife, her head spun with the realization of how difficult this relationship might be. However, it was not the time to sever ties with the He family. She could only approach the Prime Minister's wife with composure. "Mother, I'm the youngest daughter of the Gu family, just married into the Prime Minister's residence yesterday," Nuan said, nodding politely towards the Prime Minister's wife and patiently awaiting her response. According to custom, such greetings required kneeling, but the filth of the cell made that impractical. The Prime Minister's wife, already fuming, found Nuan's perceived disrespect infuriating. Today was meant to be a day of tea offerings, yet the entire family had landed in prison. It seemed her youngest daughter-in-law was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Is this how the Gu family raises their daughters? You don't even kneel to greet your mother-in-law, and you stand idly by as I am bullied. You must be a jinx, bringing calamity upon the Prime Minister's residence, leading to our downfall. With that, the Prime Minister's wife raised her hand and swung it forcefully toward Nuan's face, her sharp nails still stained with blood. Had they made contact, Nuan would likely have been disfigured according to ancient medical standards, but she was no delicate lady of the past. Seeing the scene unfold, Nuan deftly stepped back, evading the slap. The Prime Minister's wife, having committed all her strength to the swing, lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Infuriated, she had intended to unleash her wrath upon Nuan. Hearing her remarks, Nuan couldn't help but laugh. Realizing that the Prime Minister's wife had no idea what her chosen daughter-in-law even looked like, despite claiming to have made a careful selection. Considering the current circumstances, which girl would wish to marry into the Prime Minister's residence? One could easily meet their demise here. What gives you such a sense of superiority? Nuan retorted, rolling her eyes without reservation. She had long endured the Prime Minister's wife's antics, not to mention her blatant favoritism towards the eldest son while neglecting the youngest. Such blatant bias was intolerable. The Prime Minister's wife, enraged, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is this how your family teaches you manners?" Her fingers trembled with fury, revealing her agitation, while Linny reveled in the discomfort of the Prime Minister's wife, finding joy in her displeasure. Everyone knew of her favoritism towards her eldest son. She had even forced the birth of her youngest son to save her eldest's life, disregarding the risks to the child's life. Until now. It seems no one is aware that the outside world has long known of the frail health of the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, oblivious to the fact that it is the renowned lady of the Prime Minister's house who is the cause of it all. It is, indeed, a farcical tale. Linny, upon finishing her words, covered her mouth and erupted into laughter, gradually releasing her mirth. She laughed so heartily that she could barely stand upright, playfully leaning against the woman beside her. Surely, you do not believe that I am incapable of dealing with you? Madam, he was already on the brink of an explosion. And this was a secret she harbored deep within her heart. Should this matter leak out, her reputation would undoubtedly be ruined. Do not forget, I still have the Lin family. I will ensure you are buried without a trace, affecting your family, making you regret your actions today. After uttering these words, Madam, he sought to witness Lin Yi's panicked expression. However, how could Lin Yi comply with her expectations? Instead, she retaliated by striking directly at Madam He's heart. You do not believe the Lin family can evade this, do you? Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed at this notion. Were she not utterly confident? She would not dare provoke such a venomous woman. If the Lin family were to remain intact, she would still respectfully serve this wretched woman from behind bars. Even if the Lin family did not fall, why would they stir trouble for a daughter who has committed a crime? You are not yet ready to know. Lin Yi concluded, covering her mouth to cease further commentary. What do you mean? Madam, he became increasingly frantic. Although imprisoned, she remained unconcerned about her future. For she had a formidable maternal family. Her father held a high-ranking position, with numerous disciples and allies among the officials, making her rescue a trivial matter. It was only upon hearing that her own family faced troubles that panic began to set in. Lin Yi reclined against the woman beside her, her eyes sparkling with delight as she observed the frenzied Madame He, her heart swelling with joy. At last, she had avenged her brother Yun. And even if it meant her own demise, she would accept it willingly. After all, she had played a part in toppling both the Prime Minister's residence and the Lin family, had she not? With this thought, Lin Yi's smile broadened. She relished the sight of these individuals sinking into despair. She desired not for them to simply perish, having lived a life of luxury, commanding countless subordinates, only to face an uncertain fate in the latter half of their lives, enduring perpetual suffering. Was this not her ultimate wish? Was this not what she had longed to witness? Nuan had been observing the dispute between the two women from the beginning. When Madame He began to panic, Nuan knew that Lin Yi had emerged victorious, and thoroughly so. She sighed softly, realizing that apart from her appearance, Madame He was utterly lacking in merit. Meanwhile, Huang Feier could not contain her disdain upon witnessing her mother-in-law's descent into madness. After all, her mother-in-law hailed from a prominent family. How could she present herself in such a disgraceful manner? It was utterly revolting. At that moment, Huang Feier noted Madame He's complete lack of humility, her feigned respect merely a tactic to secure her position within the Prime Minister's residence. Now, confronted with Madame He's deranged demeanor, Huang Feier felt contempt. A mere concubine had rendered the dignified lady of a noble family so wretched. How embarrassing. If Madame He were to realize that she was someone who required avoidance even in a rage, she would surely feel a pang of heartache. Perhaps this was poetic justice. The commotion within the cell eventually attracted the attention of the guards. Initially disinterested in the affairs of these women, the guards found their noise intolerable, as it disrupted their rest. Angrily, one guard approached and kicked the cell door twice, shouting, "If you dare disturb my sleep again, I will ensure you experience the tortures of this prison." Seeing the pallor on the faces of the prisoners, the guard felt a sense of satisfaction before returning to his slumber. Meanwhile, He Xuan, who had been observing Nuan with keen interest, shifted his focus to the other occupants of the cell. After a night of fierce conflict between the original owner and his wife, he lacked the energy to listen to the women's incessant bickering. After all, newly imprisoned members of noble families must endure this initiation. A few days in this cell would surely render them docile. Compared to the trivial matters of these women, the cunning Prime Minister, he was a seasoned strategist. A single slip could lead to an intricate predicament. The cell fell into a chilling silence, though not everyone could bear it. The voice of accusation pierced the air, causing discomfort. I warned you all that the second prince was unworthy, yet you insisted on supporting him, claiming it was merit from the dragon. Now look where we all are, entirely imprisoned. A man shouted angrily at the others in the cell. What good is your anger now, uncle? Had it not been for third uncle's insistence on marrying Hu Jie to the second prince, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. Moreover, the Prime Minister's residence and the Crown Prince are at odds politically. If the Crown Prince ascends, our family will not survive long. As He Xuan spoke, his tone was laced with irritation. The previously furious individuals fell silent, aware that the Prime Minister's support for the second prince had indeed been fraught with peril. What was the point of discussing it now? They could only hope that the emperor would recognize their hardships, if not their merits, and grant them a path to survival. The once proud Prime Minister now appeared utterly dejected. Upon hearing these words, the others gradually quieted, realizing that their fate had already been sealed, with no means of altering it. Chapter 10. Reduced to commoner's author's note. I truly have a wealth of drafts. Primarily concerned that one day I may find myself unable to write, I cherish the time to contemplate new chapters. He Xuan observed these individuals, engaged in mutual blame. As an outsider, he held little affection for his family, and the memories left by the original owner contained scant references to them. Consequently, his emotional ties were shallow. At family banquets, He Xuan often felt like a transparent figure, sitting quietly in the corner, unnoticed by anyone. The guards in the prison, hearing the noise, came to witness the spectacle of fallen nobility. Quiet down. Do you still think you are the young masters of the Prime Minister's residence? With that, the guard outside burst into laughter. Having grown up in the capital, they were accustomed to the haughty demeanor of these individuals, and now that they had been imprisoned, their delight was uncontainable. He Xuan could hardly tolerate such remarks. Impulsive by nature, he had already cried and caused a scene since entering the prison. Now, hearing the guard's words only fueled his anger further. Do you believe I won't beat you to death? He Xuan declared, ready to charge forward. However, before he could confront the guard, others tightly restrained him, fearing his reckless behavior might incite trouble. Yet the guard, enraged by He Xuan's defiance, brandished his stick, prepared to teach them a lesson. Before he could enter, others called him outside. Once the guard departed, the prisoners finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anger bubbled within them. Do you even realize what you are doing, He Xuan? Your actions will only result in suffering without any gains. He Xuan forcefully shoved He Xuan onto the straw mat. You had better refrain from provoking further trouble. If your actions lead to punishment for others, I will not hesitate to deal with you myself. With that, He Xuan fixed a piercing gaze on He Xuan, denying him any chance of evasion. He Xuan surveyed the room, noticing the furious expressions of his family members directed at him, and he realized his impulsiveness. His former support from the Prime Minister's residence was gone. No one would flatter him now. Once elevated to a lofty position, he now faced the disdain of even the most insignificant guard. Who could silence him without a second thought? In light of this incident, everyone sat quietly in their corners, awaiting the emperor's judgment. The group spent a silent night in the cell, with not a single voice daring to speak. Even those who wished to complain could find no outlet. In stark contrast to the quietude of He Xuan's cell, Nuan's quarters were far from serene. The second daughter-in-law hurriedly called for the bed to be made, as her sister-in-law was unaccustomed to the harshness of the floor. Mrs. He, having overheard the complaints of her eldest daughter-in-law, could no longer endure the situation and directed her attention to Nuan, exclaiming. Nuan chose not to retort, remaining still, quietly observing the unfolding farce. Curious as to how far this biased and somewhat dim-witted mother-in-law would go for her eldest daughter-in-law, Nuan had underestimated Mrs. He's audacity in no time. She began commanding Nuan to fetch this and that, treating her essentially like a servant. In any other household, a young lady would have been infuriated by such treatment. Yet Nuan was a woman accustomed to confronting zombies. She ignored Mrs. He's provocations, unfazed by her ire. If something was within reach, she would hand it over. But Nuan had no intention of indulging her excessive demands. It was evident that Nuan had made her stance clear. She had dismissed Mrs. He entirely, and those present mirrored her indifference. After all, they were all in prison now. Who cared about dignity? Besides, apart from a few legitimate wives from the Prime Minister's residence, the other women were merely concubines or the wives of sons, with no status. Those concubines had long been oppressed, and, now that they were in jail, they certainly held no regard for the legitimate wives. Watching the once high and mighty Prime Minister's wife repeatedly lose face in front of her youngest daughter-in-law was a delight to behold. Mrs. He, experiencing defeat at the hands of Nuan, began to realize that this young daughter-in-law was not a figure easily manipulated. As a group of pampered noblewomen spent the night in the prison, apart from Nuan and He Xuan, the others sat by the bed with bloodshot eyes, looking haggard. Nuan glanced at the adjacent cell. At the stroke of the hour, in ancient times, this referred to 8 a.m. The sound of chains echoed down the corridor. The inmates stood up, tense and anxious, watching the approaching figures who held the power to either elevate them or plunge them into despair. The official delivering the decree observed their anxious demeanor with a sense of disdain. Prime Minister, please receive your decree, he called, his tone dripping with mockery, making it impossible to miss. Upon hearing this, the prisoners hastily knelt, heads bowed, silently praying. The official, relishing the sight of them kneeling at his feet, felt an unexplainable satisfaction. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, the late emperor has passed, the nation mourns, the new ruler ascends, governed by filial piety, to build a mausoleum for the late emperor and ensure the continuation of the ancestral offerings. However, there are issues with the officials responsible for the mausoleum, including Ding Wei, Lei Yungang, and Lan Jizong, who have neglected their duties for personal gain, showing great disrespect to the ancestral shrines. Therefore, Lei Yungang and Lan Jizong are to be executed, while Ding Wei, due to past merits, is spared death but demoted and exiled, his estate confiscated. Prime Minister He Xuan is found guilty of factionalism and negligence, stripped of his title and reduced to commoner status, ordered to return to his hometown, along with any offspring. Ling Zhada of the Ministry of Works is declared innocent and reinstated. Upon hearing the sentence of death for the Minister of War, Mrs., he felt a chill run through her. Her previous arrogance in the prison stemmed from the belief that her father would rescue her. Now, as the Prime Minister's household faced the confiscation of their wealth and reduction to common status, her heart ached for their lost riches. Chapter 11. Is it a glance of disdain or genuine insight? With a pallid face and lifeless eyes, Mrs. He stared at the decree in disbelief. Ultimately, the Minister of War had been brought down due to his daughter's allegiance to the second prince, with the crown prince now on the throne. All who had chosen the wrong side faced dire consequences. Mrs. He was simply a victim of unfortunate circumstances. The official delivering the decree, observing the family's stunned expressions, called out sharply, "Prime Minister, please accept the decree." "Oh, wait, you are no longer a prime minister, but a commoner. The emperor has instructed that you may take some garments from the residence. Do show gratitude." With a triumphant grin, the official departed the prison. Upon hearing this, He Xuan seethed with fury. Previously revered, he had commanded respect from princes. Now, even a lowly eunuch dared to humiliate him. This was a disgrace, and he vowed that if he ever regained his former status, he would ensure these unworthy individuals understood the repercussions of crossing him. Little did he know, the current emperor was plotting to eliminate the remnants of the former prime minister's influence. In a moment, the jailer entered the cell, unlocking the chains binding the prisoners. "High eunuch instructed you to leave the capital within 2 days or face severe consequences." With that, the group was expelled from the prison. The jailer was eager to rid himself of them, as their presence disrupted his daily duties. Finally, they were ushered out, some still clinging to the notion of their former status as the prime minister's family, complaining about the prison food. When the members of the prime minister's household were released, they found it hard to believe their fate had changed. They had expected death. They hurried back to the prime minister's residence, recalling the eunuch's words about being allowed to take some clothing. However, upon their arrival, they were met with soldiers stationed around the premises. "What is the meaning of this? Do you not recognize where you tread?" The leading soldier, having recognized the once great prime minister, sought to intimidate them. "How audacious, Mrs." He bristled at the soldier's taunts directed at He Xuan, her temper flaring. He Xuan was her everything, and she could not tolerate any disparagement against him, especially not in such a demeaning manner. To her, defending her husband was only natural, yet to others, it was a glaring misjudgment of their current status. "Who do you think you are? You are nothing but commoners now." The soldier pointed toward the distance. "The emperor has permitted us to take clothing. Do you dare defy his orders?" He Xuan's voice boomed, attempting to assert his authority. After years as prime minister, he knew how to intimidate. Had it not been for orders from above, these soldiers would likely have opened the gates for him. Yet they were bound by the emperor's directive and had no intention of letting He Xuan and his family pass easily. "So you intend to bar our entry?" He Xuan's gaze was piercing. "In that case, we shall forego our belongings." A seasoned politician, he understood their intentions. If they sought to complicate matters, he would not acquiesce to the new emperor's whims. After all, this new ruler needed something from him. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to return to the prime minister's residence. Surely it was not merely for a few worn garments. He possessed treasures left by the late emperor, and He Xuan mused that perhaps the former emperor had been rather foolish. Had he staged a coup, perhaps the crown prince would never have ascended. Indeed, he had been too lenient. The gatekeepers, witnessing the unfolding scenario, grew anxious. They had been instructed to create difficulties for the former prime minister, but were also expected to allow his family entry. The leading soldier quickly signaled to his subordinate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the younger brother, noticing his elder brother rolling his eyes at him, hurriedly pursued the person they had just driven away, feeling utterly confused. His eyes darted anxiously toward his companions for assistance, questioning whether his leader had indeed given him a disdainful glance and what it might signify. Upon hearing this, the others also grew flustered. Surely, if the elder brother had rolled his eyes at them, it must indicate his dissatisfaction. However, After a moment of contemplation, they calmed down, realizing that the elder brother had directed his ire solely at him, not them. Thus, the discontent was undoubtedly personal. A few among them even expressed a sense of schadenfreude. Are you all fools? Why would the elder brother roll his eyes at you for no reason? Besides, a roll of the eyes can be considered an expression of meaning. One bystander finally interjected. The bewildered individual sighed in resignation, placing a hand on his forehead, pondering how these people could possibly reach the same standing as himself. At least he understood the nuances of communication, these dimwits. Perhaps it was his intelligence that caused him to be overlooked by the elder brother. He mused deeply. Yet he remained firm in his belief that what he had witnessed was indeed a roll of the eyes, not some mystical signal. How can you be so certain that the elder brother was not signaling you but rather expressing disdain? He lamented, feeling increasingly exasperated. It was akin to trying to pull a stubborn bull back to the fold. Thus, he resigned himself to his fate. If you truly wish to know, go and ask the elder brother yourself if he was signaling, he retorted angrily toward the foolish soldier. Meanwhile, He Xuan and his companions, who had not strayed far, simply observed the unfolding scene, finding it an enlightening experience to witness such newfound among the soldiers. The leader of the soldiers stood dumbfounded, realizing that he had underestimated the sheer absurdity of the situation. Chapter 12. The token with a weary hand pressed against his forehead. The leader of the soldiers pondered the calamities he had incurred. It was not that he wished to intervene with these simpletons, rather, he felt too embarrassed to step forward. Should he rush in to intervene, the recently demoted officials would undoubtedly recognize these foolish soldiers as his subordinates. Thus, he resolved to remain passive, adhering to the principle of not acting unless provoked, while simultaneously hoping the situation would resolve itself without his involvement. Yet, as fate would have it, the foolish soldier charged directly toward him. The leader silently pleaded, "Do not come over here," but before he could blink, the soldier stood before him, demanding to know if the elder brother had indeed rolled his eyes. The soldier, steadfast in his conviction, insisted he had not misinterpreted the elder brother's gesture. The leader could only helplessly rub his forehead, realizing that his subordinate was now kneeling to offer explanations. What should I say to showcase my wit? He pondered. But considering the demotion of these individuals and their impending departure from the capital in 3 days, he concluded that as long as he ensured their exit, his own reputation would remain intact. He cast a fierce glare at He Xuan and his companions. Since the emperor has permitted you to bring items, you may enter. However, should you dare to smuggle anything, I will not be merciful. Despite the orders to humiliate the deposed chancellor, the higher-ups had made it clear that he must enter the chancellor's residence, though the reasons remained unclear. Please, go inside quickly, the leader commanded as he opened the gates. You have half an hour inside. If you do not return, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The younger members of the He family seethed with indignation at the soldier's aggressive demeanor. In the past, these men would bow and offer flattering words. Yet now that the He family had fallen from grace, none of those so-called friends came forth to assist. Instead, they reveled in their misfortune. The wives and younger members of the He family rushed toward the chancellor's residence, reflecting on the poignant changes. The home that was once theirs now felt foreign, and they pondered if their fate might have been different had they not chosen the wrong side. Yet, life offers no remedy for regret. While others scurried to secure their hidden treasures, He Xuan alone made his way to the study. He understood the new emperor's intentions for him to return to the chancellor's residence. If the emperor did not obtain what he sought, He Xuan feared for his own safety. He tore open the seal on the door, entering a space he had not touched in many years, pushing the door open for the first time. He Xuan opened the hidden compartment, cradling the box within, hastily stuffing the silver notes into his garment. As he pulled aside the silk lining, he revealed a small, dark token, lifting it with utmost care. His eyes glimmered with nostalgia, for it was this token that had safeguarded his rise. He did not find it. What a pity, remarked He Xuan. If he had, our entire family would be in grave danger, He Xuan replied, placing the token on the desk before exiting the study. After He Xuan departed, a dark figure swiftly emerged, seizing the token from the desk. As everyone rushed back to their quarters to secure their belongings, the couple feigned urgency, hastening toward their dilapidated courtyard. In the fervor to reclaim their hidden fortunes, they were careful not to appear too conspicuous. Quickly, we must act as though we belong, He Xuan urged, gripping Nuan's hand tightly as they moved toward their humble abode. While we maintain our facade of being the unappreciated, you must not allow your frail persona to falter. Nuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Despite their efforts to maintain their personas, they were genuinely overlooked. Who would pay attention to those deemed unworthy? My dear wife, I am elated to share another lifetime with you. I endured great hardship in my past life, and I vow to protect you in this one, He Xuan declared, as they made their way to the worn courtyard. Chapter 13. The state of the frontier as Nuan listened to He Xuan's heartfelt promise, her eyes brimmed with emotion. He had fulfilled this vow in their previous life, shielding her from all dangers at the cost of his own life, ultimately becoming a spirit destined to guard her side. She reflected on the tales she had read. Those who chose the wrong side often faced execution or exile following the ascension of a new emperor. Nuan struggled to comprehend the current situation. Surely this is not an act of clemency, is it? He Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you truly believe the current emperor intends to spare us? Nuan glanced at He Xuan, contemplating his words. Perhaps not. After all, the new emperor has just ascended and granted clemency to the chancellor's residence, ostensibly to showcase his benevolence. It seems unlikely he would let a large group perish en route. He Xuan gently stroked Nuan's hair. If I recall correctly, the family's ancestral home lies in the border city, which is hardly stable. His thoughts roamed, sensing the presence of those lurking in the shadows. Only after they departed did he share his concerns with Nuan. What a calamity! I possess no memory of this body. I lack even the most basic knowledge of this world, he lamented. Nuan felt a pang of guilt and lightly struck her forehead. Why should you feel that way? We are modern individuals. It is entirely reasonable not to know the customs of ancient times. Besides, we are about to be exiled to the border city. Your parents were known to be honest officials. They should not be implicated. Seeing Nuan's remorseful expression, He Xuan felt a deep ache in his heart. Gently pulling at Nuan's small hand, I caressed the little tuft of hair she had styled. My relationship with the original parents had always been strained, with only a few fleeting encounters throughout the year. During the rest of the days, they seemed to wish for the absence of their young son, hardly ever keeping me in their thoughts. It was no surprise that I would never meet my biological parents in this lifetime. Therefore, there was no need to take anything to heart. He Xuan affectionately ruffled Nuan's hair. In that moment, the air around them was filled with soft pink bubbles. The two quietly made their way to their humble courtyard, observing that the damage was not as severe as they had anticipated. Nuan looked at He Xuan with confusion. The destruction from the ancient purges was not as terrifying as depicted on television. How's this different from what we see on screen? Look, our benches are still here. And they didn't even take the vase, Nuan mused, perplexed. Have you seen the furniture in our dilapidated courtyard? He Xuan remarked, gently pushing the chair, which wobbled precariously at his touch. With a little more force, this rickety chair would surely collapse. And look up, he urged. Nuan lifted her head, only to discover numerous glowing holes in the ceiling. How had she not noticed them before? If it had rained last night, they would have spent their wedding night in the pouring rain. The soldiers had not spared their belongings out of pity. They simply deemed the items unworthy of their attention. Quickly check if there is anything else that needs to be collected, perhaps an old piece of clothing or two, lest we draw too much attention. He Xuan suggested as he searched for the original owner's small stash. After gathering what little they could from the decrepit courtyard, they hastily made their way to the front gate. Upon arrival, Nuan was taken aback to see the people outside with their jaws dropped. Had they truly taken away all the clothing that the soldiers had left behind? The leading soldier, witnessing the throng's bulging parcels, initially contemplated causing them trouble. However, upon glancing at his eager subordinate, he felt an unexplainable shiver. These seasoned foxes had survived this long. It would be unwise to embarrass themselves further. He Qingfeng, I have a message for you. The emperor has granted you 3 days. Should you fail to leave the capital within this time, it will be deemed disobedience. And you know the consequences, the soldier stated impassively before sealing the prime minister's residence once more. Once again, the He family found themselves without a home. Chapter 14. Lin Yi's choice at present, they could not openly purchase anything, for they were still marked as guilty. Should they indulge in lavish spending? It would surely attract unwelcome attention, leading to disastrous consequences. The prime minister's concubine, unable to join He Qifeng and the others in their flight to the border city, was instead taken to the Silfang, where she was treated as a commodity for auction. The delicate and beautiful Lin Yi stood out among them, her white attire rendering the men below utterly captivated. Lin Yi was acutely aware that she had become a sheep amidst a pack of wolves. If she did not take action, she would likely find herself trapped in another prime minister's residence. My lord, please save me. I promise to repay you well. She cried out desperately, casting flirtatious glances at the men below. But just as she spoke, a violent fit of coughing seized her. She clamped her mouth shut. Yet blood seeped through her fingers. Her delicate hands soon became stained with crimson, and as if she had reached her limit, a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, splattering the onlookers in front of her. The sudden turn of events left the crowd dumbfounded, especially those in the front rows, who were utterly bewildered. Lin Yi furiously wiped the blood on her white garment, inadvertently revealing the red splotches on her arms. She appeared as though she had a mere flicker of life left, leaving potential buyers reluctant to take on such a sickly burden. Forget it. Look at her. She hardly has long to live. Buying her would be a waste of my silver. grumbled the others, their faces twisted in disappointment as they turned away. The Xiaofeng, dismayed by the misfortune befalling their prized possession, was enraged as they anticipated the auction. The proprietor, furious over the loss of potential wealth, ordered for Lin Yi to be removed, fearing her condition would tarnish the reputation of his offerings. See if she can be saved. If not, toss her into the unmarked graveyard, he said, his expression one of disgust as he regarded Lin Yi. By virtue of her remarkable acting skills, Lin Yi managed to save herself. "Yi, my dear Yi," a mournful cry echoed from a distance, filled with sorrow that could move any heart to tears. Lin Yi's eyes filled with tears as she spotted her parents rushing towards her. "Mother, father, why have you come so late?" She wept. Unable to stem the flow of tears, Lin Yi was taken back home by her family. There, she spent time either with her parents or visiting the elders of the Yun family. Several relatives had initially intended to find her a suitable partner. But on the day of that person's memorial, clad in a crimson dress, Lin Yi took poison and ended her life. In her final moments, she gazed longingly towards the border city, lamenting her failure to avenge her beloved Yunge and the inability to eliminate the Prime Minister's family. She cursed her own powerlessness. Had she known that the Prime Minister would escape the Emperor's wrath, she would have administered a lethal dose to Lin Ruo, allowing her to taste the bitterness of losing her dearest. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Had her heart not been so tender, she might have succeeded in her revenge. Yet, she left a parting gift for Lin Ruo, uncertain whether it would be appreciated, though she hoped it would be. With a smile, Lin Yi closed her eyes, never to reopen them. If given a second chance, she vowed to love Yunge for a lifetime, never to part again. A sudden cough expelled a mouthful of blood, her gaze growing distant as her body succumbed to lifelessness. When Lin's parents discovered their daughter lying pale and lifeless on her bed, their hearts shattered. "This is our most cherished daughter," Lin's mother wailed as she collapsed onto Lin Yi, overcome with grief. They had doted on her since childhood, wishing to spare their children from a life of servitude. Yet, bound by their own contracts, they could only bear children destined to be servants, living in subjugation. They had never imagined that the girl who had shared a joyful dinner with them just the night before would lie here lifeless today. They should have recognized the signs. Lin Yi had clearly been behaving strangely, but they had attributed it to the memorial of Yunjian. They had not anticipated her resolution to end her own life. After finally having their daughter back, she was snatched away again, and they could only weep for her cold body. Lin's mother softly caressed her daughter's face, murmuring, "It was your choice. You may go now." Though their hearts were racked with pain, the couple sought to comfort their daughter. Life was unfair. The wicked remained. Yet their beloved daughter was gone forever. On the other side, the He family, expelled from the capital, managed to retrieve their hidden stash. A large group of them set off on foot from Kyoto, and upon reaching a nearby town, hurried to the market to purchase a carriage. The border city lay a vast distance from Kyoto. Should they attempt to walk, the toll it would take on their number, men, women, and children alike, would be unfathomable. Guang'e, quickly decide which carriage to buy. We must move towards the border city, Mrs. He said, her heart aching for her eldest son. Mother, just choose. I haven't eaten in quite a while, He Guang replied, his mind seemingly dulled from hunger. Oh, how could I forget? Yes, we need provisions. We cannot let your husband starve, Mrs. He exclaimed, now urging her daughter-in-law to procure food for her son. Chapter 15. Favoritism. Meanwhile, the ailing He Xuan was thoroughly ignored by Mrs. He. Retaining the memories of the original owner, He Xuan found her indifference quite normal. Be sure to buy plenty for Guang'e, he thought to himself. Observing that her eldest daughter-in-law had not yet departed, she hastily remarked, treating the daughter-in-law as a mere servant. In the eyes of Mother He, the daughter-in-law existed solely to attend to her son, especially considering that he had never faced hardship throughout his life. Mother, please remain quiet for a moment. We must recognize the situation. He Guang, already troubled by his recent demotion, felt even more vexed by his mother's demeanor. Son, I am merely concerned about you going hungry, Mother He replied, instantly silencing herself upon hearing his words. Given their precarious circumstances, they could not afford any misstep. It was wise to refrain from acting alone. He Guang, observing his mother's expression, spoke with resignation. Meanwhile, He Xuan and Nuan chose to disregard the family drama unfolding before them. Let us procure some supplies first, Nuan suggested, taking He Xuan's hand and departing from this seemingly warm environment. Sometimes, indifference can wield more power than favoritism. The emperor did not annihilate this entire family. By the time the couple returned, not a single member of the He family was in sight. Nuan gazed at the desolate surroundings, a sense of melancholy rising within her. After all, He Xuan was their biological son. If the He family had chosen to forget them, it would be one thing. But if it was a deliberate act, that would be truly frightening. Their household registration documents were still in the hands of their respective families, and they had long sought an opportunity to reclaim them, but to no avail. Now, they found themselves utterly lost, without a single document. What should we do, husband? Nuan asked with a slight headache as she looked at He Xuan. Do not worry, as long as they are alive, I will find them, He Xuan assured, affectionately tousling Nuan's hair. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Managing hair in ancient times was quite a challenge, and he resolved to refrain from such gestures in the future. Given Mother He's temperament, it was improbable that she would leave before them. Let us wait at the city gate, He Xuan declared, leading his wife there. Their mule, purchased with hard-earned money, obediently followed, giving the impression to onlookers that it belonged to them. Although this family has been demoted to commoners and is returning home, surely they cannot do so without an escort of soldiers, Nuan remarked, her curiosity piqued. In the novel she had read, exiles were often shackled and whipped by soldiers on their journey. Yet here, the He family seemed to fare well, unburdened by chains and even possessing funds for supplies en route to the border city. Having spent years with his little wife, He Xuan was well aware of her thoughts. You foolish girl, do you really think they can simply avoid the border city? If the magistrate there did not keep a watchful eye on the He family, they would have no choice but to turn to banditry. But consider the He family as considerable assets in the border city. They would never flee, he explained softly in her ear as they navigated the bustling streets. The couple and their mule waited at the city gate until afternoon, when the large group of He family members finally arrived. Why are you here ahead of us? I thought you were behind us, Mother He inquired, puzzled as she turned to her companions. However, her attention quickly shifted to the mule behind them, and her mouth opened with a rush of words. Where did you buy this? I scoured the entire market and found nothing. Just in time, your father and I Haven team managed to acquire a mule yet. Let us ride in this cart. Mother He's words were more a command than a request, showing no concern for the opinions of the couple. Nuan observed her mother-in-law's performance with a detached expression, curious to see what shameless remarks would emerge next. Since you have suggested it, we have no reason to refuse, but I do wonder which cart we shall ride in, He Xuan replied, regarding Mother He with an impassive gaze. Young people should venture forth more. There are no suitable carriages left in the entire county. We will buy one at the next town, Mother He said impatiently, secretly lamenting her younger son's lacking thoughtfulness compared to the elder. Chapter 16. Departure. Upon hearing this, He Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had carefully surveyed the market, and the availability of draft cattle was minimal, let alone mules. The family had only managed to acquire 1 or 2 oxen, particularly the third branch which had procured just a single draft ox. Although they had arrived at the market before He Xuan and his wife, Mother He and Huang Feo had dismissed the available cattle as too old or dirty. After much deliberation, they had settled for a single ox, insufficient even to accommodate their purchases, leaving no room to sit. Previously, Mother He had fretted over how to reach the next town, only to be relieved by the sight of her overlooked younger son and daughter-in-law leading a mule at the city gate. Father, I see there are no resting spots on this cart, He Xuan remarked, observing their return with the ox, knowing there must be a complication. Listening to Mother He's words, he felt speechless. Why not open your eyes and see? You're a sickly individual, and your new daughter-in-law is also unwell. How could one utter such words? Mother He furrowed her brow, ready to retort. If there's no place to sit, then you can walk alongside the mule. Do you expect your father and me to walk behind you, burdened with the ox, while you sit comfortably in the front? She snapped at He Xuan in frustration. Enough. Do not waste time. We must leave the city, He Qifeng interjected, his mind overwhelmed by the back and forth. Yet his words conveyed a clear message. With this in mind, He Xuan felt there was little left to say. Father, let us retrieve the household registrations for me and Nuan, lest we become separated, he suggested, his demeanor indifferent. Madam, please return their household registrations, He Qifeng called, not turning his head. Why should we give them back? Mother He protested. Yet her hands obediently handed the documents to He Xuan, her complaint spilling forth. I have no desire to manage your affairs, she muttered, casting a displeased glance at He Xuan. However, neither He Xuan nor Nuan paid her displeasure any mind. Observing the couple swiftly reclaim their registrations only deepened Mother He's irritation, as they dared to challenge her authority without offering any acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Realizing that neither of them would apologize, Mother He chose not to press the issue further, recognizing her own limitations in managing He Xuan. They had both succeeded in life, but still had their pride. Let us depart. We must strive to reach the border before winter sets in, for time waits for no one, He Qifeng declared. Observing the preparations. We must arrive at the border before the onset of winter. Otherwise, we risk freezing to death along the way. After stating this, he climbed onto He Xuan's mule cart along with Mother He. However, they waited a considerable time without any movement from the cart. He Qifeng lashed the whip against the mule, but it merely shifted slightly, refusing to advance. Frustrated, He Qifeng continued to strike the mule, yet it remained obstinate. The onlookers stood by, watching He Xuan struggle with the stubborn creature, offering no assistance. Despite the welts covering the mule's body from the lashes, it remained unmoved. Finally, the mule, growing impatient, raised its front hooves, attempting to buck the occupants off the cart. He Xuan was startled by this sudden turn of events. Glancing over to see the calm demeanor of the couple beside him, it appears that this mule will not heed their words, rendering any further time spent here unnecessary. He will not jeopardize everyone's safety. It seems this mule has chosen its master, thus, there is no reason to waste more time. It is imperative that we hasten our journey. With that, he assisted Madame He down from the mule cart. However, Madame He, upon disembarking, was in a foul mood. Casting a venomous glare at the couple, He Xuan and his wife. Let us move swiftly. Time is of the essence. Any delay could be fatal. He Xuan helped Madame He onto He Feng's ox cart. Hearing this, the entire He family tensed up, fully aware of the dread that winter brought at the border. Every year, the He family would venture to the border to honor their ancestors, and they had encountered perilous situations before. In years past, numerous servants accompanied them, managing all affairs. Now, they were required to fend for themselves. If they failed to arrive before the onset of winter, they might never reach the border at all. Consequently, all members of the He family hurriedly made their way towards the city outskirts. He Xuan, noticing that most had departed, trailed behind with Nuan. They had too many secrets to keep and preferred to remain distant from the crowd. As they watched others moving away, Nuan could not help but burst into laughter beside He Xuan. Once her amusement subsided, she inquired, "My dear, are we to travel with the He family?" Nuan was quite reluctant to engage with these individuals, feeling it a waste of time. "Let us observe for now. If they behave, we shall accompany them. After all, in this ancient world, we are unfamiliar with our surroundings, making us susceptible to danger," He Xuan replied, gently stroking Nuan's head. They had both grown up in harmonious and warm environments, devoid of significant familial discord. "I have no desire to argue with these people. It is a sheer drain on my energy," Nuan declared, tilting her head to look at He Xuan. "Rest assured, I am like a ghost in this He family. They seldom seek to provoke me during ordinary times," he reassured her. With this, Nuan felt a slight sense of relief. "Your health is poor. You must begin to exercise diligently from now on. Do you understand?" He Xuan looked at Nuan with concern. "I am well aware, danger looms in the apocalypse. And the ancient world harbors its own perils," Nuan acknowledged, understanding He Xuan's intent. Chapter 17. He Xuan's physical condition as the He family continued their journey. Nuan's concerns remained unfulfilled. The He family treated the couple as if they were invisible, adopting an indifferent attitude. Even during rest stops, they merely exchanged greetings, offering no special consideration for the two who were unwell. It was as if He Xuan and Nuan were mere fellow travelers, entirely disconnected from the He family. He Xuan began to question his very lineage, though he undoubtedly bore a resemblance to He Xuan. Observing the He family's demeanor, He Xuan could not help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. To be honest, he preferred solitude. In his previous life, familial bonds, albeit strained, existed. He always prioritized his family. In this life, however, the original owner shared no emotional ties with the He family, receiving no paternal or maternal affection beyond the mere gift of life. Even the circumstances surrounding the original owner's conception were premeditated, suggesting that their birth was not eagerly anticipated. Thus, seeing the He family's attitude toward him allowed He Xuan to relax slightly. This was favorable. He could seek an opportunity to sever ties with them cleanly. By repaying the original owner's debt to the family, he could live in this body with a clear conscience, provided the He family behaved themselves. Should danger arise, he would lend assistance, but if they proved untrustworthy, even if every He family member perished, they would not bat an eye. After several days on the road, the He family clearly exhibited signs of fatigue, particularly evident in He Xuan and Nuan. He Xuan's health was already compromised. He had perished on their wedding night, and his physical condition was further weakened by their abrupt relocation to manage the He family's assets. He had taken everything of value, fearing exposure. Otherwise, the He family would have been left with nothing. Upon his arrival, he had begun utilizing his abilities, which had taken a toll on him. Presently, Nuan vehemently opposed He Xuan using his powers. Were it not for He Xuan needing items from their spatial storage, he would scarcely have had the opportunity to employ his abilities. Ahead, He Xuan noticed the sky darkening and called out to the group, "Eldest brother, second brother, it is getting late. Let us move ahead. I remember there is a river nearby where we can set up camp and refill our water supplies." "All right," the others replied, glancing toward the horizon. "My dear, are you all right?" Nuan asked, concern etched on her face as she looked at the frail He Xuan. "Do not worry. It is merely this body's frailty that causes me to tire easily," He Xuan reassured her gently. "You should rest on the cart. Once you recover, I can take it easy," Nuan urged. "I see the destination is not far. We will have ample opportunity to rest, He Xuan complied. Taking a seat on the ox cart, he was acutely aware of his own condition. His weakness was such that he had survived the arduous journey solely due to Nuan's wood-based abilities nurturing his body. He was surprised at his own compliance today. Nuan, witnessing He Xuan's obedient demeanor, smiled mischievously as if she had caught a little mouse stealing oil. "Oh, He Xuan," she chuckled, finding joy in his submission. This playful couple, lost in their own world, contrasted sharply with the growing discontent among the larger group ahead. The spoiled young ladies and gentlemen had reached the brink of collapse after days of travel. "My dear, when shall we arrive?" "I can scarcely continue," Huang Fei lamented, struggling to lift her leg as tears welled in her eyes while gazing at Madame He. "We shall arrive shortly. Hold on just a little longer." Madame He replied without sparing a glance, having grown accustomed to Huang Fei's tone over the days. Huang Fei, sensing the change in Madame He's demeanor, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Just days ago, their exchanges had been friendly. Why was there such a stark contrast now? Yet, Madame He remained unresponsive. Huang Fei pondered whether to rest on the cart without preparing a meal. As she ruminated, Madame He internally rolled her eyes, recognizing her daughter-in-law's true nature. Typically, Huang Fei was hardly visible, engrossed in embroidery or shopping at the Prime Minister's residence. Now, cohabiting revealed her irritable disposition. The exchanges they had endured over the past days had become repetitive. Huang Fei had successfully rested on the ox cart previously, but each time she did, Madame He regretted it, realizing her son had not had a moment of respite. Yet, she felt too embarrassed to ask Huang Fei to disembark, leaving her to stew in silent frustration. Nearby, He Guang observed his mother sulking, and he found himself at a loss. He had never been particularly close to her. But through this calamity, their family bonds had strengthened, even as his relationship with his younger brother grew more distant. Contemplating this, He Guang turned to glance toward the rear of the caravan, pondering that perhaps he should mend ties with his younger brother. While He Guang mulled over ways to restore their relationship, the couple behind remained blissfully in love, unaware that if He Xuan discovered He Guang's thoughts, he would surely devise a means to silence him. Chapter 18. He Qingfeng counsels Lin Ruo. "My dear, for some reason, I feel a chill on my back. As if someone is plotting against me," Nuan remarked, playfully shaking her shoulders. "Very well, I shall keep a close watch to uncover which scoundrel intends to cause harm." He Xuan replied, amused by Nuan's antics. Upon hearing his words, Nuan turned to him, her expression stern as she warned, "You must not use your powers, understood? Your primary focus now is to restore your health." With that, she gazed at He Xuan with utmost seriousness. All right, I understand. My little manager," he acquiesced. He Xuan listened attentively to Nuan's serious words, yet his face radiated a smile as he gazed at his little wife, his eyes brimming with affection. While He Xuan spoke playfully to Nuan, his gaze remained fixed on the line of people ahead, his expression fierce, akin to a wolf watching its prey. "It would be wise not to direct any calculations towards us. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." Just as others began to falter, they finally arrived at their destination for the day. "At last, we have arrived. I could barely hold on any longer," Huang Fei exclaimed, tears nearly spilling as she gazed at the nearby stream, lamenting the indignity of such a day for a young lady of her stature. She plopped down on the grass, her once delicate skin now roughened by days of sun and wind, resembling that of an ordinary peasant girl. Mrs. He frowned at Huang Fei's crude behavior, but the young lady seemed oblivious to her own appearance. Meanwhile, Mrs. He, wishing to remind Huang Fei of her image, felt too shy to do so in front of so many people and resorted to coughing discreetly. However, her attempts to hint were in vain. Those around her noticed Huang Fei not at all, but they did catch the direction of Mrs. He's gaze. Under Mrs. He's subtle reminder, others observed the scene clearly, yet all pretended not to see. He Guang, witnessing the silent conflict between his wife and mother, could only helplessly rub his forehead, realizing he had overlooked the dynamics of his family. Seeing his father engrossed in the spectacle, he resigned himself to intervene. "Mother, the journey has been arduous. You should take a moment to rest. I will handle the tidying up," He Guang said, as he began to gather items from the cart, assisting Mrs. He into a seat on a cushion. Huang Fei, observing her husband comforting others, felt an unsettling discomfort, even though the person in question was her mother-in-law. Once Mrs. He was settled, He Guang hurried to console his unhappy wife. Despite Huang Fei's fiery temperament, she was not ill-natured, merely spoiled by her father, timid in her expressions of discontent. Usually, she would gaze at him with her doe-like eyes, evoking a sense of guilt that compelled him to apologize. He gently embraced Huang Fei, whispering, "It's all right. I understand your hardships. You should rest now. Leave this to me." He Guang's heart ached at the sight of his wife's distress, and her previous unhappiness began to dissipate as she smiled anew. "At least you have some heart. I'll help too. With more hands, we can work faster." With that, She joined the efforts, albeit clumsily. Meanwhile, the gentle He Xuan observed the resolution of the situation in silence, taking a seat beside Mrs. He. However, Mrs. He was displeased to see her precious son laboring, exclaiming, "Son, you mustn't work. You've been away for so long. Go rest. Let your mother handle it." Just as she attempted to rise, He Xuan firmly pulled her back down. His voice low and serious. "Stay seated. How can I sit idly? I must help," she protested. Upon realizing it was her husband, her eyes followed He Xuan, who was lifting heavy items, and her worry intensified. He Xuan chuckled at his wife's flustered demeanor. Recognizing her unchanging fiery spirit and feeling a pang of guilt for her treatment in their household. If Linyi were to witness this scene, she might harbor murderous thoughts. Considering the plight of so many. "Sit down," He Xuan admonished, his tone firm. Mrs. He quickly complied, her expression serious as she faced her husband. He Xuan, looking at his obedient wife, softly said, "We are no longer the esteemed chancellor and noble lady. You ought not to dwell on your daughters-in-law's faults. Let them resolve their own matters. Their relationship is their concern. We must not interfere lest we spoil their bond. Do you understand?" He Qingfeng's stern gaze met Mrs. He's. Although reluctant, Mrs. He acknowledged his words. "I understand." Not far from them, He Xuan watched Nuan bustling about, his eyes filled with love. "Everything seems to unfold perfectly, just as I wished." After taking a moment to rest, he rose to offer his assistance in preparing the meal. "Let me cook," He Xuan declared, despite his frail state. "No, you must focus on recovering your health. In the future, you shall not escape cooking," Nuan insisted, seeing He Xuan rise. Amused by her insistence, He Xuan chuckled. Though his health was poor, he was still capable of preparing a meal. He took the items from her hands, and Nuan, yielding to his determination, nodded, "All right. I shall assist you." As night enveloped the sky, the group finally enjoyed a warm meal. Nuan savored a piece of meat, nostalgia lighting her face as she praised. "Indeed, you excel at cooking." She beamed at He Xuan, who, with tender affection, served her more food, urging, "Eat well. You're too thin. You need strength." Their playful exchange filled the air with a sweet atmosphere of romance. In stark contrast, the meal shared by He Xuan and the others was quite awkward. Since He Qingfeng's demotion, they lacked servants, resulting in a family ill-prepared for cooking, and even the fare they managed was scarcely palatable. Once the meal concluded, those not on night watch gradually retired to rest, soon filling the camp with snores. At dawn, everyone struggled to rise, stretching weary limbs as they prepared their belongings. Faces drawn as they contemplated the endless road ahead. After departing from their previous campsite, He Xuan glanced back at the rear of the line. Upon spotting He Xuan packing, he shifted his focus forward. His only concern was ensuring the family kept pace. Their survival was of little consequence to him. He Xuan regarded He Xuan with the detachment of a stranger rather than a father. "Let's set out and aim to reach the border town soon," He Xuan called out, rallying the group as they resumed their journey. While others trudged along with furrowed brows, He Xuan and his wife traveled at a leisurely pace, finding comfort in their circumstances. For them, it mattered little where they were. The constraints of the chancellor's residence had been lifted, and their newfound status as commoners afforded them ample freedom. Seated in the mule cart, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Your health has improved significantly. If you devote some time daily to harnessing your wood-based abilities, you could restore your body to that of an ordinary person," Nuan remarked, her small feet playfully kicking up in delight, clearly ecstatic. "This is all thanks to the lady's assistance," He Xuan said, gazing at her with adoration, almost believing she might leap with joy if not confined to the cart. "Oh, stop flattering me. If you keep this up, my confidence might swell beyond measure," Nuan playfully chided, pressing down her hands. "All right, cease your fidgeting. You might fall and hurt yourself," He Xuan said, gently grasping her hand. "I must ask, when will we reach our destination?" "I feel utterly exhausted," Nuan complained, her earlier energy deflating as she stared at the seemingly endless path ahead. "Once we arrive at the next town, we shall see if there are any swifter horses available." He Xuan, observing the droop in Nuan's demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair. "For now, we can only proceed as we are." In a fleeting moment, the previously dispirited Nuan was suddenly revitalized. Perhaps it was the oppressive existence in the apocalyptic world that had stifled her spirit. Now, she resembled a wild horse set free, living with abandon. "I am yet to witness what this so-called border town looks like." As Nuan gazed into the distance with eyes full of longing, "Fear not, for it shall fulfill all your fantasies." Upon hearing this, Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had just realized that her greatest fear upon traversing into this ancient world was not the threat to her life, but rather the dread of another form of imprisonment, of spending her life confined in a small room, battling with the women inside for survival, which was far from her desires. "Father, second uncle, and third uncle, there's a village near the official road. We can find lodging there tonight," suggested He Xuan. his excitement palpable as he pointed towards the distance. Then let us head to that village for the night. We can offer some silver in return, He Xuan replied, glancing at his family. Indeed, they have endured much hardship these days. Tonight should be a time for some respite, He Xuan quickly concurred. After all, the misfortune they faced was primarily due to the miscalculations of the second branch of the family. Had they not been so eager for their daughter to ascend the social ladder, they would not have encountered such calamity. Yet, even without their interference, the Prime Minister's residence remained a thorn in the side of the new emperor, destined to be uprooted sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before the new emperor would take action against the Prime Minister. During past ancestral rites, we have never stayed overnight in a village. We must remain vigilant, He Xuan reflected, agreeing with their suggestion. Let us proceed swiftly into the village and settle ourselves. We should stay together and guard one another, even while we sleep. Understood, the group chorused, eager to avoid another night in the wilderness. Village chief, a large group is approaching from the direction of Saddle Mountain. They seem to be heading towards our village, a young boy exclaimed as he rushed from the woods where he had been foraging for wild vegetables, having spotted the throng in the distance. Upon hearing this, the village chief furrowed his brows. Can you discern who they are? He inquired, turning to the boy. I cannot tell. There are both men and women. They appear to be migrating as a family, the boy replied after a moment's thought. The village chief slowly withdrew his pipe, instinctively beginning to smoke. Let us observe for now. If they wish to enter the village, they must pass through here. We shall wait for them, he said, taking a deep drag from his pipe. As he smoked, he cautioned the villagers, be cautious, keep an eye on your children. Do not harbor ill intentions, but remain guarded. With that, he tucked the pipe away, noting the dwindling tobacco supply, and resumed his work in the fields, seemingly unconcerned about the approaching group. The other villagers, observing the chief's demeanor, quietly resumed their tasks, appearing as though nothing was amiss. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal that the children who had been playing in the fields had suddenly vanished, and the women laboring there were discreetly retreating home. The men remaining in the fields were on high alert, frequently glancing toward the road. When He Xuan and his party arrived at Nyoto village, they were met with the unified gaze of the villagers, who regarded them with evident suspicion. Even the slowest of observers could tell that the villagers did not welcome their presence. However, with nightfall upon them, they had no choice but to seek refuge in the village. Otherwise, they would have to endure the night in the open. He Xuan, noticing the serious expressions on the villagers' faces, approached with a smile, standing before an elderly man. Good sir, we wish to find lodging in the village for the night. Would that be possible? The village chief, observing He Xuan's cheerful demeanor, felt his wariness slightly lessen. It is indeed possible, but if you wish to rest here, you must abide by our village's arrangements. By the way, I am the village chief. If you need anything, my home is at the end of the path. Of course, we shall only stay for one night to rest our weary feet, leaving at dawn, He Xuan assured, noticing the continued skepticism among the villagers. You may rest there tonight. Although it is a dilapidated shack, it is still habitable with a bit of tidying up. The chief gestured toward a ramshackle hut far from the village. Thank you for your hospitality. I will leave my family there to settle in, He Xuan said gratefully, bowing slightly toward the elder. As they approached the old hut, they could feel the villagers' vigilant stares upon them. Once inside, they finally felt a semblance of relief. Father, why don't we stay with the villagers instead? It would be less trouble than cleaning and cooking here, He Xuan questioned, surveying the dilapidated abode. He Xuan shook his head, somewhat exasperated by his son's naivety. You have yet to experience the world and cannot read the expressions of the common folk. Understand this, previously, as a master, you were never subjected to their disdain. Nor were your sycophants. However, with the downfall of the He family, we are now powerless and without influence. We have traveled for days without seeking refuge among the locals. So it is understandable that you might not perceive the situation. He Xuan gently patted He Xuan's shoulder. Did you not notice the wary looks from the villagers as we entered? It seems outsiders have caused some unrest in this village, hence their caution towards us. Perhaps they allowed us to stay in this dilapidated hut because we have women in our group. Now, let us tidy up. A good rest tonight will prepare us for tomorrow's journey, He Xuan urged, taking the lead in organizing their space. The others followed suit, realizing the importance of resting well to continue their travels with renewed vigor. Husband, what shall we do? Nuan asked, surveying the cramped hut. Feeling the discomfort of proximity to the villagers. We shall make do here. I doubt any trouble will arise, He Xuan reassured her, even as he understood her concerns. I will prepare the meal. After we eat, we should rest early, he said, affectionately ruffling Nuan's hair. Nuan surveyed the shabby hut, resigned to helping He Xuan clean and prepare for their stay. Meanwhile, He Mu observed her son assisting his wife, her heart heavy with concern. Yet she felt unable to voice her worries after He Xuan's earlier admonition. In her frustration, she glanced about, her gaze landing on her youngest son laboring with a shovel. And her pent-up anger surged. Suddenly, she stood up and quickly made her way toward He Xuan. Third aunt is looking for trouble, Li remarked, gesturing toward He Xuan with a sigh of resignation. He Nan, noticing the scene, saw his mother approaching He Xuan with a forced smile, and he could not help but sigh deeply, turning to Li. Leave third aunt be, she will not heed our words. We, the younger generation, can only continue with our tasks. They still had much to prepare, and having secured a place to stay, they were determined to enjoy a proper meal that evening. However, upon observing the frail figure of He Xuan, it is evident that he has endured considerable hunger. Even during routine inquiries, the presence of others is scarce, as he is said to be recuperating in the courtyard due to his frail health. Yet, despite such weakness, it seems unreasonable to confine a half-grown child to the most remote courtyard. Throughout her many years since marrying into the He family, Li has seldom witnessed He Mu visiting He Xuan's quarters. No matter how one might rationalize this, Li understands that the He family does not hold the second son of the Prime Minister's residence in high regard. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters. Each family ought to live their own lives well. In this brief moment, Li has already assessed He Xuan's standing within this household. Meanwhile, He Xuan watches as his mother approaches with a beaming smile, instantly recognizing her tendency to seek trouble when there is none. Even though he is aware of her ill intentions as a dutiful son, he must step forward to greet her. He wonders why she cannot simply rest instead of tiring herself out with unnecessary visits. He gazes at her with a calm demeanor as her smile falters upon hearing his words, stirring discontent within her. Indeed, one can despise a person, yet still expect to be regarded with importance. She wishes for He Xuan to assist her eldest son, quelling her displeasure as she feigns concern. I came to see if you require anything, she states, her smile re-emerging as if to mask her true feelings. There is nothing of great importance here. You should return and rest well. He Xuan expresses a desire to remain uninvolved in his mother's affairs, merely wishing to lead his own life without entanglement and family squabbles. I am well enough. It is just my hands that lack strength. If there is nothing pressing, perhaps you might assist your elder brother instead. Before He Xuan can interject, she continues, your elder brother is overwhelmed with household duties and packing. I see he is quite fatigued. You have your wife to care for you here. Before she can finish, Nuan, overhearing this, cannot help but chuckle. After much effort to restore her husband's health, is she now expected to send him off to toil? She responds without hesitation, do not worry. I sent either your sister-in-law to look after him. If you are truly concerned, do ensure he visits a physician at the next town to avoid falling ill on the journey. Nuan smiles gently, yet her warmth sends a chill through Emil. There is no need for you to fret about my husband, though his health is delicate. I shall take good care of him. She feigns shyness, further vexing Emil. I observe that your elder brother is in good health, unlike my husband, who struggles for breath with each step. It is said that our He family values brotherly affection. Perhaps your elder brother could lend a hand to He Xuan. Nuan pretends to assist He Xuan, her insinuation clear. Your eldest son is thriving, yet you wish for my ailing husband to care for him? How shameless. Nuan does not intend to let him move off easily, continuing her sarcasm. Is your visit merely out of concern for my husband? Her hopeful gaze meets Emu's, leaving her speechless. Was her intention not to have her younger son aid the elder? How did it transform into a display of maternal worry for her younger son? However, with Nuan's words hanging in the air, she has no choice but to follow suit. When Emu departs, she is left bewildered, pondering whether something has gone awry. The onlookers from the first and second households, having silently observed the exchange, find amusement in He Mu's defeated return. They had initially perceived He Xuan as a mere frail figure, hiding away in his dilapidated courtyard, but now they realize that his wife possesses a formidable character. He Chi-Feng glances at his bewildered daughter-in-law, shaking his head in resignation. I understand you harbor no fondness for the second son, but do not seek to trouble him. Let the couple manage their own affairs. After saying this, he nonchalantly assists his eldest son. Chapter 22. Visitors to the village. Father, what brings you here? You should return to rest. I can manage on my own. He Guang, observing his father lending a hand, offers an exasperated plea. I am not yet incapable of work. Having more hands to help is beneficial, allowing you to rest sooner. He Qingfeng, regarding his eldest son with pride, appreciates his dedication. This is the son he hopes will inherit his legacy, yet he never anticipated that moving to the border town would burden him. He Guang, upon hearing his father's words, no longer protests, his pace quickening as he works. The more he accomplishes, the less his father must do. I thought your mother would refrain from seeking trouble. Yet it seems she cannot escape her nature, Nuan remarks with a hint of exasperation as she observes He Xuan. The bias of a mother often leads her to trouble the less favored son, seeking to bolster the eldest. It is a humorous thought. Yet such parents abound in the world, perpetually unbalanced in their affections. He Xuan, witnessing Nuan's rolling eyes, can only shake his head in resignation. It seems your mother lacks wisdom. If she comes again, simply send her away. Our true concern should be the Prime Minister. I cannot discern his current intentions. His position is not one to be taken lightly. He Xuan gestures toward the busy He Xuan. I suspect he is not a benevolent man. Nuan agrees. Perceiving He Xuan as a calculating individual, though she has not interacted with him extensively, his treatment of He Xuan speaks volumes, despite He Xuan's premature birth. Nurturing him properly could have yielded better outcomes. Instead, He Xuan allows He Xuan to languish in obscurity, reinforcing Nuan's belief that he is not a good father. As He Xuan witnesses Nuan's unwavering support, he gently reassures her, "Let us not linger on this. Focus on your work. I shall prepare a meal for you shortly." He affectionately ruffles her hair. "Please refrain from messing with my hair. I cannot style it properly." Nuan feels her locks becoming disheveled and playfully nudges his large hand away. "I can help you with that," He Xuan replies, tousling her hair once more before darting off to continue his tasks. By the time Nuan reacts, her hair has completely unraveled, leaving her to glare at He Xuan as he busies himself with work. As a group prepares to cook and wash up, a stranger suddenly arrives at the long quiet courtyard. Hearing the commotion, the group becomes tense. "Eldest, go see who is at the door," He Xuan instructs, his tone cautious. "Yes, father," He Xuan replies. Moving slowly toward the entrance, he finds a young woman in tattered clothing, cautiously observing them. "Aunt, may I ask what brings you here?" He Xuan maintains his guard despite her gender. "I only wish to inquire where you hail from," the woman responds, her face alight with hope. He Xuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze, realizes the impropriety of conversing alone with a woman. He glances helplessly at his wife, who, understanding the situation, steps forward to assist. "We come from the capital. Circumstances have become untenable there, and we seek to return home to make a living." Huang Fei gazed at the helpless woman with a radiant smile. Due to their urgent journey, everyone was clad in coarse linen garments. Donning fine silk attire would likely render them targets for bandits. Upon hearing that they hailed from the capital, the woman at the doorway felt a flicker of hope in her eyes. "May I inquire if there is a person named Jean Duo from Huzhou in the capital?" "He has gone to take the imperial examination," she asked Huang Fei with a hint of anticipation. Huang Fei, originally a sheltered young lady who later married into the Prime Minister's household, was at a loss regarding the names of men in such circles. However, faced with the woman's hopeful gaze, she hesitated to admit her ignorance. She turned to He Xuan for assistance. "I am not well versed in the matters of the capital, but I can assure you that there is no official by the name of Jean Duo, at least none of notable status," He Xuan replied after pondering briefly. To their surprise, the woman became agitated upon hearing this. "My husband said he would return after the examination to bring my mother and me to the capital. Why has he not come back yet?" Tears streamed from her vacant eyes. He Xuan observed the increasingly frantic woman with caution. Huang Fei, attempting to console her, suggested, "Perhaps he is not yet famous. Surely he will achieve renown in time." The woman erupted in wrath. "How could that be? My husband is an exceptionally talented individual." The sudden outburst startled Huang Fei, causing her to retreat several steps, while He Xuan hurried to steady her. The woman, trembling, glanced back at the house before walking away, tears still flowing. The onlookers remained stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama as the protagonist departed. "What just happened?" He Xuan inquired, observing the woman's frenzied demeanor. "I have no idea. She asked if I knew Jean Duo, and I merely stated that I did not recognize the name." "I did not expect her to react so strongly," He Xuan replied. "If the villagers were to find out, they might think we have wronged her," Wang Han remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he watched the departing figure. "We should not concern ourselves with such matters. They have no bearing on us. Especially since we must focus on our own safety," He Xuan responded, glancing at the departing woman with a furrowed brow. "If more villagers approach, let's avoid any unnecessary trouble." He turned to return as their own affairs remained unresolved, prompting a collective sigh of resignation from the others. Meanwhile, Huang Fei observed the woman's retreat with a sense of unease. She turned to He Xuan, confusion etched on her face. "I feel that something is amiss. Yet I cannot pinpoint what it is." After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to continue her tasks. Nearby, He Xuan and Nuan exchanged knowing glances, their silent communication yielding a shared smile before resuming their work. In another part of the dwelling, the heads of the third household convened. After a brief respite, He Xuan suggested, "Let us depart early tomorrow. I sense there is something off about that woman." He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his brothers. Although the woman appeared pitiable, there was a chilling glint in her eyes that raised his suspicions. He Xuan understood his brother's concerns immediately. The trio, seasoned in the intricacies of officialdom, were not easily deceived. "Let us rest tonight and hasten our departure at dawn," He Xuan agreed, feeling a weight lifted from his chest. He had feared they might linger longer than necessary. "Is it not possible to capture her? I am in agony. I require blood," a grotesque man snarled, shaking the woman before him. His demeanor was frenzied, akin to a rabid beast, and his eyes bore into her throat with a predatory hunger. My husband, please wait. There are too many people around. It is not wise to act now. If you cannot bear it any longer, you may drink my blood, the woman pleaded, her heart aching for the man. As she quickly rolled up her sleeve, her pallid arm revealed a multitude of scars, each bite marked deep enough to expose bone, indicating a brutal desperation. I cannot wait any longer, not even for a moment, the man growled, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the outside world. He had transformed into a monster and felt his time was running out. He needed to bring others down with him. Please, my husband, wait. I will have my chance. I promise I will bring everyone back, the woman implored, fearful of the consequences if he were to reveal himself to the villagers. Tomorrow, I may not see anyone. Or perhaps they will escape. The man's eyes blazed with fury, as if he could devour her whole. That will not happen. I have observed the skies. It is dark and surely rain will come. They will not travel in such weather. Just give me time and I will find a way, the woman assured him. Desperation lacing her words. The man, noticing her panic, approached her with a gentle smile, embracing her tightly. My dear, all of this is for our child. Imagine if I recover, we shall have a strong child together. Then you can find a legitimate reason for me to emerge from this darkness and live openly with you. I will take the imperial examination and earn a title for you, granting you endless wealth and honor. We will plant fruit trees in our yard and provide our child with a swing. Everything we do now is for our child, he fervently convinced her. The woman, seemingly swayed, began to repeat, everything I do now is for our child. Gradually, her fear subsided, and as she continued to affirm her resolve, her gaze hardened, fixating on the dilapidated house where the He family resided. Everything we do now is for our child, she echoed, her determination solidifying under the man's influence. Meanwhile, He Xuan, observing the woman's mental state, retracted his focus, realizing why he had felt something was off. Nuan looked at He Xuan, who had just opened his eyes, then turned her gaze towards the He family at a distance, voicing her concerns. What is happening? What's wrong? Nuan asked, noting the troubled expression on He Xuan's face. He had faced many adversities, yet this time felt different. I fear if I tell you, you may not sleep tonight. He Xuan hesitated, reluctant to burden his delicate wife. I have faced storms and turbulence before. What could possibly frighten me? I have encountered the undead, he sighed deeply. It is not your fear that concerns me, it is your potential reaction to confront that man. He leaned in closer, whispering to her, as Nuan absorbed his words. An unsettling feeling grew within her. The emergence of such circumstances in the apocalypse was one thing, but to encounter them in ancient times was unexpected. Should we intervene? She pondered aloud, uncertain of their course of action. They were already struggling to protect themselves, and any involvement might draw unwelcome attention from higher authorities. Fear not. It appears they intend to act against us, and we must not let them go unchallenged, He Xuan replied resolutely. He Xuan understood his wife's intentions, indeed. The He family needed to avoid unforeseen events for the time being. As night fell, he intended to weave his mental threads around that woman, assessing whether there were formidable individuals in the village who could teach her a lesson before sending her to the abyss. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards the dilapidated house. However, he decided to assist her with her recovery later. Nuan was aware of He Xuan's thoughts, and with her by his side, even if his mental energy was depleted, she could timely reconnect with his heart's pulse. Though she consented to He Xuan's plan, she couldn't help but express her concerns repeatedly, reminding him that his body had yet to fully recuperate. Should he exert his mental threads for an extended period to control others, it would undoubtedly harm himself, and he must act within his limits. Since Nuan became aware of He Xuan's desire to control that woman, she treated him as a fragile porcelain doll, urging him to sit quietly without engaging in any tasks. It's not that serious. Just relax, He Xuan reassured, observing his wife's anxious demeanor. Although he didn't take the matter to heart, he was unable to resist the warm swelling in his chest, realizing that in this time and space, only his wife cared for him, and they were all each other had left. Listening to Nuan's persistent admonitions, He Xuan responded dutifully, never growing weary of her concerns. As night enveloped the village, the seemingly frail woman approached the crumbling courtyard with a fierce glint in her eyes. He Xuan sensed the fluctuation of mental threads outside and opened his eyes wide. He swiftly inserted his mental threads into the woman's psyche, guiding her away from the village towards a stone hut, the residence of an old hunter, which now housed only a father and son. Upon reaching the food, the dimly lit room still flickered with candlelight as the woman gently knocked on the door. It was the old hunter who answered. Upon recognizing a familiar face from the village, he relaxed. Yet, seeing the young woman made him hesitant to inquire further, as he was the only man left in the household. Jin's daughter-in-law, what brings you here at such a late hour? The old hunter asked from a distance, his tone cautious as if the woman were a fierce predator. The woman managed a stiff smile. I need to borrow something from you. as it's something only you possess. What is it? He inquired. I need to borrow 500 when we run out of rice for cooking at home. And I had no choice but to come to you, she lamented, her voice tinged with desperation. It's no trouble at all. I'll go inside and get it for you, the old hunter replied, turning without a second thought. However, as he turned, the woman swiftly approached from behind and struck him down. As the old hunter's consciousness faded, he thought to himself, how careless of me. That Jin's daughter-in-law has quite the strength. He never anticipated that anyone would dare to take advantage of him, a man devoid of wealth or charm. And yet here he was, caught off guard. He Xuan directed Jin's daughter-in-law to carry the old hunter to the Jin family's cellar, loosely tying him up and leaving him aside. After all, the old hunter was unconscious. How could the narrative progress without the main character awake? In his mind, He Xuan acknowledged that perhaps he had been too heavy-handed. It doesn't matter, he mused. The other protagonist remains asleep, snoring like a pig. This was hardly the old hunter's fault. His age had diminished his sleep quality. Now, suddenly rendered unconscious, he deemed it a perfect opportunity to catch up on rest. Thus the old hunter snored heartily in the cellar. The disruptive noise of his snoring went unnoticed by the three still in slumber, leaving He Xuan in a state of bemusement. Do they not realize the gravity of their situation? How can they sleep so soundly? Monitoring them was draining his mental energy. Were it not for his concern that the man and Jin's daughter-in-law might awaken and harm the old hunter, He Xuan would have withdrawn his mental threads. For now, he could only maintain this standoff, hoping the old hunter would awaken soon. Regardless of how fervently He Xuan wished and thought, the old hunter's sleep was remarkably deep, lasting until the next morning. When He Xuan saw the old hunter finally rouse, he breathed a sigh of relief. Had he remained unconscious any longer, He Xuan would have reached his limit. His wife had painstakingly restored her health, and he had engaged in some covert actions. Feeling as if his very essence had been depleted, the old hunter gradually regained his senses, grumbling about his discomfort. How could I have slept so poorly? This old bed is dreadful. As he opened his eyes, the old hunter instinctively reached for his foggy head only to realize he was bound. It was then that the events of the previous night flooded back to him. A seasoned hunter like himself had fallen victim to a mere woman. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the young woman and a gaunt man lying nearby. What could their intentions be in binding him? Did the young woman truly harbor an interest in him? It was no wonder, considering Jin Duoduo had left so many years ago. Meanwhile, Jin Duoduo and Jin's daughter-in-law remained asleep, while the man suddenly awoke, kicking the young woman off the bed. Didn't I instruct you to capture those children passing through? Where are they? He snarled. Husband, I have brought them back. They are tied up over there, Jin's daughter-in-law replied, quickly trying to pacify him as she gestured toward the old hunter. As they turned, they found the old hunter watching them, motionless. Jin Duoduo. You are Jin Duoduo. Didn't you go to the capital for your exams? How did you end up here? The old hunter exclaimed in astonishment. The entire village knew that Jin Duoduo had left for the capital 3 years ago and never returned. Everyone believed he had become a high-ranking official, forsaking the impoverished women of the village. Why then did he appear so emaciated, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition? However, the old hunter's words failed to capture Jin Duoduo's and Jin's daughter-in-law's attention. Upon realizing that his wife had brought back the old hunter, Jin Duoduo's ire intensified. I instructed you to capture the children staying in the village, and you return with this old skeleton? He shouted angrily, throwing the old hunter to the ground. I've grown tired of this old carcass. I crave the flesh of children and their blood. As he spoke, a savage light gleamed in his eyes, as if food lay just within reach. The old hunter, overhearing Jin Duoduo's words, felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, Jin Duoduo had been hiding in the village for quite some time. Years ago, before heading to the capital for his exams, villagers often noted that transient guests were seen entering the Jin household, yet they always vanished by the following day without a trace. With no one to complain, the villagers ceased to investigate. Yet, history has a way of repeating itself. A couple residing in the dilapidated temple had raised alarms when the woman disappeared, leaving her husband frantic. Ultimately, all suspicions pointed to the Jin family. Initially, they had intended to search the Jin household to clear their names, but the next day, the husband also vanished. With the primary victim gone, no one pursued the matter any further. However, the village's perception of the Jin family had soured, and had it not been for Jin Duoduo studying in the academy, the villagers would likely have turned their backs entirely on them. In the end, with Jin Duoduo gone to the capital, only two remained in the Jin family, the old matriarch, who was often incoherent, and the village had long ceased to take notice of them. It seems that they initially intended to reach out to the people in the dilapidated temple, but perhaps due to an excess of witnesses, they turned their claws upon themselves. As for the villagers who had gone missing, one need not ponder long to ascertain their fate. These two rascals actually contemplated feasting upon their own flesh and drinking their blood. It would depend on whether they would consent to such a fate. The old hunter, observing the fierce struggle between the two members of the Jin family, hastily untied the ropes binding him. He approached and swiftly bound the two weaklings together, knowing that he could not allow them to escape. He tied them into a bundle. Meanwhile, He Xuan, who had been silently monitoring the situation, finally closed his eyes to rest, relieved that the matter had been resolved. Once the old hunter had dealt with the two nuisances, he finally remembered to assess the cellar. Upon inspection, he was immediately overcome with nausea. How many lives have these two wretches claimed? The old hunter looked at the neatly arranged skulls and kicked the pair in frustration. There were nearly 20 skulls of varying sizes. Had it not been for his own skills, he might have become one of them. On another side, an array of dried meats was displayed, and being a hunter, he recognized at a glance that these were not ordinary animal jerky, given what he had just witnessed. The nature of this meat was all too clear. He also discovered a jar of medicine on a nearby table, which bore a somewhat faded label, suggesting that it had been there for quite some time. As he leaned in closer, he discerned a character that read bewitch. He pondered over Jean Duod's pale complexion, which indicated that she had not seen sunlight in a long while. With only Jin's wife wandering outside, it was hard to believe that she could possibly be responsible for so many deaths. Without further ado, the hunter climbed up from the cellar and made his way into the village, deciding it was best to leave this matter to the villagers to resolve. Meanwhile, He Xuan had barely closed his eyes for a moment when the rest of the He family began to stir. He Xuan clapped his hands twice in the main hall, urging, "Everyone, quickly prepare some food. Once we've eaten, we must continue our journey. Half of autumn has already passed. We must make haste." After speaking, he began to gather his belongings. Nuan, witnessing the dark circles under He Xuan's eyes, felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. Why bother with all this? We'll deal with things as they come. Despite her words, she reached out to his wrist. In her eyes, other matters were irrelevant. If she wished to extend her kindness, she must first possess the strength to protect herself, thus allowing her the capacity to meddle in others' affairs. "I have worked hard to restore your health, and now you look like this after just one night." Slowly, she channeled her energy into He Xuan. As she felt his breath gradually stabilize, she ceased the flow of energy. Watching him sleep peacefully, she hurried to prepare a meal, keen to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. Half an hour later, the He family was ready to depart from the village. As Nuan glanced back at the village upon leaving, she noticed the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking, giving the impression of a serene and tranquil locale. Yet, they were oblivious to the sordid secrets hidden within, concealed from all. Meanwhile, the old hunter rushed to the village chief's house to urgently convey the shocking news. Several nearby households had also overheard the grim tale. Upon hearing about the skulls hidden in the cellar, the others instinctively recalled their own mysteriously vanished children, their panic overwhelming their fear. A large group followed the village chief into the dilapidated cellar, as none dared enter alone. The old hunter led the village chief and his entourage to the Jin family's cellar. This Jin lad had not gone to the capital for the examination at all. Instead, he had been secretly hiding at home. "You would not believe how many skulls are piled up of various sizes," the old hunter said, patting his chest in a display of fear. Having lived in the village for so many years, he never expected this Jin boy to extend his grasp to himself. He resolved to confront him later about why he would target someone from the same village. A timid woman, upon seeing the array of skulls, let out a piercing scream. "I thought Uncle Chun was exaggerating, but it seems to be true. Thank goodness my child is safe. I fear the missing children in the village might be the work of the Jin family." An onlooker pointed at the skulls, claiming, "It does seem likely. That Jin lad left 3 years ago, and whenever outsiders stayed in the village, the next day, they would vanish without a trace. I always thought they left early, but perhaps they fell victim to this Jin boy's malice." Another nosy villager pointed at the Jin boy, and they exchanged knowing glances, as if they had unraveled the entire story. Indeed, sometimes when outsiders are absent, village children inexplicably go missing. "I fear this child has met a grim fate at the hands of these two," lamented an elderly woman with a deep sigh. They had all believed that the village children were merely abducted, holding on to a flicker of hope, but now it seemed that hope was extinguished. The village chief, already anxious, became increasingly agitated upon hearing the old woman's ambiguous words. "All right, enough of the noise," he bellowed to silence the crowd. The villagers, eager to learn more, complied and quieted down. Those who had lost children felt their legs go weak upon hearing the old woman's words. And now the chief's furious shout left them paralyzed on the ground. "Ashing, go fetch those two beasts for me. I intend to question them thoroughly about their actions." "You need not be so pessimistic. We are all from the same village, and I refuse to believe he could commit such atrocities," the chief declared, his eyes ablaze with anger. Such heinous acts had never occurred in their village before. Cannibalism, how could anyone stoop so low? Families who had lost children felt a glimmer of hope at the chief's words. their dim eyes suddenly shining with possibility. Perhaps their children had merely been abducted, not devoured. The crowd looked mournfully as the Jean couple was dragged forth like dead dogs. An elderly woman trembled as she rushed towards Jean Duo, pleading, "I beg you. Tell me where my boy is. I implore you, as an old woman, just tell me." In a fit of madness, Jean Duo replied, "I've forgotten where your son's remains are, but I assure you, there are bones in that cellar that belong to your child. You can find them yourself." "Oh. And what about Grandma Yang's beloved granddaughter? I wonder how she is faring." Jean Duo paused for effect, relishing the despair on Grandma Yang's face, and smiled with glee. "And dear sister-in-law, your little son's bones are still beneath my cellar. If you search closely, you are bound to find them. The shiniest one is certainly his." Jean Duo grinned at his sister-in-law, knowing full well that she held her son in the highest regard. "You can't possibly believe that your son was abducted while going to the market, can you? Have you ever considered that it could have been my wife who took him?" He cackled maniacally, his laughter echoing as he faced the crowd surrounding him. "What nonsense are you spouting? My child was clearly taken by a villain at the market." "How could that be?" Jin's sister-in-law, already in poor health, felt her strength draining as she began to falter. She refused to accept the idea that her son had vanished from this world, unwilling to believe that harm could come from his own kin. The thought of her little boy's fear as he left tugged painfully at her heart. The more she reminisced, the more anguish she felt, and despite her frail state, she struggled to rise, lunging at Jean Duo with a ferocity that sent waves of terror through the villagers. In the end, however, she found a sense of resolution. If they were aware of the horrific fate that befell their child, they would undoubtedly seek to exact vengeance upon this wretch. The gaze they now cast upon Jean Duo has transformed from one of humanity to that of a beast. The villagers, in a flurry of activity, restrained Sister Jean, attempting to console her with words of calm, urging her to consider that perhaps this fiend is merely deceiving her. Yet, those present understood the unlikelihood of such a notion. Years prior, Jean Duo aspired to become a scholar, yet squandered his family's wealth on frivolous pursuits with his fellow scholars. Despite this, he clung to the belief in his own exceptional abilities, refusing to relent. Chapter 28. The aftermath. Jean Lauda, however, was unwilling to lend him any funds. He was acutely aware of his younger brother's favoritism by their late parents, who had indulged him with unrealistic expectations of success. Jean Duo, having depleted their family's resources for merriment with friends, was insatiable in his demands for more. With their parents deceased, the two families had naturally split, and Jean Lauda was preoccupied with caring for his own household, unwilling to finance the education of his inept younger brother. Upon hearing of a remedy that could guarantee his success in the scholarly examinations, Jean Duo cunningly concealed himself within the village under the pretense of preparing for the trip to the capital, while orchestrating the murder of those who stayed in his home. How could a defenseless woman possibly achieve such a feat? Alas, it is all a tragedy. Sister Jean, consumed by rage, charged forward with the intent to avenge her son against Jean Duo. "I believe I have done no wrong by you and your brother. So why must you act against your own nephew? He is your blood." After being restrained by the crowd, she turned her fury upon Jean Duo. He regarded her, the very same woman who had once denied him alone, with a twisted smile spreading across his face. "How could you possibly justify your actions? I was destined to succeed, yet you refused to support me, choosing instead to squander my resources on that child. If you deny me my rise to greatness, I shall ensure your loss of him. Ha ha ha. My actions are only just." His derisive laughter echoed throughout the village, and though the sun blazed brightly overhead, a chilling dread enveloped all present. "First, imprison these two beasts. I shall confer with the clan leader before we proceed with the interrogation." The village chief then turned to the old hunter beside him, gently patting his shoulder. "Old Zhang, I appreciate your efforts. Please lead a group to see if there are any survivors below." The old hunter, resigned, replied, "It is my duty. I can only hope." He understood the futility of the situation. If survivors existed, these two would not have risked their lives to bind themselves. Regardless, they believed they could overpower him. Though the villagers had been somewhat prepared for the grim news, the sight of the cellar strewn with corpses was enough to induce nausea. A murderer had lurked among them, scheming at every moment. As the villagers recognized familiar garments, the grim conclusion became apparent. The ancestral hall had already commenced its judgment of Jean Duo. Though aside from the clan leader and a few elders, the others remained oblivious to the discussions that transpired within those sacred walls. No one knew the fate that awaited Jean Duo and his wife. Meanwhile, Jean Lauda, who had been tirelessly searching for his son, would soon arrive. Upon witnessing his weary visage, the villagers unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Jean Duo. Later, the village chief escorted Jean Duo and his wife from the village, cautioning the others to keep their lips sealed to protect the reputation of the remaining villagers. Self-interest reigned, and the villagers complied, silencing their tongues. The escort consisted of those who had suffered at Jean Duoduo's hands. The uninformed villagers believed they were merely ensuring he did not escape. Such was the depth of their hatred for him. The village chief led Jean Duoduo deep into the mountains, observing the silence of those accompanying him with a heavy sigh. I leave the rest to you. How you proceed is beyond my concern. I shall wait here for 1 hour. Do not tarry. With that, he turned his back, no longer gazing upon Jean Duoduo. Time swiftly passed, and when the villagers reappeared before the chief, their garments bore the unmistakable stains of blood. Now that the matter is settled, cleanse yourselves of the evidence before returning to the village. You are to say that while crossing Wolf Mountain, you encountered wild wolves and could not escape. No one must speak a word of the truth, the chief whispered. Although the villagers harbored doubts about the chief's narrative, they remained indifferent, as none of their families had been harmed by Jean Duoduo. Their concern lay solely in their own lives, not the fate of others. Despite their indifference, the villagers could not help but speculate about the grim end that befell Jean Duoduo and his wife, especially given the strength of their motives. It was curious that only these two perished on Wolf Mountain. Gradually, they faded from the village's collective memory, occasionally mentioned but swiftly replaced by silence. The elders, recalling the events, would curse the couple, but for the sake of the village's reputation, they allowed their demise to go unnoticed in the depths of the forest. This knowledge weighed heavily on him, for it was a betrayal to the families who had lost their children. Chapter 29, The Perilous Mountains Unbeknownst to them. How others would handle the situation remained a mystery. Nuan gazed toward the village. Do not concern yourself with them. I have implanted a mental pressure upon those two. Should they fail to address their actions in due time, this pressure will be their reckoning. He Xuan replied nonchalantly, to be honest, people like Jean Duoduo are far too common. Do not dwell on it. He Xuan disliked the troubled expression on Nuan's face and gently smoothed her furrowed brow. He had witnessed her frown too many times. Yet, despite his desire to soothe her, he felt utterly powerless. Very well, I understand, Nuan remarked. Feeling the warm touch of his hand on her forehead, she turned to him with a faint smile. Seeing Nuan return to her usual self, He Xuan refrained from broaching the heavy topic again, instead gently holding her small hand. Observing He Xuan's pale complexion, Nuan admonished. You must refrain from using your abilities for the next few days. Rest well. If you were to perish early, I would find several handsome men to flaunt my love before your grave, just to vex you. Nuan continued to fuss over He Xuan, yet the silence from him left her feeling unsettled. Growing frustrated, she squeezed his hand tightly, successfully bringing his attention back to the present. Did you remember all I said? If you dare to use your powers in secret again, I will not be lenient. He Xuan, gazing at his devoted wife, felt a swell of joy within him. He cherished her concern deeply. With a tender grip on her hand, he softly replied, Understood, my dear wife. For reasons unknown, upon uttering those words, an unspoken connection formed between them, and they walked in serene silence, unbothered by the world around them. The He family traveled for several days. During a midday rest, He Xuan stood high above, surveying the group as he declared, At our current pace, we shall reach the perilous mountains by this afternoon. Remain vigilant. This region is rife with bandits. In the afternoon, upon reaching the Wanzhong Mountains, one must pass through the canyon swiftly without dawdling. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you, understood? He Xuan elevated his voice slightly as he spoke. In previous years, when they returned home to honor their ancestors, they were protected by a multitude of guards, which deterred the mountain bandits from attacking. However, their current situation was vastly different. If they wished to reach the border town safely, the Wanzhong Mountains posed a significant threat. After delivering his message, He Xuan went to rest, knowing that maintaining a heightened state of alertness was essential for traversing the Wanzhong Mountains. Seizing the opportunity of the midday break, he resolved to rest for as long as possible. Beside him, He Xuan absorbed his words. He realized that he had never returned to the border town for ancestral worship, leaving him somewhat ignorant of the dangers along the way. Observing He Xuan's gaze fixed intently on the Wanzhong Mountains, Nuan understood that he was harboring some mischievous thoughts. He Xuan contemplated whether he should secretly use his mental energy to scout the area around the Wanzhong Mountains for any hidden ambushes. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you particularly eager to see if anyone is lying in wait for us in the Wanzhong Mountains? Without a moment's hesitation, He Xuan replied, yes. However, by the time he realized the implications of his words, they had already reached Nuan's ears. He Xuan immediately sensed trouble. His wife was likely upset. Indeed, Nuan was displeased. He Xuan's health was already precarious. Had it not been for her wood element accompanying him, he might not have survived their wedding night. She had devoted herself to revitalizing his frail body, continuously tending to his injuries. Yet, mere moments after cautioning him against the reckless use of his mental energy, He was now contemplating sneaky explorations of the Wanzhong Mountains. Anyone else would have been infuriated, but Nuan, with her boundless patience, began to ponder whether she owed He Xuan something. Reflecting upon it, she acknowledged that she indeed owed him. She cared not for the life or death of others. Her sole concern was for his well-being. With bandits looming, if she could not fend them off, how could she ensure the safety of the multitude accompanying them? Nuan grasped He Xuan's hand tightly. If escape was impossible, they would have only this choice. I cannot bear to lose you again, Nuan said, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at He Xuan. He Xuan, witnessing her emotional turmoil, felt a wave of heartache. He was acutely aware of the deep hurt his previous revelations had inflicted upon her, not physical, but emotional. He gently enveloped her in his arms, soothingly patting her arm. This time, I will not let you face this alone. Even in death, I shall take you with me. I will heed your every wish, whatever you command. I shall obey, he whispered softly in her ear. Pink bubbles of affection surrounded them. Yet, Nuan, lost in thought, suddenly blurted out. Are you afraid I might take a pretty boy to visit your grave? The pink bubbles burst, and He Xuan, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, Nuan. Are you allergic to romance? Why, at such a moment, could you not simply express your feelings? You drive me to exasperation. His years of restraint as a ghost shattered in an instant. Realizing her lack of romantic sensibility, Nuan smiled sheepishly and offered her apologies. Though He Xuan had been annoyed, witnessing her contrite demeanor melted away any lingering anger. While I understand your safety concerns, I still wish for you to refrain from using your mental energy recklessly. It is detrimental to your health. You must recover fully before resuming your cultivation of mental energy. Your wounds have yet to heal, and you cannot afford to reopen them. Nuan began to gently chide him. He cared not for anyone's life or death. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. The fates of others meant little to them. Their martial prowess was sufficient to deter the mountain bandits. After lunch, the group prepared to set out. As they approached the entrance of the Wanzhong Mountains, He Xuan gathered everyone, intending to pass through swiftly. True to his expectations, they moved quickly through the canyon, but their plans were interrupted by a frail young woman. Esteemed gentlemen, I implore you, please save me, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she cast a pleading gaze at He Xuan, her enchanting allure occasionally directed at the men in the crowd. Her sorrowful demeanor could have melted the heart of any decent man. However, Nuan remained detached from the other sentiments, contemplating the young woman's intentions. Yet, He Xuan was unperturbed by her plight, resolved to push through. The family men merely frowned slightly, but steadfastly followed He Xuan's lead. Although the women of the He family felt pity for the young woman, they were swayed by the unwavering determination in their men's expressions. Miss, please step aside. You are obstructing our path, He Xuan stated bluntly. Yes, do not hinder our journey home. He Xuan's younger brother, He Xuan, quickly echoed. The others remained silent. Observing the exchange, the young woman, realizing that He Xuan and his companions were not easily moved, felt frustration swell within her. How could they ignore her when she was such a beautiful damsel in distress? She had successfully ensnared countless men with her feigned vulnerability. Doubts crept into her mind about her allure, perhaps her charm had waned? As she wrestled with her self-doubt, she continued her act. My family has fallen victim to the mountain bandits, and I alone managed to escape. I beseech you, noble sirs, please save me, she implored, her voice dripping with pathos. I shall forever remember your kindness and will be at your service for all your needs. With that, she feigned wiping away tears. Finally, He Xuan could no longer hold his tongue. If you are aware of the bandits' presence, why do you block our passage? It seems you are not as innocent as you claim, he retorted, his brow furrowed. If you do not move aside, we shall have no choice but to act. He Xuan's words were firm as he prepared to advance. The young woman, seeing that He Xuan and his companions remained unfazed, decided to resort to her ultimate tactic. In the past, her display of vulnerability had compelled men to engage with her. With time on her side, she could easily ensnare these unsuspecting gentlemen. She envisioned dragging the oblivious men into her lair to torment them for days on end. As the group observed He Xuan approaching to seize the young woman, she suddenly shouted, "Help! Someone is assaulting me." He Xuan was taken aback by her outcry. Yet, He Xuan and Nuan immediately understood she was signaling to the bandits. They exchanged a knowing glance, and He Xuan intended to warn their companions. Hurry, we must leave. This woman is signaling to the bandits. He Xuan quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Ignoring the woman sprawled on the ground, he urged the ox to gallop forward. The ox, startled by the whip, charged towards the woman. Realizing she had been discovered, she rolled away from the oncoming cart, ready to call for her mountain brethren to ambush the travelers. But before she could utter a word, He Xuan struck the woman on the head with a stone, causing her to collapse to the ground. Initially, he contemplated picking up the stone to deliver another blow. However, He Xuan, seated in the ox cart, shouted to He Xuan, urging him to depart without delay, warning that if the mountain bandits arrived, they would be unable to escape. He then cracked the whip over the yellow ox. Hearing this, He Xuan abandoned the notion of further violence, leaping back into the cart and departing with his family. The woman, lying on the ground, felt blood streaming down from her head and cast a malevolent glare at the retreating cart, vowing to not let these people escape unscathed. This was merely a border town. Once she healed, she would seek revenge on this family. While the woman was fortunate to evade He Xuan's additional attack, He Xuan, who followed closely, was not inclined to show mercy. He yanked the yellow ox's reins, forcing it to change direction, and the cart's wheels rolled directly over the woman's neck. The combined weight of the cargo and passengers distorted her neck, leaving her lifeless. Those witnessing He Xuan's actions were momentarily taken aback, as the yellow oxes behind them suddenly veered off course. The woman was utterly beyond saving. Nuan was astonished, exclaiming, "My husband, I thought the woman might escape. But it seems I underestimated the cunning of these ancient folk." "Do not underestimate the ingenuity of ancient people. They are formidable," He Xuan replied without turning his head. Approaching the entrance of the canyon, safety was just a quarter of an hour away. Suddenly, a few burly men emerged from the shadows, leisurely brandishing knives against their palms. Their faces twisted into menacing expressions, instilling fear among the He family women. The bandits eyed the beautiful women with avarice, contemplating how to abduct them for labor, while the most comely would be taken as a chief's wife, and the rest would serve as brides. Their excitement grew as they plotted how to deliver an intimidating speech. "This mountain is mine, this road. Alas, why do you not listen? You have inadvertently collided with someone." One bandit remarked nervously as they saw the others charge recklessly. "Shouldn't you first listen to our lines? Show some respect for my profession. It is terribly impolite of you to ignore our script," another added. The onlookers, bewildered by the bandits' madness, continued to drive their carts forward at an accelerated pace. If struck by the oxen, they feared for their lives. "Quickly dodge. The ox is about to collide. Why are these people unafraid of my knife?" This is a complete lack of understanding of the code of the martial world. At least they should stop to discuss matters, another bandit lamented. "Indeed, traveling far and wide. Who conducts business in this manner? We have asked you to stop, yet you continue to charge forward," a bandit scolded. "You've hurt me. I must report you to the authorities." "Wait, are you foolish? Do you not understand our identity? We are bandits," another man said as he scratched his head, sheepishly smiling. The bandits stood aside, watching the group pass through the canyon and into the distance. The passengers in the cart were stunned by the bandits' lack of cleverness. "My husband, how did they manage to evade all of them? I wanted to see whose prowess was greater, the mules or the bandits," Nuan lamented. "Do you genuinely believe these bandits to be brave? They are merely cowards. As long as you are fiercer than them, they will cower, revealing their weaknesses. At that moment, you will have the upper hand," He Xuan remarked, glancing scornfully at the complaining bandits. "If not for the frailty of his body, which could not withstand his mental exertion, those identities would perish here. If I am not mistaken, the woman in the canyon and the bandits at the entrance are likely connected," He Xuan mused. Nuan turned to the bandits, her mocking smile growing more pronounced. "I concur. I've never encountered such foolish bandits." He Xuan responded, "But you have encountered bandits before." Arriving at the border town, although the woman appeared delicate, her fierce demeanor while addressing the mountains revealed a lethal intent that set her apart from these imbeciles. The bandits at the canyon entrance were likely incapable of such brutality, merely robbing the weak. Watching the raucous bandits, He Xuan chuckled at Nuan's commentary. "They would be infuriated if they knew how you regarded them." He smiled wryly but continued, "Yet your analysis holds some truth." He, I share the sentiment. "I am undoubtedly the most intelligent in the world," Nuan replied, her pride swelling at the compliment. He Xuan, amused, shook his head. "I cannot ascertain if you are the wisest, but I know you are the most self-absorbed. In your vanity, you might as well forsake your visage." Offended, Nuan turned away, unwilling to engage further. He Xuan contemplated reaching for her hand, but she evaded his grasp. The He family, noticing the absence of pursuers, dismounted from the cart to run alongside it. The cart was heavily laden, and with everyone climbing aboard, it could not continue for long. The He family complied, jumping off the cart to flee, not daring to pause for even a moment, fearing that the bandits would catch up. They hurried throughout the afternoon, allowing those who grew weary to rest on the cart briefly before continuing. The two on the cart never dismounted, merely observing the He family, who had been running since noon, their clothes now drenched with sweat. They did not offer to let the exhausted travelers rest, and the others were too intimidated to ask. Two individuals appeared, ghostly pale, and even He's mother, who typically favored her eldest son, refrained from suggesting that He Xuan take a seat. The two were content to lag behind, leisurely maintaining pace with the group. Nuan, observing the frantic rush of the crowd, remarked, "These people are usually so clever. After such a long journey, if they were being pursued, they would have already been overtaken. However, if you look closely, the distance we covered today is equivalent to a day and a half. Indeed, motivation is necessary," Nuan mused, glancing at the path they had traversed. "I wonder when we shall arrive at the border town. I am weary of traveling from dawn till dusk," she lamented, gazing at the endless mountains ahead. "Looking at these mountains and trees day after day can become visually exhausting," Nuan sighed. He Xuan, noticing her discontent, replied, "Did they not say a few days ago that we would arrive in 2 or 3 days? At this pace, we should expect at least another day or two. Today, we surpassed half of yesterday's distance. If tomorrow proceeds similarly, we shall reach the border town in no time." As He Xuan predicted, 2 evenings later, the He family successfully arrived at their ancestral home, encountering no further disturbances beyond the earlier encounter with the foolish bandits. This reflects the thoughts of everyone except He Xuan and another person. Let us return to the ancestral home. We shall discuss other matters later. Upon their arrival at the old residence, He Xuan and his companion were taken aback by the absurdity of the grand estate. Despite being cast aside by the royal family, how could the emperor have permitted their return? Observing the opulence of the mansion, one could only marvel at how the local officials lived better than they did. The artificial hills and extravagant decorations were truly excessive. Once everyone was settled in, they washed away the fatigue of their journey and peacefully fell asleep. Nuan lay sprawled on the bed, reveling in the arrival of a beautiful life. "If only we could live separately," she mused. "I do not wish to be confined within these inner quarters for a lifetime, nor deal with all these meddlesome women in this grand house." Her frustration was palpable. He Xuan gently pulled her into his embrace, his hands wandering restlessly. "I know you well. You always yearn to escape. This house cannot contain you." Observing his wife's discontent, he felt a twinge of headache and wished for a straightforward separation from the family. If they could not achieve this openly, they might resort to some cunning means, as their relationship with their relatives was already strained, and they need not bear the burden of filial piety. Chapter 33. Truly unloving parents. They could purchase a modest courtyard outside and live their own lives there. He Xuan pondered the mindset of his original father's intentions. It seemed that the original self longed for parental love, yet every encounter with them was met with mockery or indifference, which was truly disheartening. Indeed, there exist parents who do not love their children, for they may favor others more. Yet, he too did not cherish this family, feeling no compulsion to contribute to it. He simply wished to lead a peaceful life with his beloved wife, free from calamity. Let us assess the situation first. If we can separate without strife, that would be ideal, as it would spare us the need to face hostility in this city, he remarked, glancing at his petite wife. In his heart, He Xuan would always bow to his wife, and anyone who dared to upset her would incur his wrath. "Fear not. When the time comes, everything will fall into place. I trust they shall not be pleased to see us." Nuan, gazing into He Xuan's dark eyes, felt compelled to offer comfort. He Qingfeng took the household registrations to the county office to report their arrival, urging the local officials to inform the new emperor that the once powerful He Xuan, now in their midst, had returned to the border town, requesting the emperor to lower his guard. In the afternoon, He Qingfeng returned with the household registrations and called for a family meeting. Observing the silent crowd before him, he said, "In the capital, our family thrived on mutual support due to shared interests. Now that we have returned to our ancestral home, I believe it is time for us to separate to avoid potential conflicts." No one voiced dissent, so he continued, "We can still collaborate, as we will need to maintain ties even after the separation." The heads of the various branches of the family pondered He Qingfeng's words. The third branch had already prepared for the worst during the power struggles of the new emperor, securing their own retreat. Given their substantial resources, there was no need for them all to remain in one old mansion. Moreover, the new emperor's suspicion towards the He family had never waned. Thus, separation seemed the wisest course. "My brothers, I have also considered this matter. Let us proceed with the separation. Each family shall retain their own belongings, and we can directly invite the clan elders from the border town to witness this division." He Qingrong, after contemplating the situation, readily agreed. "Since both elder brother and younger brother have consented, we of the second branch have no objections. We shall proceed as per elder brother's wishes." He Qingyan affirmed He Qingrong's proposal. Thus, the branches smoothly separated. He Qingfeng, holding the separation documents, let out a long sigh. While the He family's decline was partly due to the second branch, it was primarily a result of fear and mistrust towards them. He Feng had once basked in glory, and leaving the vortex of power was a relief. As he tucked the separation papers into his sleeve, he addressed the clan elders seated in the hall with measured gravity. Esteemed elders, I request that the third branch continue with its separation. The other elders were taken aback by He Feng's request and began to voice their concerns. If you merely separate one son, outsiders may misconstrue the situation and tarnish He Xuan's reputation. Eldest brother. As the saying goes, families do not separate while parents are alive. Our elders are still living, He Qingrong interjected, incredulous. Although He Xuan was not favored in the He family, a separation seemed excessive. Indeed, third brother, this may not be necessary, He Qingyan added, furrowing his brow. They were not well acquainted with He Xuan, but separating him might lead to gossip and scandal. From the side, He Xuan could not help but scoff at their meddling. Do not hinder this old man. Let him proceed. My wife is waiting for our separation so we can live our own lives. Who are you to interfere? He felt an urge to lash out at this meddlesome crowd. Thankfully, He Feng remained resolute. Eldest brother, second brother, I appreciate your concerns. But I have fought enough battles in my life. I do not wish to resolve conflicts between my two sons in my old age. It is better to separate now, preventing any conflicts of interest. He sighed softly, understanding the rationale behind his thoughts, yet he noticed the distant gaze of his second son, indicating a growing divide between them. Moreover, the last time his son had openly sought the household registrations from him, it was clear they had no intention of reconciling. He recognized that his sons had resolved to lead their independent lives. As their father, he felt it was his duty to maintain equilibrium and avoid an irrevocable rift between them. This was the last thing he could do. Furthermore, his wife seemed to favor the elder son. If she were to live with the younger, there was no telling what turmoil might ensue. Having resided in the prime minister's residence, they had lived separately, with little interaction beyond formalities. Now, they would be in close quarters, and if tensions escalated, it would be a difficult situation to manage. It was better to resolve matters at their roots from the outset. Chapter 34. Separation. Although the clan elders did not fully grasp He Feng's intentions, the members of the first and second branches understood his meaning well. He Xuan had never been favored in the prime minister's residence, living far from the main house. The same sentiment seemed to apply now, as their possessions would belong to each respective family. If the second son wished to remain in the old residence, he could, if he desired to move out. That was his prerogative. He Feng calmly articulated his thoughts. Hearing this, He Xuan could not suppress a bitter laugh. The familiar pattern persisted. Disregarding the hardships endured by the original self in the prime minister's residence, they had no surplus funds. His wife had come with little dowry, and they had been dispossessed. Even if they possessed some silver, it was hardly enough to sustain them. After such a long and arduous journey to procure supplies, one must ponder how much resources remain for the young couple. To claim that each family's provisions belong solely to them is to suggest an intention to abandon the two ailing individuals. The third brother. What are the retirement funds for you both? The clan elder, having long resided in the border town, is entirely unaware of the intricate dynamics within the prime minister's residence. He merely follows the customary procedure for distributing resources among the clan. We still possess some personal savings, thus we need not rely on their retirement funds. We shall discuss this when we grow old. Upon hearing this, the first and second households fell silent, realizing the harshness of the third brother's words. Their youngest son is frail and breathless with the slightest exertion, having journeyed in a sickly state during this migration. Should they divide the family in such a manner, the boy's future would indeed be bleak. Yet, the intricacies of the situation are not within their purview. They must focus on living their own lives. He Feng subtly turned to observe He Xuan's expression. I shall contribute an additional 1,000 taels to the second household for their establishment. And as for myself and my wife, we shall reside with the first household. Noticing He Xuan's lack of discontent, he continued speaking. The clan elder listened intently, promptly recording He Feng's words to draft the separation document. Meanwhile, the members of the He family discreetly scrutinized He Xuan's countenance, attempting to glean insights. Yet, they encountered only an impassive expression, failing to perceive any resentment towards He Feng's decisions. To them, it appeared as though He Xuan was simply sulking. Unbeknownst to them, He Xuan refrained from speaking, not out of reluctance, but due to indifference. The wealth they had amassed from the estate was sufficient for him and his wife to squander for a lifetime. Moreover, He Xuan cared little for He Feng and his mother. They were inconsequential figures in his life. Once He Xuan obtained the desired separation document, an uncontainable smile graced his face. At last, he might fulfill all his wife's desires. Freeing her from the confines of the large courtyard, and allowing them to quietly explore other places together. Father, I wish to take my wife to reside elsewhere. She is accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and does not favor living in the inner quarters. I kindly request your permission, Father. He Xuan began to speak in an eloquent manner. Oh dear, how peculiar. His implication was clear. He and his wife had no desire to play the roles of dutiful children. They preferred not to be disturbed. Upon hearing this, He Xuan smiled gently, declaring that now that they had separated, they were free to live as they pleased. After finishing his words, He Xuan waved his hand lightly. He Xuan respectfully bowed slightly to He Xuan, expressing gratitude for his father's understanding. With the separation document in hand, He Xuan quietly sat aside, observing the elders as they engaged in endless chatter. When would these old men finish their discussions? He longed to return to his wife. When would his health improve? He could scarcely muster the energy to engage in intimacy with her. Furthermore, he found it intolerable to listen to the old men arguing, one of whom was so animated that spittle flew onto another's face. How revolting. He wondered if that elder had even brushed his teeth today. Alas, this was one of the drawbacks of ancient life. These old men could convene without bringing their wives along. Finally, after He Xuan's 10th complaint about the elder, they reached a consensus. Well then, let us conclude for today. I have troubled you all greatly. My wife has prepared a meal, and I hope you will honor us with your presence, He Xuan said with a beaming smile directed at the group of clan elders. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances and quickly responded, not at all. We shall gladly accept your invitation. One elder even clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards He Xuan. Thus, He Xuan followed the old men to dine. Regardless of the world, socializing is a necessity. After the meal, He Xuan returned to the temporary room, and upon entering, he immediately spotted Nuan organizing their belongings. He approached and gently embraced her, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered around her. Nuan looked up at He Xuan, her brow adorned with a radiant glow, her eyes shimmering like waves, and a smile gracing her lips, as if she had woven a net that he would never wish to escape from. Resting her head on He Xuan's shoulder, she asked, "What is it?" "Nothing much. Just that those old men talk too much, and I didn't get to share today's meal with you. It makes me unhappy," He Xuan pouted playfully. "You've certainly grown. Not only do you know how to complain, but you also know how to sulk," Nuan teased, playfully pushing him away. He Xuan tilted his head. "Do you not like it?" "You're just being cheeky," she replied, gently breaking free from his embrace. He Xuan, using her momentum, fell back onto the bed, feeling utterly drained. Nuan gazed at him, bemused. "You only attended a meeting. How can you be this exhausted?" She chuckled as she nudged him lightly. However, seeing his pale complexion, her heart ached with concern. "You truly need to take better care of this frail body." Nuan began to channel her energy to mend his physical ailments. "Indeed, this body is not fit. Even a short walk leaves him breathless," He Xuan remarked, shaking his head in resignation. "Fear not, within half a month, I shall restore you to health. Once you recover, you must exercise diligently to regain your former strength," Nuan assured him, all the while transmitting her energy. He Xuan, worried that Nuan might overextend herself in her efforts to heal him, gently grasped her hand. "Now that we have arrived at the border town, I am not in a hurry to recover. Let us take our time, prioritizing your well-being." Nuan looked at He Xuan's concerned face and replied with a tone of resignation, "I understand, and I will take care of myself." As they spoke, she nestled against his chest, vowing that they would cherish their time together for eternity. The room was filled with warmth and affection. The following day, they awoke late, not bothering to search the old house's kitchen for food. Instead, they retrieved provisions from their space. "For some reason, I find modern food to be far more delectable," He Xuan remarked. "Indeed, you are right. Hurry and eat. Once finished, we can find a place to move into," Nuan encouraged. As He Xuan served her a portion of vegetables, "We can finally move out," He Xuan declared, and upon hearing this, Nuan was filled with excitement and momentarily forgot about her meal. He Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. "Not only can we move out, but we have also officially separated from the family. Not only have we separated, but that old man even granted us 1,000 taels. How generous," He Xuan stated, his expression dripping with sarcasm. Nuan, who had been listening quietly, was puzzled by He Xuan's disdainful tone. "Why are you not pleased that the old man gifted us 1,000 taels?" she inquired, placing her bowl down on the table. "It's not that I'm unhappy. I simply feel it is unjust for the original owner. I now have serious doubts about whether he is truly the biological child of this family," He Xuan replied, pressing his fingers against his temples. While the 1,000 taels were indeed a substantial sum, if you knew how much the old man was hoarding, practically eager to expel us from the family, I believe you would understand my sentiments. Oh, do enlighten me, Nuan said, intrigued by the topic. Those cunning individuals are like foxes. They have prepared in advance, ensuring that every year, half of the Prime Minister's wealth is sent to the ancestral home. Can you fathom the extent of that investment? Though I do not covet such wealth, I simply cannot grasp the old man's motivations. Why would he directly advocate for separation without even attempting mediation? In ancient times, family separation was laden with significance. Did he not fear the repercussions of such actions? Nuan observed He Xuan's downcast demeanor and couldn't help but offer words of comfort. It doesn't matter. I am not the original owner of this situation, and there is no need to feel trapped by this family. After all, the division of assets has already been officially recorded. Upon hearing this, He Xuan's mood brightened instantly. After we finish our meal, let us venture out to find a new home. We shall move out together. He Xuan stuffed a small bun into his mouth while eagerly discussing their dreams for the future. Chapter 36. Purchasing a property after their meal. The couple left the ancestral home of the He family. As they glanced back at the imposing residence before them, Nuan felt it did not align with her vision of a home. Living in such a grand house would likely not bring happiness. Let us first stroll through the streets before searching for a place to live, He Xuan suggested, leading Nuan towards the busiest thoroughfare. Once on the street, Nuan's innate talent for shopping was ignited. I haven't been shopping in ages. This is exhilarating, she exclaimed, captivated by the myriad of goods on display. Meanwhile, He Xuan stood quietly beside her, playing the role of a supportive companion, dutifully carrying the items she chose. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares, and Nuan found herself even more delighted. Madam, look here. These are fine furs I acquired from distant lands. Each piece is of the highest quality. A fur merchant, noticing Nuan's fair complexion, eagerly approached, hoping to entice the couple, whom he suspected were from out of town. Nuan, drawn in by the vendor's sales pitch, decided to take a closer look. How much are these furs? She inquired, her curiosity piqued as she examined the carefully processed skins. Madam, this selection here showcases exceptional craftsmanship and is priced at 30 taels of silver each. I assure you it is worth it. As for this assortment, though the quality varies, they are quite attractive at only 25 taels each. What do you think? The vendor smiled broadly, hoping to secure a sale. Such exorbitant prices? I think not, Nuan replied, quickly losing interest. What is this but a collection of sheep skins? With 30 taels, I could purchase an entire sheep. With that, she took He Xuan's hand and moved on to the next stall, unable to suppress her frustration. Can you believe that man thought I would pay 30 taels for a sheepskin? Ridiculous, she muttered as they walked away. He Xuan chuckled, secretly amused by her spirited response. When Nuan finally felt satisfied with her shopping spree, they made their way to a real estate office. Upon entering, they found the proprietor behind the counter, diligently working his abacus while muttering to himself. Noticing he had not acknowledged them, Nuan decided to break the silence. Sir, we wish to conduct business. If you are unable to assist us, we shall find another establishment. Startled, the proprietor looked up, his demeanor shifting. Of course. How may I assist you? He responded eagerly, straightening up and addressing them with a smile. If you could kindly recommend some suitable properties, we would greatly appreciate it. He Xuan replied, returning the smile. The proprietor perked up at this and boasted, I assure you, the properties I recommend are of the finest quality. He enthusiastically gestured towards a booklet he retrieved from beneath the counter. I seek a spacious 2-courtyard house, preferably with a small garden, Nuan stated, glancing at He Xuan. Do you have any additional preferences? None. A 2-courtyard house will suffice. However, I propose we also acquire a villa for leisure, as we may tire of city life. He Xuan added. Very well. Let us begin by examining the 2-courtyard houses, He Xuan suggested, watching the proprietor flip through the pages of listings. Certainly. Are there any other specifications you desire? If not, there are quite a few options that meet your criteria. Oh, and please, just call me Old Jia, the proprietor said, relaxing into his role. Geographical location is important, Nuan interjected, and Old Jia nodded, taking note. May I inquire if you are aware of the He family's ancestral home and its location? He Xuan asked directly. The He family estate lies to the east, surrounded by residences of wealthy merchants. If finances are not an issue, it is worth considering, Old Jia explained. What about properties in other directions? Are there no good options? He Xuan pressed, furrowing his brow slightly. Certainly, there are many fine homes available. However, I suspect your wife might not approve of some locations, Old Jia said sheepishly. How can you presume to know my preferences without consultation? Nuan retorted, feeling slightly affronted. Chapter 37. Nuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Although they wished to distance themselves from the He family, fearing unexpected visits, it was not due to concerns over financial exploitation. Rather, They simply preferred to avoid interactions with the He family, as they held no familial ties and felt such engagements were a waste of time. Good sir, there are splendid homes available not only to the east, but also to the south. The southern area is quite appealing. It is near the marketplace, and many officials reside there, old Jia continued. Yet, most ladies seem to shy away from that vicinity, he added, observing the couple's curiosity. He Xuan, intrigued, looked at old Jia. If the area is close to officials, surely it should be more desirable. Why do people dislike it? Their curiosity piqued. Nuan urged, old Jia, please enlighten us. Old Jia hesitated, glancing at Nuan's eager expression. The southern district is too close to the pleasure quarters, and many ladies fear it may disrupt the peace of their households. Do not speak in riddles. I am unaware of what you mean, Nuan exclaimed, feeling slightly bewildered. My apologies, I am simply accustomed to this language, old Jia replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Speak plainly. There is no need for formalities, He Xuan interjected, amused by Nuan's exasperation. Old Jia, feeling more at ease, finally divulged. The southern area is indeed near the brothels. The revelation hung in the air, and Nuan instinctively glanced at He Xuan, scrutinizing his reaction. Should he reveal any hint of discomfort, she would ensure he spent the night on the divan. However, He Xuan maintained his composure, his understanding of such establishments already evident. Nuan was pleased with He Xuan's demeanor and turned back to old Jia, who wore an expression of regret. Old Jia, I suspect your family resides in the southern district, do I not? Nuan ventured cautiously. Old Jia's eyes widened in surprise. How did you deduce that? Nuan replied playfully, what do you think gave it away? After old Jia's intentions were uncovered, he felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Unable to resist changing the subject, he inquired whether the lady had a particular place in mind to reside, assuring her of his assistance in the selection process. There is no need for that. Let us directly visit the houses in the south, she replied. Compared to the large crowd at the He family estate, the brothel offered Nuan a greater sense of security. Very well. I shall take you to see the properties now. Please wait a moment, old Jia responded, swiftly dashing off. Upon his return, a young lad trailed behind him. After walking for merely a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the first property. This house met all the ladies' specified requirements, and its proximity to the night market was a significant advantage. Had it not been for the exorbitant price, it would have likely been snatched up already. As old Jia spoke, he cautiously unlocked the grand door. Once inside, the layout of the courtyard was immediately visible. Perhaps due to the prolonged vacancy, the flowers and plants had withered, although the weeds thrived abundantly. How much is this property worth? Nuan asked without turning her head. Once all the paperwork is complete, it will be around 400 taels of silver, old Jia replied, his tone laced with caution. Upon hearing this price, Nuan merely murmured a soft "oh." Old Jia's heart sank. It seemed today's endeavor might be in vain. Nuan felt quite satisfied with the house, appreciating its proximity to the market and the distance from the He family. However, she was aware that there were only a few markets around the border town, which could pose a challenge, albeit an unavoidable one. Nuan had a lukewarm impression of the courtyard and found herself unable to make a decision. Typically, when faced with indecision, she would leave the matter to He Xuan, asking, what do you think of this place? Her face was a picture of conflicted contemplation. He Xuan, familiar with Nuan's little habit and more than willing to indulge her, smiled at old Jia. As the saying goes, one should compare before purchasing. Let us look at other options. One cannot buy this courtyard only to regret it later. After all, this was not an uncommon occurrence for her. What nonsense are you spouting? Nuan could only nod in embarrassment, yet in her heart, she thought, oh, you dare to expose my shortcomings? You shall not be able to share this bed today. Should He Xuan know her thoughts, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. Old Jia, perceiving their disinterest in the courtyard, was not disheartened and led them to view a second property. When old Jia opened the gate to the second courtyard, Nuan's eyes lit up. Within the small yard, there were flower beds, a fish pond, and a pathway paved with pebbles, all exuding elegance and charm. The yard was beautiful, the layout aligned with her desires, and it appeared quite new. I like this, she declared. Old Jia noticed the spark in her eyes and felt a surge of hope. It seemed the lady was pleased with this courtyard. Madam, take a look. This courtyard is remarkably new, completed just the year before last. The previous residents only stayed for over 2 months before relocating to the capital, old Jia recounted, his tone filled with envy. Nuan raised her eyes to the courtyard, realizing it truly resonated with her preferences, and glanced at He Xuan. However, to avoid giving old Jia a chance to inflate the price, they both silently observed as he continued his introduction. Old Jia, being a seasoned negotiator, saw their satisfaction yet remained silent. Internally, he was growing frustrated, as the price of this property was exorbitant, and it was a 2-entry courtyard that wealthier buyers would overlook. My dear brother, I can offer you a sincere price. What do you think? Old Jia gazed earnestly at He Xuan and Nuan. Nuan, not eager to engage in conversation, simply watched old Jia quietly. 700 taels. I cannot go any lower, or I will incur a loss, old Jia insisted, his expression suggesting they would profit immensely. Nuan, unwilling to engage further with old Jia, cast a helpless look at He Xuan, who, tired of futility, nodded in agreement. After all, the couple lacked nothing but time. The entire treasury of the Prime Minister's residence was at their disposal, rendering any further negotiation with old Jia a waste. That very day, the couple finalized the contract with old Jia and successfully moved into their new home. They busily cleaned their new abode, finding fulfillment in their efforts despite the toil. In this sanctuary, free from the threat of zombies, they could quietly live their lives, albeit separated from their parents. Once the house was tidied, Nuan turned to He Xuan, stating, "For the next few days, we shall go nowhere. I need to properly nurture your health, for you cannot remain in such a frail state." Observing He Xuan, who was drenched in sweat from cleaning, she continued, "Look at your condition. You are incapable of doing anything. I fear you may inadvertently use your abilities and suffer a sudden demise." With that, she rolled her eyes dramatically at He Xuan. "All right, I understand," He Xuan replied, rendered speechless by her valid points. In the following days, Nuan focused on enhancing her abilities while diligently improving He Xuan's health. During this time, old Jia also reported on several estates, and in their leisure, they visited and successfully acquired a vast but barren estate. Due to its poor land quality, even farmers were reluctant to cultivate there, leaving it abandoned. Old Jia had anticipated a loss with this deal, but was surprised that the couple saw potential in the neglected property. After a month, He Xuan's frail body was restored to a normal state. Nuan, pleased with her accomplishment, teasingly remarked, "Your pitiful body has finally returned to normal. In the coming days, we shall diligently enhance our abilities. Regardless of the world we inhabit, possessing formidable skills will prevent us from being bullied," He Xuan proclaimed, stretching his long immobile limbs. He had no desire to be killed by the locals. He wanted to build a family with Nuan, perhaps having a son and a daughter, for it felt too lonely with just the two of them. Recalling stories of heroines in novels who faced various dangers after traversing worlds, Nuan turned to He Xuan and commented, "You do have a point. Since we have arrived, it is akin to embarking on a journey in another world. The extent of one's abilities determines how one survives," He Xuan replied. They exchanged thoughts, both understanding the essence of what the other conveyed. This mutual empathy was a connection only those who truly comprehended one another could share. They began to quietly implement their plans, aspiring to establish a vast influence. The first step was to gather people and wealth. On the day after He Xuan regained his health, he and Nuan visited the marketplace. In this world, the population was abundant. Their initial task was to scour the streets for lost children, recognizing that not everyone was content to beg and endure hunger and cold, as well as the scorn and expulsion from others. However, they were selective, for they were not philanthropists. As they roamed the streets, they observed the surroundings but encountered no beggar children. Was it possible that the dramas they had seen were mere fabrications? Surely, beggars existed in ancient times. Yet, they had only encountered older men in their wanderings. This was not what the two of them desired. These individuals were far too aged to practice martial arts, and moreover, those of advanced years are difficult to manage. For those who serve no purpose, bringing them back would only incur trouble without any assistance. Nuan observed the scene on the street, unable to suppress her delight. It seemed that life in ancient times was not so dire after all. After all, the children were not left to roam the streets, abandoned and alone. Yet, the subsequent scene struck Nuan unawares. In the blink of an eye, she witnessed a young boy, who could have easily evaded them, collide directly between the two of them. The boy incessantly apologized, tears swirling in his eyes. And in the next moment, those tears cascaded down his cheeks. Bystanders could not help but pause to observe. As the crowd grew, the boy wept even more sorrowfully. One of the protagonists, Nuan, frowned instinctively. She had seen clearly that the child had intentionally bumped into them. In the next moment, the sensation of a hand reaching towards them registered in her mind. It seemed this was a carefully orchestrated scheme, first to have a child collide with them, followed by a pitiful plea for mercy, while onlookers gathered to gawk. Meanwhile, some individuals were taking the opportunity to pilfer wallets. The victims were not necessarily those who were bumped into, but others would undoubtedly have their pockets rifled through. It appeared that the fabric worn by the couple indicated they belonged to the affluent, making them prime targets for such schemes. He Xuan exchanged glances with Nuan, and it was evident that a story was about to unfold. Indeed, Television had not deceived him. However, such days would not be devoid of excitement. He Xuan seized the hand of the little thief with a swift motion. "Little fellow, your hand is rather untrustworthy. What are you feeling around my waist?" He Xuan inquired, lifting the child's hand. Although the little thief experienced a moment of panic upon being caught, he quickly regained his composure. For this was not his first time being apprehended. His skills had been honed to perfection. After all, he was still quite young. Besides, how could they provide evidence to prove his wrongdoing? The stolen wallets had long since been passed on, and the wealthy would hardly concern themselves with such trifles. As the contents were not substantial, they would not pursue the matter vigorously, for they were disinclined to involve the authorities. Unexpectedly, today he had encountered formidable opposition. Having just initiated his scheme, he was caught. "I didn't do anything," the boy began his defense. "Uncle, please don't wrongfully accuse me. I merely saw my brother bump into you, and I came to apologize." "Is that so? It seems I have misjudged you." He Xuan chuckled, releasing the little thief's hand. Just as the onlookers began to process the situation, the two children had already fled, prompting the crowd to check their own waistbands. Some individuals, upon realizing their wallets were empty, discovered they had been robbed and lamented the loss of their funds. One man could not contain his anguish, exclaiming, "My money has been stolen. Who is so lacking in virtue that they would rob me?" This statement rang out sharply amidst the chorus of complaints, causing those who had lost their wallets to panic. Those who wore their wallets visibly were unlikely to be financially struggling. After all, those in need would not flaunt their wealth so brazenly. Oh, and let us not forget those who were ostentatious from the start. The crowd quietly listened as the man lamented, "Just the other day, I came to witness a commotion, and my wallet was stolen then. Today, I thought there would be another spectacle, but lo and behold, my wallet is gone again. How can I be so unfortunate? Why is it that whenever I turn, I am robbed? Is it just me, in this border town, who possesses money? My wife even suspects that I am hoarding secret savings, and now she doubts my words." The man's repetitive complaints left him flustered and incoherent. His plight elicited laughter from the onlookers, for it was indeed a rather unfortunate situation. Unable to resist, Nuan interjected, "Have you considered that it may not be due to your wealth, but rather your penchant for spectacle? Wherever there is excitement, there you are." Upon hearing this, the man stiffened. Her words resonated with undeniable truth. He was indeed drawn to commotion, always seeking the nearest source of entertainment. The others, upon hearing her insightful remark, exchanged glances, only able to feign coughs. "Ah, old Wang invited me for a game of chess. I must take my leave." They pretended to depart, one by one, with similar excuses. "Indeed, old Wang has invited me as well. I must be off." "Yes, I'm due at the tavern with old Wang. It's time for me to go. I must accompany old Wang to the restroom. If I delay, there may be no stalls left." The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes at such flimsy justifications. Yet, it was not entirely implausible. Nuan observed the people dispersing in various directions, struggling to contain her amusement. The simpleton man, watching everyone leave, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Is the old one you speak of the same individual? How could he have such a wide circle of acquaintances? Please introduce me. I find myself in a rather awkward position." Nuan, noticing the man's discomposed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Perhaps you should go and meet this legendary old Wang. I believe you two would become fast friends. Indeed, please introduce me to this old Wang." With that, the man extended his hand in a gesture of farewell as he left the scene. Nuan, unable to contain her laughter, remarked, "No matter where one is, the desire to save face remains ever present. Who would have thought that they would all seek out old Wang? Let us go. It is time to find the person we are looking for," He Xuan said, observing Nuan doubled over in laughter. Throughout history, people have harbored many interests, such as reveling in the spectacle and cherishing their pride. Remembering that they had matters to attend to, the couple made their way to their residence. To put it more accurately, it was not a residence, but rather a dilapidated structure, revealing the desolation of the area, devoid of any signs of life. The couple leaned against the crumbling wall, watching as two boys tended to a yard full of children, their faces radiant with smiles. They found themselves pondering how such a large border town could be devoid of beggars. It turned out they were all right there. He Xuan, observing the slightly older boy finally tending to the yard's children, could no longer restrain himself. "Are you aware that you are raising them with stolen money?" Upon hearing this, the yard fell silent. While the children might not fully comprehend He Xuan's words, they sensed the presence of strangers in their domain, and fear gripped them. Among the children, the two boys who had stolen the money were the eldest, while the others were merely 2 or 3 years old, possibly stunted from malnutrition. The two boys abruptly turned to He Xuan, astonished that anyone could track them down, for they were intimately familiar with this place. After stealing money and evading capture, they would navigate a lengthy route to return to this yard, never expecting to encounter someone formidable. Acknowledging that escape was futile, they calmly instructed the slightly older child to take the others inside. In mere moments, the yard was enveloped in silence. The four stood at opposite ends, none daring to speak first. He Xuan regarded the composed boys with satisfaction. They were precisely the individuals he had sought. "You have yet to respond to my previous question," he said, taking a leisurely step forward. The pressure mounted on the two boys. Despite knowing they had been caught, trepidation lingered in their hearts. "What do you want from us? Why must you press us so?" One of the boys' eyes glinted with defiance, as though he were a wolf prepared to defend its young, a lone wolf, fiercely protective of the children under his care. Nuan observed the fierce glint in the eyes of the two children, saying nothing, merely offering a faint smile. "We want you." He Xuan slightly parted his lips, and his words left the two youngsters momentarily at a loss. "What reason do we have to go? What benefit is there for us?" The children's gazes showed no sign of relaxation. "Having enough to eat and wear is not an issue. All of you, we will nurture you, and you will become our strength," He Xuan leisurely added from behind. Upon hearing this, the two children exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond to the current situation. The atmosphere in the courtyard instantly grew silent, and one of the boys finally could not hold back any longer. The older child quickly covered his younger brother's mouth. "Give me a day, come back tomorrow at this time, and I will provide you with an answer." The older boy pointed towards the entrance as he spoke to the two. Chapter 41. Selecting guards. Since you have put it that way, we will certainly grant you some time to consider. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer, He Xuan said with a smile. Looking at the children in the courtyard, he understood that these two youngsters were intelligent and anticipated a favorable response the next day. Subsequently, He Xuan and Nuan departed from the courtyard, as they still had many matters to attend to. This meager number of people was far from sufficient. They then proceeded to the dealer, seeking individuals suitable for their needs. "Ah, I did not realize that the esteemed couple was here to purchase people," the proprietor exclaimed, quickly bowing to welcome them upon noticing their distinguished attire. Upon entering, Nuan could not help but internally scoff at the proprietor's words, wondering what she was doing there if not to buy people. He Xuan noticed the slight twitch at Nuan's lips and discovered a knowing smile forming on his face. "I indeed come here to acquire individuals, but I am uncertain if the proprietor has the ones I seek." Upon hearing this, the proprietor puffed up with pride. "Young master, what are you saying? This is our specialty. Whatever you name, I can find for you." He boasted about his esteemed achievements. "Are you certain?" He Xuan raised an eyebrow at this assertion. The proprietor, Zhang San, bristled at the hint of skepticism. "In this entire border town, my establishment has the most comprehensive selection. If I do not have it, no one else will." He Xuan remained silent, simply gesturing for Zhang San to approach. Zhang San understood this signal well. Some customers would hesitate to speak and would use that gesture instead. He leaned in closer, a smirk plastered on his face, as he thought about the potential profit. "I need an assassin. Even if they are not an assassin, they must possess combat skills. Can you find someone?" He Xuan whispered a bombshell into Zhang San's ear. Zhang San was taken aback by this revelation, his voice trembling. "Not to question the young master, but I do not handle assassinations. You might have come to the wrong place." He felt his legs quaking, realizing he might have stumbled upon a significant secret. Would this young master resort to murder to silence witnesses? It seemed He Xuan had read Zhang San's thoughts, gently patting his shoulder. "Do not panic. We are seeking an assassin not for any nefarious purposes. In this border town, conflict is abundant. I merely wish to nurture some guards to ensure my own safety." He Xuan's gaze remained fixed on Zhang San's trembling legs. "That is reassuring," Zhang San sighed with relief. Yet, a lingering doubt persisted regarding He Xuan's intentions. "If I truly sought an assassin, I would return to you." Nonetheless, Zhang San discerned that they held no murderous intent, seeing that the business was not yet finalized. Zhang San hurriedly introduced, "I do have individuals with combat skills, but I fear they may not meet the customer's expectations." The couple's interest was piqued at this revelation. They had come merely to test the waters and hoped to find satisfactory candidates. If they could not, they would have to teach them themselves. While they might not master the ancient art of stealth and agility, they possessed some knowledge of modern combat techniques, which should suffice against ordinary foes. "Bring them out for us to see. We cannot act on mere words without meeting them in person," Nuan interjected quietly. Zhang San's face brightened with a sycophantic smile, realizing that if the individuals were presented, convincing them to purchase would be much easier. Indeed. What the lady says is correct. I will immediately have them brought forth." Zhang San, thrilled at the prospect of making a sale, momentarily forgot his earlier nervousness, displaying the quintessential example of one who prioritizes profit over personal safety. Nuan turned to He Xuan, unable to suppress her amusement. This proprietor was just trembling in fear, and yet he hasn't forgotten about making money. He truly is a model of our kind. She nearly felt compelled to give Zhang San a thumbs up. After all, who does not love money? He Xuan merely nodded in agreement with his wife's sentiment, acknowledging the truth in her words. When Zhang San returned, he was followed by over 20 individuals. Young master, all the skilled individuals we have are here. Take a look, he said, rubbing his hands together as he approached He Xuan, viewing him as the one in charge. This gesture sparked an involuntary sense of distaste in Nuan, reminiscent of a fly preparing for a meal. I did not expect such a number of skilled individuals. I just hope they can meet my expectations, He Xuan remarked, scanning the line of people before him. Upon hearing this, the individuals in line ignited with a fiery determination, eager to prove their worth. Chapter 42. The Boss. I am at a loss for words. He Xuan turned to Nuan and settled into a chair. Lifting his gaze to Zhang San, why not let the two most skilled among them demonstrate their abilities? I will assess their capabilities before making a decision. As he spoke, he lifted a teacup, casually wiping the tea residue from its rim. His demeanor appeared exceedingly relaxed, yet this did not endear him to the assembled individuals. They were not there to serve a master who seemed difficult to please. If not for necessity, who would willingly become a servant? Some in the crowd furrowed their brows, secretly speculating that this employer might not be easy to deal with. Among them were those with families and others who were alone. Some had fallen into Zhang San's hands due to the misdeeds of their previous masters, who had been punished by the authorities. Thus, they were vigilant, seeking a kind-hearted employer. Upon hearing He Xuan's words, Zhang San quickly understood. He pointed to two individuals in the crowd, signaling them to step forward for a demonstration. These two were among the most skilled in the group. He advised them, "This master is a good one. If you follow him, it will be your fortune. Whether you impress him depends on your own abilities." Zhang San, having observed the exchange of glances among the crowd, feared that they might not view He Xuan favorably. Having spent many years in this line of work, he had a keen eye for reading people. Though the young master seemed frivolous, he treated his wife with great care. "Should you follow them, it would be fortunate for you," he added, trying to quell any reservations. The selected individuals understood Zhang San's intentions and took the upcoming confrontation seriously. The bearded man stepped forward first, executing a sweeping kick aimed at his opponent's midsection. "Apologies, He Xuan, but we would prefer to leave," he said as he struck. He Xuan quickly retreated a step, evading the kick, and as the bearded man landed, He Xuan pivoted 180 degrees, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at his opponent's head. Simultaneously, he did not forget to retaliate, where each relies on their own skills to make a living. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Lin Feng has the opportunity to exit through this door. Upon hearing this, the bearded man remained unfazed. With a swift motion of his right foot, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at He Xuan's abdomen. He Xuan, unable to dodge in time, took the full force of Lin Feng's kick and swiftly turned to retaliate, launching a kick directly towards Lin Feng's fierce punch. The two forces collided, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the leaves to tremble. Both fighters were forced to retreat several steps before realizing they had become entwined in a fierce struggle. Lin Feng swung his right fist, while He Xuan met him with an open palm, generating a shockwave that swept through the air, raising a storm of dust. Nearby, a couple watched the unfolding spectacle with great interest, acknowledging that these two were indeed the strongest among the group. Observing that the fight had reached its peak, Zhang San hastily waved to signal a halt. Standing quietly beside them, he contemplated the importance of keeping these individuals uninjured. If they were to sustain injuries, it would necessitate costly treatments, ultimately leading to a loss should they fail to be sold. Instead, it would be more prudent to purchase both fighters, imparting basic skills to them, even if they did not meet their lofty expectations. Nevertheless, Zhang San was quite satisfied with the duel between the two. Upon hearing He Xuan's words, Nuan understood his intention to acquire the two fighters and encouraged He Xuan to negotiate. Meanwhile, not far away, a disheveled man was locked in a cage, his hollow gaze fixed on the wall. Once the two were bought, He Xuan discreetly approached Zhang San once more, inquiring if there were any stronger fighters available. He Xuan cast a meaningful glance at Zhang San, who nervously swallowed hard. "What should we do? This individual is quite resilient." Zhang San indicated towards the room. Oh, He Xuan's interest was piqued. His greatest pleasure lay in transforming the impossible into the possible. Moreover, bringing the fighter home would serve no real purpose. "Do tell, I am quite intrigued." He Xuan beckoned Nuan to join, believing that gossip is best enjoyed in company. Zhang San, observing He Xuan's familiar gestures, felt a sense of exasperation. How come your actions seem so practiced? He could not voice his objections, instead merely twitching his lips in annoyance. Nuan, noticing the glimmer of stories in their employer's eyes, stood curiously before Zhang San. The two of them, with identical expressions of intrigue, left Zhang San speechless. He could only feign a cough, initiating the timeless prelude. This matter, well, it's quite a lengthy tale. He gazed up at the sky, sighing deeply. Upon hearing this familiar introduction, Nuan's eyes sparkled. Let me summarize, she interjected, unable to tolerate unnecessary delays. Zhang San, upon hearing her words, visibly deflated. How can you interrupt someone's storytelling? He lamented, feeling abandoned. Is this short enough? He queried. Chapter 43, Zhang San, why do you always undermine me? Nuan, overwhelmed, contemplated the elimination of this troublesome character. Zhang San, sensing the tension in their gaze, quickly added, please don't panic, I have not yet finished my story. Do continue, Nuan urged, feeling slightly embarrassed. Not out of fear but out of a sense of propriety for interrupting. The seller informed me he was a subordinate of the Light King, who had developed an infatuation with the concubine of the King of Guans. In a covert pursuit, he was captured by the Light King, who severed his tendons and sold him to me. Why would you acquire someone who is rendered useless? Nuan expressed his confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such a purchase. It's not that I wished for this. The knife was pointed at my throat, and I was compelled to pay him 100 taels of silver. I was utterly bewildered, Zhang San recounted, clearly distressed by his misfortune. Nuan, witnessing Zhang San's pitiful demeanor, felt it inappropriate to disturb his sorrow, yet his curiosity proved too strong to suppress. I have more questions, he raised his hand. If this dark guard is not the Light King's servant, how did he end up enamored with the princess, ultimately leading to his capture? Nuan felt an overwhelming number of inquiries bubbling within him. Zhang San, flustered, replied, from where do you assume I would know such details? That man divulged nothing to me. He shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Didn't you say the seller shared this story with you? Nuan, irritated by the incomplete narrative, felt restless. Zhang San, realizing the futility, could only spread his hands and surrender. You said you were informed of this tale, did you not? Nuan pressed, discontent with the abrupt ending of the story. Zhang San, feeling the weight of their gazes, sighed, unable to continue. Meanwhile, He Xuan's focus diverged entirely, pondering. So, you mean to say this dark guard has had his tendons severed, rendering him incapable of wielding a sword? Precisely, I have already conveyed this to you. Zhang San shook his head in exasperation. The couple exchanged knowing glances, their long-standing familiarity allowing them to communicate without words. Let us negotiate a price for all three. If it's too steep, I shall take none. Nuan turned towards Zhang San. Oh, I neglected to mention, aside from He Xuan, who is a solitary figure, Lin Feng has a wife and child. When he sold himself, he signed an agreement stipulating that purchasing him entails acquiring his family as well, Zhang San explained, gesturing towards Lin Feng. Nuan, upon hearing this, merely furrowed his brow. This was nothing short of a bundled sale. Since they needed someone to cook, it seemed practical to keep them. In due course, He Xuan and Lin Feng could be dispatched to the estate to teach the children martial arts while Lin Feng would safeguard the courtyard. Everything was falling into place. However, we must negotiate the price. If it is exorbitant, you may keep them. He Xuan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, our establishment is fair and just, and we guarantee your satisfaction. Zhang San proclaimed with growing enthusiasm, extolling the virtues of their shop as unparalleled. Very well, let us settle this matter without further ado. I would not wish to impede your business, He Xuan interjected, irked by Zhang San's boastfulness, feeling it wasted his and his wife's time. After finalizing the transaction, He Xuan and Nuan departed, transporting their new acquisitions homeward. The filthy, dark-skinned man sat quietly at the back of the cart, his silence profound, eyes devoid of light, resembling a weary elder. Yet, in the shadows, unseen by others, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 44, The First Dark Guard. When Feng first laid eyes on the couple, he immediately sensed their extraordinary nature, their hands stained with as much blood as his own. Perhaps this couple would provide him with the opportunity for survival. He resolved to cleanse himself. He Xuan tossed a bundle from the cart to the others. After completing their tasks, the couple made their way to the main hall, weary from the day's labor, ready to rest. The couple began their secret conversation. Surely, there must still be hope for that man. I do not wish to return with a worthless individual, He Xuan mused, pouring himself a strong cup of tea. There is hope. I have used my wood-based abilities to examine him, and those who have targeted his tendons have shown restraint. With a bit of care, he can fully recover without any adverse effects. Nuan also took a sip of tea. Perhaps today she might stumble upon a treasure for herself. That is well. We need not fear their betrayal. When the time comes, we shall implant mental suggestions to ensure their loyalty, a domain in which I am never at a disadvantage. Do you think we should seek out someone older? I worry that a war may erupt here, and I do not wish to continue fleeing. I find this quite agreeable, for there are neither power struggles nor those dreadful entities. Nuan spoke weakly about this matter. She no longer wished to face such horrors alone, lying in bed and silently awaiting dawn. Fear not. Once we implant the mental suggestions, the remaining tasks shall be left to them. He Xuan gently stroked Nuan's head, aware that she had yet to move on from her past fears, haunted by the events of years gone by. Although they had spent many days together, Nuan remained anxious. He Xuan merely wished to provide her with ample security. Once he trained these individuals, he would take her to the mountains. He Xuan softly assured Nuan. All right, she responded faintly to his words. After half an hour, the group finally tidied themselves and stood in the hall. I chose not to say much. In this border town, one could easily meet their demise. Thus, I must possess enough trust in those around me, and they must demonstrate sufficient loyalty to me. He Xuan gazed intently at the individuals in the hall. We must offer you a warning. Should you fail to exhibit adequate loyalty, I cannot guarantee where I may find your remains when the time comes. Nuan's words were 100 times harsher. The others listened to their master's admonitions and bowed in submission. Yes, master. Lin Feng, you shall remain here with your wife and children. I will bring more people for you later. He slightly turned to Feng Yi and He Xuan. You two will accompany me to the estate. I shall make the necessary arrangements. You may rest now. As He Xuan gestured towards their designated guest rooms, he acknowledged the redundancy of the accommodations in the courtyard, as no guests would ever visit. The only ones they knew were those from the He family's ancestral home, and only if they overindulged would they come to this courtyard. Nuan's family was far away in the capital, so they would not come either. Let us depart tomorrow for the mountains behind the estate, to train you well. The next day, the two took He Xuan and Feng Yi to the estate. Nuan led Feng Yi to his room. At present, he was akin to a cripple, requiring He Xuan to carry him everywhere. Upon seeing them, Feng Yi lowered his head and addressed them as masters, then lay quietly on the bed. An eerie silence enveloped the room until He Xuan finally broke the stillness. I understand that individuals like you, who have undergone special training, do not easily recognize masters, but you must consider this carefully. Not only can we purchase you from those who exploit you, but we can also heal your tendons, allowing you to rise again and wield a sword. All we ask for is loyalty. Would you prefer to live with dignity or remain in the wretched state you are in, lying in bed? Nuan observed He Xuan's serious demeanor and could not help but internally scoff at his air of authority. Anyone unaware would mistake him for a grand figure. In truth, he resembled a playful husky who would wreck a house and seek affection for no reason. Nuan poured herself a cup of tea to mask her thoughts. One sip and she exclaimed, "My goodness, this tea is so bitter." Another day longing for milk tea with 7 parts sugar, ice, and boba. I am not one to seek favor from my masters. The moment my previous master sold me to those exploitative people, I ceased to be his subordinate. Feng Yi spoke these words without the slightest hint of guilt. The term master was one he willingly used. As he spoke, he attempted to kneel before them. The two did not stop him. Their intention to save him was for security, not to resurrect an ancestor. Since you say so, we can rest easy. Over the next few days, I will provide you with acupuncture treatment. Within a month, your injuries will heal, and I expect you to uphold your end of the bargain. However, know this. I have ways to ensure your demise should I desire it. After saying this, He Xuan took Nuan and left Feng Yi's room. Chapter 46. Conspiracy. Upon entering the study, He Xuan gently wrapped his arms around Nuan's waist, leaning close to her ear, whispering, "Wife, I had no idea you were skilled in acupuncture. How impressive." The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing her to feel a tickling sensation. Her cheeks flushing with shyness as she playfully pushed him away. "Keep your distance. Do not act so provocatively here," Nuan said, her face filled with disdain. He Xuan complied with her gentle shove, his face adorned with a smile, fully aware that she was embarrassed yet still teasing her with a pitiful tone. "Wife, how can you be so fickle? In the past, when I acted coy, you would embrace me and soothe me. How could you bear to push me away?" He Xuan chuckled as he wrapped his arms around Nuan once more. Resigned, Nuan decided not to resist any longer, merely saying, "It seems I must relearn some skills. Indeed, it has become another day of perfection. Perhaps one day you shall be unworthy of me. You should strive to improve." Those with discerning eyes could easily see Nuan's boastfulness. He Xuan indulged her, choosing not to shatter her little illusion, replying cheerfully, "Indeed. My wife is the most perfect person in the world." The two shared a warm embrace, the atmosphere suffused with a sense of romance. Meanwhile, in the mountains behind the estate, a conspiracy was unfolding. "Do not contact me directly, it may lead to exposure." A man clad in black robes hissed at a foreign man. If Nuan were present, she would undoubtedly ridicule him for wearing black in broad daylight, tightly wrapped up. If he ventured into the woods, he would surely be the first to be discovered. The foreign man, unfazed by the black-robed man's admonition, retorted, "You Central Plains people are so timid. Who would come here in these wild mountains? If someone discovers us, they can kill us. Why should I be so anxious?" The foreign man looked down on the black-robed man, his words dripping with disdain. The atmosphere around the black-robed man turned icy. He realized that the foreign man not only looked down upon him, but all Central Plains people. However, he did not care, as eliminating his target would grant him an 80% chance of ascending. "This is why you have failed to conquer the border town," he reprimanded quietly. Observing the growing displeasure on the foreign man's face, he softened his tone. "One must tread carefully. Know that my alliance with you has already risked my entire fortune. If I am not cautious, it could mean the end for my entire clan." The foreign man regarded the tightly wrapped figure before him with disdain, taunting. "Then you should be careful. If you are discovered, I cannot save you." "You." The black mask concealed the man's face, yet his voice revealed his frustration. The foreign man, hearing the black-robed man's words, scoffed. "Yet you are aware of our collusion. If you were one of my kin, I would surely slay you." The foreign man mockingly gestured toward his own neck. The black-robed man clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, yearning to retaliate, but ultimately swayed by the allure of power, leaving him with no path of retreat. The man bit his tongue sharply, using the pain to stimulate his senses and suppress his anger. With a forced smile, he inquired about the foreign envoy's desires, reminding them of his precarious position within the military, hoping for a mutual understanding. He bowed slightly, exuding an air of humility. The foreign man, hearing these words, felt a surge of satisfaction, looking down at the one before him with pride. "I am well aware of your situation," he replied, "but it is your own shame before your general that has led you here. You can endure the indignity of living off others, even serving your wife in ways our men would never stoop to. If you are willing to lower yourself and appease her, you will surely obtain what I seek." The foreign man laughed heartily after his statement, while the man in the black robe, with bloodied hands concealed within his sleeves, reached the peak of his fury. Yet, even in such a state, he dared not unleash his wrath. "You know what we desire. Do not make me remind you repeatedly. Our patience is finite." The cruel smile on the foreign man's lips faded, and his expression shifted dramatically. "We have little time left to offer you. I hope you can provide a satisfactory response, or else my subordinates will take their leave." With that, he turned his back, not sparing another glance at the man in the black robe, who remained, his eyes glinting with malice. From behind his mask, a voice echoed ominously, "One day, I shall ensure that all of you meet your demise at my hands." The man in black then departed from the secluded grove, hurrying back to his residence. If he delayed, his wife might question his whereabouts, jeopardizing his plans. Were it not for her remaining usefulness, he would have long since sent her to join his mother-in-law. He leapt gracefully among the trees, vanishing from sight in an instant. No one was aware that a conspiracy was afoot, with sins buried in obscurity. Chapter 47. Foolishness. A month later, Feng Yi gazed at his hands. Now capable of wielding a blade, with a look of joy, he was finally returning to his former self. He was no longer a burden. In a surge of excitement, he knelt before Nuan, exclaiming, "Master." He then pressed his forehead forcefully against the floor, causing Nuan to wince in sympathy. How painful it must be to strike the ground like that. She instinctively touched her own forehead. He Xuan, observing his wife's foolishness, grasped Nuan's small hand. Coming back to his senses, Nuan lightly waved her hand towards Feng Yi, smiling gently as she reminded him, "There is no need for such gestures. You should know what I value most." Feng Yi lifted his head to look at them, swearing to the pair, "I, Feng Yi, vow to remain loyal to my master for life, never to betray him." After declaring this, he struck his forehead against the floor 3 times more. "Rise," He Xuan said, noting Feng Yi's loyalty to Nuan surpassed even his own. A foolish wife with lesser combat prowess would benefit from added protection. Perhaps Nuan's healing had fostered such obedience in Feng Yi. He Xuan helped Feng Yi to his feet, stating, "From today onward, you and He Xuan will be responsible for training the children on the estate. Your primary task is to nurture them, regardless of their future paths. If there are financial shortfalls, inform me." He Xuan regarded Feng Yi with a serious expression. Feng Yi mirrored his seriousness, meeting his gaze earnestly. "Rest assured, master. I have served under the Light King. I am well versed in the realm of business, and my martial skills are adequate. If you trust me, I shall devote myself entirely to this task." With that, Feng Yi knelt once more. He Xuan and Nuan did not intervene, having entered this ancient world. They respected its customs. He Xuan smiled at Feng Yi, whose spirit had returned. "Since you have stated your commitment, I shall trust you." He then turned to Nuan, saying, "My dear, please provide Feng Yi with some funds. Let him handle the rest. We shall assume a hands-off approach." Nuan, hearing He Xuan's words, promptly turned and left. When she returned, she cradled a large chest filled with silver notes. He Xuan, noticing the noise, turned to see her bearing such a hefty box. Exhaling in exasperation, "Have you brought our entire fortune? Just a few notes would suffice. No need to overexert yourself." Tenderly, he took the chest and placed it in Feng Yi's embrace. Nuan rolled her eyes in response to He Xuan's comment, "I am not a delicate maiden. This amount is hardly burdensome." Feng Yi, observing the affectionate couple, felt a pang of envy. Once, his heart was filled with thoughts of a beloved woman. Alas, he could not protect her. If only he possessed the power, he would have ensured her safety. In this hierarchy, the oppressive social structure stifled them. He wondered if she was faring well, if she had warmth during the winter, if she felt the chill, or if she indulged too much in summer. The couple sensed the shift in Feng Yi's aura, as anger transformed into tenderness. Clearly, someone held sway over his heart. Once the couple had concluded their display of affection, Feng Yi spoke up, "Does my master still require protection?" He looked up at He Xuan. He sensed that these two were worthy of trust. The mistress was skilled in healing and could surely alleviate their burdens. As he observed He Xuan and Nuan, memories flooded back, the day when those beasts had torn them from their loved ones, turning them into instruments of violence. Such covert operatives typically fought amongst themselves, and only those who survived the brutal competition could emerge as true shadows. He recalled the bloodshed he had endured to remain alive. They too had survived through conflict, but he had been powerless to shield her. These unfortunate souls had been selected for training as covert operatives, expected to be cold-hearted and loyal to their masters. In such chaos, what trials had a young girl endured? His desperate attempts to intervene had only resulted in punishment. Although he ultimately vanquished those beasts, what was the use? He should have realized that with such subordinates, his master must be an extraordinary individual. Whether he died sooner or later was inconsequential. His brothers likely met similar fates. If only he could rescue them, his master would gain a formidable ally, without needing to rely on these children for strength. While the two regarded Feng Yi's stoic expression, seemingly awaiting He Xuan's response, He Xuan, attuned to the undercurrents, sensed Feng Yi's distress. With a light chuckle, he said, "Do as you see fit." Chapter 48. Delivering supplies. It is said that all matters are entrusted to you, so you shall manage these as well. If you can procure them, that would be splendid. If not, do not feel pressured. With that, He Xuan waved his hand to signal Feng Yi's departure. Why linger here? To witness their affectionate exchanges? He Xuan mused that if the couple continued their displays of love, Feng Yi might be compelled to draw his blade. The couple resumed discussing their upcoming journey, originally planning to train in the depths of the forest. However, they soon learned that plans rarely withstand the test of reality. Just as they envisioned the bounties of their secluded training, the dream was shattered. Bang bang. "Master, a letter has arrived from the city." He Xuan gently knocked at the door. While aware that delivering news at such a moment was seldom beneficial, the letter from the city demanded attention. Hearing He Xuan's words, Nuan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Turning to He Xuan, "I have a bad feeling about this." "Me too," He Xuan replied, resignedly making his way to the door. "Bring it here." He took the letter with a heavy heart and slammed the door shut. He Xuan sensed the growing discontent of his master. It seemed that the news from the city was unlikely to be favorable. With a quiet sigh, He Xuan could only turn away, careful not to let his master find a reason to be angry. After receiving the letter, He Xuan chose not to open it, instead sitting silently beside Nuan. Observing He Xuan's glum demeanor, Nuan couldn't help but chuckle, suggesting he should at least see if there was something significant within. He Xuan gently tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter, reading it intently. Nuan, unable to contain her curiosity, inched closer, tilting her head to glimpse the contents. He Xuan, sensing her movement, shifted the letter towards her for a better view. "Old Master He's 40th birthday. Please return swiftly," Nuan read aloud. "Oh, I didn't realize this old fellow still seemed quite youthful. How is it that I don't appear as young as him?" He Xuan suddenly pulled Nuan onto his lap, his tone laced with jealousy. Nuan, taken aback by his action, playfully swatted his arm, questioning why he was so possessively jealous. He Xuan merely rested his head on Nuan's shoulder, grumbling about the triviality of celebrating a mere 40th birthday and the obligation to honor it. His complaints continued in her ear, revealing his deep-seated grievances. Nuan leaned against him. The two nestled together, resigned to the fact that their plans might once again fall through. "Returning home to chat with my mother-in-law feels suffocating. I feel utterly drained," Nuan lamented, her energy seemingly sapped, hanging like a limp doll in He Xuan's embrace. Although He Xuan had been grumbling, Nuan's words made him reconsider the situation. He gently patted her back as they sat in silence. Suddenly, Nuan jolted upright, startling He Xuan, who had been soothing her. What was that sudden movement for? You nearly scared me to death, he exclaimed, playfully swatting her bottom. Nuan shot him a look of indignation, asking why he would do such a thing. Not wanting to dwell on the moment, He Xuan swiftly changed the subject, urging her to share whatever had startled her. Nuan, with a feigned pout, suggested that He Xuan should attend the banquet alone, claiming she was gravely ill and unable to leave her bed. To emphasize her point, she slumped further into his lap, resembling a boneless figure. You are daydreaming. I will never leave you alone at home while I venture out, He Xuan declared, rubbing his face against hers. Nuan protested, pushing him away while chiding him for being so mischievous. You can handle them on your own. Why drag me into it? It's better for one person to be hurt than two, right? You know my combat prowess. It's worth two of yours. He Xuan was momentarily taken aback by her reasoning. You have a point, he conceded, pondering the logic of her argument. Chapter 49. He Guang's illness as day broke coolly. He Guang clutched his suddenly aching chest, his gaze unfocused and his body writhing in distress. Nearby, Huang Feier, hearing something amiss, murmured sleepily, Why are you up so early? My dear? Her voice was filled with affection, but when she received no response, she noticed He Guang's breathing had grown labored. Alarmed, she quickly rolled over to find him pale and unresponsive. Hastily, she leapt from the bed to summon their recently acquired maid. Upon hearing the maid's response, she rushed back to He Guang's side, anxiously inquiring, What is wrong, my love? Her hands trembled as she struggled to comprehend what to do, tears brimming in her eyes. The maid, hearing her distressed tone, hurried over. Madam, she called cautiously. Huang Feier turned sharply, instructing someone to fetch a doctor and notify her parents. As she turned back to her husband, she felt a wave of panic. Hurry, she urged, her voice thick with impending tears. If it weren't for He Guang's need for her care, she might have succumbed to her emotions. Taking a moment to calm herself, she gently assured him, Don't worry. Dear, we will be all right. She quickly donned a robe, aware that her in-laws would be visiting shortly, as well as other guests. The last thing she wanted was to appear disheveled. Once she was presentable and back at He Guang's side, she noticed his lips turning pale and cracked. Desperately, she went to fetch water, but found it had grown cold with no one else around. She gently moistened his lips with the tepid liquid, but He Guang began to tremble violently, knocking the cup from her hands and spilling the cold tea over both of them. Huang Feier felt helpless as she glanced towards the door, which remained closed, increasing her sense of despair. Sitting nervously beside He Guang, she continued to comfort him. Don't worry, we've sent for a doctor. They will be here soon. Tears rolled down her cheeks, glistening against her fair skin. He Guang, having been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes to see his beloved wife's worried face, her eyes red-rimmed. He raised a trembling hand to comfort her, whispering softly, Don't panic. It's all right. As he slipped in and out of consciousness, his concern for Huang Feier lingered, but soon he lost awareness, drifting from clarity to oblivion within mere moments, leaving her in a state of utter panic as she called out for him. At that moment, the half-open door was forcefully pushed open. Chapter 50. The tenderness of a couple. Entering was none other than Madame He. Disheveled and visibly flustered, her face was etched with shock and helplessness upon receiving the news. My son, she called out in a panicked voice as she rushed to the bedside, sitting beside He Guang. Her trembling fingers reached out to caress He Guang's face, but hesitated, retracting cautiously. Observing her son in a state of unconsciousness, Madame He's expression gradually twisted in anguish. Where's the doctor? Why hasn't he arrived yet? She screamed in fury at Huang Feier. Huang Feier, upon hearing Madame He's words, quickly replied, I have already sent the maid to summon him, but where is he? At this moment, she was on the brink of collapse. The thought of losing He Guang was unbearable. Living in a house that wasn't truly hers, devoid of He Guang, felt like an impossibility. Meanwhile, He Feng had been informed by a servant and rushed to He Guang's chambers. Upon entering, he found his wife desperately calling for their son, while his daughter-in-law was frantically shouting as well. Witnessing the scene made He Feng's heart skip a beat. He could not fathom the loss of his son. In that moment, He Feng instinctively forgot about He Xuan, as if he had only one son. He stood there dazed, his eyes vacant as they fixated on the figure lying on the bed, frozen at the doorway. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted the silence. The doctor is coming. Please make way, sir. Yet, He Feng seemed oblivious to the servant's call. Madame He, hearing the servant, noticed her husband standing in a stupor at the door. She quickly rose and pushed the dazed He Feng aside. No matter how composed and commanding he was outside, upon seeing his son's condition, he could not help but lose his composure. The force of Madame He's push sent him crashing into a nearby stand, the pain jolting him back to reality. He forced himself to calm down, to regain control, gradually finding his composure. In that moment, He Xuan resembled the esteemed chancellor he was, revered by all. He swiftly approached the bed, watching as the doctor examined He Xuan and administered acupuncture. Huang Feier, witnessing the doctor's careful needlework, could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for her husband, wishing she could bear his suffering. Beside her, Madame He anxiously observed the doctor, wishing she could snatch the silver needles and administer them herself, yet refraining from urging the doctor, only able to sit restlessly as he worked slowly, her panic intensifying. After a quarter of an hour, the doctor finally withdrew the needles, and He Xuan ceased his struggles. His pallid complexion began to regain its color. The doctor, sensing the family's anxiousness, reassured them, "Madam, do not worry. Your son is experiencing a recurrence of an old ailment. As long as he follows the previous medication, he should be fine." He Xuan and Madame He exchanged a glance, puzzled, for their son had never displayed such an affliction before. Madame He cautiously probed the doctor. "My son has never shown this condition throughout his life. Could you provide a more precise explanation?" She spoke with care, keenly aware of the doctor's esteemed reputation in the border town. The doctor, noting her apprehension, explained gently, "This ailment likely stemmed from his time in utero, later suppressed by your care. Your son has been well nurtured, yet recent overexertion triggered its resurgence." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Do you possess the prescription for your son's previous medication?" "Of course, I shall fetch it immediately," Madam He responded promptly. Moments later, the elderly doctor, deep in thought with the prescription in hand, said, "Just follow the formulas used in your capital to prepare the medicine for your son. With some moderate exercise, he should recover without issue." Madam He, upon hearing this, bowed in gratitude, for He Xuan was her sole pride. Any misfortune could befall anyone, but not her eldest son. Huang Feier, overwhelmed with anxiety, quickly wiped her tears and adjusted the blanket over her husband. He Xuan pondered and inquired if the doctor had any alternative prescriptions. The doctor nodded. "I do have others, but the medicinal ingredients are rare. I recommend you stick to the original prescription. If you cannot find the ingredients later, then consider searching for alternatives." He Xuan acknowledged the doctor's advice. "We will take time to find the medicine. First, let us procure something for pain relief." He offered a respectful nod to the doctor. "Very well, I shall send a servant to accompany me to gather the medicine. But it will only last for half a month. I advise you to prepare more soon." The doctor bowed slightly to He Xuan before departing, sending someone along to procure the medicine. "Madam, please come with me," He Xuan called to Madame He at the door. Hearing her husband, Madame He hesitated, gazing longingly at her ailing son, reluctant to leave. "Feier, take good care of Guanger. If anything happens, send someone to find us." She walked slowly to He Xuan's side, turning back frequently to remind Huang Feier, "If anything happens to our eldest, remember to inform us." "Yes, mother," Huang Feier bowed respectfully. Chapter 51, The Sacrifice of He Xuan. As the room returned to silence, Huang Feier gently placed her hand on He Guang's cheek, whispering, "You must not come to harm. I cannot manage this household alone." Tears began to silently cascade down her cheeks, for this was the first time she had seen him in such a vulnerable state. Usually refined and polite, he had never taken sides during her disputes with his mother. Rather, he always stood by her. Unlike other men who sought to indulge in worldly pleasures, he never brought such vices into the chancellor's residence. Reflecting on their shared moments brought tears to her eyes. "Why haven't you awakened yet? I am so afraid," she murmured, tears falling onto He Guang's arm, the warmth stirring him from his slumber. He Xuan, groggily awakening, saw his wife sitting beside him, her face streaked with tears. Overwhelmed by guilt, he thought, "How could I be so inept, unable even to care for my own health?" Gently, he reached out to wipe the tears from Huang Feier's cheek, smiling softly. "Did I not know? My dear wife is quite the little crybaby. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell, and you shall no longer be lovely." Huang Feier, lost in her sorrow, upon hearing his voice, looked down to see He Xuan awake and shouted in excitement. Gripping his hand tightly, her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Why do you make me cry even more while trying to comfort me?" She sobbed. "Don't worry, I was merely resting. I will be more careful in the future. This is just a minor issue," He Xuan reassured her. Despite feeling unwell, He Xuan continuously comforted Huang Feier. Though her tears had ceased, her sobs persisted. He Xuan gently held her in his embrace. For a moment, Huang Feier remained silent, quietly gazing at He Xuan, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. The room was enveloped in a palpable warmth between the couple, an unspoken tenderness flowing between them. "Have I frightened you this time? Fear not, it shall not happen again." Yet, as he spoke, He Xuan could not suppress a cough. Hearing his heart-wrenching cough, Huang Feier urged, "Please rest well. Once you recover, you can explain everything to me." She quickly helped him regain his breath, for nothing was more paramount than one's health. In the study, Mrs. He, observing her silent husband, could not contain herself. "Why have you called me here? Speak quickly, so I may tend to our eldest son." Lin Ruo felt exasperated as she glanced at He Feng. He Feng rubbed his temples and slowly replied, "You know what I am referring to. I am aware that the most crucial aspect of the medicine is the catalyst. Simply send someone to retrieve it. Why the indecision?" Mrs. He retorted, her irritation mounting. "He has grown up. He is no longer merely the vessel for our eldest's medicine. We have wronged him enough over the years. Besides, his health has always been frail. How can he endure our repeated bloodletting? He will surely despise us." He Feng could not help but counter. "Even the wisest among us may lose their rationality when faced with such dilemmas, as is the case now." At this, Mrs. He's expression shifted dramatically. "What does it matter to you? Were it not for our eldest, do you think he would have been born? Now that our eldest is in trouble, he must assist." Mrs. He was nearing the brink of collapse. Upon hearing her words, He Feng's countenance darkened, yet he stifled his inner fury, striving to regain his composure. He exhaled slowly, attempting to reason with Lin Ruo. "Do not forget, he is our son. Can you bear to watch him suffer?" Lin Ruo abruptly turned, her gaze piercing into He Feng's. "I have not forgotten, but our eldest is my son too. Can you truly watch him in peril? Moreover, he may not necessarily be in danger. We only require 3 bowls of his blood, and he may come to no harm." The sadness in Lin Ruo's eyes deepened, causing He Feng's heart to ache. He Feng, beginning to lose his composure, replied, "That is merely your assumption. We do not know how events will unfold. Even if you disapprove, we cannot allow him to perish." He Feng rose in anger, unable to fathom that his wife would sacrifice their youngest for the sake of their eldest. Mrs. He, upon hearing this, felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground in sorrow. Tears streamed down her face like pearls, and the study fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a small sob echoed through the room, startling He Feng. "I know. Our eldest has long been the child I yearned for. I do not wish for my son to depart." He Feng's memories were drawn back to when He Xuan was diagnosed with his ailment. When He Xuan was born, no one recognized the signs. It was only when he turned 1 that he suddenly fell ill, causing unprecedented panic within the Prime Minister's residence. Ultimately, it was a renowned healer from the Jianghu, Dr. Jiang, who discerned that He Xuan had been poisoned, not suffering from an acute illness, and he employed acupuncture to suppress the condition. He also provided a prescription to manage He Xuan's ailment, but the key ingredient was the blood of He Xuan's own brother. Thus, He Xuan was born under such circumstances. He Xuan entered the world amidst much attention, yet his significance differed from others. From birth, he bore the fate of saving his elder brother. Though he should have been carried for 10 months to expedite the blood collection, he was forcibly delivered in the 7th month. Fortunately, Dr. Jiang only required the umbilical cord blood. Had he sought He Xuan's blood, it might have drained him entirely and still not saved He Xuan. However, the forced delivery had already caused complications for He Xuan. Dr. Jiang once proclaimed that this child would not live beyond 30. The couple, reluctant to endure the pain of losing a child, entrusted He Xuan to a wet nurse upon his birth, choosing to selectively forget his existence. Since he was destined for an early demise, why invest their hearts in him? Now, with their eldest in such peril, blood was to be drawn from He Xuan. An eerie silence enveloped the study as both harbored their thoughts. Suddenly, He Feng spoke. "Now that we have lost our bond with the second son, he is unlikely to assist us. In a few days, I will turn 40. Let us send him a letter." Between He Xuan and He Xuan, the couple tacitly chose He Xuan once more, casting aside He Xuan yet again. "Mrs." He merely responded with a faint, "Very well." Chapter 52. The Banquet of Hongsman. Little did they know, the current He Xuan was no longer their son, but a being from another realm. Time flew, and on the occasion of He Feng's 40th birthday, the couple arrived as expected. At the entrance, the steward hurriedly approached them. "Second young master, second young mistress, the master has been waiting for a long time." The steward, with a face full of eagerness, guided them inside. Upon entering, they encountered the couple from the main house, He Nan and his wife. He Nan, observing the noticeably healthier He Xuan, could not help but inquire, "Where have you been these days? You seem much improved." "Cousin, my wife and I have been exploring several border towns. A cheerful spirit naturally leads to better health." The couple wore professional smiles, presenting He Xuan as gentle and amiable, while Gu Nan displayed warmth and grace. Perhaps their facade was too convincing, for He Nan failed to perceive He Xuan's feigned smile. He then advised, "Continue in this manner, and focus on nurturing your health. Do not overexert yourself." "Thank you for the reminder, cousin." He Xuan nodded appreciatively, his smile unwavering. Turning to the empty He family ancestral home, Confusion flickered in his eyes. It is peculiar that on my father's 40th birthday, no one has come to celebrate. Not mingling in official circles, it seems even the birthday feast lacks guests, He Xuan remarked. Cousin, why has no one come to celebrate my father's birthday? He furrowed his brow, questioning Nuan. Third uncle believes it's sufficient for family to gather and share a meal without unnecessary extravagance. Oh. He Xuan responded with a tone laden with implication. Sensing a scheme afoot, it appeared their patriarch had not sincerely invited them for a meal. This revelation left Nuan bewildered. How could the third house be unaware of matters common knowledge to the others? If shared, it would be utterly laughable. Nuan hastily attempted to cover up, pulling He Xuan aside to fabricate an excuse. Fortunately, He Xuan did not press further, which was indeed a blessing. The couple were not unreasonable. Maintaining a cordial distance was acceptable, preventing any descent into hostility. Let us hurry inside. Third uncle awaits. However, I have heard that your brother is ill and still bedridden. I wonder if he is improving, Nuan expressed with a worried demeanor. They had previously visited He Xuan, who appeared pale and weak, as though gravely ill. He Xuan, feigning surprise, looked at Nuan. My brother is ill? I was completely unaware. I, as the younger brother, must be remiss. He Xuan shook his head with a forced smile. Meanwhile, Nuan regarded He Xuan with astonishment. This is truly excessive from third uncle. Is this the way to treat family? Yet, recalling something, he could only awkwardly justify. Perhaps third uncle and third aunt did not inform you. Fearing you would worry due to your frail condition. Do not take it to heart. Let us go in. You go ahead. I will wait for my second brother here. And then we shall enter together. Nuan could only part ways with He Xuan, wary of saying anything further that might be amiss. As soon as the couple departed, Zhao could no longer contain herself and remarked, What are you talking about? If others were to overhear, they might think that this couple was exceedingly unfilial. Zhao, observing Nuan with a face full of disdain, found herself questioning what she truly admired about him. Was it merely his handsome appearance? Alas, his intellect seemed lacking. Meanwhile, Nuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How was he to know the dynamics of this family? It appeared that only He Xuan and his wife were oblivious. Resignedly, Nuan took his wife by the hand and departed. Yet, Zhao couldn't help but envy He Xuan and his spouse, who had managed to separate from their in-laws and live independently. In contrast, their family remained entangled, with occasional squabbles between Zhao and her sister-in-law, which only added to their troubles. This further fueled Zhao's envy for the couple. Before He Xuan could voice his thoughts, Nuan interjected, expressing her unease and suggesting that they use their abilities to investigate what was transpiring in the He family's ancestral home. Her brow furrowed in concern. She likened the situation to a treacherous banquet and urged caution. He Xuan, even without her prompting, intended to extend his mental threads to uncover the mischief at hand. He scoffed at the revelations he was about to uncover. As He Xuan eavesdropped with his mental threads, he relayed to Nuan what he had heard. To avoid being overheard, he communicated directly through thought. My dear, do you know why they summoned us? The eldest brother of this body has fallen ill, and the antidote requires my blood, 3 bowls of it. Afterward, this healthy body will be left weakened for a couple of days. And heaven knows what will happen to the original's frail form. They might very well send him to his demise. He Xuan was taken aback by the revelation. His teeth clenched in anger as he pondered which quack had concocted such a prescription. He would not let that practitioner off lightly. Once again, this couple had shattered his understanding of the world. He had presumed they were indifferent toward the original being, only to discover they were raising a son as a means of procuring a medicinal catalyst. Now, they were holed up in the study, plotting how to coerce the original into willingly sacrificing blood to save his brother, a notion laughable in its absurdity. Their hesitation to emerge was not born of guilt, but rather of uncertainty on how to broach the subject. Nuan was incensed upon hearing this, muttering expletives under her breath. After painstakingly restoring her husband's health, these unscrupulous individuals were scheming to extract his blood? Were it not for the constraints of ancient filial piety, she would have confronted them directly. Her fury was palpable, nearly overwhelming the latent power within her. Taking a few deep breaths to regain her composure, Nuan turned to He Xuan and instructed him to feign weakness, adopting a state of near collapse. She was eager to witness how these aged schemers would approach the matter. Were it not for He Xuan's calming presence, Nuan might have been pacing in agitation. He Xuan gently patted her head, soothing her with tender words. Calm yourself. Anger will only harm your health. And we have our own means. He added thoughtfully, I still have several bags of blood in my space, originally intended to lure and eliminate zombies. It seems they may serve a different purpose today. He spoke with a knowing undertone. He Xuan, ever obedient to Nuan, exerted what little mental energy he had left to ensure his complexion grew pale and his demeanor lethargic. all while straining to listen to the conversation in the study. The couple within continued their deliberations, contemplating whether they could spare their own lives. The irony of it all was almost comical, as they had not even begun before laughter echoed in the air. The entire family was joyously celebrating He Xuan's 30th or 40th birthday, with everyone wishing him longevity, while Nuan silently cursed him as a wretched old fool. To suppress her rising anger, she repeatedly recited in her mind the virtues of patience and perspective, only to find herself growing more furious with each passing moment. At this evening banquet, apart from He Xuan and his wife, the ambience was filled with laughter and merriment. Yet, the absence of He Guang and Huang Fei was palpable, as everyone knew He Guang was gravely ill and recuperating indoors. With a beaming smile, He Xuan turned his attention to He Xuan. "Erlang, come with us to see your elder brother. We have matters to discuss." He Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on He Xuan. As the host of the evening, He Xuan naturally commanded attention, and the tension between father and son was palpable. He Xuan's pale visage betrayed no emotion as he stared at He Xuan, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere in the room. Everyone sat uneasily, fearful that this young man might suddenly lash out. In the midst of this awkward tension, He Xuan suddenly chuckled, acknowledging his father's request. Yet, beneath that smile lay an unsettling undertone. He Xuan, sensing a shift in He Xuan's demeanor, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He knew they had wronged this youngest son and were now attempting to manipulate him. Observing He Xuan's wan complexion, He Xuan's guilt deepened. But thoughts of his ailing son forced him to suppress it, replacing it with a forced smile. "That's good," he said, continuing to engage the other guests in conversation. Once dinner concluded, the guests discreetly departed, preferring to avoid any trouble in the old residence. He Xuan led He Xuan toward He Guang's courtyard, and Nuan hurried to follow. However, she was intercepted by Madame He. "From the day you married into this family, we haven't had a proper conversation. Come, let us chat." Though Madame He wore a smile, Nuan met her gaze with unwavering resolve. Her own smile bore no warmth, masking her inner fury. As she attempted to turn away, she halted upon sensing the commotion behind her and slowly turned to face the couple. Nuan's immediate reaction was not to respond to Madame He, but to glance at He Xuan. The smile plastered on Madame He's face faltered upon witnessing their exchange, transforming into a sneer. "Afraid I'll harm your wife, are you?" After days of deliberation in the study, she was utterly exhausted, and witnessing her daughter-in-law's blatant disrespect fueled her ire. He Xuan conveyed through thought, "Follow her. Don't fear her, she won't harm you. If anything happens, I'll communicate with you directly." Once he relayed his message, He Xuan offered a slight bow to Madame He. "Mother, please take care of your health. She merely struggles without me, as she has no acquaintances here since marrying into the He family." At his words, Madame He's expression visibly darkened. "Daughter-in-law, go ahead. I'll bring you back home shortly." With that, Nuan followed He Xuan out. Meanwhile, Madame He led Nuan to the tea room, where silence enveloped them as they sipped their tea. Observing this old hag, who seemed to have lost her spirit upon entering the tea room, Nuan mused that her thoughts were likely consumed by her eldest son's plight. Since the old woman chose silence, Nuan deemed it unnecessary to engage, conserving her energy instead. Meanwhile, He Xuan ushered He Xuan into the study. "Please, have a seat. I called you here for an important discussion." He Xuan poured a cup of tea for He Xuan, whose expression shifted at the unexpected gesture from his father. Before he could voice his thoughts, the cup was placed before him, and He Xuan continued, "You know your brother is ill, and we are in need of a specific medicinal catalyst. You are the only one who possesses it, and I hope you will assist your brother." He Xuan's gaze remained fixed on He Xuan's face, searching for his reaction. He Xuan let out a light chuckle. "Father, what you say is but a given. If I can assist, I certainly shall. I cannot stand idly by while my own brother suffers." As the conversation shifted, the son lamented, "Father, you are aware of my frail constitution and my limited abilities to venture out in search of medicinal herbs for my elder brother. Our household's finances are also quite meager." Following these words, He Xuan coughed heavily twice. If Nuan were present, she would undoubtedly award him an Oscar for his performance. Upon hearing He Xuan's remarks, He Xuan immediately recognized his son's attempts at evasion. If there were to be any adverse consequences, He Xuan might have considered relinquishing his efforts, for he possessed a network that could procure nearly anything he desired. However, the circumstances were different now, for He Xuan was the sole person capable of obtaining the required medicinal catalyst. He Xuan fixed his gaze intently upon He Xuan, eager to hear what further words he might utter. "Father, perhaps you could enlighten me about this catalyst? If I possess it, I could begin preparations early," He Xuan suggested. curious whether He Feng could articulate his thoughts. As He Xuan anticipated, He Feng indeed spoke up, demanding 3 bowls of blood right off the bat. He Xuan, upon hearing this, could only stare at He Feng in disbelief, questioning how a father could utter such malevolent words so calmly. The request for 3 bowls of blood surpassed even their earlier discussions in the study, where the couple had merely mentioned 2. The smile that had adorned He Xuan's face gradually faded, only to be replaced by a forced grin, concealing the chill that seeped into He Feng's bones. The gravity of He Feng's words was terrifying. He pondered the size of the bowl and whether it could indeed drain him of every drop of blood. He shuddered at the thought of his lifeless body being discarded, with the explanation that he had succumbed to a sudden heart ailment. Such musings were chilling, leading him to speculate that one might mistake him for a stray dog, unceremoniously cast aside by the minister. He Xuan's anger simmered as he lamented the injustice of fate that allowed such a man to be a father. He felt a profound sorrow for the original owner of this body, pondering what misdeeds had led to such parents. He Feng, upon hearing this, merely closed his eyes momentarily, seeking to alleviate the slight pain in his heart, before reopening them with newfound resolve. Erlang, please refrain from such words. I acknowledge our failings, but your elder brother is innocent, He Feng implored, his expression a mask of humility. No matter the rank he had achieved, he was now returned to his home. Trapped within the confines of this border town, there was only this family he could not afford to lose. Hearing this, He Xuan could not suppress a laugh. The elder's words were utterly ridiculous. What do you mean, my brother is innocent? Does that imply I am not? Am I destined to perish? He Xuan scrutinized the hypocritical man before him. He Feng faltered momentarily under He Xuan's piercing gaze, but quickly regained his composure. Erlang, tell me what you desire. Anything within my power, I shall grant you, provided you are willing to save your brother. He Feng's face was etched with desperation as he looked at He Xuan. He Xuan sensed the pivotal moment had arrived. If he played his cards right, he could ensure Nuan would not have to pay a visit to her mother-in-law and could live the life she desired. Rising from his chair, He Xuan approached the window, while He Feng watched with bated breath, eager to hear the words he wished to hear. Turning to face He Feng, He Xuan inquired, I seek to understand your intentions behind separating my wife and me. Leaning slightly closer, he fixed his penetrating gaze upon He Feng, who felt his heart race in response. The depths of He Xuan's eyes hinted at a latent menace. He Feng's expression remained unchanged. After all, he was a seasoned official. If he could not maintain a stoic demeanor, he would have long been torn apart by others. You merely wish to soften a woman's heart, thereby sabotaging our negotiations, he stated, lifting his teacup to sip, only to realize he had unwittingly drained it. He silently poured himself another cup of tea. However, He Xuan's next words sent a shiver down He Feng's spine. He Xuan straightened his posture, gazing intently at He Feng and declaring, what you fear is not her disruption of our discussion, but rather my refusal to comply, using my wife as leverage to compel me into submission. He Xuan's eyes glinted coldly at He Feng, and in that moment, he cared not for familial ties. Should they dare to threaten his wife, he would unleash a torrent of vengeance upon the He family estate to rally support for her. A palpable aura of menace enveloped He Xuan, startling He Feng into realization. He had underestimated his son. Yet what of it? After enduring the hardships of their journey, He Feng discerned the significance of his younger daughter-in-law to his son. As long as he held this trump card, he need not worry. He had never been particularly close to this son. Father implores you, tell me what you desire. I shall grant anything, He Feng said, his expression one of resignation. There is no need for such formalities, father. We merely wish for a modest piece of land to live peacefully, free from external disturbances. I wonder if you can manage the affairs of the He family estate? He Xuan replied, his tone unwavering. If you agree to save your elder brother, I will acquiesce to your demands, He Feng asserted, his gaze resolute. He knew that He Xuan sought to sever ties with the He family, establishing a clear boundary henceforth. He was willing to sacrifice one son if it meant saving another. For that mattered more. He Xuan smirked, his expression laced with disdain as he regarded He Feng. Father should take notes, lest you forget. With a flourish of his sleeve, he seated himself once more, casting a sideways glance at He Feng. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was now in a position of weakness, while his seemingly inconsequential younger son held the reins of power. He Feng remained silent, merely smoothing out a sheet of rice paper. Father, please draft a declaration stating that I have no business with the He family estate and should not be disturbed unless it is during festive occasions. I shall ensure the customary respects are conveyed, but beyond that, I wish to be left in peace. After a strategic pause, He Xuan added, furthermore, I require an additional 400 000 taels of silver, for you previously granted me only 1,000 taels. Given that I have blood for this, I must procure quality provisions for my recovery. Since today marks your 40th birthday, I shall claim this sum. The remaining funds should be reserved for your retirement. Do not depart this world before me." After delivering his demands, He Xuan turned to face He Feng. "Did you take note, father?" He Feng felt exasperated, nearly driven to the brink of madness by his son's outrageous claims, yet he could do nothing but acquiesce. He gingerly removed the paperweight and handed the written declaration to He Xuan. He Xuan surveyed the document with satisfaction, nodding in approval at its contents. He then returned the declaration to He Feng, adding, "Do remember to affix your personal seal. Additionally, please draft another copy to hang in the study as a constant reminder of your commitments, ensuring that no one disturbs us." The absurdity of these demands nearly sent He Feng into a fit of rage. How could a son be raised to become such a creature? Yet, he dared not voice his frustrations, for he had never truly nurtured this child. All he could do was swallow his pride and reclaim the declaration, stamping it with his seal. Once completed, he returned the document to He Xuan, who delicately blew on the ink to dry it before folding it neatly and placing it against his chest. "Rest assured, I shall safeguard this declaration, refraining from presenting it to the authorities for registration. However, should you fail to uphold your word, this document shall find its way onto the streets for public scrutiny." He Xuan continued to provoke He Feng, relishing the opportunity to infuriate him further. "With a father like this, I would sooner refuse to live." He Xuan did not wish to sever his last ties with the old residents of the He family by registering at the county office. Rather, he was reluctant to become the subject of gossip in the border town alongside Nuan. The He family had become the talk of the town, and he did not want his wife to be the target of their pointed remarks. His wife adored shopping, and he could not bear to ruin her mood. Thus, he maintained a final connection with the old residents, knowing that the old man valued his reputation and would not dare to disturb them. This time, he would let them off the hook. He Feng solemnly stepped out from behind the desk, stating, "I have given you everything you asked for. When will you rescue your brother?" He Xuan turned to face He Feng, replying, "Whenever you wish, but I need my wife to come with me. I do not trust members of the He family." After speaking, He Xuan strode into the courtyard. At this moment, he had completely severed ties with the He family, regarding them as mere strangers, and felt no need to be overly polite. In truth, he had never been polite. He Feng beckoned to a servant standing at a distance. "Go inform the lady to bring the second daughter-in-law to the eldest daughter-in-law's courtyard." He then led He Xuan toward the elder's courtyard. Moments later, Nuan saw He Xuan seated in a chair and hurriedly ran over. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Since being with the old witch, she had not received any messages from He Xuan. Now seeing him, she felt a wave of relief. He Xuan gently patted her hand resting on his arm. "I am well," he assured her before turning to the couple. "Esteemed Lord He, Lady He, may I inquire when you require blood? Please expedite your request. I wish to return home and rest with my wife." He Xuan gazed at them with utmost respect. Upon hearing their son address them in such a manner, the couple felt a pang of grief. Although they were aware of the predetermined outcome, hearing their son call them, that still caused them heartache. After all, he was their own flesh and blood, yet there was no turning back now. Lady He took a deep breath, striving to steady herself. "I have instructed the maid to prepare the medicinal herbs. Once they arrive, we can proceed with the bloodletting." She looked up at He Xuan, somewhat astonished. "I did not realize you had grown so tall. It is unfortunate that we do not share a mother-son bond." Chapter 55. "I want your heart blood." She fixed her gaze squarely on He Xuan, enunciating each word. "I do not want blood from your wrist. I desire your heart blood." After speaking, she turned away, refusing to look at them again. Before either could respond, Lady He continued, "After this bloodletting, I will no longer seek you out. Rest assured." With that, she stormed off, presumably to find He Guang, leaving the three of them in stunned silence. Nuan felt her temper rising. How could they demand heart blood? They might as well kill you all, she thought darkly, considering that it would be easy to eliminate them without anyone knowing, especially to prevent them from coveting her husband's blood. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. He Xuan sensed her turmoil and gently grasped her hand, continuously offering her comfort. "In a moment, we will dismiss these people and use the blood from the space. They will be none the wiser. As for my brother, if he remains unaware, I shall provide him a spark of life to save him, repaying the kindness he extended to the original owner all those years ago." His soothing voice echoed in Nuan's mind. She nodded slightly, acquiescing to He Xuan's plan. "Master, young master, the medicinal herbs have arrived." A servant approached with a pot of herbs. The doctor said one ingredient is still missing, but the lady said the eldest young mistress has it. The servant reported respectfully to He Xuan, anxious not to overlook any detail. If anything were to happen to the young master, it would be untenable. Understood. Step back. He Xuan waved his hand, and the servant bowed slightly before retreating. I will fetch your mother. Your bowl is prepared in the side room. You go inside and get ready. I will send someone to collect the blood shortly. He Xuan turned and left. He Xuan led Nuan to the side room, securely closing the door behind them, and began to comfort her. Do not let it trouble you. These two are not our true parents. Nuan quickly retorted, I am not upset. I merely feel it is unjust. Those two clearly view you as nothing more than a blood bag. What superstitions they cling to, demanding heart blood. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, nearly puffing up like a pufferfish. How could the doctor be so incompetent? After all, the elder he did manage to recover back then. He Xuan, observing his wife's adorable demeanor, presented her with something in his hands. Here, take a look at this. Nuan's initial displeasure faded as she opened it to find content that delighted her. Instantly, her spirits lifted. The stipulations within aligned perfectly with her desires. It meant they would no longer have to pay homage to those old witches at family banquets, those terrible people. By the way, have we received the money? Nuan asked, her eyes sparkling with avarice. Her anger dissipated, and she had to admit that He Xuan truly understood her. Money is money. Who would complain about having too much? He Xuan chuckled, ruffling her hair. What are you thinking? We haven't given them any blood. Why would they pay us? Let us focus on the matter at hand. He added, noticing 3 large bowls on the table and clicking his tongue. I have never seen such heartless parents. If these bowls were filled, I could bleed dry. Nuan shook her head at the absurdity of it all. Those two even want heart blood. They are truly not good people. They exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that such a family could not be trusted, always fixated on them. Afterward, they began searching for blood bags in the space while simultaneously ensuring their mental veil covered the entire room. No one could escape their watchful gaze. Found it. Thankfully. Time flows differently in the space. Otherwise, I would not know how to get through today. He Xuan began to extract blood, adding a spark of life to the mixture. Hoping to restore his brother's vitality since he was not an ability user, a little life essence should suffice to aid his recovery. Once everything was settled, Nuan handed He Xuan a cloth. Quick, dab some blood on it, and make your face even paler. She fussed over him, insisting he should appear more ghostly than the one lying inside. Once we secure the money, we can leave. Meanwhile, in another room, Lady He was inquiring about the herb that Huang Feier had produced. Is that herb still here? Aunt Lin said to keep it. It might save a life someday. Huang Feier replied somewhat sheepishly, aware that everyone knew of the fallout between Lady He and Lin Yi. If Lady He discovered this, there would be chaos. Yet, the urgency of the situation regarding her husband's life compelled Huang Feier to be honest. Upon hearing this, Lady He gasped in shock, exclaiming, how could that wretched woman give you herbs? Quickly, bring it to me. I need to examine it closely. She was grateful she had not acted rashly and demanded the herbs outright, for if Lin Yi had poisoned them, He Xuan would be in grave danger. Hurry, summon the doctor. Lady He instructed the maid outside. The old doctor examined the herbs carefully, even tasting them, affirming they were indeed good quality. Upon hearing this, Lady He felt a wave of relief wash over her. She pondered, could it be that wretched woman truly had their best interests at heart? Yet, after much contemplation, Lady He could not find a plausible reason for Lin Yi's assistance, fully aware of how much animosity there was between them. Nevertheless, unable to think of a reason, she decided to set aside her thoughts. The most pressing concern now was He Xuan, who lay feeble on the bed. Madam, he felt a profound sense of distress. Her once healthy child, who had thrived within her womb, was now afflicted with a grave illness. She resolved to restore He Xuan's health, striving to shield him from any harm, lest he encounter that ungrateful wretch again. How could she, as his mother who had brought him into this world, tolerate being addressed as Madam He? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She secretly wished that this blood donation would lead to his demise. Yet, the thought of He Xuan's death tugged at her heartstrings, prompting a deep sigh. Perhaps it was best to sever ties entirely. After all, once they passed on, the two brothers might yet reunite, preserving the bond between them. At that moment, a maid delivering medicinal herbs knocked softly at the door, calling out, Madam. Turning to the maid, Madam, he inquired, what is it? Did I not instruct you to prepare the medicine with the doctor? The maid, looking puzzled, handed Madam He a letter she had discovered among the herbs. Madam, you must be surprised to see this letter. I found it while sorting through the materials and thought it might belong to you. Whose letter is it? Madam, he asked, perplexed as she accepted the envelope, noticing the words to Lin Rua inscribed upon it. Her astonishment grew. The handwriting was unfamiliar, and Huang Feier would never dare to address herself so directly. Unable to guess the sender's identity, she decided to simply open the letter, which revealed an atrocious scrawl akin to a dog's paw prints. However, the content was far from what she wished to see. Lin Ruan, you must be astonished to receive this letter. Can you guess who I am? Surely, you do not know me, for in your eyes, I am merely an illiterate maid. Were it not for your elevation, I would never have been acknowledged as the Chancellor's concubine. You have never considered my feelings, assuming I would be honored by your recognition. I pondered whether revealing this to you would prompt any self-reflection, but I instead wish for you to suffer as I have. Thus, I acquired a poison. By now, you should have deduced where this poison is and who ingested it. Indeed, it is your beloved eldest son. Are you curious to know who sold me this poison? It was none other than the fabled Jiangshini. Yet, Jiangshini is no divine healer. He is merely a skilled doctor. I had anticipated he would terminate the child within you, but to my surprise, the child endured. Alas, what a pity. Thus, I have turned my attention to your second child, for if the first survived, surely he must have been born bearing the poison. It is inevitable that it will manifest. I have conferred with the doctor about the subsequent steps. As I suspected, the illness will recur, necessitating medical intervention to forcefully deliver a frail second son. However, I miscalculated. You and your husband, devoid of humanity, abandoned the second son in a desolate courtyard. Truly, you are both inhumane. I wonder, as the esteemed Madame Lin, will you choose to cherish your eldest son or the barely living second son? Lin Ruan, I shall descend to hell and await you and your husband at the bridge of oblivion, where we may together seek justice from the king of hell. Do ensure you arrive promptly. As Madame He absorbed the letter's contents, her fury reached a boiling point. She had never anticipated that her son would be subjected to such malevolence. Yet, now she faced an unavoidable reality. Her second son's blood must be drawn to save her first. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rage, she turned to her eldest son, who lay in bed, and attempted a reassuring smile. What troubles you, mother? Do not let anger consume you, He Xuan urged. Madame He, forcing a smile, replied, It is nothing, my dear. A letter from Lin Yi has provoked me. Focus on your recovery. You should soon be able to rise. Yet, her anger was far from quelled. Seeking an excuse to leave, she remarked, I must check on the medicinal materials. I will tend to your wife and ensure she looks after you. With that, she turned and exited, her steps betraying her fury. The household sensed her wrath and wondered what words Lin Yi had penned to incite such ire. Once outside, Madame He found herself at a loss for whom to confide in. To her dismay, she realized that not a soul in the He household could offer her solace. Overwhelmed by her grievances, she felt tears welling up, yearning to weep. She refrained from seeking out He Xuan, wishing to preserve her image in his eyes. She could not bear the thought of him hating her for the plight that had befallen their son. Turning to the maid, she commanded, Go fetch the medicinal herbs. I shall prepare the medicine for my eldest son myself. The maid hurried to the inner chamber to retrieve the herbs, well aware of their significance. As she returned with 3 large bowls of blood, she trembled internally, appalled by the family's cruelty in allowing the second son to bleed so profusely. It was said that even a tiger would not harm its young, yet they seemed more ruthless than beasts. Madame He proceeded to the kitchen to brew the medicine, instructing the maid to assist elsewhere. Once alone, she took the letter and incinerated it in the burning herb pot, ensuring that its secrets would remain forever buried. Her son had not succumbed to poisoning, but had merely contracted a grave illness. As the flames consumed the letter, her fury began to dissipate. With Lin Yi absent, the opportunity for revenge seemed to slip away. As Madame He diligently prepared the medicine, she found solace in mentally berating Lin Yi, striving to assuage her tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, He Xuan and Nuan concluded their affairs and instructed the maid to lead them away. Lingering here served no purpose. They were to collect their payment, for blood had been shed, and they could not leave without recompense. Feigning weakness, He Xuan leaned against Nuan, taking labored breaths and coughing intermittently to maintain his facade. The servant leading them, disdainful of the He family's display of weakness, silently criticized He Guang's sudden decline in health since his arrival. However, the servants remained reticent, reliant on the family's goodwill for their livelihood. Upon reaching the study, the servant gently knocked on the door, announcing, Master, the second young master has arrived. He stood respectfully by, awaiting instructions. Lost in thought, He Xuan lifted his heavy head, his eyes vacant as they met the door. Summoning his strength, he quietly instructed, Come in. As He Xuan entered, he coughed deliberately. Father, my wife and I are ready to return home, he wheezed, reinforcing his sickly demeanor. Once he had established this pretense, he continued, If you would kindly provide us with the necessary items, we shall take our leave. Chapter 57. Affection. He Xuan gazed at his second son, who was panting heavily, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. The eldest son was no longer in grave danger, and began to exhibit a modicum of paternal affection. With genuine concern, he inquired about He Xuan's frail condition, urging him to rest, assuring him that he would not drive them away, and suggesting they speak once he had regained his strength. However, the sentiment was largely overshadowed by reproach. He Xuan lifted his face, disdain evident in his tone as he retorted, "No need for that. I fear that if I linger, I may well leave the remainder of my life here. Please, Master He, hand over the items to us, so I may retire early." His expression was cold, devoid of any trace of filial affection towards his father. He Qingfeng dutifully handed the items to He Xuan, adding, "I will provide you with an additional 100,000 taels. Ensure you rest well upon your return. Should you encounter any trouble, remember to return to the old residence." His face bore a hint of embarrassment, yet his words were quite unpalatable. What did this mean? Did he intend to prolong their tenuous bond with 100,000 taels? Did he wish for them to return to the He family estate and coexist with those predatory wolves? He Xuan let out a soft chuckle, one that any reasonable person would recognize as mocking. Upon hearing this, He Qingfeng felt as though his old face had been thoroughly shamed. Yet this seemed to him the best method to maintain their relationship. Nuan, who had been listening to this exchange, felt her blood boil. She had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. How could one possess such an audacity, still yearning for opportunities to interact? It was a delusion. He Xuan counted out 100,000 taels from the stack of banknotes and returned them, stating, "No need for this. This amount suffices for my wife and me. If you cease to intrude upon our lives, we might even live long and prosper." With that, he took Nuan by the hand and departed from the He family estate. During their exit, he feigned coughing and breathlessness, taking pauses to rest, all to uphold his facade. In that moment, the reputation of the He family estate among the newly arrived maids and servants had already plummeted. The second young master had arrived with somewhat normal-colored lips, yet upon leaving, they appeared pallid. Several maids who were privy to the situation silently scorned the head of the household, but dared not voice their thoughts. Once the couple boarded their carriage, He Xuan stretched uncomfortably, unable to suppress his complaints about the art of feigning illness. Nuan could not hold back her laughter, playfully nudging He Xuan. "Enjoy your little victory. Today you earned 400,000 taels, surpassing what even the top courtesans earn." After her words, she burst into laughter, not merely at He Xuan's antics, but also in joy at the prospect of never having to see those people again. Meanwhile, within the He family estate, Madame He diligently prepared medicine for her beloved son. As she brewed the concoction, her thoughts wandered to her second son, constantly lamenting the hardships of raising him and justifying that he existed solely for the benefit of the eldest son. In the end, Madame He successfully convinced herself, momentarily reclaiming the lofty status of the Prime Minister's wife, believing herself blameless. After serving the medicine to He Guang, she incessantly instructed Huang Fei'er to care for him, exercising her authority as a mother-in-law. Huang Fei'er, who had been meticulously tending to her husband, felt on the verge of collapse as she listened to her mother-in-law's endless admonishments. She had been worried about her husband's health, noting his increasingly pale lips, which already left her anxious. Now, on top of that, her mother-in-law was standing by, continuously berating her to ensure He Guang's well-being. In that moment, Huang Fei'er could barely contain her urge to push Madame He aside and chastise her for her overbearing behavior. Before Huang Fei'er could fully unleash her frustration, He Guang spoke weakly, calling out, "Mother, please do not always blame Fei'er. The doctor has said this is an old ailment, and Fei'er was unaware of it. She has been caring for me these past few days and has already endured much." As He Guang finished speaking, he took several deep breaths. Madame He's ceaseless chatter ceased as she heard her son defending his wife. Unhappily, she questioned why her son would speak on behalf of someone else. She believed her intentions were for He Guang's benefit, and she could not comprehend why he would side with a daughter-in-law. Yet, seeing her son's frail state, she refrained from causing further discord, merely acquiescing to his wishes. "Very well, you should rest. I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs," she concluded, turning to leave. As she departed, she muttered a few words that, though spoken softly, echoed in the quiet room, making her comments all the more pronounced. Huang Fei'er struggled to suppress her frustration, realizing just how adept her mother-in-law was at stirring trouble. Feeling wronged yet still obligated to care for He Guang, she glanced at him, who was lying in bed and had overheard his mother's remarks. He sat up against the headboard, gently cupping Huang Fei'er's face in his hands, whispering words of comfort. "Do not be upset. Mother is simply like that. Let us disregard her words. If you remain displeased, once I am able to rise, I shall take you somewhere pleasant to ease your mind." He Guang contemplated that if his mother continued her unreasonable antics, he might use his private savings to purchase a villa outside the city. where he could reside for a year, allowing the two women to avoid conflict. After all, who would not cherish their own wife? He could not bear to see his mother bully his beloved spouse. Huang Feier gazed at her husband, feeling a surge of happiness as he offered her comfort. Recognizing that not everyone would humble themselves to provide solace, she nuzzled her face against his hand, though her expression remained melancholic. He Guang eventually heard her voice. I merely feel a sense of injustice. It seems mother treated me well, yet since returning to our ancestral home, I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend her. Huang Feier sighed deeply, longing for the days when her mother-in-law was more amiable. Now, each encounter felt suffocating, yet for the sake of her husband, she had to accommodate. He Guang gently caressed Huang Feier's face, a smile illuminating his features as he remarked, Mother is simply idle, with nothing better to do than scrutinize our private matters. Huang Feier offered a bright smile, gently pushing He Guang back onto the bed. Your primary task now is to recover your health. Only when I am bickering with mother-in-law will you have the energy to assist me. Listening to his wife's plaintive tone, He Guang felt a surge of affection. She was indeed the one he had chosen, and he cared deeply for her. Chapter 58. My dear wife, someone is stealing your money as a son. He could not speak harshly to his mother, yet he was reluctant to see his wife suffer. He could only hope that their interactions would be limited. Uncertain of when his own health would improve, lying weakly in bed, he felt utterly helpless, barely able to speak without gasping for breath. He Guang gestured toward the nearby chaise lounge. You should lie down for a while. You look drained. Seeing Huang Feier's reluctant expression, he softly coaxed her, be good. Huang Feier obediently reclined on the chaise and, after a brief moment, succumbed to sleep, clearly exhausted. He Guang turned slightly to watch her, his eyes filled with tenderness. The room was enveloped in tranquility until Madame He returned with the medicine. Though initially furious, she could only helplessly retreat to the study, where He Feng had been quietly waiting since He Xian's departure, hoping for his return to mend their rift. However, that was an impossible wish. His already low spirits plummeted further upon encountering Madame He, especially after several days of discord over procuring medicinal ingredients. He felt that Madame He had wronged He Xian, all the while failing to acknowledge his own neglect toward him. He and Madame He are of the same ilk, which is why they have endured as a married couple for so many years. However, Madame He is ultimately his longtime wife, having weathered countless hardships together. Observing his furious demeanor, she could only inquire gently. When treated with such concern by her husband, she could no longer contain herself, lamenting that she felt her two sons were raised in vain. He Feng began to comfort his beloved wife. But the relationship between the He family's old residents and He Xian had reached a freezing point. On the road, Nuan and He Xian were counting the silver notes they had just received. Nuan joyfully clutched the notes, counting them repeatedly. He Xian, amused by her avaricious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. You have a fortune that could hardly be contained, yet you still concern yourself with these 400,000 taels. It's quite embarrassing to say. Upon hearing this, Nuan clicked her tongue in disbelief. How can you be so easily satisfied? Who would ever complain about having too much money? Honestly, He Xian lifted the curtain and instructed Lin Feng, take us directly to the estate. If anyone asks, say I've gone there to recuperate. Lin Feng nodded respectfully. Yes, my lord. After an hour, the carriage finally arrived at the estate. Nuan jumped down and couldn't help but grumble. This road is absolutely dreadful. I will eventually have to get it repaired. She continued to vent her frustrations about the poor condition of the road. He Xian, watching her adorable antics, found it hard not to smile, but truth be told, the road was indeed terrible. If they hadn't spent so long in the apocalypse, they would have known better than to endure such an ordeal. He Xian chuckled softly, walking over to gently pat Nuan's head. All right, don't be upset. We'll have them fix the road. Standing quietly by were two individuals who felt inexplicably full. Only after the couple finished their conversation did they notice Feng Yi and He San silently standing like pillars nearby. When did you two arrive? Nuan asked, observing their identical, expressionless faces. Is that expression a copy? And why are you both dressed in black? One might think something dreadful has happened at home. Our household does not enforce a uniform. We're what you wish, they replied, slightly puzzled. Nuan couldn't help but scoff, wondering why there should be any dress code at all. Their identical attire and expressionless faces were rather displeasing. The two men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. Your ladyship said we can wear whatever we like, as long as it's convenient for movement. Naturally, one must pamper one's own wife. The four of them proceeded directly to the study, disregarding any notions that women should not engage in discussions or that they should be avoided. At times, it was indeed the lady of the house who made the final decisions, highlighting her standing. However, the lady was often too lazy, resulting in the gentleman typically speaking up while she supplemented his words. By the way, Feng Yi, have you managed to recruit anyone? Yes, but it requires your lordship's personal judgment to determine whether to accept them. Feng Yi replied promptly at the mention of his name. He Xuan lightly raised his lashes. Taking a sip from his teacup, let us find a time to assess their situation. The more we can recruit, the better. I can afford to support them. And business will surely improve. My lord, here are the accounts for the shops I opened in the border town, though business has yet to flourish. Feng Yi handed over the ledger he was carrying. Flipping through the ledger page by page, He Xuan couldn't help but complain about the complex bookkeeping. Goodness. It only takes a few strokes of the brush to fill this ledger. It seems it's time to popularize Arabic numerals for internal use. It would make reviewing the accounts much simpler. After his grumbling, He Xuan scrutinized the ledger seriously, his brow furrowed. Business indeed had not improved, money had been invested. Yet the returns were minimal. He passed the ledger back. Now, tell me about the situation of these shops. Yes, my lord. The first is Chunfeng Tower. After purchasing it, I discovered a group of ill-intentioned individuals, agents from Kyoto, placed here to spy on the border town's officials. I have refrained from making rash decisions and have kept it under observation. Following your lordship's plans, we have been renovating it, but it has yet to yield profits. It serves as our main source of information. Although business has been booming since its opening, most visitors are ruffians who default on their debts. Oh, they're defaulting on my accounts? Dear wife, he is stealing your money. He Xuan teased Nuan, who had been quietly listening. Upon hearing the mention of money, she immediately perked up. Who dares to default? I'll deal with them, regardless of whose subordinates they are. They cannot take our hard-earned money. Having always admired soldiers in modern times, especially during the apocalypse when they tirelessly protected ordinary citizens, she couldn't help but compare them unfavorably to the soldiers of ancient times. Growing increasingly disdainful, He Xuan turned to Feng Yi with a stern expression. Did you hear? Anyone who dares to default will have their limbs broken. The two reporting individuals exchanged glances, fully aware that their lords were not joking. If someone truly dared to default, their lords would indeed follow through on their threats. As Nuan spoke, she remarked disdainfully, as soldiers, they not only fail to protect the common people, but aim to plunder their hard-earned wealth. Feng Yi, remember, although Chunfeng Tower is a brothel, it must retain some humanity and only accept those who volunteer. A sudden pang of conscience struck her, a remnant from the apocalypse, where true moral integrity was a rarity. As for anything else, it's best not to dwell on it. After all, how many truly possess a conscience after surviving the apocalypse? Understood, my lady. Once Nuan fell silent again, she felt quite lazy, preferring to avoid unnecessary toil. After all, there was He Xuan to handle matters. Have you found the person you were looking for? The head of Chunfeng Tower must be one of our own. Do not concern yourself with anything else. The very reason they acquired Chunfeng Tower was to gather intelligence. As for other matters, he preferred not to bother himself, especially since the informants they had were helpful in attracting business to the establishment. By the way, if any informants are male, find an excuse to send them away. We only need female informants. Male informants are a waste of resources, and we are not in the charity business. Feng Yi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. My lord, do you realize the implications of what you just said? Such words, if heard by others, could lead to dire consequences. Yet, as a subordinate, one must obey. Yes, most of them are acquaintances of our subordinates, not affiliated with any particular faction. Feng Yi respectfully reported. And the others? One is a fabric shop, lacking in innovation. Most locally produced materials are coarse, and to find better fabric, we must go to Hangning. Other places do not carry quality goods. Since we are just entering this business, we must traverse the Wanzhong Mountains to reach Hangning. The Wanzhong Mountains are rife with bandits, and the authorities have yet to send anyone to eliminate them. If we wish to pass through safely, we must pay a toll. Feng Yi quickly explained, it is not that we lack effort, it's simply that we currently lack the means. Among your lordship's subordinates, only the three of us possess any martial prowess. How could we possibly contend with the bandits of Wanzhong Mountains? And as for paying a toll, do you think they would actually accept it? Thus, they had been taking the low road, primarily dealing with commoners, but how often do commoners buy clothes? Consequently, their profits remained meager. He Xuan nodded thoughtfully at this explanation. That is indeed a concern. Let us first assess the individuals you've brought. I will find time to deal with the bandits in Wanzhong Mountains. We cannot allow them to continue harming the common people. Feng Yi felt his lips twitch at the thought. That S.A. bandit den? Can it really be eradicated? He Xuan spoke with an air of righteousness. Yet within his heart, he harbored thoughts of how to seize the bandits' riches for himself. After all, with so many young ones to support and the necessity of martial arts training, expenses were inevitable. Those mountain bandits clearly belonged to the wealthy class. The woman who had blocked their path wore silk, a clear indication of her affluence. Developing power required substantial financial backing, especially since he needed to provide for his wife, who deserved only the finest. Feng Yi observed that the master had fallen silent, hastily shifting the topic to other shops, mentioning that they still had a grain store. It was essential for their power expansion that they did not face a shortage of provisions. The grain store posed the same challenges as the fabric shop, both being akin to the treacherous peaks of the mountains. These matters could be resolved together. As for other issues, Feng Yi felt confident in his ability to manage them, as the profits were among the best in the border town. He pondered these concerns, opting not to burden his master with trivialities. After reporting, Feng Yi stood quietly by He Xuan's side. He Xuan turned to He Xuan, inquiring about the group of children. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, revealing his impatience. He had intended to handle matters without the distraction of his young wife, yet now he found himself entangled in these affairs. The children had been well trained, already beginning to carve out their respective paths. In just a few years, a cohort of them would be capable of standing on their own. Recognizing his master's growing impatience, He Xuan quickly provided a report. As for the timing to meet those individuals, Feng Yi, you can arrange that. He Xuan instructed. Are there any other matters? He acknowledged their presence, gauging whether the two had anything further to discuss. With nothing more to say, both men sensed He Xuan's rising agitation and promptly departed. Once they had left, He Xuan finally relaxed his shoulders, casting a pitiful glance at Nuan. He slumped beside her, attempting to maintain his authoritative demeanor, utterly exhausted. Nuan, feeling the weight pressing down on her, could not help but push him away, exclaiming, "Are you not aware of your own weight? I could be crushed under you." She kicked him aside, adding, "I see you are becoming increasingly carefree. You were once so reserved. I preferred your former self." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leapt onto her feet, gazing up at He Xuan. "By the way, I just heard about one Chongshan. Let us go explore." "I want to go. You just kicked me down, and now I'm injured and lack the energy to accompany you," He Xuan replied, gently removing her from his lap and sitting up straight to sip his tea, though his words were enough to incite Nuan's ire. She understood that he wished for her to coax him. What an odd quirk. If he desired her to comfort him, then she would do so earnestly. "By the way, it's been rather warm lately. I don't think we need to share a bed. Sleeping alone is quite fine. I wonder if my husband prefers to sleep alone?" Nuan observed He Xuan's hand pause over his teacup, then swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, can you go now?" She looked at He Xuan with an innocent expression, posing a rather unkind question. He Xuan's tea-drinking halted. His wife was proving difficult to manage, at least not now. Considering there was no sofa here, only a royal couch, which was rather unwelcoming to him, with his feet still dragging on the ground. Nuan smirked. "How cheeky of you, thinking you can control me." He Xuan acknowledged that he was somewhat spineless, yet when would he muster the courage? At the very least, he needed to devise a sofa so that when his wife eventually pushed him out, he would have a place to rest. Nevertheless, in a bid to maintain his dignity as a man, He Xuan resolutely declared, "Let us go. Why not? This minor injury is but a trifling matter to me. We shall earn money for you right away." He Xuan willingly set aside his pride to appease his wife, acknowledging that the chilly weather made it more comforting to sleep together. However, before they ventured to Wanshoshan, they needed to check on the few talent recruits they had unearthed. These were vital assets for their development, and until the little ones matured, they would need to encroach upon others' territories. The relationships within the He family were intricate, and to clarify for those confused, here is a brief outline. He family: eldest uncle He Qingrong, wife Wang Han; sons He Wen and He Wu, second branch He Qingyin, wife Lu Chuan; sons He Nan and He Bei, daughter, previously a minor character, third branch Prime Minister He Qifeng, wife Lin Ruo; son He Guang, wife Huang Feier, second male lead He Xuan, wife Nuan. He family ranking: eldest He Nan, second He Wen, third He Wu, fourth He Bei, fifth He Guang, sixth He Xuan. Otherwise have yet to be introduced, as the author has not yet conceived them. Just traversed and exiled. The couple escapes the apocalypse. Continuing with the narrative, Nuan had initially thought Feng Yi's recruitment efforts would yield only 5 or 6 individuals, but to her astonishment, upon witnessing the crowd in the courtyard, her face filled with shock as she praised Feng Yi. "Whose household have you raided? Such talent?" Feng Yi felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Indeed, his actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Yet, the previous master was hardly a decent person. If he did not encroach upon their territory, whose would he? Even He Xuan, usually so serious, could not help but commend Feng Yi. It seemed they had underestimated him. While conversing, they also observed the hidden guards scattered throughout the courtyard. As He Xuan and his companion entered, the guards discreetly scrutinized them, for it was expected that these two would become their new masters. Feng Yi had assured them that the new masters were benevolent and could cure the peculiar poison afflicting them. If not now, then when? He Xuan was quite satisfied with these people, though he was less trusting of the guards than Feng Yi. After all, over the days, He Xuan had subtly conditioned Feng Yi's loyalty. Turning to Feng Yi, he stated, I shall not pry into your background, but I am wary of these individuals. Feng Yi understood He Xuan's intent and slowly approached the hidden guards. Brothers, this is the last favor I can offer you. The rest is up to you to resolve. Whether you can remain with your master depends on your own capabilities. He then returned to stand behind He Xuan, signifying his stance. These brothers had suffered greatly, finding themselves under such a master. The female guards had been forced to serve him. At times, he was indiscriminate in his preferences. Fortunately, with the passing of the former emperor and the fall from grace of the Guangwang, the new emperor's caution allowed them to escape their previous master. Having endured years of hardship, they had only survived thanks to the support of their comrades. Their sole purpose now was to avenge their suffering. Nuan gazed at them kindly. If you choose to follow me, I will ensure your safety. The guards exchanged glances. Having served the Guangwang, they bore many hidden injuries and were plagued by the peculiar poison that had been imposed upon them to prevent defection. Hearing Feng Yi mention that the female master could cure their ailments, they were intrigued. After all, Feng Yi had stated that their master was skilled in medicine and had no apparent enemies. If she could heal their afflictions, then they would no longer suffer from the recurring pain of the poison. As Feng Yi pondered these matters, four team leaders respectfully approached He Xuan. A rugged man approached He Xuan and respectfully knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his left chest. I am the leader of the Wind Group, working harmoniously with the Wind team. I excel in trade and social interactions, typically assigned to villages and shops. My daily tasks involve gathering intelligence and conducting business to expand my master's income. Our team comprises 15 members, each named from Wind 2 to Wind 16. After speaking, Wind 2 paused, uncertain whether his next words would sway the judgment of the man before him. The Light King regarded them as mere tools, often leaving them hungry and occasionally subjecting them to indignities. To be candid, they harbored no loyalty towards him, and if you were unwilling to accept them, they would understand. Once he finished speaking, Wind 2 quietly returned to his place, waiting in silence. He understood the significance of loyalty for one in need of protection. For those in power are often fearful of death, dreading the day their closest guards might betray them. He Xuan gazed intently at Wind 2, seeking the truth in his words. The rugged demeanor of this man, unexpectedly adept in commerce, surprised him. Another leader, sensing He Xuan's prolonged silence, felt a pang of uncertainty but nonetheless stepped forward. We are the Rain Group, predominantly comprised of women. Our primary role is to gather intelligence and execute assassinations. We excel in both. The rationale behind our betrayal of the Light King is similar. After speaking, the woman retreated to her place. Before her arrival, Feng Yi had informed them that He Xuan was a paragon of virtue, treating them with the respect they craved. Working under such a master alleviated their fears of abandonment should they suffer harm. Moreover, Feng Yi had assured them that the two masters were deeply devoted to one another and would not turn against them. Before He Xuan could glance at Yui, the woman had already returned to her spot. Meanwhile, Nuan, observing the beautiful woman, felt an inexplicable surge of joy. This stunning girl could easily be a star. Feng Yi then stepped forward, respectfully bowing to He Xuan. My lord, Yui is the one I brought to manage the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Her capabilities will ensure its orderly operation. He Xuan turned to Nuan, a smile gracing his lips. The Spring Breeze Pavilion is not within my purview. Consult your lady. If she consents, they may remain. At this, the Rain Group felt a weight lift from their hearts. Having their mistress involved in the selection of guards indicated a commendable master. Yet, uncertainty soon crept in. They wondered what their mistress truly thought. If she felt jealous, they would continue to wander. Nuan, rolling her eyes at He Xuan's words, felt he was merely seeking to bolster his own reputation. She feared these individuals would not respect her, as she had carved her own path through merit, and any disrespect would be met with disdain. She turned her gaze to the anxious girls in the courtyard. Such lovely maidens should undoubtedly be kept. If they meant no harm, they would be treated well. Upon hearing this, the Rain Group quickly knelt in gratitude. Understanding their master's words clearly, as long as they remained loyal, they would survive. Thank you, my lord, they said, bowing with one knee raised. Rise. If you bear any hidden injuries, inform me so I can provide treatment, Nuan expressed, still feeling for the girls. Thank you, my lord. The Rain Group said as they stood, quietly observing their remaining comrades, hoping for their prosperity. The Thunder Group, skilled in assassination, was responsible for eliminating hidden threats and patrolling against external enemies. A robust man stood before He Xuan, exuding an aura of menace. Indeed, he was the one tasked with assassination, his presence so formidable that even children would likely cry in fear. He Xuan nodded lightly to the Thunder Group before turning to the final leader with curiosity. I am intrigued by your group's role. You have intelligence gathering and assassination covered. What is your group responsible for? He Xuan chuckled at his own inexplicable curiosity, realizing he had grown too accustomed to tranquil days. Now seeking engagement, the leader eagerly stepped forward, replying, I lead the electric group, primarily tasked with personal protection and neutralizing assassins. Chapter 61. Adventure. He Xuan turned to Nuan, whispering, Are we not being somewhat unethical by apprehending all of the Light King's dark guards? This was a one-way transmission. Nuan rolled her eyes at He Xuan's words, finding his suggestion audacious. You're clearly planning to undermine their master and yet have the audacity to voice such immoral thoughts? If their lord were present, you might find yourself in dire straits. Nevertheless, Nuan remained curious about the Light King. What kind of person could commit such shameless acts that even He Xuan would find himself in awe? She signaled to He Xuan to expedite arrangements. As you wish, my lady, He Xuan said, regarding Nuan with affection. Turning back to the dark guards, his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone, the warmth of his smile vanishing. He addressed them sternly, Since you are here, it signifies your complete renunciation of your former master. Thus, your loyalty must be unwavering. As for your desires, I will endeavor to fulfill them as long as they remain within my capacity. However, should you dare betray us, I shall show no mercy. Nuan found amusement in this. The sequence of offering a slap followed by sweets was reversed. The dark guards exchanged glances before, moments later, kneeling with hands over their hearts, solemnly pledging their allegiance. My lord, their voices resonated with sincerity, delighted by the prospect of having so many under his command. He Xuan's stern countenance transformed into one of warmth. Feng Yi, please arrange for their provisions and accommodations. If anyone bears hidden injuries, ensure they are documented. He instructed. In a few days, I shall return to tend to your wounds, and the younger ones in the courtyard must also be trained to avoid causing fatalities. He concluded. That will suffice for now. We shall be away from the estate for the next few days. Any matters can wait until our return. You may disperse. After dismissing them, He Xuan and Nuan mounted their horses, setting off towards the Wanchong Mountain, traveling with the inhabitants of the He family estate. The journey from Wanchong Mountain to the border city would take nearly 2 days. Riding swiftly, they would require at least a day to reach their destination. With little else to occupy their time, they would venture into the forest to hunt and forage. On the evening of the 3rd day, they finally arrived near Wanchong Mountain. To evade detection by mountain bandits, they dismounted far from their destination and took a concealed route. Securing their horses in a hidden spot, He Xuan expanded his mental acuity, scanning the surroundings for threats while making his way toward Wanchong Mountain. As they drew nearer, his mental energy began to wane. He turned to Nuan, whispering, Let us find a place to rest for the night. My mental energy is running low. All right, Nuan replied, noticing his pale complexion and feeling a twinge of concern. Once they located a valley, Nuan felt brave enough to speak freely, suggesting, If it proves too taxing, we can recuperate before continuing. Observing He Xuan's waning vitality, she regretted her earlier suggestion. He Xuan, noticing her expression of guilt, waved it off. Since arriving here, his powers had significantly diminished. Hunting in the mountains would serve as training, and visiting Wanchong Mountain was similarly beneficial. Indeed, it provides an opportunity to scout the area and ensure our business remains undisturbed, He Xuan reassured her. The following day dawned clear and bright. Yet they hesitated to continue their reconnaissance. 2 individuals conspired to gather herbs amidst the mountainous forest during daylight. Within the woods, it felt as if they had entered Nuan's paradise, where she could command the flora to engage and battle alongside her. He Xuan observed as Nuan placed a hand on the ground, causing the vines beneath her to extend in every direction. The vines appeared almost sentient, slithering with the grace of serpents. One particularly endearing vine stealthily ascended along He Xuan's arm, playfully tugging at his pinky finger. He Xuan, recognizing the mischief of Nuan, chuckled at the little vine's antics. With a gentle poke, he teased the vine, which responded shyly by tightening its grip around his pinky. Turning to He Xuan, Nuan beamed with pride, while He Xuan, filled with affection, playfully chided her for her antics. After the vine had its fun, it released its hold and resumed its labor. Darling, a sizable creature approaches from your left. Handle it, Nuan suddenly declared, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. He Xuan instantly assumed a combat stance, his gaze fixed on the left. The rustling grew louder as a wild boar charged from the underbrush. Nuan commanded the vines to ensnare the boar's hind legs, causing it to stumble and fall. Seizing the moment, He Xuan plunged a dagger deep into the creature's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering He Xuan's face. The odor of iron filled the air as He Xuan pressed down, severing the boar's neck. Blood sprayed, staining the earth crimson. Once the flow of blood had subsided, He Xuan retrieved a waterproof cloth from his belongings, wrapped the boar, and stored it away. Watching He Xuan's grim task, Nuan couldn't help but laugh, leaning against a tree with her arms crossed. My dear, you look quite disheveled. It's my first time witnessing your prowess in butchery. And I must say, it's rather impressive. He Xuan, covered in blood, felt a touch of self-deprecation. This is rather embarrassing, isn't it? Our first outing. And I look like this. After completing their task, the duo ventured deeper into the mountains, where Nuan skillfully commanded the vines to ensnare any wild fowl or rabbits they encountered. They efficiently dispatched their quarry, storing the spoils in their space. The forest yielded several wild ginseng roots, which Nuan diligently wrapped in moss and tucked away, mindful not to place them in their storage, as the creatures within would not thrive there. These roots were intended for planting on the hillside behind their homestead, where they would surely flourish with the right care. As time passed, they returned to the stream, where He Xuan meticulously cleaned himself of the bloodstains. Nuan emerged from the forest pristine, not a leaf clinging to her. In contrast, He Xuan bore the marks of their endeavors, with blood splattered across his attire. The plants had eagerly sought to cling to him, particularly those with thorns. Nuan couldn't contain her laughter at his disheveled appearance. As he scrubbed away the stains, He Xuan voiced his discontent. Chapter 62. Sin He Xuan discarded his bloodied outer robe in disdain. How filthy, he muttered as he washed. After dinner, as dusk settled, the two exchanged glances. It was time to procure supplies. They donned their dark attire, essential for their nocturnal endeavors, and stealthily advanced under the moonlight. The bandit hideouts scattered across the mountainous terrain were not difficult to locate. The flickering flames illuminated the area, revealing the abundance of bandits within the region. For years, no one had unified the various factions of bandits in these mountains, which suited He Xuan and Nuan just fine, allowing them to dismantle each group one by one, robbing the wealthy to aid the poor. Concealed in the shadows of their first target, Nuan took He Xuan's hand and discreetly inscribed a message on his palm. How many are there? He Xuan communicated telepathically, over 100, including guards. Some are drinking in the main hall, others are in their rooms. A few women are in the kitchen, while the rest are plotting mischief. He Xuan felt a sense of unease. Why waste the night drinking when there was work to be done? He humorously covered his eyes. Wife, my innocence is compromised. Understanding his implication, Nuan recognized the unsavory activities taking place. She ran her fingers through her hair, unable to suppress her sarcasm. When did you become so sensitive? Those creatures aren't human. Just treat them as they are. He Xuan, slightly bemused, replied, well, you haven't witnessed it firsthand. Otherwise, you'd feel the same. Let us handle the group in the hall first, then deal with the guards, and finally confront those unsavory individuals. He Xuan quickly devised a plan based on their surroundings. Nuan followed him, moving swiftly toward the wine cellar, where the guards were engaged in idle chatter. Our hideout is secure. Why guard the wine cellar? It seems we won't be celebrating tonight, grumbled one bandit. The other, equally disgruntled, lamented his missed opportunity to rendezvous with a woman named Xiaohong. The bandit continued. Today was supposed to be Tiger Brothers' shift, but after his run-in with the chief, we were assigned to guard the cellar. Their conversation grew more animated as they shared gossip, while Nuan listened intently from the shadows, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I suspect there's a plot afoot to usurp the chief, she whispered to He Xuan, her excitement palpable. He Xuan, bemused by her enthusiasm, placed a hand over her mouth, urging her to focus on their task. He Xuan handed Nuan a small vial of venom, which she reluctantly accepted, still distracted by her earlier thoughts. Sensing the presence of plants in the cellar, she issued a gentle command. Moments later, a vine slithered toward them, affectionately curling around her arm and cautiously extending toward her fingers. Nuan playfully startled the vine, then offered it the poison, instructing it to carry out their plan while they remained uninvolved in the aftermath. The poison would seep into the barrels of wine, ensuring that none of the bandits would escape unscathed. Do not question why they firmly assert these individuals are malevolent. Gazing at the multitude of skeletal remains, how could they possibly be virtuous? Nuan closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the stark whiteness of the bones. Are these mountain bandits truly devoid of goodness? Look at this mountain of bones lying beneath her very own room. Was it not said that ancient people had profound faith in deities? Why then do these individuals exhibit such fearlessness? How could they coexist with these bones for so many years? Surely, this is a sign of psychological aberration. Nuan could not help but scoff at the notion that the leader was not a deviant. After all, those he murdered lay beneath him while he casually set up a bed above. He Xuan, unable to suppress his emotions, closed his eyes, wishing for their peace in the next life, free from such suffering. With a deep sigh, He Xuan took Nuan, who was lost in thought, and departed from the stone chamber. In another stone chamber, they discovered a treasure trove of gold and silver. Yet, despite her usual avarice, Nuan could not muster a smile at their haul. He Xuan gently pressed down on her head, whispering, do not dwell on it. Each has their own fate. The two proceeded to scour the bandit stronghold, collecting anything of value. As the time approached, they finally reached the stronghold's main hall, where they beheld the grinning faces of the bandits. Without hesitation, they dispatched these individuals, for they were not worthy of mercy. Once the bandits had been sufficiently dealt with, He Xuan retrieved gasoline from his spatial storage and set about dousing the stronghold. With a single match, he ignited the stronghold, sealing its sins forever in flames. Standing upon a distant peak, they watched the fire consume the stronghold, and Nuan could not help but reflect on their fortune. Had the stronghold been closer to the village, they might have had to worry about finding help to extinguish the flames. Chapter 63. The sweep of Wanchong Mountain. The duo continued their methodical approach, targeting other bandit camps, as none of them were virtuous souls. Their actions could be deemed as a form of black eating black. They did manage to rescue a few hostages, both male and female, whom they sedated and left at the exit of Wanchong Mountain. Of course, they left behind some silver coins, for they were not lacking in wealth, merely abundance in other resources. Where these individuals would go thereafter was not their concern. Having saved them was already a display of benevolence. To escort them on their sweep would be foolish. After exiting, Nuan could not help but comment on the bandits' inability to care for their horses, which appeared alarmingly emaciated. With their towering statures, did they not fear crushing the poor creatures? After completing their tasks, the pair mounted their fine steeds and rode back to the border city. They had been gone for over 10 days. Surely, Feng Yi had arranged everything in their absence. Upon returning, they intended to attend to the wounds of those pitiful souls, lest their efforts be undermined by their suffering. During their absence, Feng Yi had prepared medicinal baths for them, using herbs cultivated by Nuan's own abilities. The vitality of these herbs far surpassed that of ordinary ones, ensuring that minor injuries would be resolved, while more significant afflictions would require their direct intervention. Riding along the path, their faces concealed, they appeared as mere travelers, their true identities hidden. Yet, it was peculiar that those observing them assumed they were bandits. Upon returning to the estate, Feng Yi, the diligent steward, promptly approached to take their horses. As the horses came to a halt, He Xuan dismounted with an air of elegance. Nuan, admiring He Xuan's graceful descent, could not help but nod in approval. They quickly entered the residence. Noting the chill in the air, winter was indeed approaching, and riding had left their ears numb. Feng Yi and Xuan stepped forward to assist their masters in shedding their cloaks. "Why have you returned so late?" "Dinner is ready," Xuan inquired, her attentiveness reflecting her feminine nature. Nuan rubbed her hands together, responding, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Xuan hastened to bow, "Master, please warm your hands while I arrange the evening meal." With that, she departed. He Xuan turned to Feng Yi. "Is everything arranged? Has business commenced?" Feng Yi promptly replied, "Everything is in order, Master. We are merely awaiting the grand opening." He Xuan produced a stack of silver notes from his robes, handing them to Feng Yi. "Assess the health of the guards and arrange for supplies. I have dealt with the bandits of Wanchong Mountain." Feng Yi felt a surge of shock, but quickly bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, Master." He Xuan waved him away. "Go and attend to your duties." As Feng Yi retreated, he internally chastised his own naivety. Even with their capabilities, subduing Wanchong Mountain would not be an easy feat. Meanwhile, He Xuan rubbed his hands together, maintaining his authoritative persona. The cold had been particularly biting these days, perhaps due to the geographical nature of the border city. Nuan savored a bowl of ginger tea brought by Xuan, exclaiming, "How delightful! From now on, let us not venture outside. Let us remain here and cultivate our abilities. Our powers are still too feeble." In their previous lives during the apocalypse, their abilities would have felled entire swathes of enemies with a single strike. Now, He Xuan's powers were limited to navigation and psychological suggestion, while any attempt at mental attack left him utterly drained. Nuan could only use her abilities for reconnaissance and binding. Her former prowess in ensnaring large prey was but a distant memory. "Dinner is ready, my lord." Xuan's respectful voice echoed from the door. As Nuan enjoyed her meal, her words were a flurry of culinary delights, embodying the essence of eating from the bowl while thinking of the pot. It seemed the perfect time to arrange for a hot pot. Winter and hot pot were a match made in heaven. After their meal, the two strolled along the corridor, with Nuan taking a moment to plant the medicinal herbs they had brought back into the garden, confident that these seeds, nurtured with vitality, would withstand the cold. He Xuan grasped her dirt-stained hands, urging her, "Let us return and rest." Meanwhile, in the oldie residence, Huang Fei observed her husband, He Xuan, who was now able to rise from bed, and felt a significant weight lift from her heart. In recent days, she had not only tended to her ailing husband but also dealt with the incessant troubles posed by her mother-in-law. The constant strain made her feel as though her head might explode. During their time in the Prime Minister's residence, her mother-in-law had not been so unreasonable. Now, however, she frequently sought reasons to vex her. He Xuan noticed the diminishing smiles on his wife's face and sighed deeply, torn between his mother and his wife. He gazed tenderly at Huang Fei. Are you weary? Your complexion appears pale. You should rest. If anything arises, I will have a maid summon you. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei perked up. I cannot. If I rest and my mother-in-law does not find me, she will surely be upset. I shall stay here with you. Leaning her head gently against He Guang's shoulder, she inhaled his familiar scent. To her surprise, she began to feel drowsy, her eyelids fluttering as she succumbed to sleep in that position. He Guang, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, tenderly patted her back. He gazed at her with affection, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. The weight of Huang Fei resting on him caused his neck to ache, and as he shifted slightly, trouble ensued. Madame He, who had come to visit her son, caught sight of her daughter-in-law asleep on his shoulder, and her anger flared. Her son, already frail, did not deserve such neglect. How could his wife not care for him and instead choose to sleep on him? Though furious, she maintained her composure as a lady of nobility. She gestured to her servants. Madam, awaken. Fei, is this how you care for your husband? Look at his pallid complexion. How can you sleep upon him? Madam, he was incensed by the sight of her daughter-in-law sleeping soundly, yet her son, He Guang, intervened. Mother, please be quiet. Fei has only just fallen asleep. Your health has always been poor, and it has only improved after taking medication these past few days. Yet, she shows no concern for you and even insists that you hold her while she sleeps. Mrs. He angrily directed her reproach at Huang Fei. Mother, please do not involve yourself in matters concerning my room, lest you hurt Fei's feelings and disturb the peace of our household, He Guang said, somewhat helplessly. The newly awakened Huang Fei cautiously sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her mother-in-law. Mrs. He, already incensed, felt further indignation upon hearing her son claim that she was the source of discord in their home. Delang, are you suggesting that the unrest in our household is due to me? I am your mother, and all I do is for your health. Mrs. He immediately felt her heart shatter, believing her every effort was for the family's sake. To her dismay, her son seemed to lack empathy, blaming her for everything. He Guang, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. He merely wished to shield her from interference in his private life. How could this misunderstanding arise? Mother, that is not my intention. I merely wish to. Chapter 64. Mrs. He's fury. Mrs. He, pointing at Huang Fei, declared, today, I shall hear what you have to say and discern whether I or your wife holds greater significance in your heart. He Guang helplessly shook his head. Mother, please calm down and take a seat. Let us discuss this matter rationally. Every situation has its roots, and it was essential to untangle this predicament. He Guang endeavored to persuade his mother, unaware that she was on the verge of a breakdown. In recent days, due to He Xuan's issues, the couple had been at odds, and now, witnessing their beloved eldest son and daughter-in-law in an affectionate embrace, her heart was filled with discontent. A confrontation loomed when. At that moment, He Feng arrived late, grabbing the irate Lin Ruo. He Feng, somewhat exasperated, shouted, Lin Ruo, what on earth are you doing? When did you become so unreasonable as to disturb your son and daughter-in-law in their quarters? Initially, on the brink of eruption, Lin Ruo began to rein in her emotions upon seeing He Feng. However, his words ignited her fury. Do you believe all of this is my fault? She yelled, forcefully shaking off his grasp. I'll tell you, it is all your fault. That wretched Lin Yi sought to harm our son by poisoning him, leaving Delang bedridden. And now Erlang refuses to acknowledge us. What she had intended to keep hidden erupted forth in her emotional outburst. After venting her frustrations, Lin Ruo fled the room in tears, her retreat revealing an air of despair. Ignoring the astonished onlookers, they had always believed He Feng's illness was sudden. But now they were informed that it stemmed from his father's concubine's treachery. Lin Ruo dashed back to her room, firmly closing the door behind her. Someone had to bear the blame. It was Lin Yi who poisoned their son and caused Erlang to distance himself from them. All the wrongs were laid at the feet of Lin Yi, who was far away in the capital. Whispering softly, Lin Ruo lamented, Lin Yi, you owe me for this. I kindly pushed you towards my husband, yet you dared to poison my son, leaving Delang afflicted and driving a wedge between me and Erlang. You shall bear the consequences, for this is the debt between us, and I shall ensure to burn extra paper money for you and your brother Yun. As she spoke, 2 crocodile tears fell, and Lin Ruo wiped them away, a slight smile creeping onto her lips. Yet, the meaning behind that smile remained unclear. Meanwhile, He Feng, processing the revelations, swayed unsteadily. He understood that Lin Yi was merely a pawn in Lin Ruo's schemes, and although he knew she did not love him, he did not care. But why would she resort to poisoning He Guang, despite their seemingly compatible backgrounds? Her true concern lay not in their relationship but in her pursuit of power, pushing him towards another woman, a thorn embedded between them. There had to be a reason. One cannot simply commit evil without motive. Everyone was aware of Lin Yi's reasons for her malevolence. However, even if they understood her motivations, what would it change? Such knowledge could only serve to fracture familial bonds, and the only solution appeared to be placing all blame upon Lin Yi, regardless of the underlying reasons. Old adages often hold wisdom. Those who are not family do not enter the same door. The faults of two individuals often mirror each other. He Xuan gently massaged his throbbing temples. Delang, once your health improves, you and your wife should move out, just like Erlang, and visit whenever you can. To avoid further disputes with your mother. She has not been well for years. This was the only solution he could conceive. Since Lin Rua's arrival in the border town, her temper had grown increasingly volatile. Yes, father, He Xuan acquiesced. He understood the rationale, wanting to take his wife away. His father's suggestion was superior to their original plan, if he were to live outside, returning only once in a few months. The clan elders would have much to say. I shall send someone to purchase a house nearby. When the time comes, you may live as you wish. He Xuan added. I will also check on your mother and arrange for the property deed to be delivered shortly. With that, He Xuan departed. Nearby, Huang Feier, who had been hiding like a quail, finally dared to show herself. She had never witnessed her mother-in-law in such a frenzy, fearing that she might lash out at her. Huang Feier, feeling guilty, whispered, Husband, I am sorry. If I had not fallen asleep, your mother would not be so angry. He Xuan, already frail, found it understandable that she would be upset if he lay beneath her while she slept. Observing Huang Feier's remorseful demeanor, He Xuan gently patted her head. I know my mother well. Regardless of whether you sleep or not, she would find a reason to unleash her fury. He smiled softly. You did a good deed today. You have not heard your father mention that we could move out. Living outside would afford him some relief, allowing him to escape his mother's increasing meddling. In the Prime Minister's residence, at least the maidservants would deliver messages, but since arriving in the border town, his mother had frequented their quarters more often. They could not share intimate conversations without her eavesdropping, which he found quite unsettling. Living outside would be better. However, you were surprisingly obedient today, not clashing with my mother. Huang Feier, a bit bashful, smiled. I was merely cautious. The strong prey upon the weak, and the weak must outmaneuver the strong. These are merely strategies. He Xuan, hearing her words, shook his head in disbelief. In simpler terms, you just fear the strong. Huang Feier, feeling shy, buried her head in his shoulder. Her voice muffled as she asked, When will we move? I am so afraid of my mother-in-law. He Xuan embraced her gently. Once father delivers the property deed, I will send a servant to move our things. When I am able to breathe freely, we shall relocate. He sensed that his mother was acting oddly. It would be prudent to ensure his wife was secure first, just in case trouble arose. Hearing a commotion outside, Lin Rua quickly composed herself, lying on the bed with tears streaming down her face. Before long, the bedding was thoroughly soaked. He Xuan gently pushed open the door. Finding Lin Rua weeping on the bed, he was at a loss for how to console her, knowing that Lin Yi was a member of the Lin family. Yet, this was not entirely Lin Rua's fault, as the poison was Lin Yi's doing, unrelated to her. Still, He Xuan understood that Lin Rua played a part in this turmoil, but dwelling on it now served no purpose. Chapter 65. Heavy snow. Lin Rua cried for quite some time on the bed, her sobs growing louder in the absence of any comfort from He Xuan. In the midst of contemplation, He Xuan was drawn into reality as he observed Lin Rua, whose weeping grew increasingly fervent. He approached and stood by the bedside, speaking softly. I understand that I have wronged you, and there is no need for you to vent your frustrations on the children. Lin Rua's sobs momentarily halted, her heart pounding with trepidation at the prospect of He Xuan uttering something more devastating. With nothing left to her name, not even the option to return to her family, she found herself unable to rise, succumbing to tears in a desperate attempt to elicit sympathy from him. Whether He Xuan's heart softened remained a mystery. Yet he earnestly sought to comfort her. Let us strive to lead a good life. Do not cling to the past. As for Erlang, let him fend for himself outside. Should he truly struggle, we shall lend a hand. He Xuan listened as Lin Rua's sobs gradually subsided. Furthermore, I will take charge and ask Darlang and his wife to live elsewhere, to spare you the sight of a daughter-in-law who displeases you, thus preventing further distress. Lin Rua, still tearful, was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at his intention to cast Darlang away. How can you consider such a thing? What sort of father are you? She rose and forcefully pushed He Xuan away. This decision is already made. If you wish to inform Darlang, merely send a servant. Living under the same roof, constant quarrels will inevitably hurt our son. As a father, He Xuan could not bear to see He Xuan caught between two women. He desired for him to step out and grow independently, rather than remain confined to the back courtyard, a temporary solution that could not last. They would both grow old eventually. Nurturing him now would prevent forced maturity later. Lin Rua, panicked, grasped He Xuan's sleeve. Our son is still recovering. How can you hastily send him away? I cannot agree. He Qingfeng's voice grew stern. The decision is final. He has his own family now, a wife who can care for him, as his mother. Your sole duty is to support him. Do not concern yourself with anything else. With that, he shook off her grasp and departed the bedroom, confident that Lin Ruo would eventually come to terms with it. The matter was now set in stone, impervious to change. Their conversation had crumbled once more. Yet who truly cared about it? In the winter of the border town, Nuan expressed her contentment with life, without the looming threat of danger. And with the occasional culinary indulgence, she enjoyed sparring with the guards. Her influence steadily grew, as she savored hot pot with them. Each day brought financial gains, and she felt utterly satisfied. In contrast, He Xuan was less cheerful. The incessant snowfall weighed heavily on his brow. Observing He Xuan's furrowed expression, Nuan could not help but inquire, "What troubles you?" Worry etched on his face, He Xuan turned to her. "I sense something amiss with this year's snowfall. This is my first winter here, and I cannot discern if my unease stems from fatigue." He rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. Nuan regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Are you contemplating murder? Are you contemplating where to strike?" Nuan rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Surely there are others in the village? Surely someone is also enduring this winter?" With that, she disdainfully exited the scene, concerned that prolonged contact with He Xuan might dull her wits. Listening to her words, He Xuan pondered whether he had truly grown foolish. Undoubtedly a consequence of spending time with his wife. When Fengyi entered to report, He Xuan addressed him. "Do you not find this weather peculiar? Is the snowfall unusually prolonged?" His brow furrowed, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. Fengyi contemplated He Xuan's words, recalling the winters of yore. This season was colder than the previous year, with longer intervals of snowfall and a thick accumulation. He Xuan turned to gaze at the snowflakes swirling in the courtyard, murmuring, "Alas, this winter may not be peaceful. Fengyi, intensify the training in the coming days. We must ensure everyone is in peak condition. Check the rooftops for accumulated snow daily and clear it to prevent disaster. Go now." Fengyi asked no further questions, simply nodding in respectful acknowledgement. He firmly believed in He Xuan's decisions, not only out of gratitude for being rescued from dire straits, but also because he felt an unprecedented warmth emanating from him. Upon Nuan's return, she found He Xuan quietly standing by the window, lost in thought while observing the snow. He appeared ethereal, like a nobleman untouched by the world's filth, a sight that momentarily stunned her. This did not resemble her typically brooding husband. Was her entrance flawed? As Nuan mused. He Xuan turned to her. In an instant, his genteel demeanor shattered before her, as he exclaimed, "Wife, why have you returned so late? Maintaining this persona alone is exhausting." He affectionately drew her into an embrace, leaving her enraptured by his innocence. Seeing He Xuan in such a state left Nuan speechless. She preferred the image of the elegant gentleman. Perhaps she should retreat for a moment to allow him to reflect. Deciding so, she pushed He Xuan away, intending to leave. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Wife, what are you doing?" Nuan turned to him, suggesting, "Perhaps you should revert to your earlier contemplative self. You seemed like a refined nobleman then." With a dreamy expression, she mused about the allure of beauty. He Xuan, realizing the look on her face, countered, "Do not even think about it. It is impossible." In the study, their affectionate banter resumed. Thankfully, they had not permitted their covert guards to protect them too closely. Otherwise, the guards would be overwhelmed by the couple's displays of affection. Nuan, seated, gazed at He Xuan. "Earlier, you mentioned that the weather seemed off. What have you discovered?" Upon hearing her inquiry, He Xuan sighed lightly. "I fear this year may prove tumultuous." "Oh, what is your reasoning? Do you not recall where this is?" He Xuan refrained from elaboration, merely retorting, "The border town. What does that have to do with anything? Surely not. I have yet to properly celebrate the new year here. And already I am burdened with worry. Is this not a tad unreasonable?" He Xuan listened to her stream of thoughts with a sense of resignation. Chapter 66. The cost of marrying a wife. He Xuan gazed pensively out the window, hoping that his fears were merely conjecture. If the snowfall persisted without addressing the accumulation on the roofs, a snow disaster could ensue. Should calamity befall the border town, it would reflect poorly on the new emperor, indicating a lack of compassion. Nuan, her face alight with excitement, turned to He Xuan. "Do you think the other princes might take advantage of this situation? With the new emperor ascending, if disaster strikes the border town, it could be seen as a failure of virtue." He Xuan could not help but admire her insight. The new emperor's rise coinciding with turmoil in the border town would likely incite unrest among the hidden dissenters. He feared the border town might become a pawn in their schemes, and if that were the case, it would be dire indeed. Not only that, he mused, this frigid weather may wreak havoc on wildlife as well. Those opportunists will surely see the border town as ripe for exploitation. In the end, it is the border town that suffers, yet the new emperor is no fool. Disturbances will not easily transpire. We must prepare ourselves in advance to avoid being caught off guard later. Nuan's spirits were quite low. She had finally settled into a life of leisure. Yet now she had to take up arms. Why must she always find herself in such a passive position? He Xuan, observing Nuan's despondency, stood beside her, offering gentle words of comfort. Such is life. There are always processes to endure. Now, we can only pray for the snow to cease. Perhaps it might prevent any calamities from occurring, He Xuan murmured softly. However, reality often defied expectations, and for over 10 days, the snow did not relent, varying only in intensity. If a blizzard struck at night, the roof could very well collapse under the weight. While the couple was in the study discussing ways to improve their vision, a gust of wind blew the door open. Master, there have been successive disasters these days. Many people are left homeless. If the border city does not provide relief, chaos may ensue, reported Yui. He Xuan closed his eyes gently upon hearing this. He wished for a different reality, yet they had to be prepared upon entering this world. The emperor's authority was absolute, and people were ranked into classes. Without absolute strength, one ceased to be oneself. As the new year approached, the entire village was bustling with activity. This was their first new year in this world, and its significance was undoubtedly different. Nuan nestled quietly in He Xuan's embrace. Shouldn't we get new clothes for the occasion? He Xuan turned to her in confusion. What's wrong? Do you have no clothes to wear? You don't understand. It is customary to wear new clothes for the new year. He Xuan smiled indulgently. All right, I see. But I understand other things. He reached out to gently squeeze her waist. Nuan grasped his mischievous hand with a playful gaze. What are you doing? He Xuan chuckled. You know exactly what. Before he could finish, he had already thrown himself onto her. As the curtain billowed down and the candle was extinguished by a sudden breeze, the room filled with scenes not suitable for children. Sunlight poured softly through the window, illuminating the floor. Nuan raised her fair arm to shield her eyes from the blinding light and pushed away the large hand resting on her chest. Why are you so heavy? You're going to squash me. Upon waking, He Xuan heard Nuan's playful complaints and, with a hint of mischief, pulled her closer. Why not sleep a little longer? Aren't you tired? Nuan felt his bare skin pressed against her back and blushed. It's still early. If the window weren't there, the sun would be burning my backside. Wasn't last night exhausting? You should rest well, He Xuan said, resting his head beside hers. The couple lingered in bed for a moment, enjoying each other's warmth. After finishing their breakfast, which was more appropriate for lunch, they cuddled together, watching the swirling snow outside, wondering about the state of the border city. Yui, keep a close watch on the situation at the border and send someone to monitor the city. Any developments must be addressed promptly, he instructed. Yes, Yui responded before disappearing from view, leaving the couple to find their own distractions while gazing at each other affectionately, which was almost painful to witness. The masters had mentioned they had no objections to their union, and Yui could also seek a heartfelt companion for life. Outside, Lei stood guard, and a smile crept onto Yui's lips. This wooden fellow, one wonders how he became the leader of the Lei group, was so clueless. She cast a sidelong glance at Lei, muttering, "You dense blockhead." Lei, upon being scolded, gazed fondly at Yui's retreating figure, pondering how he himself lacked understanding. It was simply due to a lack of resources to afford a better life. Wait for me. Once I have saved enough for a bride price, I will seek to marry you, he vowed silently. Nearby, Dianshi Wu, who was on duty alongside Lei, noted their obvious chemistry and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Looks like someone has a chance, he thought, lamenting his own lack of progress with you, Sergio. Seeing Dianshi Wu's gloomy expression, Lei asked, "Do you want to know why Sergio turned you down?" Dianshi Wu, like a lost soul, perked up, eyes sparkling with excitement. Why? Tell me. Perhaps Sergio will agree if I know. Lei glanced at Dianshi Wu's waist, the meaning in his gaze clear. Dianshi Wu instinctively guarded his pouch of silver. This is my savings for a wife. Yet, he was torn. If he couldn't win her heart, what good was the silver? Lei, observing Dianshi Wu's inner conflict, remained patient, adopting a wise demeanor that intrigued the naive Dianshi Wu. After a moment's thought, Dianshi Wu selected the smallest coin from his pouch. Reluctantly, he placed it in Lei's hand, feeling the weight of his sacrifice. This is for my future wife. Lei seized the coin without hesitation. Every little bit helps in the pursuit of marriage. Dianshi Wu lamented, it hurts. Seeing his pained expression, Lei restrained a smile, ensuring he didn't reveal his amusement. But despite his efforts to conceal his joy, Dianshi Wu remained dissatisfied. Chapter 67. The bride price. Dianshi Wu couldn't contain himself. You're hiding money from me, and you want to even tell me how much you have. His eyes glinted with mock menace. Of course, am I the kind of person who lacks integrity? If I tell you, you must put in the effort, otherwise, it won't be of any use. Instantly, Dianshi Wu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What should I do? Simply put, you don't appear mature enough. You need to prove to Sergio that you have the strength to protect her, to give her a sense of security. Lei Yi lightly patted Dian Shiwu's shoulder, hoping he would find the right person to bring sweetness into his life after all their hardships under the Light King's reign. Take your time to think about it. I believe you will win Sergio's heart. Before he finished speaking, Lei Yi had already vanished from sight. When Dian Shiwu realized it, he scratched his head in confusion, wondering why he had hurried off. Did he think I would snatch the money back? Despite his initial thoughts, he wouldn't have run that fast. Just as he prepared to leave, it dawned on him. Damn it, Lei Yi, you tricked me. Come back for your shift. He reached out toward the direction where Lei Yi had disappeared, but it was too late. Lei Yi had already gone. It seemed he would have to cover for him. And today was truly unlucky for him. He had lost money and ended up standing guard for Lei Yi. Meanwhile, Lei Yi caught up with Yui. Isn't it your shift today? She asked with a smile, puzzled by his presence. Lei Yi chuckled. Dian Shiwu felt sorry for me and offered to cover for me, so I could join you on this task. Yui couldn't help but laugh at his words, her smile leaving Lei Yi momentarily stunned. As she turned to walk toward the door, she noticed the silence behind her and glanced back at him, tilting her head slightly. Aren't you coming? You said you wanted to join me on this task. Right. Snapped back to reality, Lei Yi hurried to catch up with her. Two riders hastened towards the city, eager to arrive before the heavy snowfall caused any misfortunes. At the crossroads between the border town and the cool city, an inconspicuous tea stall emerged. The honest proprietor of the stall offered sustenance and warm tea to the traveling merchants. However, the two riders soon encountered trouble. A group of robust men, broad-shouldered and imposing, were headed towards the village. The two parties unexpectedly crossed paths. Lei Yi exchanged glances with the leader of the opposing group, feigning friendliness with a nod. They then parted ways in their respective directions. After a brief gallop, Lei Yi and his companion instinctively halted, their horses restlessly stamping the ground. There was something amiss. The men appeared to be from the Central Plains, yet their foreign characteristics were unmistakable. Lei Yi turned to assess their origin, while Yui knitted his brows, sensing the heavy aura of menace surrounding them, which made them appear more like assassins than themselves. Are we being overly suspicious? Yui pondered. No. Their direction is indeed peculiar. This road leads to the village, Lei Yi replied. Suddenly, Yui turned sharply towards Lei Yi. Yes, and this road leads solely to our master's estate. Lei narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. You should take a detour through the woods and inform our master to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing Lei Yi's words, Yuyi's frown deepened, but time was of the essence. He dismounted, gazing intently at Lei Yi as he softly cautioned, stay safe. After saying this, he swiftly departed, knowing that the sooner he returned with help, the safer Lei Yi would be. Watching Yui leave, Lei Yi immediately dismounted and dashed into the forest, retracing their steps. The men were clearly not of good intent. It was wiser to pursue them on foot to avoid detection. Meanwhile, the leader of the group, observing the departing figures of the two riders, frowned. General, those two are suspicious. Their martial prowess rivals ours. The man addressed as General gently stroked his small mustache, his eyes glinting with malice. Let us tread carefully. We must not jeopardize our master's objectives and ensure everything is well hidden. With that, he shot a fierce glare at the others. He struck down the one who had spoken, commanding, I have already warned you. In the Central Plains, do not call me General. Refer to me as the escort leader. If you cannot control your tongue, I will leave you here. Hagen's gaze was menacing as he glared at the speaker. The man who had been struck cautiously raised his head. Yes, escort leader, I shall remember. He nodded and bowed apologetically. The leading man then turned his horse and departed. The others looked at the reprimanded man with disdain, smirking at his humiliation. They watched as Li Yong knelt nearby, filled with disgust, and distanced themselves from him, continuously muttering curses about his lack of backbone. Their disdain and contempt burned Li Yong, pushing him deeper into the mud. Yet, no one noticed the simmering hatred in Li Yang's eyes, slowly consuming him. He felt powerless to act, for his mother awaited him back on the prairie. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Yong gradually rose from the ground. At that moment, his eyes held no hatred, only respect and timidity towards the others. This only deepened their contempt for him. After all, he bore half of their foreign blood, yet appeared so cowardly. It was evident that the blood of the Central Plains had tainted his lineage. Nevertheless, Hagen found him useful. Li Yong obediently fell in line behind Hagen, resembling a servant. Hagen mounted his horse and glanced back at Li Yong, filled with disdain. If your mother were not of Central Plains descent, perhaps your bloodline would be more noble. After all, your father is a valiant warrior of our kind. What a pity, indeed. Hagen feigned a sigh, his words dripping with scorn for Li Yang's mother, presenting her as merely a concubine of the first warrior of their kind, while in truth, she was regarded as less than livestock. Hearing Hagen's derision towards his mother, Memories of her gentleness and grace ignited a near-uncontainable fury within Li Yong. He lowered his head, concealing his wrath from the others. His mother, after all, was the legitimate daughter of a prestigious family in border town, yet she had been abducted by these savages, never to return home. Reflecting on the hardships he had endured throughout his life, the veins on his hands throbbed. Yet, for the sake of his only remaining kin, Li Yong strove to suppress his anger. Hagen, observing Li Yong's submissive demeanor, lost all interest in him. What a pitiful sight. How would a warrior of their kind ever display such weakness? They were eager to fulfill their mission and cleanse border town in blood, showcasing their might to the Central Plains. As they contemplated their next actions, their blood surged with anticipation. The others rode past Li Yong. Even as he kept his head bowed, he felt their disdain and contempt. Once they had all left, he hurriedly climbed onto the cart. For they were disguised as merchants and could not afford to lack merchandise. Yet, such menial tasks were beneath them, leaving only Li Yong, the lowly one, to bear the burden. He drove the cart laden with goods, diligently keeping pace with the group. Yet, if one were to look closely, they would see the hatred simmering in Li Yang's eyes. They must return safely, otherwise he would not escape unscathed, and his mother might become a sacrificial offering to those savages. Meanwhile, Lei Yi, observing the entire situation from a distance, realized this group was indeed formidable. Though they appeared relaxed, their keen eyes were vigilant. They did not resemble the people of the Central Plains. He had initially wondered if they could be foreign merchants. But it was clear now that any merchant would not leave their goods behind while they walked ahead. Their demeanor indicated ill intent, stealthily trailing behind them. Lei Yi remained vigilant. Hagen, gazing at the landscape before him, was filled with greed, envisioning all that would belong to his people. Lei Yi cautiously followed, analyzing the group. Were they truly so oblivious? Their disguise was laughable. He could see through it at a glance. The presence of so many foreign tribes in border town was peculiar. It was as if they were attempting to overcomplicate things. A merchant would never resort to such subterfuge, especially in these mountains. While assessing the situation, Lei Yi moved agilely among the trees, taking advantage of his height to survey the group. Suddenly, he heard the chirping of fledglings nearby. Mistaking the sound for their mother's return, the little birds opened their beaks wide, eager for food. Realizing the potential danger, Lei Yi cautiously glanced towards the group. If they spotted him, he would need to flee quickly to avoid alerting them. However, the group showed no reaction, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He considered leaving early to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Just as he prepared to depart, a bird unexpectedly flew back towards him. He swiftly reached out, intending to catch it. But to his surprise, the fledgling evaded his grasp and flew towards the group. Realizing the leader was now looking in his direction, Lei Yi understood he was in trouble. Hagen, upon noticing the bird's flight, narrowed his eyes, filled with a murderous intent. It appears there is a spy in the woods, he declared. He exchanged glances with his subordinate, who had also sensed something amiss. The subordinate nodded, signaling to the others as they dismounted, weapons drawn, advancing cautiously into the forest, ready for confrontation. As Lei Yi observed the figures in the procession approaching his location, he deftly unsheathed the soft sword he carried and assumed a stance ready for immediate attack. His cover had been compromised, and he recognized the urgency of his situation. He must strike before the enemy reached the base of the tree, seizing the fleeting moment. This was his sole opportunity. Watching as the adversaries drew nearer, Lei swiftly leaped from the tree, charging toward one of them. As he brushed past the man, he executed a rapid slash across the man's throat, causing a deluge of blood to erupt from the wound. The man, in disbelief, reached instinctively for his throat, his hands quickly stained crimson, before he gradually collapsed. His eyes filled with a mixture of defiance and regret. He had been the bravest warrior from his homeland, destined to carve out a legacy in the Central Plains. He had yet to experience the allure of its women. However, no matter how deep his yearning, he would now forever slumber in a place he had long envisioned. The others, who had only moments ago shared laughter and camaraderie with the fallen warrior, now stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how swiftly he had been dispatched. Their earlier arrogance dissipated instantly. It was clear they had underestimated their foe. Armed with curved blades, they began to pursue Lei Yi. Realizing the necessity of evading his pursuers swiftly, Lei Yi understood that failure meant his demise. He had yet to marry Yu Yi and had no children of their own. He simply could not allow this to be his end. With agility, Lei Yi navigated through the trees, evading attacks, but he knew the threat was relentless. He dashed toward the river's edge, grateful for the waterfall upstream and the thin ice covering the river's surface, which could shatter with enough force. Otherwise, he would have been forced deeper into the woods. The downstream path led back to his lord's estate, and he hoped to escape by following the current. However, the number of pursuers multiplied, and their attacks grew fiercer. As Lei Yi ducked to avoid a flying blade, the distance between him and his assailants diminished dangerously. Fortunately, he was nearing the riverbank and promptly leaped into the water. Yet, he was unprepared for Hagen's watchful eye, who had already targeted him. Just as Lei Yi submerged, an arrow loosed by Hagen pierced through his right chest. In the frigid water, Lei Yi felt a searing pain radiate from his wound, his strength waning. He was aware that he needed to escape his pursuers quickly, otherwise, he would meet his end here. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he propelled himself downstream. The others arrived at the riverbank, poised to jump in pursuit. Hagen interjected, advising them against the chase, citing the importance of their larger mission. Hearing his words, the group hesitated, though concern lingered about the man who had just fled. One man stepped forward, anxiety etched on his face. "General, if that man survives, he may pose a threat." "Do not fret," Hagen reassured with confidence. "I have coated the arrowhead with venom from the most lethal serpent on the plains. Not even a full-grown bull can endure more than 2 hours after exposure, especially with his injuries." Hagen's assurance pacified the concerned soldier. Meanwhile, Liang, arriving late to the scene, overheard the general's remarks and felt the sting of disdain, realizing he was treated as a mere subordinate. "These wretches are insufferable." Liang's resentment deepened amidst their taunts. Suddenly, Hagen turned to him, delivering a harsh kick to his chest. "What purpose do you serve by arriving now? Why did you not guard the goods? If anything is stolen, I will not hesitate to take your head." With that, Hagen mounted his horse and rode off, leaving Liang on the ground, coughing weakly. From his concealed position nearby, Lei Yi observed Liang's distress, pressing a hand against his wound, feeling the pain intensify. If only Yui were here, she would realize it was Lei Yi in peril. He had intended to ride the current downstream, reaching the estate ahead of the others. Yet, he had not anticipated being struck by an arrow during his fall, nor that it would be poisoned. In this frigid weather, lingering in the water could spell his end before he reached safety. He resolved to remain submerged, seeking an alternate route to the shore to eavesdrop further. His only chance of survival lay in returning to the estate, but the adversary showed no signs of departing. He would have left sooner if not for the desire to uncover their secrets. At that moment, Liang slowly lifted his heavy head and turned toward Lei Yi's hiding place, his lips moving softly. If Lei Yi correctly interpreted the unvoiced message, it was a caution to remain vigilant. Realizing he had been seen, Liang retrieved a vial of medicine from his pocket, placing it on the ground before struggling to rise, limping away. Only after the coast was clear did Lei Yi emerge from his concealment. Retrieving the vial and inspecting it closely, he tightened the bandage around his chest wound, aware that if he bled excessively, he might not make it back to the estate. After securing the bandage, Lei Yi glanced in the direction Liang had departed, contemplating the unexpected ally. "He must have taken it upon himself to assist me," he mused. Recalling Hagen's assertion that the venom would claim its victim within 2 hours, a time frame that might suffice for him to return. Stowing the vial safely in his clothing, he began hastening toward the estate, hoping for a safe return. Meanwhile, within the merchant caravan, the remaining members quietly buried their fallen comrade, a somber atmosphere enveloping the group. Even before initiating their slaughter in the Central Plains, they had already suffered a loss, an affront to their honor. With a collective air of vengeance, they fixated on the horizon, determined to unleash chaos. "Let us advance swiftly, we cannot jeopardize our mission," Hagen commanded, mounting his steed and galloping toward their target. The others followed suit, ignoring Liang, who had just arrived. Liang, feeling powerless to express his discontent, could do nothing but endure, biding his time like a serpent poised to strike when the moment was ripe. As he prepared to board the cart, Liang discovered it had been taken along with the others, with no choice but to drag his injured body in pursuit. He clung to the hope that it was not too late. The foreign warriors glanced back at Liang's desperate chase, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Though they did not know who had slain their kin, they were certain it was a Central Plains man. Liang, being half Central Plains himself, became the perfect target for their retribution. Meanwhile, Yui hastened along a back road toward the estate, reporting urgently to He Xuan. He listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk, the room enveloped in an unsettling silence. Yui felt a tumult of anxiety within, fretting over Lei Yi's fate. What if he had been discovered? The sense of dread grew, as even moments felt like an eternity. Nuan, observing He Xuan's contemplative demeanor, understood he would need more time to devise a plan. "Calm yourself. Lei Yi will be fine. Take a few men to assist him. If he is injured, bring him to me. I will tend to his wounds. Go swiftly." Upon receiving the command, Yui turned and rushed out. Just as she exited, He Xuan's voice called after her, "When you return, avoid that group. They come with ill intentions. Also, summon Lei Yi to me." He Xuan waved her off, sensing that if she lingered any longer, tears might well up. Once she departed, He Xuan resumed his contemplation, while Nuan silently observed by his side. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting an interplay of light and shadow that starkly contrasted with He Xuan's expression. Moments later, a knock resounded at the door. "Enter, Master," Lei greeted respectfully, kneeling before He Xuan. "Rise. Soon, esteemed guests will arrive, and we must transform the estate into an ordinary leisure retreat." "Understood. Now be gone." Once the room is left with just the couple, Nuan gazes at He Xuan with her wide, sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation for a performance. He Xuan, who had been deep in thought, cannot overlook his little wife. Turning to Nuan, he inquires, curious? Upon hearing that there is indeed a spectacle, Nuan perks up instantly. Typically, she does not ponder much. When events unfold, she eagerly fixes her big eyes on He Xuan, waiting for him to divulge the details. He Xuan affectionately ruffles her hair. He has just reminded him that those people do not seem to be from the Central Plains. Who, then, could they be? Nuan tilts her head, contemplating. Foreigners. Indeed, these nomadic tribes have suffered greatly due to the heavy snowfall over the past few days, prompting them to consider raiding the border town. He Xuan cannot help but scoff at the thought. Their losses lead them to plunder the Central Plains, revealing their own tribe's inadequacies. If the foreigners had a stable food supply, they wouldn't resort to pillaging every time disaster strikes. Yet, the purpose of their visit remains unclear. They would not come to this desolate village without reason. Could it be that they seek refuge here? Nuan gazes out the window, murmuring to herself. Is there anything of value in this wretched place? Gold, silver, or perhaps martial arts manuals? Why are they not at home during the festive season? No one would rise early without profit. If there were no benefit to them, they would not expend energy to come here, merely to observe. He Xuan's fingers tap rhythmically on the table. Eventually, their true intentions will reveal themselves. We shall wait and see. Nuan gently grasps He Xuan's hand, and he tenderly returns the gesture. Very well. I simply dislike it when our tranquility is disrupted. Chapter 70. Lei injured rushing back at full speed. Yui brings Lei to the estate just before he collapses from exhaustion. The foreign tribesmen are still busy tormenting Li Yang. Unaware that they have let a significant catch slip away, they run desperately, fearing that if they return too late, Lei may perish. The couple, engaged in strategizing inside, grow tense upon seeing Lei being carried in. Lei is considered the most skilled among the guards, as the Thunder Squad specializes in assassination, necessitating both stealth and combat prowess. If even Lei has fallen into their hands, it seems more caution is warranted. Observing his master's grave expression, Yui initially fears that Lei has succumbed. Before he can voice his concerns, He Xuan dismisses him, for his wife's secrets must remain undisclosed. After a thorough treatment, the snake venom within Lei is successfully expelled, and He Xuan instructs the servants to bandage his wounds. He then takes Nuan outside, knowing that Lei will return to report once he is stabilized. The couple barely sits in the study when Lei drags himself in, his legs weary. As he prepares to kneel, He Xuan raises his hand to stop him. There's no need for that. Just speak of the situation. My lord, I underestimated our enemies. I thought I could monitor them using the geographical advantage, but I fell into their trap, Lei admits, but He Xuan interrupts him. No need to dwell on that. Tell us what we do not know. These people are not from the Central Plains. They must be the rabble from beyond the borders. The mountain behind our estate connects to another mountain outside the borders, and since that side is steep and treacherous, the guarding general dismissed it as a threat. However, even if they are disorganized, their presence here poses a risk. Upon hearing this, He Xuan's brow relaxes. It appears they have set their sights on this estate. Yet, the beasts of the mountain are not to be trifled with. Forging a safe passage is no simple task, especially with the border town's military defenses in place. Observing his master's furrowed brow, Lei halts his report, sensing the need for silence. When He Xuan says nothing further, Lei continues. The entire group possesses decent martial skills, particularly their leader, who shot me in the shoulder the moment I entered the water. Additionally, one of the men was targeted by the foreigners. While I do not know the specifics, I am certain that he harbors great disdain for them. Notably, he placed a vial of medicine next to me while I was poisoned, and I am convinced he saw me but chose not to report to the leader. I cannot discern whether he is friend or foe. As Lei speaks, his brow furrows deeply. Very well, I understand. You may go and rest. Since you have encountered them, remain inside and recuperate. I wish to observe their true intentions. Furthermore, take this medicine to those in the mountain for analysis. It may be an antidote. Understood, my lord. Lei bows respectfully and exits the study. He reflects on how he failed to thoroughly inspect the estate when purchasing it, and now they find themselves in a predicament. He Xuan gently rubs his temples, feeling as though troubles have not diminished, but rather multiplied since arriving in this world. Nuan places her hand over his, pressing down gently to massage his temples instead. When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water rises, we shall build dikes. Every issue has a resolution. After all, we cannot remain idle here forever. If someone comes to alleviate your boredom, you should welcome it. The couple engages in light conversation, realizing that their peace has long been disrupted since their arrival. Meanwhile, Dianshi gazes in astonishment at the injured Lei Yi, curiously approaching to tease him about his apparent physical decline from lack of practice. Lei impatiently pushes Dianshi away. Stay away from me. Your head is starting to stink. One slip up, and you're this happy? Lei presses a hand against his recently strained wound. My lord has instructed me to rest properly. Please do not disturb my recovery. Keep your distance. After all, he is the strongest among the guards. Having fallen into trouble himself, he finds Dianshi's teasing particularly irksome. Dianshi, undeterred, leans closer. Well, I shall take my leave then. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call. I will surely assist you. Alas, he laments the money he lost. Hurry and get lost. Lei cannot help but kick at Dianshi, who is being so irritating with his words. Sensing the wind from the movement, Dianshi dodges Lei Yi's kick and swiftly retreats, mumbling, why so fierce? I came to see you as a brother. You are so ungrateful. It's quite annoying. Inside, Lei Yi hears Dianshi's mutterings and nearly facepalms. This fellow enjoys clowning around. He shall certainly deal with him later, perhaps informing him that 19 favors those who are assertive. The atmosphere in the estate appears relaxed. Yet beneath the surface, tension simmers as everyone remains on high alert, awaiting the arrival of the foreign tribesmen. What nefarious intentions do they harbor? Meanwhile, in the mountains, the tribesmen discuss how to handle the captives from the estate, unaware that the inhabitants are readying their weapons to welcome them. Once the leader's mood improves, he finally halts the discussions. Enough wasting time on him. Though we do not know why that man has been tailing us, it is best to remain cautious. As for the reason, Hagen, who has always looked down on the people of the Central Plains, now recalls the man whose soldiers he just killed. Hagen recognizes their tribe's resistance to poison. After all, even their most revered shaman has suffered greatly from that snake venom. Hastening their journey to avoid contravening the tribe's customs, Hagen ordered his men to drag the disheveled Li Yang aboard. He chastised Li Yang, questioning his lack of awareness. Did he not realize they were still en route? Such behavior was an utter waste of their time. Yes, Chief, Li Yang replied meekly, devoid of the strength to endure any further with this group. He pondered whether this expedition to the Central Plains had been a blessing or a curse. Regardless of the outcome, he could not escape a fate of torment. Perhaps striving in the Central Plains would enable him to rescue his mother, thereby rendering his life complete. Hagen, disdainful of Li Yang's voice, could not fathom why Pearl would take an interest in such a person. Toss him into the cargo compartment. We must reach that village swiftly. The informant stated that this is the only village within several miles. Securing this dilapidated village would allow the tribe's plans to unfold smoothly. Chapter 71. All must perish upon hearing this. The others hastily heaved the incapacitated Li Yang into the cargo compartment filled with goods. Their purpose for coming to the Central Plains was not merely to torment Li Yang. They sought wealth and women. Li Yang lay in the compartment, his lips cracked, his eyes vacant, uncertain if he would ever return to the grasslands. Although the steppe harbored malice towards him, it was also home to his mother. He must return. He had to return. Li Yang reached into his clothing and retrieved the provisions his mother had prepared for him. He began to nibble slowly, unsure of how long this group would continue to torment him. Conserving his strength was imperative. Suddenly, he noticed something peeking between two flatbreads. Curiosity piqued. He carefully extracted the bread. As he meticulously unwrapped the layers of cloth, his heart sank upon seeing the bloodstains. A dreadful premonition enveloped him. Li Yang had an inkling of his mother's intentions and could only pray in silence, hoping he was mistaken. However, as he fully unfurled the cloth, he realized his worst fears were confirmed. The fabric bore a letter written in blood. My dear son, when you read this letter, it means that your mother is no longer in this world. On the third day after your departure from the barbarian lands, I should have already met our ancestors in the underworld. When I was captured, I made all necessary preparations, clinging to life solely for the hope of seeing my loved ones one last time. I implore you to seize this opportunity and escape from here. I am weary. My son, I wish for you to live well in the Central Plains and not seek revenge for me. Your mother hopes for your safety. Final words. Li Yang read each word with trepidation, fearful of missing a single character, as tears streamed down his face. His eyes dimmed, staring blankly at the farewell letter. A grimace of rage spreading across his features. Clenching the letter in his hand, his eyes filled with hatred as he gazed at the group of barbarian men outside. The curtain concealed his vengeful glare, yet it could not suppress his yearning for retribution. After a moment, Liang struggled to prop himself up. He carefully folded his mother's last letter and tucked it into his clothing. With his mother gone, these people had no reason to exist. They had harmed his mother, a gentle and refined woman who had done no wrong, yet had endured every suffering this world could inflict. He would not spare these brutes, nor those on the grasslands who had tormented his mother. Liang fell into a restless slumber, where he once again encountered his tender mother. Overcome with emotion, he rushed forward to embrace her, whispering, "Mother, please don't leave. Wait for me to return. I promise. I will rescue you and bring you back to the central plains you long for." As he spoke, his voice cracked with emotion. She was the only family he had in this world. Could he truly not hold on to the only person he loved? Yet, the woman said nothing, gently stroking Li Yang's hair, silently accompanying him as he wept softly. Li Yang raised his tear-filled eyes, drops cascading to the ground, creating blossoms of sorrow. The tears mirrored the image of their embrace, as the woman tenderly soothed him. "My son, you must live well. Visit your maternal grandparents and see if they are in good health, all right?" With great effort, Li Yang managed a faint smile. "Yes, mother. I will live well and fulfill all your wishes." Before he could finish, he felt her presence fade away, inch by inch. In disbelief, he lunged forward, yearning to once more hold her close, only to grasp at emptiness. He collapsed to the ground, watching as his mother transformed into a constellation of starlight, dissipating into the ether. Li Yang raised his weary face, murmuring a wish for his mother to find happiness in her next life. His mother whispered something softly, but was abruptly interrupted. Li Yang struggled desperately to hear her final words. Pain shot through his face, snapping him back to reality, his eyes glaring with fury at the ground. As harsh insults echoed above him, hatred consumed his mind. Yet, he lacked the strength to avenge his mother. He was still too weak, forced to lower his gaze to conceal his rage. Yet the taunts did not cease despite his apparent submission. "I toil outside driving the cart, and you sleep like a pig inside. Looks like that beating was too lenient." With that, a boot connected forcefully with Li Yang's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp, gasping for air. The man, unsatisfied with Li Yang's state, delivered 2 more brutal kicks. Hagen, growing impatient with the insults from within, shouted a couple of commands. "Get him sorted. We need to enter the village without delay." Upon hearing this, the man ceased his assault, glaring menacingly at Hagen. "Hurry up. If you screw this up, I'll tear you apart." He scoffed at Li Yang before turning to leave the compartment. Li Yang lay in the cargo area for a moment, regaining his composure before rising to tidy himself. The others had little patience. If they grew impatient, another beating would be unavoidable. Fortunately, his face had nearly healed. If it had been damaged, he would still face punishment, regardless of who had inflicted the injury. To them, he was no different from a beast, suppressing the pain in his body. He struggled to exit the compartment and prepare to drive the cart. His cautious demeanor incited discontent among the others. "Hurry up, you're wasting our time." One man cracked a whip at Li Yang, causing him to stumble against the cart as the man took the reins and steered towards the village. Meanwhile, those in the village had begun to monitor the situation closely as this group emerged from the forest. Feng observed them and inwardly mused. These fools cannot possibly think they're just ordinary villagers. They must have immense confidence, even encountering a martial artist along the way. Yet they remain oblivious to the need for vigilance. Now they brazenly appear at the village's doorstep. I wonder how to assess their intentions in coming to this remote place. As Feng silently critiqued their naivety, the group arrived at the entrance. Hagen dismounted and gently pulled Li Yang down from the cart. This was the gentlest Hagen had ever been with Li Yang, not out of kindness, but out of concern that the villagers might notice something was amiss. Chapter 72. Intelligent but few. Hagen leaned close to Li Yang and whispered, "You had better not jeopardize the tribe's plans. Otherwise, you know all too well what fate awaits you and your wretched mother." Listening to Hagen's threats, Li Yang made a concerted effort to mask the animosity in his gaze and feigned respect as he spoke. "Rest assured, I shall not jeopardize the clan's significant matters. I am committed to strengthening our lineage and fulfilling my role." Hagen, amused by Li Yang's obsequiousness, could not help but chuckle. How could such a timid man dare to contest him for the precious pearl? It was a mockery to his warrior title. Li Yang respectfully approached the door, thinking to himself, "You will meet your demise here." The wind in the courtyard brightened at the sound of the knock, a smile spreading across his face. The mice had arrived. It was time to welcome guests and deal with intruders. He gestured discreetly to Dian Shilu, the one most adept at disguise and the eldest among them, to handle the situation. Dian Shilu nodded slightly and called out, "Who is there? Coming to visit at this late hour? Don't you know it's dinner time? What brings you here to scrounge off others?" As he grumbled, he moved slowly towards the door. Outside, Hagen grew increasingly irritated by the old man's incessant muttering. Had it not been for the overarching strategy, they would have long since wiped out this group. Hagen exchanged a knowing glance with Liang, who promptly announced, "We are a traveling merchant caravan. We are unfamiliar with this area and have lost our way. It is unsafe to travel at night, so we seek shelter for the night." Dian Shilu could not suppress a scoff at the explanation but maintained his facade, replying loudly, "All right, just a moment. Old man here has trouble moving." His pace was even slower than before. A tortoise would have outpaced him. After a considerable wait, the group outside began to grow impatient. Having endured poor meals and clothing on the road, and even encountering a small rodent that afternoon, now they were so famished they could devour a cow. Yet the old man inside continued to dawdle. Finally, Dian Shilu opened the door cautiously, peeking out with a sycophantic smile. "Ah, indeed a merchant caravan. My legs are not what they used to be, so I apologize for the delay. Please do not be angry." Hagen's patience had reached its limit. But seeing Dian Shilu still wearing a simple smile, he suppressed his fury, discreetly poking Liang. Liang, donning a gentle smile, addressed the old man. "We wish to stay here for the night. Might you grant us this favor?" Dian Shilu, recognizing Liang at a glance, understood the context of his words. However, he was perplexed as to how this individual had become intertwined with foreigners. If he were not a good person, he would likely not survive. Dian Shilu, adopting a benevolent expression, replied, "I cannot make that decision alone. I must consult the master of the house. Please wait outside." Without waiting for a response from Hagen and the others, he abruptly shut the door, exhibiting a surprising swiftness that belied his earlier sluggishness. The group outside stared at the closed door, unable to contain their expletives. Wasn't he had said that people from the Central Plains were the most hospitable and respectful? What had just transpired? Even if he needed to consult the master, shouldn't he have arranged for them to wait comfortably? After another long wait, Dian Shilu finally opened the door, this time with an air of feigned embarrassment. "My master has stated that no one eats for free. If you wish to stay here, each of you must pay 100 taels of silver. If you agree, you may reside in our estate." Dian Shilu relentlessly tested the limits of their patience, eager to see how long they could endure. Upon hearing this, veins throbbed on Hagen's temples. Damn it, if one more person claims that the people of the Central Plains are warm and hospitable, I shall kick him to death. Who would want to be here if not for the mission? "Old man, let us discuss this matter properly." Hagen feigned a naive demeanor, mimicking Li Yang's tone to avoid arousing suspicion. Had it not been for their distinctive voices, they would not have brought Liang along. Dian Shilu, detecting the strong foreign accent, scoffed inwardly. "The rooms in our estate are top-notch, and the view is splendid. I assure you, you will wish to return." Those eavesdropping remained unaware of the familiar scent wafting through the air. "Let us deliberate." The group huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. Dian Shilu, pretending to be hard of hearing, interjected, "Indeed, this is a considerable sum. It warrants careful discussion. However, I must emphasize that our estate is unparalleled. There is nothing like it within a 10-mile radius. You must appreciate this opportunity." Dian Shilu beamed at the group, his smile reminiscent of a matchmaker promoting a marriage. Hagen managed a strained smile. One among them could no longer hold back, his face contorted with rage, exclaiming, "General, why don't we just slaughter this wretched village? There are hardly any other residents nearby. We can seize this place without anyone knowing." "Yes, General. These people are utterly despicable, akin to a den of thieves." Hagen's subordinates murmured, igniting a fire within him. "Do you think I haven't considered that? Our foreign allies have yet to gather fully. If we act prematurely and are discovered, it will ruin the clan's grand plans. Furthermore, the Central Plains have seen a surge in traffic lately. If we eliminate everyone in this estate and draw attention to ourselves, it would be counterproductive. Besides, we have been surviving on dry rations for days. We need someone to cook for us. We didn't bring much silver on this journey. We must pay to stay here." The others bristled at the notion of parting with their money, as they had come to the Central Plains to pillage and plunder, not to pay fees. Hagen, observing their reluctance, felt his temper flare, but restrained himself to avoid alarming the old man peering out. Lowering his voice, he urged, "We will eventually rid ourselves of this wretched estate. The money will return to us in the end. If we gather intelligence and seize control, we can not only recover our funds, but also profit. You must see the situation clearly. Act swiftly." Hagen continued to press his subordinates. Upon hearing the general's words, their reluctance to part with their silver diminished. Little did they know, the master of the estate was eavesdropping on their schemes, along with the shifty-eyed Feng Yi and his companions. Upon hearing the plan, those within the estate nodded in silent agreement. They had some wits about them, albeit not much. Chapter 73. A spectacle. Hagen handed over the collected silver to the old man, and upon seeing the money, Dian Shilu quickly stuffed it into his clothing, continuing to chatter without restraint. I told you, you merchants are straightforward. Come, I shall show you to your quarters. Dian Shirlu led the group to the backyard with surprising agility, contrasting sharply with his earlier sluggishness, leaving them exasperated. Hagen felt a sense of unease about this peculiar individual but could not articulate why. He dismissed it as mere avarice, as the man's speed had noticeably increased upon encountering money. When they arrived at a dilapidated shack, the pent-up anger within Hagen finally erupted. This is the so-called unparalleled room. Have these beggars never seen anything decent? Beside him, Hargao observed the general's displeasure and recognized the source of his ire. We paid a hefty sum, and you provide us with this wretched dwelling? Hargao's face flushed crimson as he pointed at the broken bed. He had slept in better accommodations than this. Noticing Hargao's furious demeanor, Dian Shirlu calmly replied, I am but a servant. I do as instructed by my master. Unfortunately, our estate lacks good facilities. I ask for your understanding. With that, he hurriedly vanished from sight. The scene unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving the room filled with astonished onlookers. Hago observed the agile old man, his brow furrowed in contemplation. With a hint of uncertainty in his voice, he suggested that perhaps the general had discovered something, and that they might need to take the initiative. Hagen, feeling a sense of unease since arriving at the estate, couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. His gaze darkened as he concluded that this troublesome place could no longer be tolerated. At worst, they would leave two alive to deal with any outsiders. Turning to Li Yong, he commanded, I am hungry. Go prepare some food. Once Li Yong was dismissed, Hagen conferred with the others, plotting their move for when the inhabitants of the estate were resting. They needed to ensure the estate's master was left alive. The others listened intently, their expressions grave. They had been playing the role of subordinates for several days, spending lavishly to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. It seemed the time had come to reap the rewards of their investments. Greed glinted in their eyes, fueled by tales of the wealth of the Central Plains. Hagen surveyed the courtyard with a sense of pity. Initially, he had considered allowing these people to live a while longer, but their insatiable greed had sealed their fate. Soon, they lounged on the rickety beds, awaiting Li Yong to serve their meal, oblivious to the fact that the estate's master was monitoring their every move. Fully aware of their plans, in He Xuan's eyes, this group had escalated their intentions, conspiring against him on his own territory. He realized it was time to teach them a lesson, lest they continue to harbor delusions of enslaving him. Feng Yi, prepare to act tonight. We cannot allow these intruders to dream in broad daylight. Yes, master. Feng Yi, puzzled by his master's command, hesitated visibly, prompting He Xuan to urge him to speak up without delay. After hearing his master's words, Feng Yi no longer hesitated. He shared his concerns about the individual who had saved Lei Yi's life, noting that there was something peculiar about him. He seemed friendly yet held deep-seated animosity towards the others. Intrigued by this revelation, He Xuan, who had been focused on the leader of the group, cautioned. Let us observe first. Do not act rashly. Understood, master. Nearby, Nuan watched He Xuan with a mischievous smile, noting his sudden interest in the stranger. Shall I offer him a place? She teased, her grin widening. He Xuan, flustered by her audacity, embraced her gently. What are you thinking? Are you trying to pair your husband with another man? Have you exhausted all other gossip? With a playful shrug, Nuan replied, It's just a bit boring. I assent it. Turning to face He Xuan, her curiosity piqued. She asked, Do you think he is a good person? He Xuan regarded his wife thoughtfully, absent-mindedly toying with the tassels on her attire. It's possible. Look at the others. They do not exhibit the characteristics of Central Plains people. He seems to embody a blend of traits from two different regions. Besides, he has shown no overt hostility towards us, and even saved Lei Yi's life. I am inclined to believe he poses no threat. With a confident smile, He Xuan declared, I trust my judgment implicitly. What he did not articulate was his desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Their crossing into this realm was a divine opportunity. He was not inherently kind, but he wished to shield those he loved from harm. This was not superstition, but a heartfelt hope for their safety. Wishing that his goodwill would ensure the tranquility of his beloved, he drew Nuan closer, vowing that they would cherish their time together. He Xuan gazed out at the darkened sky, where clouds obscured the moon, casting a shadow over the estate. Within that darkness lurked a sense of impending violence, as if an unseen hand were ready to drag them into the abyss. My dear, the night has deepened. You should rest. Tomorrow may bring us some excitement. And I would prefer not to bear the burden alone. Nuan tilted her head, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Are you certain you don't need my assistance? I am quite formidable, and such opportunities are rare. He Xuan playfully covered her face with his hand, gently pushing her away. Your boldness remains unmatched. However, it is unnecessary. Aside from the children, everyone here is skilled. You should return to rest. With a slight shrug, Nuan acquiesced. Since you insist, I shall take my leave. but you must recount the events to me in detail tomorrow. He Xuan watched her depart, a mix of exasperation and delight on his face. Rest assured, my dear. I shall support your interests unfailingly. I will not let you miss a single detail. Nuan stretched languidly. I shall be going now. Good night kiss. As her words faded, He Xuan felt the fleeting softness of her lips, barely savoring it before she was gone. Chapter 74. My lightness of being is for serving meals. He Xuan observed Nuan's retreating figure, chuckling softly to himself at her heartlessness. As the clouds parted to reveal twinkling stars, delicate yet radiant like countless crystals, an unsettling scene unfolded beneath their beauty. Suddenly, anguished cries erupted from within the house, leaving the ambushed figures outside bewildered. Had they devised an alternative plan unbeknownst to their master? Was the instruction to wait until the inhabitants succumbed to slumber before deploying the sleeping gas for maximum benefit? Confusion reigned among them, except for Feng Yi, who was monitoring Liang and immediately grasped the situation upon hearing the screams. Turning to his master, Rain Yi awaited further instructions. Meanwhile, He Xuan, taking in the unfolding chaos, mused that it appeared to be yet another night of inaction. Proceed inside. The occupants have lost their ability to resist, and those with ill intentions, bind them and cast them into the dark prison. As for the lone survivor, invite him for a proper discussion. With that, he turned away, leaving no trace behind. Muttering to himself as he navigated the dim path, he cursed the night for keeping him from his wife's side. Lamenting the weariness that accompanied the task of capturing intruders, Feng Yi could sense his master's agitation, though the sentiment was somewhat misplaced. As he alone enjoyed the privilege of his spouse, following He Xuan's orders, the others entered the house to apprehend the culprits, leaving 3 behind to tidy up the master's rocking chair and tea table. Their master had spent the entire evening in that chair, yet still claimed to be burdened. Truly, he was different from the rest, needing careful protection. He Xuan moved swiftly through the corridor. It was late, and no one had warmed Nuan's bed. She would surely struggle to sleep without his presence. After completing his morning routine, He Xuan gently pushed open the door, unfastened his heavy cloak, and stood by the fireplace, basking in its warmth before finally retiring to bed. He tenderly embraced the sleeping Nuan, who nestled comfortably against him. Observing the way his beloved wife clung to him, He Xuan couldn't suppress a smile of satisfaction. Indeed, his little wife seemed inseparable from him. As he admired her rosy cheeks in slumber, he was unable to resist planting a kiss on her soft lips. However, Nuan, sensing the intrusion, instinctively pushed him away. Looking at his mischievous wife, He Xuan gently pulled her back into his embrace and closed his eyes, enveloping the room in tranquility. Despite the wintry chill outside, the atmosphere within was filled with warmth. Nuan's heart brimmed with joy, her mind wandering to delightful thoughts as she prepared to savor some melon seeds. Meanwhile, the other occupant of the bed continued to indulge in slumber. Nuan opened her eyes to gaze at her husband's handsome visage, a sense of contentment swelling within her. Truly, he was a sight to behold, a striking figure even in the realm of literature, akin to the likes of Lin Ruo and He Qingfeng. Yet, adhering to the conventions of romantic tales, one could only anticipate a powerful princess becoming enamored with him during their strolls through the bustling streets, subsequently coercing He Xuan into becoming her son-in-law. However, He Xuan would surely resist, bound by the lingering affection for his first love. Ultimately, the princess's wrath would lead to his demise, leaving Nuan to play the role of a mere supporting character. Amused by her own fanciful imaginings, Nuan chuckled at the absurdity of her thoughts. Suddenly struck by a mischievous idea, she flashed a playful grin, twirling a loose strand of hair and teasingly brushing it against He Xuan's ear. Feeling the ticklish sensation, He Xuan absent-mindedly scratched at his ear. As soon as his hand fell, Nuan resumed her antics, noticing a new glimmer in He Xuan's eyes. She burrowed deeper into his embrace, determined to elude his grasp. Awakened by her playful attacks, He Xuan fully roused, vigorously rubbing his ticklish ear. He regarded the feigning sleep Nuan, a playful imp who was clearly up to no good this early in the day. If she treated him this way, he felt compelled to reciprocate. He slid his hand beneath her clothing, precisely pinching her ticklish spot. Nuan stifled a laugh, unable to maintain her composure, and ultimately surrendered to her amusement. With a mock glare, she scolded He Xuan for disrupting her rest, warning him of the dire consequences should her beauty sleep be compromised. He Xuan, bemused by her playful threats, retorted, "Are you certain that the one causing mischief this early is me?" Taken aback by his audacity to counter her, Nuan sat up, hands on her hips, declaring, "If it's not you, then who else could it be? I'll tell you, one must always own up to their actions." He Xuan, enchanted by her playful demeanor, chuckled and conceded, "All right, it's me. But if you don't hurry, the melons will lose their freshness." His words jolted Nuan from her reverie. She exclaimed, "Yes, I must go enjoy those melons." He Xuan remained sprawled on the bed, observing his wife as she busily paced around the room. He thought to himself that if he were quick enough to rise, he might catch her in the act of preparing herself. After lingering in bed a while longer, He Xuan finally got up, not wanting to be caught napping while Nuan readied herself, lest she find fault with him. As he elegantly sipped tea at the table, Nuan appeared, looking exquisitely refined. He Xuan knew it was time to compliment his wife. She truly was a vision of beauty. "Come, let us have breakfast first. For a meal before indulging in melons is far more delightful," he said, taking her hand and leading her outside. Outside, the servant quickly summoned the kitchen staff upon seeing their master emerge, eager to ensure that He Xuan received the warmest meal. The servant, who never imagined his agility would be employed for serving food, mused that if other households were to discover this, they would surely find it laughable. Yet, given the kindness of their masters, they felt compelled to serve them well. As for why these once noble shadow guards were reduced to serving meals, it was a tale steeped in hardship. In other households, meal times were strict, and missing them meant subsisting on pastries. On their first day of servitude, they had sent forth the most skilled chef to impress their masters, only to find the two still sound asleep as they awaited their breakfast. Though the morning feast was undoubtedly delectable, their masters missed out, while they themselves indulged. As they began to decipher their masters' dining habits, they realized there was no discernible pattern to when He Xuan and Nuan would eat. To ensure their masters enjoyed their meals hot, someone suggested they utilize their agility to serve food. This practice not only proved effective but also honed their skills significantly. Pleased at seeing their masters relish their meals, they felt a swell of pride, convinced they were the most remarkable shadow guards. Today's task was particularly crucial. Once completed, there would be little else to occupy them. Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly gazed at He Xuan, ready to begin their culinary adventure. He Xuan, amused by her enthusiasm, chuckled. "Do temper your excitement. You appear somewhat unhinged." Realizing he had crossed a line, he rubbed his nose sheepishly, recognizing that such teasing would earn him a night in the stables. Nuan, sensing the shift in tone, turned her gaze towards him, her eyes piercing through his facade. He Xuan, feeling the weight of her stare, quickly redirected the conversation, gesturing towards the kitchen. "Shall we commence?" With a face full of supplication, he regarded his wife, whose mock frown was both fearsome and amusing. Subsequently, He Xuan summoned Liang, recognizing that the most unusual individual would be pivotal in their inquiries. He led Nuan to a pavilion, where they could interrogate him in an atmosphere of elegance, albeit slightly chilly. As they sipped tea, awaiting the arrival of their subject, He Xuan observed the well-trained shadow guards, silently commending their skills. This group had benefited greatly from their training. They were worlds apart from the unruly youths of the village, who had cost so much to cultivate. When Liang finally arrived, He Xuan greeted him with a warm smile, inviting him to share his story over a cup of tea. Liang, lifting his gaze, met He Xuan's eyes with a blank expression, his demeanor as still as a statue. "Is this how you treat your enemies?" "We came to kill you," he uttered. He Xuan met his gaze unwaveringly. "Yet here you are, unscathed and even aiding us," he added with a light-hearted tone. "A friend from afar, indeed." Liang scoffed at the suggestion. "What makes you think I am your friend? I possess a keen eye for character." "Please, sit and enjoy some hot tea," He Xuan replied, pouring a cup and sliding it toward Liang with calm assurance. At this moment, Liang finally lifted his head, gazing at the two individuals in the pavilion. Yet, he remained still, quietly observing them. After a brief chuckle, he approached and took a seat on the bench. Raising his cup, he took a delicate sip, his every gesture exuding the poise of a gentleman. He was not interrupted by He Xuan, who simply watched in silence. The demeanor of this young master did not resemble that of a subordinate among these individuals. Liang then glanced at He Xuan, a warm smile gracing his face as he softly inquired how he could be perceived as anything but a subordinate, especially one in such a disheveled state. He Xuan regarded the man before him. Although his face wore a gentle smile, the mirth did not reach his eyes. "That is precisely why we invited you to converse." With He Xuan's words, an eerie silence enveloped the pavilion once more. "If I were to share my story, would you be inclined to offer some recompense?" He Xuan chuckled lightly. "Of course, upon hearing your tale, compensation will be given. However, the nature of such recompense may pose a challenge." His fingers tapped rhythmically against the table. "How about this? Once I have listened to everyone's stories, I could hand those individuals over to you for your handling. Would that not be a satisfactory reward?" Upon hearing this, Liang's gaze flickered with intrigue. The previous night, after incapacitating everyone, he had intended to sever their heads, only to find the master of the estate arriving unexpectedly. He had been subdued, unable to avenge himself, Yet he wondered why this man seemed privy to his inner thoughts. Li Yang did not express whether this recompense was to his liking. Instead, he turned his attention toward the firewood room. I am Li Yang. My mother was originally a maiden from the Li family of the border town. One year, a heavy snowfall in the grasslands claimed the lives of many livestock, leading to pillaging in the border town. My mother was abducted to the grasslands, where she bore me. As he recounted these words, Li Yang's gaze remained fixed on the two men opposite him, searching for a glimmer of recognition in their expressions. However, he was met with blank stares, as if they were listening to an inconsequential story. Yet, this very gaze ignited a flicker of hope within him. He understood that his lineage was a source of shame, a mark of lowly blood in the eyes of foreign peoples, one deemed worthy of slaughter. Although he could not discern how he was viewed by the Central Plains people, he could surmise that he was regarded as a disgrace. His mother had urged him to seek refuge with the Li family. Yet Li Yang was acutely aware that they might not eagerly welcome him. The revelation of his identity would likely bring shame upon the Li family, and he could envision the dire circumstances that would follow. He knew that his mother wished for him to survive, holding fond memories of home. Yet time had the power to alter all perceptions. The expressions of the two men revealed neither sympathy nor disdain. It dawned on him that the world contained more than just villains. Yet, what did that matter? None of it belonged to him. Lost in thought, Li Yang was startled when He Xuan gently took the teacup next to him. He stared at He Xuan, wondering if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion, a manifestation of his own desires. Observing Li Yang's anxious demeanor, He Xuan refilled the cup with warm tea and placed it before him, softly explaining that the tea had cooled, and as winter set in, warmth was essential. This was the first time Li Yang, apart from his mother, felt warmth from another. He gazed at He Xuan, momentarily entranced. Chapter 76. The Redemption of the Obsessive Male Lead. Li Yang hurriedly took a sip of the hot tea to mask his earlier lapse in composure. My mother passed away on the grasslands, just 3 days after I departed. I know she feared for my return, worried I might also perish there. While I am unaware of their precise plans, I understand that this winter has brought severe losses to the livestock on the grasslands, and they now face a dire shortage of provisions. Their entrance into the border town is merely to use me as a pawn and to avert suspicion. As for why they chose your estate, I do not know. They often sent me to gather firewood during their discussions. He Xuan regarded Li Yang thoughtfully, recognizing that he could not afford to feel sympathy. So, this is your reason for administering the poison, is it not? Li Yang sighed softly. I do not wish for the things and people my mother cherished to come to harm. And what do you intend to do next? Do you wish to seek out your maternal grandfather's home in the border town? He Xuan gestured for a hot water bottle. This weather is indeed frigid. And I wonder what the foreign people see in the border town. There is nothing of value here. Ultimately, taking without payment is preferable to spending money. He Xuan accepted the hot water bottle passed to him and gently placed it on Nuan's lap, advising her to keep warm. Meanwhile, Li Yang was momentarily stunned by He Xuan's question. Indeed, where should he go? Though he had yet to visit the Li family, he already knew the outcome. His existence as a son of disgrace would undoubtedly tarnish the Li family's reputation in the border town. Was this what his mother had hoped to witness? Furthermore, the Li family remained unaware of his mother's plight. Should he reveal himself, it could ruin her reputation. Thus, where could he go? What place would accept him? For a time, Li Yang sat there, lost in contemplation, pondering where he might find refuge. His eyes, devoid of light, finally uttered a timid, I do not know. He Xuan could no longer discern the initial brilliance of Li Yang's entrance. The once serene and aloof young man now appeared desolate, as if cast aside by the world. Feeling as though there was no place for him in this vast expanse, He Xuan turned to his wife beside him, their gazes intertwining. Nuan immediately grasped He Xuan's intent. It seemed he wished to offer Li Yang shelter and nurture him into a valuable ally. She nodded gently. For He Xuan had never misjudged anyone, whether among the companions of the apocalypse or the friends in this estate. In the apocalypse, those friends had met in a shared struggle for survival. While their bonds were not the closest, they had protected each other until the end. Nuan believed that the people of the estate would likewise become friends, steadfast in loyalty. Even if those at the estate were to betray them, there was no fear. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were rendered meaningless. If you have nowhere to go, why not stay here at the estate? When you find a place you wish to go, I shall not hinder you. Li Yang, taken aback, raised his gaze to the man before him, incredulity flashing in his eyes. No one could comprehend that, in this moment, He Xuan represented redemption for Li Yang, a figure who could draw him from the depths of darkness. He spoke slowly, somewhat woodenly. Do you trust everyone so implicitly? Do you not suspect that my words may be false? Are you not afraid I might harm your family? Li Yang fixed his gaze on He Xuan's eyes, both hoping to hear what he longed to hear while simultaneously dreading it. He Xuan raised his cup, taking a gentle sip. You would not. This singular statement conveyed more than 1,000 words, as if it had never been uttered before. Although his mother had cared for him deeply, placing all her hopes upon him, she had been lacking in other aspects. Li Yong looked up at He Xuan, perhaps finally understanding what he had been missing all along. Gradually, Li Yong rose, lifting the hem of his robe and kneeling before He Xuan. From this day forth, I shall devote all my abilities to protect you, until the time comes that you no longer require my service. He Xuan observed Li Yang's solemnity, watching as he humbly knelt before him, making his vow. He did not intervene, simply waiting for Li Yong to finish before rising to assist him up. I have always been confident in my judgment. You are no ordinary being. I have yet to tell you my name. I am He Xuan, and this is my wife. From today onwards, you may address me as Brother He. Having spoken this for quite some time, it would be best for you to rest for a while. Once I have finished interrogating these individuals, I will hand them over to you. Thank you, Brother He. As Li Yong spoke, he respectfully bowed to the two men. Meanwhile, Feng Yi, while leading the way, discreetly scrutinized the newly recruited servant, pondering the master's true intentions. If this newcomer were to disrupt their tranquil existence, careful observation would be necessary. Behind him, Li Yong listened to the crunching sound of snow beneath his feet, wondering whether today would bring fortune or misfortune, and if his mother could finally rest in peace. Li Yong was ushered into the courtyard to rest. This is young Master Li. If you require anything, simply summon the guards in the courtyard, he was informed. Li Yong bowed respectfully to Feng Yi, expressing his gratitude. After the room fell silent again, he finally had the opportunity to examine his surroundings. The soft quilt on the bed and the warmth radiating from the stove brought him back to reality. This was the finest accommodation he had ever experienced. Even the fodder for cattle on the grasslands seemed superior to his previous dwelling. Yet, while he lay on such a soft bed, he remained oblivious to where he would ultimately be laid to rest. Considering the disposition of those foreign tribes, it was conceivable that they might abandon his mother in the wilderness, allowing wolves to feast upon her remains. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene, though the thought of thwarting their plans brought him some solace. Why had he chosen to pledge allegiance to He Xuan? Was it for the intangible sincerity he sensed? Or perhaps because He Xuan had never mocked him? He had to admit that these factors played a part, but they were not the sole reasons. His identity was perpetually awkward. In the grasslands, the men shunned him, and in the central plains, how could one accept a person with a tainted past? He Xuan was his only hope. Though he did not know how long he could survive in this place, merely continuing to live felt sufficient. Li Yong embraced the soft quilt and succumbed to darkness, uncertain if he would ever see his mother again. You have quite a bold spirit, he thought. Observing her resemblance to the heroine in a romantic tale, rescuing the tormented male lead. Such musings brought him joy, yet perhaps he ought to remain cautious of this rival. Chapter 77. The plan. Hearing his wife's whimsical chatter about fictional couples, He Xuan gently tapped her on the head, bemused. What on earth are you thinking? Perhaps you should write your own stories. With such melodrama, you might become the renowned author of this dynasty. Upon hearing this, Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a brilliant idea. I shall do just that. He Xuan chuckled softly at her enthusiasm, harboring little belief in her industriousness but still voicing his encouragement. Keep it up. Her spirits lifted by his words, Nuan turned serious as she gazed at He Xuan. I cannot believe he is a good person. And how can you be certain his words are not deceitful? With a gentle smile, He Xuan replied, Of course, I do not fully believe his tale either. I doubt he is quite so foolish. Regardless, we are not lacking in loyal individuals. If properly nurtured, they can serve us well. If we raise ungrateful scoundrels, we possess the means to protect ourselves. What a splendid notion. However, conducting interrogations is exhausting. Why not let someone else handle it and treat it as a narrative? Nuan could no longer contain herself, shivering in the cold winter air. Why must we endure this in the pavilion? It's freezing. Without waiting for a response, she clutched the hot water pot and retreated indoors, pondering how to pass the tedious time. Winter was best spent hibernating. Why not bring out some mahjong for a game? He Xuan observed her, knowing her enthusiasm would likely wane within moments. Yet, understanding the purpose behind the interrogations, he realized that one-by-one assessments were too time-consuming. He gestured discreetly, and a figure promptly appeared before him. Master, bring the leader to the dark chamber. I shall handle this personally. In an instant, the individuals on the ground vanished, leaving He Xuan unable to suppress his sarcasm. This fellow is so tight-lipped, he may well remain a bachelor for life. He shook his head in pity, unlike himself, who cherished the warmth of a loving wife. The others in the shadows, overhearing their master's jest, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They had yet to fully comprehend his preferences. At times, he appeared aloof and regal, while at other moments, he seemed rather unrestrained. If Nuan had heard this, she would have retorted fiercely, What do you mean unrestrained? Isn't that just narcissism? Little did He Xuan know he had already garnered some disdain. He approached the dark chamber, ready to address the unruly group. The snowfall had ceased, and a hint of color emerged on the horizon, gradually transforming into vibrant shades of orange and red, as if painted by an artist's brush, illuminating the sky in a fiery glow. He Xuan marveled at the beauty, lamenting the fact that some saw it to mar such splendor. Upon entering the dark chamber, He Xuan was greeted by the sound of snoring, prompting him to reflect on the audacity of the man within. Did he possess no sense of caution? Now he would face the consequences. Fetch a bucket of snow water. Wake him up, He Xuan ordered, signaling for the individual to be roused. Do not squander my time on those unworthy of it. Hagen continued dreaming, envisioning himself surrounded by the enchanting women of the Central Plains, whispering sweet nothings. Unlike the fierce women of the grasslands, who were bold and wild, he pictured marrying the daughter of his tribal leader, taking several Central Plains women as concubines. Such a life would be splendid. Just as he was about to kiss the beauty beside him, she raised her cup and splashed icy water across his face. Awakened by the cold, Hagen felt fury rise within him. He attempted to strike out at the figure before him, only to realize he was bound tightly. In mere moments, he grasped the gravity of his predicament and quickly donned a smile. Might I inquire your intentions? If it is wealth you seek, I am open to negotiation, he said with a sycophantic grin. He Xuan felt nauseated by the display, furrowing his brow. Who taught you such manners? It makes me want to retch. Why not confess outright, so I need not exert unnecessary effort? Do you not realize how little you resemble a person of the Central Plains? Feigning sophistication while lacking proper training, He Xuan's outburst left the occupants of the chamber in shock. Moments later, they regained composure, recognizing their master's temperament, which he usually kept concealed. Yet Hagen remained bewildered, recalling how the elders had spoken of the Central Plains' emphasis on etiquette. This man seemed more akin to a bandit, yet possessed striking looks and a sharp tongue. Once freed, Hagen vowed to take revenge on him. Desperate to appease, he continued, Your words are far too harsh. I am merely a foreigner here for trade, and everything can be discussed amicably. He Xuan sighed in exasperation. Your so-called foreign tribe is hardly more than a nomadic people. Calling yourselves a nation is laughable. I have no desire to waste time with you. He approached Hagen, forcefully pinching his mouth shut, retrieving a paper packet from his cloak and pouring the powder into Hagen's mouth. As Hagen realized the gravity of the situation, he instinctively reached for the medicine, knowing he had been compromised. Gazing at the falling powdered medicine, Hagen understood that this substance was not meant for consumption, especially since he was unaware of its nature. Just as he contemplated taking his own life, a sudden stupor overtook him, rendering him lifeless, like a marionette with its strings cut. He Xuan retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, delicately wiping the powder from his hands, skillfully concealing his intentions in the presence of others. However, the presence of outsiders posed a dilemma. He could not directly employ his abilities and had to resort to feigning innocence with a packet of sugar powder. Leaning in closer to Hagen, He Xuan outlined their plans to eliminate every soul in this place, seize control of the village, and collaborate with the general to breach the border city and plunder its resources. Hagen, in a daze, responded, acknowledging the proximity of this area to their territory, yet questioned their ability to traverse the treacherous mountains that lay between them. He Xuan was genuinely curious about this concern. During a previous expedition to the mountains with Nuan, he had gained insight into the terrain, far more than the local inhabitants could ever possess. Hagen, upon hearing He Xuan's words, spoke candidly. These individuals were quite formidable. They had even uncovered the existence of hidden waterways. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since met their demise at the hands of these brutes. Nuan gently pressed her temples, reflecting on how little this place differed from the apocalypse, save for the semblance of decorum it maintained. Observing Nuan's troubled expression, He Xuan rose to soothe her, reassuring her that the general in this city was no fool and must have been well prepared. Nuan looked up at He Xuan, inquiring about the fate of those individuals. Had they truly been entrusted to that man? He Xuan affirmed that a promise must be honored. One could not expect the horse to run without offering it fodder. Such logic was simply absurd. He expressed his intent to ensure that their residents did not face the grim sight of graves. Nuan rolled her eyes dramatically at He Xuan's response. He Xuan, with a fond smile, affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her that, when the time came, he would lead those individuals to the depths of the mountains and incinerate them. That is satisfactory. Proceed, Nuan declared, satisfied with his answer, as she languidly reclined in her seat, commanding He Xuan to massage her. Very well, my lady. Inside a tent, a man seated in the principal chair, eyes closed, spoke at a measured pace, inquiring about the lack of news from the other side. Your Majesty, there has been no word yet. Perhaps Hagen has been entranced by the allure of the border city, ensnared in the company of women, a burly man mocked. Another man, hearing this, grew anxious and defended Hagen. Your Majesty, Hagen would never act in such a manner. He must be entangled in some trouble that has delayed him. He Xuan hurriedly justified his son, declaring him the pride of his lineage, destined to become a warrior of the tribe, and would not permit anyone to tarnish his reputation, fearing it would reflect poorly on his family. He Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a menacing glare silencing the arguing men, compelling them to kneel. He turned to He Xuan, extending a finger as a warning. You had best ensure that everything you say is true. Should any misfortune arise, jeopardizing the tribe's interests, I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens. Understood? A cruel smile crept upon He Xuan's face. He Xuan, aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily reassured him. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Hagen is always composed. There will be no issues. He Xuan promptly bowed twice on the ground. It better be so. Prepare well. When the news arrives, we shall prepare to storm the city. You may leave. With that, He Xuan closed his eyes once more, feigning slumber. The others, observing their king's demeanor, cautiously rose and exited the tent. Their carefulness rivaled that of a weasel, and once outside, He Xuan opened his wolf-like eyes, staring intently ahead. Softly murmuring, will everything truly unfold as desired? Perhaps this time, a sacrifice to the heavens is necessary. Before his words fully escaped, he closed his eyes again, leaving uncertainty as to whether he was genuinely asleep or had succumbed to slumber. Outside the tent, one man cautiously addressed He Xuan, General He Xuan. You must ensure your words come to fruition. Otherwise, it may indeed be you who ends up as the sacrifice. He Xuan turned to the speaker, dismissing his concern. You needn't worry, General Mingwu. Hagen will undoubtedly execute this mission splendidly. After stating this, He Xuan began to walk away, but paused to glance back at Mingwu, adding, indeed, you should be concerned about the lack of successors. It is only natural. Upon seeing Mingwu's face darken rapidly, He Xuan smirked mockingly, but as he turned away, his expression soured. One of Mingwu's subordinates, incensed by He Xuan's insolence, spoke up. My lord, shall we stand by and allow them to mock us so? Mingwu remained silent, observing He Xuan's triumphant figure, his countenance increasingly grim. Once He Xuan was out of sight, Mingwu's lips curled into a slight smile. The brash He Xuan could not genuinely believe he was unprepared, could he? Let us see who emerges as the ultimate victor. Meanwhile, the hopes of the foreign powers dwindled under Li Yang's torment, barely clinging to life. Li Yang lifted Hagen's chin with a whip, taunting, General. Have you ever considered falling into my grasp? Hagen, in disarray, coldly regarded the frail figure before him with a scoff. A petty villain reveling in triumph. Even if you were to end my life, my father would seek vengeance. Unlike you, who would perish here unnoticed. Li Yang, unfazed by Hagen's defiance, quietly revealed his intentions. Once my blade is ready, I shall slit your throat, find a quiet place to incinerate your remains, and then seek retribution for my mother. Oh, and if the opportunity arises, I shall also kill your parents, forcing them to kneel before my mother. What do you think? He asked mockingly. You madman. You shall meet a terrible fate, and I will kill you. Hagen seethed, struggling to escape, intent on sinking his teeth into Li Yang. Li Yang merely stepped onto Hagen's head, declaring, you are now a prisoner. Li Yang extracted a kitchen knife from the side, standing silently before Hagen. Ironically, this very knife had been purchased by these men, who had enslaved themselves, likely never dreaming they would meet their end by its blade. In that moment, Hagen's heart raced with dread. Despite his mental preparation, facing death was an inescapable reality. Li Yang crouched before Hagen, delivering cut after cut, each stroke eliciting agonizing screams that echoed in the dim chamber, sending shivers down the spines of those outside who listened to the harrowing cries. The guard on duty clicked his tongue, remarking, what kind of grudge could incite such fury? I fear sleep will evade us tonight, regardless of the grievances. As long as he does not extend his hand toward our village or threaten those within, I care not how fierce he is. This is my sanctuary. The other guard retorted. Indeed, it is a rare day devoid of bloodshed, a day to cherish. Should anyone attempt to disrupt my haven, I shall hasten their journey to the underworld to drink with Yama. Clouds drifted across the moonlit sky, casting a silvery glow over the earth, enveloping the trees in an ethereal hue that dazzled the eyes. The screams within the dark room persisted, and just as Hagen could no longer endure, Li Yang mercifully ended his life with a swift strike to the throat. As laughter erupted, one could not help but roar at the lifeless bodies before them, relishing the thought that they had met their demise at my hands. The joy was bittersweet, for my mother had perished, and I desired their company in death. In a fit of fury, I kicked at the corpses, releasing years of pent-up resentment. Once I had regained my composure, I brushed the blood from my clothes and stepped out of the dim chamber. The sentinels, observing the disheveled and bloodied figure of Liang, exchanged glances. Upon seeing the two individuals at the door, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face, accompanied by a forced smile that belied his grief. In a moment of levity, tears streamed down his cheeks, and the weight of loss became unbearable. The mother who had tirelessly urged him to escape this life was gone, leaving him to unleash his wrath upon these wretches. Was he truly so powerless? Yet, the demeanor he exhibited elicited satisfaction from the watchers. There was a peculiar delight in the cruelty displayed towards one's enemies. "Little brother, remain here. Our master shall not neglect you." One of the guards gently patted Li Yang's shoulder. "Indeed, our master is exceedingly benevolent. We have no complaints." The other guard joined in, draping an arm around Li Yang's shoulder. "Thank you, brothers. I shall forever be grateful for our master's kindness," Li Yang replied, bowing in gratitude. "Very well. Go and rest. I shall take care of these remains. Would you like ashes?" The first guard inquired, prepared to fulfill Li Yang's wishes. "Thank you, but no. Their presence disgusts me," Li Yang responded with a slight shake of his head. In the study, Nuan lay languidly upon the favored couch. Casting aside a well-worn book that had lost its charm, she languished in boredom, murmuring softly to herself. Indeed, nothing in this world was devoid of difficulty. Once loathing the violence of life, she now found herself adrift, unable to find solace in idleness. "Ah, this is dreadfully dull," Nuan suddenly exclaimed. Turning her gaze to He Xuan at the desk, a playful grin spreading across her face. Approaching him with exaggerated grace, she tugged at his sleeve, shaking it vigorously. "Old He, do you possess any new amusements? I am terribly bored." Her face was a portrait of feigned innocence. He Xuan, steadily holding the brush that threatened to spill ink, sighed in resignation, contemplating how his little wife seemed to grow ever more troublesome. "What ideas do you have?" he asked, his voice tinged with weariness. Upon hearing his question, Nuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Husband, I wish to." "No, you do not," He Xuan interrupted, sensing her intentions and swiftly cutting her off. Annoyed, Nuan released her grip, the force nearly sending He Xuan flying from his chair. Observing her tempestuous spirit, He Xuan could only shake his head in exasperation, aware that his wife thrived on mischief. Yet, he could not scold or chastise her. He was bound to indulge her whims. "Surely, you are curious about that hidden river? Did they not say it remains uncharted, hence their covert maneuvers? But I desire to see it. The weather is cold. The river may be frozen, allowing us passage," she countered eagerly. He Xuan regarded her with a mix of affection and concern. "You are relentless in your pursuits. If you insist on exploring, ensure you are prepared." With a newfound determination, Nuan leapt up, exclaiming, "Let us go." As they mounted their steeds, Fengyi observed the two with trepidation, worried for their safety. "Perhaps we should send 2 guards along for protection," he suggested. Nuan, full of bravado, declared, "Do not underestimate me. 1 against 1, I shall prevail." The onlookers, unaware of their true capabilities, presumed them mere mortals. Fengyi, however, remained apprehensive, hoping for He Xuan to safeguard his wife. "Stay vigilant at home. We shall return shortly," they proclaimed as they rode off into the chilling winds, their cheeks turning pale against the biting cold. Once out of sight of the village, Nuan produced masks and hats from her belongings, handing one to He Xuan. As they donned their disguises, they both felt a renewed sense of purpose. Upon reaching the hidden river's entrance, Nuan was filled with excitement. "Isn't this the river that flows past our village? I thought it merely a pond." Gingerly, she tested the icy surface with her foot, pondering how they had come to learn of this secret passage. Surely, no one would have discovered it by mere happenstance. She mused. Perhaps someone clumsy fell in and inadvertently revealed it, quipped an unseen voice. Observing the pond's surface, Nuan concluded they must have mapped the area, as it was clear they were aware of the river's proximity to their village. Why would they circumvent a direct approach, risking exposure? Clearly, they are unable to cross. Or else it would be too perilous, she reasoned, excitement filling her voice. Thus, they aimed to raid the village, seize control, and breach the hidden river. Ensuring victory with minimal casualties, Nuan analyzed, her confidence blossoming. He Xuan, however, remained contemplative, his gaze fixed on the ice beneath them, reflecting the gravity of their situation. "Thank you for your unwavering support and encouragement," the chapter concluded. Chapter 80. The Cup of Wine and the Power of Command. He Xuan turned to Nuan, his tone grave. "Perhaps we should become bandits in the Wanchong Mountains, for this land may soon fall under their watchful gaze." Nuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, her patience thinning. What place is truly safe? If we relocate to the Wanchong Mountains, those brigands will merely pursue us again. Are we to live in constant fear? I seek a peaceful existence, not a life of turmoil. Let us seal this entrance. One day, when the time is right, I shall traverse this hidden path and eradicate our foes, she declared, her resolve unwavering. Must you always stir trouble? He Xuan replied, struggling to find words as Nuan passionately articulated her thoughts. I only wish to spare you from the violence of our lives. Do you not desire a tranquil existence? Understood, he conceded, aware of the cold that had hardened the ice beneath them. If you are determined to cross, let us first assess the surroundings. However, isn't this just inviting trouble? Could it be that someone spent time chiseling through the ice? Nuan felt increasingly uneasy. It was not out of the realm of possibility. She turned to glance at He Xuan, who nodded slightly. His mental probe had detected traces, but no passage had been made. The cave was a labyrinth. And these people must have lost their way, prompting the referee to come for assistance. Nuan couldn't help but nod. This cunning rat nearly succeeded. She continued her observations, wondering if perhaps they had managed to break through. In the military camp of the border town, a few individuals sat discussing matters within a tent. General, the barbarians have been restless these past few days. Prolonged unrest may lead to unforeseen changes, remarked an anxious deputy general. Regardless of whether a battle ensued, it was the common people who ultimately suffered. With the new emperor's ascension, vast amounts of gold and silver had already been expended. If conflict erupted in this border town, who knew what consequences might arise? Lin Xiong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This situation was indeed troublesome. The camp had yet to pay the soldiers their wages, and supplies were dwindling. Should a war break out, how could the soldiers fight for the great Jing nation if they were not well fed? It had been over a month since the letter was sent, yet no response had returned. Lin Xiong slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the commanders below. The ambitions of the foreign tribes were not to be underestimated, especially in light of the recent snow disaster in the border town. They would not let this opportunity slip away. Everyone must remain vigilant to avoid falling into their trap, he cautioned. Once all had departed, Lin Xiong took out paper and pen. It seemed he would need to write again to inquire about the situation in the capital. It would be best to apply pressure on the new emperor through the manager. The soldiers may be passive, but provisions must come first, an unchanging principle throughout the ages. After finishing the letter, Lin Xiong carefully folded the envelope and sealed it with wax. At that moment, Zhang Qi stood outside the tent. General. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xiong looked up to see a Qi entering. The man was clad in armor, the sound echoing throughout the tent with each step. A subtle smile graced his face, dimples appearing at the corners of his mouth, conveying both modesty and dignity. A Qi, it has been some time since we last met. Has Jiaji's health improved? Lin Xiong asked, a hearty smile spreading across his face. Father-in-law, Jia is nearly recovered, but she misses you dearly. When I arrived, she was crying and insisting on visiting you at the camp. Zhang Qi replied respectfully. Haha, that little girl loves to stir up trouble. Her health has always been delicate. How could she come to this cold place in winter? Lin Xiong's smile widened at the mention of his only daughter, the previous worry on his face vanishing entirely. Zhang Qi remained silent, simply nodding in agreement. By the way, father-in-law, I noticed several commanders with troubled expressions. Is there something weighing on their minds? Zhang Qi asked, concern evident on his face. Lin Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Oh, in the border town, it is merely the same few matters. The foreign tribes have been increasingly unruly lately. That is indeed a source of concern. During winter, the foreign tribes grow ever more restless, Lin Xiong remarked, handing the letter to Zhang Qi. Take this letter to the post station and ensure it reaches the capital promptly. Do not delay military matters. Zhang Qi immediately stood at attention, his expression serious. Yes, General. He carefully tucked the envelope into his coat and hurried to the nearest post station. On the way, Zhang Qi held the envelope tightly, his eyes fixed on it. The wax seal glowed warmly, yet his gaze was clouded with a heavy mist, the previous joviality nowhere to be seen. Soon, however, a bright smile broke across his face, restoring his former elegance. Witnessing the post station's courier hastening towards the capital with the envelope, Zhang Qi's smile radiated with brilliance. Meanwhile, Nuan had finished her explorations. Feeling quite warm from her exertions, He Xuan watched her with an amused expression. In his view, it was peculiar for her to be so eager to be outdoors in the dead of winter instead of resting at home. If she kept herself busy, perhaps she would tire out and settle down for the winter. Nuan approached excitedly. I want to enter the city. Interested? He Xuan feigned a smile. Of course. Since we have nothing better to do, wherever you wish to go, we shall go. We can wander until you lose interest. A playful smile spread across Nuan's face. I was waiting for you to say that. Let's ride. With enthusiasm, Nuan mounted her horse, and before He Xuan could react, she had already galloped a fair distance ahead. He Xuan shook his head in exasperation, wondering where she found such energy, bouncing around like a monkey. He quickly mounted his horse, lest his wife run off entirely. Moments later, He Xuan caught up with Nuan as they ambled towards the border town. Their pace leisurely enough that ants on the ground would surely perish underfoot. Husband, don't you think it's slow for the ancients to use post stations for sending letters? By the time the emperor replies, the battle might be over. Nuan mused, genuinely curious. He Xuan regarded her with some surprise, explaining, when soldiers are abroad, military orders are paramount. Nuan couldn't help but lament. These emperors clearly need military generals to protect the nation, yet when those generals achieve merit, the emperors grow wary of their power and seek to eliminate them. Much like Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of the Song dynasty, who feared a military revolt and ultimately relinquished military command over a cup of wine. He Xuan turned to look at Nuan, astonished. She, who had been a mediocre student in the past, seemed to be displaying a surprising depth of understanding now. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Thieves ruin my reputation yet. Even if he had 100 lives, he would not dare to voice such thoughts. He could only silently nod, aware of the family's visible hierarchy. Upon reaching the city gate, they entrusted their horse to the gatekeeper, paying a fee for care. This way, they avoided the inconvenience of leading the horse around the city, freeing their hands for other activities. After paying the entry fee, they headed straight for the tavern. Weary of the limited fare they had endured in recent days, repeated meals of the same few dishes. Now that they were in the city, it was time to indulge in a hearty feast, for their previous accommodations offered nothing but instant noodles. They chose the most renowned tavern in the border town, where upon entering, a waiter greeted them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests. He draped a cloth over his shoulder and led them upstairs. Would you prefer a private room or a table in the main hall? A private room, please, Nuan declared with a wave of her hand. Having amassed a fortune at the prime minister's residence, it was only fitting to indulge. When time permitted, they would secretly explore other places, after all. She had scarcely traveled in modern times. Bring us your finest dishes and drinks, and be quick about it. He Xuan instructed the waiter upon seating. The couple had no special dietary restrictions. They were simply eager to eat. The waiter, delighted by their generous tip, felt as though he had received a month's worth of wages in a single encounter. Thank you, esteemed guests. I shall hurry to bring your meals. With a cheerful bounce, he hurried downstairs. People are so easily satisfied yet insatiably greedy, Nuan reflected, watching the waiter's exuberance. What's gotten into me today? I'm feeling quite sentimental, she mused. Though usually carefree, her sudden emotionality raised suspicion. She shot a glare at He Xuan. You are such a killjoy. Can I be a little poetic? After all, I used to be quite the literary enthusiast in my youth, devouring volumes of pain literature. Yes, indeed, you are absolutely right. He Xuan replied. Knock, knock, knock. Dishes are served. The waiter announced respectfully from outside the door. Come in, He Xuan beckoned. Once all the dishes were served, the waiter paused, awaiting further instructions. He Xuan waved him over. Excuse me, we have a request. He Xuan had once again lost a piece of silver while serving at the tavern. Usually residing in the village, he was unaware of the recent happenings in the city. The waiter, brimming with excitement, wiped the silver against his clothing and carefully tucked it away. Ah, esteemed guest, you have inquired with the right person. In this tavern, there is no shortage of lively happenings, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. I have heard that a traveling merchant caravan saw the bandits of Wanchong Mountain captured by two great heroes. Quite impressive indeed. However, others claim that these two heroes are fearsome and monstrous, said to devour men. Yet, aside from the bandits, the merchants expressed profound gratitude towards these two heroes. The waiter animatedly recounted the tale, striking a martial arts pose that bewildered the diners. Nuan, sensing the absurdity of the situation, interrupted the waiter. How did the caravans learn of the bandits' defeat? And who exactly are these so-called heroes? Furthermore, the rumors of them being monstrous and child-eaters, where do they stem from? Her disbelief was evident. If memory served her right, it was she and He Xuan who had dealt with the bandits of Wanchong Mountain. She certainly did not recall possessing a monstrous appearance or a penchant for devouring children. He Xuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, felt a headache brewing. Who is spreading such slander? They are tarnishing our reputations without cause. The waiter, invigorated by the turn of the conversation, eagerly shared. It is said that the young master of the Li family from the south of the city was recently kidnapped by the bandits, and he managed to escape using his remarkable martial skills. Upon his escape, he encountered the fearsome hero, who was devouring meat and drinking heartily, while the other bandits lay defeated. The waiter nodded affirmatively, impressed by the tale. I did not approach to greet them, as they appeared so heroic. I simply left it at that. The young master of the Li family is indeed formidable. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Nuan felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of the gossip. If she were not the so-called monstrous child-eater, she would have found the situation amusing. Where had the rumors of child eating originated? Surely it was the young master of the Li family again. She stared at the waiter, curious about what other shocking secrets he might reveal. In his excitement, the waiter plopped onto his stool, thumping his thigh in enthusiasm. Indeed, esteemed guest, you are quite astute. The young master claimed that upon his escape, he found a child's corpse lying there. It is quite infuriating. While we cannot argue against the actions of the heroes in ridding us of the bandits, the loss of an innocent child is still tragic. He sighed heavily. Nuan suppressed her rising anger, gently closing her eyes to calm herself. Do not let it trouble you. Anger only brings illness. She forced a peculiar smile, causing the waiter to feel a chill down his spine. Why does the guest's smile seem so unsettling? Perhaps I am underdressed today. He quickly sat up straight, nervous, and stammered. Ah, esteemed guest, please take your time. If you need anything, just call for me. With that, he hurriedly left the private room. He Xuan observed his wife's strange smile, uncertain how to address it. Nuan, monstrous and child-eating? Is this not slander? I must confront him. He spreads lies recklessly. Nuan fumed, her words tumbling out in a fit of frustration. He Xuan quickly reassured her. Yes, he is speaking nonsense. Perhaps we should take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. He embraced Nuan, patting her back gently while joining her in cursing the ill-mannered young master of the Li family, expressing his own indignation. I am truly exhausted. Chapter 82. Revenge. Is there no one to speak on my behalf? Nuan lamented, uncertain how to voice her feelings. Her hands fidgeted, yearning to strike someone in frustration. I suspect the young master of the Li family is using our monstrous reputation to elevate his own status. He Xuan listened to her exasperated tone, silently commending his foresight in observing their surroundings after the waiter's tale of Wancheng Mountain. Still, his foremost task was to soothe his wife. Calm down, my dear. We have only recently arrived in the city after dealing with Wancheng Mountain. It's only natural that rumors spread quickly, especially since we usually remain in the village. Let us eat, and after, I will take you to exact our revenge on that young master. We shall teach him a lesson for tarnishing our names. Nuan pouted, feeling wronged. If we do not make him pay today, I might as well change my surname to Li. He Xuan consoled her, treating her like a child. Understanding the logic behind his words, Nuan nodded. I find your suggestion agreeable. Tonight, we shall ambush him and teach him a lesson. She pointed towards the southern part of the city with childlike enthusiasm. The two enjoyed the meal they had eagerly anticipated, yet the taste failed to meet their expectations, perhaps overshadowed by their foul mood. After hastily finishing their meal and settling the bill, they stood at the tavern's entrance, vowing never to return. The waiter, however, cherished the presence of his two esteemed guests, having received 2 months' worth of wages. As they departed, he felt a pang of longing. Please come again. I will have even more amusing stories for you. The waiter, with a shy smile, called after them, causing Nuan and He Xuan to exchange bewildered glances. Did we mistakenly enter a brothel instead of a tavern? Nuan wondered aloud, feeling a shiver of discomfort. As they looked back at the tavern's sign, they confirmed it read Fumin Tavern and Naughty Hong Courtyard. Why was the waiter acting so bashful? Nuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the street, seeking a way to escape the awkwardness. He Xuan approached the waiter, gently patting him on the shoulder. Perhaps next time, refrain from telling stories, and do try to maintain a more composed demeanor. With that, he pulled Nuan away, eager to leave the uncomfortable atmosphere behind. Staying here any longer would taint my reputation, He Xuan declared. Nuan, glancing at his hand on the waiter's shoulder, fixed her eyes on him. You better wash that hand, otherwise, I might just sever it. She playfully swatted his hand away. These hands are unclean, yet they can be washed and still be deemed acceptable. However, before cleansing, one should refrain from touching oneself. Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of resistance. He Xuan, upon hearing this, raised his own hands. Though somewhat dirty, they could still be washed, couldn't they? My dear wife, shall we hold hands instead? With so many people on the street, it would be rather unfortunate to part ways. But Nuan resolutely protected her hands, vowing to defend her innocence at all costs. The couple bickered as they departed from Fu Manlu, leaving behind a bewildered waiter. Somewhat dissatisfied, he lamented the quality of the story he had shared, believing himself to possess a talent for storytelling, as often praised by the tea house narrators. He dreamt of saving enough money to pay for lessons on the art of storytelling. Nuan would have agreed with him, but only if it did not involve himself. The pair secured a room at an inn, waiting silently for nightfall, yet during this time, He Xuan did not cease his actions. He retrieved soap from his belongings, washing his hands repeatedly. Before they became chafed and raw, Nuan finally acknowledged He Xuan's hands. He Xuan, observing his slightly reddened palms, attributed all blame to the young master of the Li family. If memory served, that young master had referred to the child at the entrance. who was likely the dwarf used by the bandits to deceive passers-by. Nuan furrowed her brow in recollection. Indeed, she had seen that young master. And judging by his attire, he did not appear to be a villain, which is why she had let him go. Alas, it was unexpected that their reputations would be tarnished due to that young master of the Li family. Who would believe such a tale if spoken aloud? Nuan expressed her deep sentiments. Even though the young master had praised them as gallant heroes, the reckless destruction of their reputations was deeply disheartening. He Xuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that today's incident served as a reminder to be cautious in future encounters. Fortunately, that individual had not witnessed their abilities. Had he done so, it might have led to their peaceful existence being irrevocably shattered. They could find themselves perpetually hiding, never at ease. Rest assured, we shall live peacefully and prosperously in this lifetime. However, prior to that, I must give that young master of the Li family a thorough thrashing, demanding an explanation to restore our gallant and handsome appearances, as well as our good names. We must resolutely protect ourselves. Although I care little for the ephemeral reputation of a hero, should these tales endure through the ages, who knows how they would be judged? We must leave a flawless legacy for posterity. He Xuan gently tapped Nuan on the nose, teasing her. I never knew my wife bore the burden of an idol's image. Nuan let out a soft hum. You have much yet to discover. As the hour grew late, the streets became sparse, yet a few intoxicated souls still lay slumped against walls, murmuring incoherently. Two shadowy figures glided above them, startling the scattered drunks, causing their stupor to wane slightly. End of chapter. Chapter 83. I have been kidnapped, letting out a drunken belch. One man mumbled to his companion. I saw two ghostly figures fly by. How impressive. I want to fly too. With that, he spread his arms wide in the alley, foolishly flailing about. His nearby companion, observing his drunken antics, laughed heartily. You must be thoroughly intoxicated. You can't even see straight. With that, he leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Moments later, he lay sprawled on the muddy ground, inadvertently kicked by the flailing man. The next day, he awoke with a throbbing hand, questioning the culprit for his pain, blissfully unaware of the true reason behind it, which would remain an everlasting secret. Nearby residents, exasperated, slammed their doors shut, muttering complaints about the drunken ruckus that seemed to plague their alley daily, wishing they would take their revelry elsewhere. Meanwhile, the couple arrived at the residence of the Li family in the southern part of the city. Once Nuan detected the whereabouts of the young master of the Li family, they stealthily approached his quarters. With a swift jab of a needle, she administered a sedative to Li Ming, swiftly securing him within a sack and carrying him away. In his dazed state, Li Ming faintly heard a woman's voice echoing. Did I administer too much of the drug? Why is he still not awake? You're disturbing my beauty sleep. Nuan furrowed her brow tightly. Feeling irritable, her beauty rest had been shattered. They had anticipated that this fellow would awaken swiftly, yet both had miscalculated. Who could have predicted that Li Ming would sleep like a log? After the effects of the anesthetic began to wane, Li Ming surprisingly remained in slumber, resulting in a 2-hour delay in their plans. Perhaps we should leave him be, and once he awakens, we can frighten him a bit, He Xuan suggested, gently patting Nuan's head. Isn't our original intention to resolve this swiftly? Once he wakes, we can simply educate him. Li Ming, roused by Nuan's words, listened intently to his captors, pondering if it was his half-brothers behind this scheme. After all, as the heir to the Li family, he had endured numerous kidnapping attempts, as many sought to eliminate him to claim a share of the family fortune. However, it soon became clear that these captors bore no grievances against him, nor did they harbor any enmity. Yet, if it was not for ransom, why had they captured him? Li Ming began to reflect on whom he might have offended. In silence, he chose not to voice his thoughts, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, He Xuan had already noticed Li Ming's subtle movements. His chest was rising and falling more prominently, an obvious sign of wakefulness masked by feigned slumber. You still want to accompany your wife home to sleep? There is no time for you to play act, he remarked bluntly, kicking Li Ming's side. Get up, stop pretending. And don't disturb my return to sleep. Li Ming, realizing he had been exposed, felt his face flush. Yet, valuing his life, he cautiously lifted his gaze. Though he could see nothing. Esteemed heroes, may I inquire why you have traveled such a distance to abduct me? Nuan, taken aback, retorted. You have the audacity to question our identities? Your actions have already tarnished our reputations, and you still dare to ask? Her fists clenched tightly, creaking ominously. Li Ming, bewildered by her words, was left in confusion. How had he ruined the reputations of these two? He was entirely unaware of his transgressions. He Xuan, observing Li Ming's baffled expression, felt a headache coming on. This fellow clearly exhibited the traits of a pampered scion of a wealthy family. Yet he seemed like a simpleton. He could only hint, Wan Chong Shan, the so-called hero you labeled as a green-faced terror who devours children. Upon hearing this, Li Ming was struck dumb. His earlier embellishments were merely to bolster his own standing within the family, to deter those who would plot against him. Yet, he never imagined that the actual personage would come knocking at his door, and now he found himself at a disadvantage. If he mismanaged this situation, the Li family might fall into the hands of his half-brothers. Realizing this, Li Ming donned a flattering smile. Esteemed heroes, please do not take offense. If there is anything you wish of me, I am willing to oblige. I acknowledge that my prior actions were indeed improper. I shall clarify your names in a few days. As long as your requests are not excessive, I will certainly comply. Li Ming hurriedly offered sincere apologies. Having overheard their conversation, he could tell that these two esteemed heroes did not intend to harm him. They simply sought an apology. With this realization, he became even more respectful. Hearing this, the two felt considerably relieved. Although they had been wronged, their anger was not particularly intense. They were simply too idle and sought a diversion, and Li Ming had unwittingly provided them with an opportunity for amusement. It was merely unfortunate for him. Nuan felt a dryness in her eyes, lamenting that today's events had been unfruitful, wasting her precious sleep and failing to achieve anything significant. Impatiently gazing at the bound Li Ming, you had better pray that everything you said is true. Otherwise, I shall return to seek you out tomorrow evening. At this point, Nuan paused for a moment before continuing. However, the location and treatment next time will not be the same as this time. One I will keep watch while the other sleeps. Upon hearing this, Li Ming hastily and sincerely assured that he would have no other thoughts. Nuan turned her gaze towards He Xuan, stating, I am tired and wish to sleep. He Xuan smiled indulgently, turning back to Li Ming, his voice now devoid of the previous gentleness, saying, tomorrow, someone will be there to assist you, and by then you will know what we desire. Rest assured, it will not be excessively costly. Observing Li Ming's anxious demeanor, He Xuan kindly added a word of encouragement. He then scooped up the drowsy Nuan in his arms and swiftly exited the room, casually tossing a flying knife to sever the ropes binding Li Ming. By the time Li Ming freed himself from the ropes, the silhouettes of the two had vanished, but from their voices, it was evident they appeared quite formidable. As for the earlier description of them as fierce and imposing, it was merely to enhance one's own image and showcase bravery. Yet, unexpectedly, this endeavor had backfired. Indeed, it was his own fault. Had it not been for these two clearing out the mountain bandits, he would not have had the chance to escape. Escaping and tarnishing the reputation of his benefactor was truly deserving of punishment. Regarding the items his benefactor desired for tomorrow, he would strive to fulfill those wishes. After all, it was his own doing, and thus he must bear the consequences. During a middle school political exam, there was a question asking me to write about a wild animal I had seen. I was confident, thinking this question was a piece of cake, and the points were almost in the bag. After the exam, the political teacher asked, did you really see all the animals you wrote about? I replied, not necessarily. Some I have only seen on television. The teacher remarked, you are quite impressive to have encountered wild teachers too. I was left speechless. Subsequently, the entire class learned that I had seen a wild teacher, and some even inquired if I had seen any domesticated teachers. In truth, I intended to write about wild tigers and lions, but was too greedy, combining the two. Thank you to all the lovely individuals for your recommendations and monthly votes. I initially aimed to write about two sagacious time travelers, but it ended up as two infatuated minds. Who understands? Chapter 84. A brick gift. The drunken man who had dozed off in the alley observed his still flailing drinking buddy. Staggering to his feet, he grabbed him and muttered, hey, you're so noisy that you've disturbed my sleep. He then shook the drunken man's body vigorously, causing him to feel dizzy. Hearing his friend chastising him, the man felt wronged. Insisting, but I truly saw something flying. Why don't you believe me? Ah, it must be your imagination. Go home quickly and find your wife. If you don't return soon, you'll be kneeling before your ancestors for at least 10 to 15 days. He dragged his friend towards the alley's exit, while the drunken buddy resisted. Unwilling to return home without finding a ferry or learning to fly, dreading the confrontation with his fierce wife, he pulled back with all his might. However, he was considerably smaller and weaker than her, making it futile as he was dragged step by step out of the alley. Suddenly, looking up, he spotted two figures soaring in the sky, instantly igniting his excitement and causing him to stumble. Pointing at the roof, he exclaimed, look, they can really fly. His eyes sparkled with wonder. When his companion glanced up, he saw nothing but the bright moon, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Your eyes must be failing you. You're seeing things even after drinking. Let us go? The other man grumbled in annoyance. In the past, he had never acted this way after drinking. Why had he become like this today? Upon hearing this, the other man felt disgruntled, and the two began to bicker, waking the nearby residents. The irritable neighbors had already hurled several bricks from their courtyards. This was far more aggressive than merely throwing bricks to inspire conversation. It was a trade of sound for bricks, an exchange worth considering. However, caution was warranted, for if not careful, a brick could easily land on someone's head. And indeed, one drunken man received a brick on his noggin. The next day, both men awoke, feeling sore all over. One complained of a painful palm, while the other lamented a throbbing headache. They silently vowed never to sneak out for drinks again, realizing that their indulgence had led to trouble. Meanwhile, the two who could fly, He Xuan and Nuan, successfully aided them in overcoming their drinking habits, a commendable achievement. He Xuan carried the peacefully sleeping Nuan back to the inn with familiarity. Observing her deep slumber, he chose not to wake her for her morning routine, deciding to let her rest. The following morning, the two lingered in bed, enjoying the comfort of each other as company before venturing out for shopping. As Nuan admired the exquisite garments, she felt a surge of desire. After all, the aesthetic of the great Jin dynasty was not far removed from the Tang dynasty's allure. Everything leaned towards elegance and opulence, and once on the streets, she became engrossed in the clothing shop, finding it difficult to leave. One beautiful piece after another caught her eye, and naturally, she believed that a girl could never have enough clothes. While procuring new attire for herself, she also made sure to acquire a couple of items for her husband, ensuring he would not feel neglected. Just as Nuan reveled in her shopping, a familiar face entered the clothing store. Spotting Nuan, who was busy trying on garments, Huang Feier furrowed her brow. She could hardly believe that the second household had any spare money for clothing, as merely surviving was already a stroke of luck. After all, both members of the second household were sickly and required numerous medications daily. Having witnessed their frail state during their escape, it was disheartening to see them so unwell. Noticing Nuan's obliviousness, Huang Feier decided to speak up. "Sister-in-law, what a coincidence," she called out, startling Nuan. Turning to examine her, Nuan struggled to recall who she was, as insignificant individuals often faded from memory. After a lengthy pause, she finally remembered that this was the wife of her husband's biased family member, the one who had previously asked her husband for blood to treat an injury. At this thought, Nuan felt no inclination to smile and could only respond curtly. "Oh, it's you, elder sister. It's been a while. You seem to be in much better spirits." "Indeed, my husband's health has improved significantly, which in turn brightens my mood," Huang Feier replied, feigning nonchalance while touching her jade bracelet. Such fine jade was scarce even in the capital, and this piece had been brought back by her father-in-law during a past ancestral ceremony. He Xuan showed little interest, offering a perfunctory "oh." Noticing Nuan's lack of engagement, Huang Feier sought to fill the silence. "Sister-in-law, what brings you out shopping today? Is your health any better?" She casually glanced at He Xuan, observing the couple's rosy complexion. Her disbelief grew. After all, they had once appeared quite pale and ill, but now they looked vibrant. Could it be that their parents were secretly providing assistance? She resolved to speak with her husband about the second household's newfound ability to buy clothes. It was inappropriate for them to receive clandestine support from the family. Yet, in an attempt to appear magnanimous, Huang Feier instructed her maid to present a few silver coins to the couple. "Here, sister-in-law. You didn't take much silver when you separated from the family, so be mindful of your spending. I didn't bring much today. But take this to help replenish your health, so you aren't constantly unwell." Her words only served to irritate Nuan, who thought, "What is this woman scheming? Does she truly think I am in need of her pitiful silver?" Yesterday, He Xuan's tip to the waiter was hardly worth mentioning. Yet he had the audacity to present it, seemingly unperturbed by the judgment of others regarding his stinginess. Nuan indifferently pushed the silver coins away, chuckling lightly. "There is no need for my sister-in-law to worry. We are quite capable of managing our own affairs. After all, we have separated and it would be inappropriate to intrude." Huang Feier, upon hearing Nuan's rejection, felt a wave of displeasure. She had intended to offer assistance to the second household, yet they showed no gratitude. Although her intentions were not entirely sincere, being rebuffed left her in a foul mood. She spoke bluntly, "The second household, having separated, surely lacks funds. I just saw my second sister-in-law trying on numerous outfits. They likely cannot afford such extravagance. Moreover, with my second brother's frail health and lack of earning capacity, if his wife squanders their inheritance, their household may very well collapse." Huang Feier feigned deep concern, clearly directing her words at the shopkeeper, subtly implying that this couple could not afford to spend. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, remained silent, standing calmly behind the counter and observing the scene with a pleasant smile, betraying no sign of impatience. Huang Feier was discontented that her well-meaning warning about the couple's financial situation went unheeded. She furrowed her brow slightly, feeling irritated, yet soon realized that if Nuan were to act generous and purchase everything, it would become evident that the couple lacked sufficient funds. This thought brought a sense of amusement to Huang Feier. She relished the idea of mocking them should they fail to pay. At that moment, Huang Feier was consumed by malicious thoughts, completely forgetting her earlier gratitude towards He Xuan for rescuing her husband. The mere notion that he would contest property with He Guang sparked an inexplicable animosity within her. Nuan, unaffected by Huang Feier's remarks, continued to try on several outfits, instructing the shopkeeper to wrap them up while she completed the transaction, not sparing even a glance for Huang Feier. This disregard only heightened Huang Feier's ire. How dare the second sister-in-law ignore her? She felt her authority as the elder sister-in-law was being challenged. Just as she contemplated confronting them, she was taken aback to find that the couple paid her no mind whatsoever. The shopkeeper, sensing her intent to provoke, exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. The shopkeeper's wife, understanding her husband's unspoken message, quickly stepped forward to interrupt Huang Feier's scheming, smiling warmly. "Madam, which outfit has caught your eye? Allow me to show you." Huang Feier was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the situation. However, she obediently followed the shopkeeper's wife to select clothing. By the time she realized her intent, the couple had vanished without a trace. When He Guang arrived, noticing his wife's displeased expression, he approached her with concern, wearing a worried smile. "What troubles you? You seem quite unhappy." Seeing her husband, Huang Feier felt a surge of grievance. "It's that good-for-nothing second brother of yours. I watched them trying on clothes, thinking they must be short on funds after separating from the main household. I wanted to extend some assistance, but the second sister-in-law had the audacity to disrespect me and mock my kindness." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, convinced of her righteousness, insisting that her intentions were pure and that the second household was ungrateful. The shopkeeper and his wife were taken aback by her words. Had they not witnessed the events unfold, they might have believed her. Seeing her weep so pitifully, one would easily sympathize with her plight, but He Guang, though skeptical, chose not to press further. He knew his wife's penchant for stirring trouble, and it was clear to him that the second household was being wronged. To maintain peace in his own household, He Guang feigned ignorance. "Let us avoid any further involvement with the second household. We have separated. Their affairs are their own concern. How they choose to live is entirely up to them." Had they not been in the tailor's shop, he might have embraced Huang Feier to comfort her. "Well, you came here to buy clothes, did you not? Let us focus on that. Whatever catches your fancy, I shall buy for you," he offered. Huang Feier's mood brightened at his words, and she playfully chided He Guang. "Yet," she soon added, "but the clothes here are leftovers from the second sister-in-law. I'm not fond of them. Let us visit another shop." She subtly tugged at He Guang's sleeve. He Guang, easily swayed by his wife's whims, readily agreed. "Very well, I shall take you to another tailor's shop. Whatever you desire, I will purchase." As they exited the store, the shopkeeper and his wife were left feeling quite ill at ease. The garments in their shop were crafted by the finest seamstresses, ranking among the best in the region. The couple's actions clearly belittled their establishment. However, in business, harmony is paramount. They could not afford to clash with their customers and were left to swallow their indignation. The shopkeeper's wife approached her husband with a knowing expression. "Now do you see why I disapprove of your concubines? They act all sweet and gentle until you're not around, treating me as an adversary." The shopkeeper, startled by her words, quickly replied, "My dear, I recognize my faults. I will address those issues upon our return, ensuring they understand their place." Though he was aware that the concubines were not virtuous, he also knew his wife was formidable. The shopkeeper's wife, pleased with his response, understood that her true desire was not his affection but absolute control over their household, ensuring their son would inherit the business smoothly. As long as the concubines did not encroach upon her territory, she would remain blissfully ignorant of their existence. With a soft huff, she warned him, "You had better follow through, or I cannot guarantee the future of those concubines in our household." With that, she returned to her tasks. Despite feeling displeased by her rebuke, the shopkeeper recognized that his wife was a force to be reckoned with, and he would be wise to tread carefully around her. On the other side, He Xuan observed Nuan, concerned that Huang Feier might disrupt her mood and hinder her desire to shop further. Nuan turned to him, slightly furrowing her brow. "What troubles you? Why would I allow someone unworthy to ruin my spirits? There is much more to explore in this market." Nuan, filled with determination, strode along the street, purchasing an array of spices. The hot pot base must be prepared. Winter without hot pot is devoid of soul. Yet, it was truly unfortunate that within the space, amidst countless items, there was no hot pot base. Such a rare commodity could hardly be expected to remain until now. To procure some convenient food was already a stroke of luck for them. The two rode on horseback, journeying back to the village. Nuan still felt a pang of regret, wondering if only the space had arrived sooner. However, by the time she acquired it. The apocalypse had already endured for 11 years. Many good things had either been consumed or devoured by others. He Xuan chuckled at her words, shaking his head. You should be content. Acquiring that space and arriving in this era is already a blessing accumulated from our past lives. Nuan listened to He Xuan's admonitions and playfully wrinkled her nose at him. I know, it's not just idle talk. Besides, we possess strength. In the future, whether it's beef hot pot or something else, we will certainly have it. Since you say so, let us hurry. I have a split pot in my space. We can ask them to prepare a simplified spicy hot pot to satisfy our cravings. Upon hearing this, Nuan's excitement surged, and she urged the horse towards the village. He Xuan, observing his wife's enthusiasm, began to question whether he had been neglectful, as she raced off as if propelled by a gust of wind. Did she consume some energy-boosting snack? Reluctantly, he chased after her, knowing such a wife was hard to find. As they playfully raced each other, they arrived at the village shortly after noon. The villagers, upon seeing their return, felt a wave of relief. Their masters had gone out without any guards, unaware of the dangers lurking at the borders. One could never know when invaders might strike, and in such a moment, finding them would be impossible. Yet, the subordinates dared not express their concerns openly. Instead, they cast them glances filled with unspoken worries, which left both of them feeling a chill. He Xuan easily discerned their sentiments but had no intention of allowing them to follow. Having them tag along would only complicate matters. Thus, he pretended not to notice them, focusing instead on the sky and ground, deliberately ignoring their presence. Being a master allowed one such whims. Meanwhile, Feng sighed deeply. It would be wise for the masters to take their guards when venturing out, even if only to have them follow from a distance. Should any issues arise, it would be prudent to have them nearby. The two, who had been pretending to be unperturbed, suddenly remembered something. Ah, understood, they said, turning to the steward, Feng Yi. Please send someone to liaise with the young master of the Li family. Let us see what benefits can be gained from him. A mutually beneficial collaboration would be ideal. Off you go. After giving his instructions to Feng Yi, He Xuan made his way to the kitchen, startling the cooks. Why was their master in the kitchen? All the kitchen staff respectfully bowed to He Xuan, who frowned slightly at the sight of them kneeling. Rise, there is no need for such formality. It makes me uneasy. He commanded, the best cook among you, step forward. I have something to discuss. The cooks, having just stood up, pushed the most skilled among them, you sure, to the forefront. He Xuan stared at the burly man, incredulous. This robust individual was the best cook? I will demonstrate once. Pay close attention. Although the others felt uneasy about their master cooking, their ultimate goal was to care for and protect him and Nuan. Thus, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Wanting to avoid incurring their master's displeasure, they began to watch intently as He Xuan prepared the ingredients. Having been cooks for many years and memorizing his steps diligently to avoid displeasing him. Once the hot pot base was ready, He Xuan turned to Yu Sure, who was observing earnestly. Have you memorized the steps? Yu Sure nodded respectfully. I have, but I'm unsure of what you added just now. Pointing at the chili peppers in the pot. What you just added is called chili, and it has a similar effect to prickly ash, but it is significantly spicier. He Xuan then picked up a cloth bag. Right, find a few capable of planting and extract the chili seeds. Cultivate them in the warm room. He tossed the bag to Yu Sure, who promptly accepted it and set to work. As He Xuan left the kitchen, the others were preparing to kneel once more when he turned back, furrowing his brow. Furthermore, this ingredient is spicy. Be cautious when extracting the seeds. With that, he departed. Though he bore no sweat, the aroma was overpowering. If he went to find his wife now, she might scorn him for the strong scent. Thus, he decided to clean up first before seeking her out. On the other hand, having obtained the desired tiles, Nuan felt elated, envisioning a winter filled with card games and mahjong. The thought of playing with the novices and winning all their money brought her immense joy. Having been a player herself more than a decade ago, she felt confident about her prowess, imagining easily outsmarting the inexperienced players. As Yu Sure delivered the mahjong tiles, he sensed an unsettling chill at the sight of his mistress's mischievous grin. Something told him that trouble was brewing. However, Nuan hadn't played mahjong in years and was also a novice back then. Yet, she felt assured of her skills, believing she would end up victorious. Eagerly, she began to gather a few young ladies to embark on her teaching journey. Yu Sure, of course, could not escape, as this was a lucrative opportunity. The girls, witnessing their mistress's excitement, hurriedly agreed, realizing it was unwise to refuse her request. Chapter 87. Why is everything targeting me? Yu Sure nervously picked up a tile. His palms sweaty, yet his face remained composed as if nothing was amiss. Then, with a rush of excitement, he shouted, I won. Haha, pay up. Nuan's face was filled with bittersweet amusement as she reluctantly reached for her money. Today was supposed to be about defeating the novices, Yet it seemed she was the one being defeated. However, she refused to believe that her luck was consistently poor. The first 2 rounds must have been flukes. She was convinced it was just bad luck preventing her from drawing the tiles she desired. Determined, she urged the 3 to continue playing, but they quickly declined, reminding her that it was time for their duties and that such games could easily become addictive. Although the stakes were low, Nuan felt a twinge of disappointment. She hadn't fully enjoyed herself yet, so why would they stop? Just as she was about to persuade them further, her stomach growled, reminding her it was time to eat. Having endured the apocalypse, she had a profound craving for food. The moment she opened the door, she was greeted by a handsome face, albeit slightly cold. So handsome. No wonder he's my man, she thought, admiring He Xuan's striking features. However, upon seeing his expression, she knew she was in trouble. He Xuan, with a stern look, began to chastise her for not playing mahjong. Why aren't you playing? Mahjong won't fill your stomach. Nuan quickly begged for forgiveness, rubbing her hands together and looking at him with pleading eyes. I know I was wrong. It's just that I haven't seen you in a while, and I got a bit carried away. He Xuan gazed down at the little face before him, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Despite the countless times he had called out, the little one remained indifferent. Eventually, she had grown annoyed with his persistence and had shooed him away, forbidding him from interrupting her game of mahjong. He had patiently waited for over an hour, only to find that her skills were lacking. The copper coins she had brought were swiftly squandered by Nuan. This was what people referred to as a novice with an insatiable appetite for the game. Anger bubbled within He Xuan at the thought. How could one neglect meals for mahjong without jeopardizing their health? And yet, she even found him bothersome. It seemed he must address this matter decisively. Turning his face away, he refused to meet Nuan's doe-like eyes, fearing he might soften at the sight. Seeing He Xuan's indifference, Nuan quickly took his hand, shaking it gently, again and again. Unable to resist any longer, He Xuan relented. It had been quite some time since she had last acted this way towards him. Though he felt joy, he still had to maintain his composure. Yet, witnessing his little wife's pitiful demeanor, he found it impossible to remain stern. All right, but do not let this happen again. Let us go, he said, pulling Nuan along with him. By the time they arrived for lunch, it was evident that the meal had been reheated multiple times. Yet the array of dishes still looked tantalizing. Nuan sat on the side, marveling at the vibrant spread before her. Despite the reheating, the food exuded an irresistible aroma, rekindling her longing for culinary delights. He Xuan finished his meal early and quietly observed Nuan savoring her food, noting how her eyes squinted in delight, a clear indication of her satisfaction with the lunch. After their meal, He Xuan led Nuan into his study, fixing his gaze upon her without uttering a word, determined to assert his authority within the household. Nuan cautiously lifted her eyelids, scrutinizing He Xuan's serious expression. She had thought the earlier incident was behind them, but was taken aback when He Xuan began to account for her actions post-lunch. His stern demeanor made her feel as though she might suffer from indigestion. However, she dared not provoke him, opting instead to feign innocence as she sat quietly, feeling somewhat bored and wishing to retrieve her book to pass the time. Yet, the sight of He Xuan's grim expression dissuaded her from moving, leaving her to anxiously await his words. Once he finished speaking, she resolved to seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson, to remind him who truly held the reins in their home. He Xuan, observing her fidgeting restlessness, since she was concocting some plan against him, yet Nuan stubbornly remained silent. He Xuan, recognizing the need to break the tension, finally voiced, All right, I admit my mistake. I should not have shown you my displeasure. He directly confessed his fault, aware that he had his methods to placate her. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation. But today, you skipped your meal for mahjong and even gambled. As the saying goes, a small gamble is entertaining, but a large one is detrimental to health. In my view, any form of gambling is harmful, both to health and finances. Do tell me, how much did you lose today? I can see what you were thinking, underestimating your opponents, believing you could outsmart a group of novices, only to find that the novices turned into experts, and you ended up losing your money. He Xuan sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Nuan, unable to hold back, protested, claiming she was hardly a novice, merely out of practice. As her voice dwindled, she acknowledged her lack of skill but felt it was unacceptable for anyone to label her as such. Seeing her dejected expression, He Xuan's heart softened, and he offered words of comfort. All right, it was my mistake to say that. However, regarding your neglect of meals for mahjong today, I have prepared a list of rules to prevent this from happening again. He Xuan retrieved a sheet of paper filled with regulations specifically targeting her. Upon glancing at the title, Nuan read, Mahjong Regulations. The first rule stated, daily mahjong play must not exceed 1 hour. The second, playing mahjong shall not involve monetary stakes. The third, Neglecting meals for mahjong is prohibited, and so on, up to the 20th rule. As she perused these stipulations, Nuan felt a headache coming on. However, recognizing her lack of an addiction to mahjong, she reluctantly agreed to the terms. He Xuan, observing her reaction, pressed his seal upon the document with a grin, tucking it away. All right, let us prepare to rest. I'll ensure this list is framed and placed in your mahjong room for your friends to see. He smiled, knowing Nuan would be embarrassed if her companions discovered these rules. He noticed her reluctance and reassured her, the people you play with are all from the village. Even if this were to become public knowledge, it wouldn't be a grand spectacle, merely a source of amusement for them. However, this reassurance fell flat, only deepening her displeasure. End of chapter. Chapter 88. The malevolent spirit from hell. Ignoring Nuan's reluctance, He Xuan summoned Feng, instructing him to frame the regulations for placement in their mahjong room, ensuring that Nuan's friends would see them. He also requested that this peculiar document not be circulated widely, as he did not wish for gambling to proliferate within the empire. While he allowed his wife to indulge, he understood that such activities, though entertaining, could lead to ruin. He preferred that no one suffer the consequences of gambling, advocating instead for a life of virtue. Yes, master. Feng replied respectfully, taking the mahjong regulations and departing. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of He Xuan's distant gaze, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. Nuan, pouting dramatically, huffed at He Xuan to express her frustration, which he readily acknowledged. This matter is settled. Now we must address the subsequent issues. In a few days, I will take you to the city for some leisure and buy you several beautiful outfits, he promised, gently embracing her. The previously aggrieved Nuan immediately brightened at the prospect. In the study, Zhang-Chi discarded a letter into the flames, his expression dark as he stared out the window. The messenger, witnessing Zhang-Chi's somber demeanor, trembled in fear. As a trusted aide, he understood his master's ruthlessness and could only silently pray that he would not become the target of his wrath. Zhang-Chi glanced down at the kneeling aide, inquiring if there was anything else to convey. Master, there is nothing further to report, the aide responded. Zhang-Chi rubbed his aching forehead, doubting the capabilities of those around him to manage even the simplest tasks. Turning his gaze to the painting of winter plum blossoms adorning the wall, he lost himself in thought. I must ascertain the truth of this matter. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not alert the enemy. I will handle it myself. You may leave now. He waved dismissively at the aide. The aide, relieved, exited the study with a respectful bow, letting out a deep breath once outside. He had narrowly escaped this ordeal, yet he remained uncertain of when he might join his fallen comrades. Within the study, Zhang-Chi's cold, piercing gaze settled on the shadows in the corner, radiating an aura of unresolved resentment and malice, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit lurking in the depths of hell, poised to drag anyone into despair. A sudden knock broke the tension. Husband, a soft voice called. Zhang-Chi's expression transformed instantly, replaced by a warm, refined smile. My dear, he replied tenderly, rushing to open the door. He gently brushed the snowflakes from Lin Jia's hair, his tone laced with concern. In such frigid weather, why did you venture out? You should have stayed indoors. As he spoke, he removed her cloak, handing it to a waiting maid, and carefully assisted Lin Jia into a chair. As Lin Jia listened to her husband's tender words, a sweet smile graced her face. I am not worried about the insufficient heat from the study stove, nor the absence of lunch at home. My concern lies with your well-being, she said, gesturing toward the maid holding a bowl of chicken soup behind her. With a playful smile, she proudly boasted to Zhang-Chi. This is the chicken soup I personally prepared for you. You must finish every drop. Zhang-Chi, with a look of indulgence, chuckled softly and gently tapped Lin Jia's forehead. Rest assured, I will drink it all. I would never disappoint my dear wife's intentions. Without waiting for the maid's assistance, he took the soup and savored a spoonful. My dear wife possesses remarkable culinary skills. This chicken soup warms my heart, he remarked. Hearing these words, Lin Jia's smile widened uncontrollably. With her hands resting on her cheeks, she quietly watched Zhang-Chi enjoy the soup, marveling at his refined demeanor. Truly, he was the handsome husband she had chosen. Zhang-Chi, lost in thought as he savored the soup, squinted at the floating oil on the surface. After finishing, he leaned closer to Lin Jia, who, filled with affection, gently wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. My dear wife is truly wonderful. Having you is all I could ever wish for, he declared, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Lin Jia's face flushed a deep crimson at his words, and she playfully shot him a reproachful glance. There are still so many servants around. Do restrain yourself. I have matters to attend to, she added. Even with pressing affairs, you must rest well. Do not tire yourself. Her heart ached at the sight of Zhang-Chi's weariness. Zhang-Chi gently grasped the hem of Lin Jia's garment, gazing at her with reluctance. but there are official duties to attend to. Worry not, I will rest well. As for you, do not trouble yourself with these laborious tasks. Leave them to the servants. Your health is paramount. You must take care of yourself, understand? He gently advised. Lin Jia, blushing at her husband's heartfelt concern, nodded shyly. Zhang Qi chuckled softly as he observed her burying her face in her cloak. He took the mantle from the maid and draped it over Lin Jia's shoulders, unable to suppress his admonition. Be careful on your way. The roads are laden with snow. Do not slip. After instructing Lin Jia, Zhang Qi turned to the maid behind her. And you, ensure you support your mistress well on the way back. Should anything happen to her, you know the consequences. The maid's heart tightened at his words, and she quickly bowed in response. Yes, sir. Lin Jia, beaming with sweetness from her husband's concern, assured him, do not worry, I will be careful. Zhang Qi escorted Lin Jia outside, watching her gradually fade into the distance. She turned back toward the study, catching sight of her husband still standing at the door. The smile on her face was unmistakable, and her heart swelled with joy. Truly, he was the perfect match she had chosen. Zhang Qi gazed intently at the white snow in the courtyard, contemplating how beautiful it would be if stained with crimson blood. Alas, it seemed he would have no opportunity this year. However, he mused, there would be chances in the future, an inevitable matter. Turning back to the study, his previously gentle expression transformed into one of coldness. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Jia emerged from the study, her face adorned with youthful shyness. Easily discernible to anyone in the courtyard that she was elated. Several close maids expressed their admiration. Our master truly dotes on the young lady, fearing she might feel cold. She is indeed fortunate. Indeed, the master genuinely cares for her, allowing her free access to the study's sanctum. Lin Jia, already blushing, felt a surge of satisfaction at their words. Truly, he is the exceptional husband I have chosen. Now let us return. After indulging her vanity, Lin Jia led her maids back inside. She placed a piece of duck meat into Zhang Qi's bowl, saying, tomorrow, I will go to Lingming Temple to pray for my father. You must eat well at home. Observing her husband's frail appearance filled her with concern. Do you really need to go out in this frigid winter? Zhang Qi replied, somewhat reluctant. Lin Jia looked up at him reproachfully. How can such matters be postponed? Zhang Qi glanced at the snow-laden courtyard, unable to hide his worry. With such heavy snowfall, venturing outside is genuinely unsafe. Why not wait until the weather improves? Though he recognized the wisdom in her words, he could not help but urge her otherwise. Lin Jia gently patted his hand. Do not worry. I will bring more people along. Seeing Lin Jia's resolute determination, Zhang Qi sighed. Very well, it seems I cannot dissuade you. I shall accompany you. After all, I have little to attend to, and it would be a perfect opportunity to enjoy the scenery of the border town. I have lived here for years without truly appreciating it. With an expression of resignation, Zhang Qi smiled at Lin Jia with affection, his gaze unwavering. Lin Jia, feeling his eyes on her, blushed profusely, while the giggles of the maids behind her only intensified her embarrassment. She playfully nudged Zhang Qi's hand away. Zhang Qi, noticing Lin Jia's bashfulness, playfully leaned closer, wrapping her in his arms. Why are you still shy? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. Lin Jia turned her body away. There are so many people watching. You are truly shameless. Zhang Qi looked up at the maids behind her. Who is around? I see no one. He waved his hand in jest. The maid curtsied to Zhang Qi and skipped away toward the door. After a moment, seeing Zhang Qi not comforting her, Lin Jia's mood soured slightly. She lifted her head, pouting playfully. Why aren't you trying to cheer me up? At her words, Zhang Qi could not help but laugh. I merely wanted to see who it is nestled in my embrace. If I do not comfort you, will you manage to soothe yourself? Lin Jia, startled by Zhang Qi's hearty laughter, felt a rush of shyness at his words. She began to playfully punch his chest with her small fists. You are so annoying, she exclaimed before burying her face in his embrace once more. Zhang Qi gazed lovingly at his wife, gently patting her head. Now, hurry and eat, the dishes will get cold. He gently pulled her from his embrace. The following morning, preparations for their departure were underway. Zhang Qi carefully assisted Lin Jia into the carriage, whispering reminders, be cautious, do not rush. Lin Jia, filled with sweetness at his concern, replied him. As the snow fell gracefully from the sky, their carriage journeyed along the road. A gust of wind blew the curtain aside, revealing the two nestled together inside. Another carriage, carrying the maids, was filled with envy as they observed the couple. Our master is truly wonderful. If only I could find someone like him in the future. Another maid, filled with dreams, chimed in. Xiao Chui playfully poked Hong Er's forehead. What are you daydreaming about? Isn't it better to stay by our mistress's side? Why think about getting married? Xiao Chui lamented the foolishness of her friend. Though there were maids who had married, how many of them lived as freely as they did? They yearned to serve their mistress even after marriage, yet many could not manage their own affairs, and some had suffered greatly in childbirth. How many could truly claim happiness? Hong Er pouted in defiance. I do not believe that. My mother always says that daughters will eventually marry. She often reminds me how fortunate she is to have me. With a proud smile, Hong Er boasted to Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui could only shake her head in resignation. I cannot dissuade you. You will understand in due time. After speaking, Xiao Cui quietly closed her eyes to rest. Hong Er, observing Xiao Cui's tranquility, became lost in thought, imagining the kind of person she would marry one day. The carriage jolted and finally arrived at the temple. Zhang Qi, noticing his wife's pale complexion, expressed his concern with a tinge of complaint. I told you that the roads are slippery in the snow. It's unwise to venture out. Yet you stubbornly insisted. Look at your little face, so white. He gently caressed Lin Jia's back, wishing to alleviate her discomfort. Lin Jia dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and softly reassured her husband, Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Jia gazed up at the long staircase leading to the temple, reflecting on her last visit during summer. Now, as she returned to fulfill her vow, winter had arrived. Zhang Qi held her hand, guiding her step by step towards the temple while suppressing a sarcastic smile. He had never been fond of temples, considering them hypocritical, claiming to only help those fated. Yet, seeing the impoverished and starving, he could not bring himself to offer assistance, merely stating he helped the fated. The irony of it all simmered within him. Lin Jia sensed her husband's unusual demeanor and gently nudged his shoulder. What's wrong? You seem upset. Is there something troubling you? Concern filled her eyes as she observed his pallor. Startled, Zhang Qi buried his resentment deep within and forced a faint smile. It's nothing. Perhaps just the cold wind making me feel a bit unwell. You're here to fulfill your vow, so let us hurry. Zhang Qi took Lin Jia's hand and led her towards the temple. Noticing his return to normalcy, Lin Jia felt relieved and smiled at him. The Buddha won't run away. There's no need to rush. But your complexion is quite pale. Have you not rested well? Are you worn out? Her tone was filled with concern. Zhang Qi, usually so healthy, seemed affected by the cold wind today. She resolved to pray earnestly and asked the Buddha for his husband's longevity and well-being. Kneeling before the Buddha, Lin Jia sincerely made her wish, hoping to protect her beloved family and their borderland home. In Chapter 90, Zhang Qi stood in the hall, his gaze indifferent as he watched his wife kneeling on the mat, praying earnestly. His eyes reflected a stark detachment, as if Lin Jia's desires were utterly irrelevant to him, and the woman on the mat felt more like a stranger than his spouse. Lin Jia slowly opened her eyes and turned to her husband. But instead of the gentle man she knew, she was met with a chilling indifference that sent shivers down her spine. Unable to contain herself, she called out softly, Husband, what's wrong? The moment Zhang Qi noticed her alarm, the coldness in his eyes vanished, replaced by his usual warmth. He tenderly brushed aside Lin Jia's disheveled hair and asked, What is it? Hearing his detached tone weighed heavily on Lin Jia's heart. She sensed he was hiding something from her, yet she hesitated to confront him. Your gaze was quite frightening just now. It startled me, she murmured, attempting to lighten the mood with a playful tone. Zhang Qi sighed, feeling helpless. You know I don't believe in the Buddha. It's just that matters concerning the border have been troubling my mind. It shouldn't concern you. His voice was filled with a hint of sorrow. Lin Jia's focus shifted to her husband's well-being. You must take care of yourself. I noticed your complexion was unusual. Don't catch a chill. Zhang Qi replied softly, I will take care of myself. A warm atmosphere enveloped them as they walked together, drawing envious glances from the maidservants behind them. Hong Er watched the affectionate couple with a smile of admiration, exclaiming, How loving they are. I envy them. Yet, Chui Er felt a nagging sense that something was off about Zhang Qi. Unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort, she shook her head in confusion. What's wrong, Chui Er? You look unwell. Have you caught a chill? Hong Er asked with concern. Chui Er shook her head lightly, dismissing her worries. Perhaps she was mistaken. Zhang Qi was typically so refined. Surely, she had misinterpreted his expression. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but keep her eyes fixed on him, her heart racing inexplicably. Hong Er noticed Chui Er's unwavering gaze and felt a twinge of annoyance. Chui Er, are you planning to stare at him all day? You said you wouldn't marry anyone. Chui Er snapped back to reality, feeling a chill run down her spine. She had witnessed how the mistress dealt with suitors. She didn't want to end up like them. Resolving to keep her distance, she thought, Zhang Qi's demeanor is peculiar. It's none of my business. As long as nothing happens to the family, I'll be fine. Unbeknownst to her, Chui narrowly avoided a calamity. Lin Jia, too, remained oblivious to the missed opportunity of discovering the truth. Zhang Qi felt the intense gaze behind him vanish, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He held no ill will towards Chui, as she had been kind to him. However, if she sought trouble, he would not show mercy. Zhang Qi smiled at Lin Jia, cautioning, "Be careful. The roads are slippery in the snow. Don't fall." He embodied the image of a devoted husband. Lin Jia ascended the steps to the Buddha's hall, kneeling reverently before the deity, praying for her family's safety and pledging to practice vegetarianism and meditation in gratitude for the Buddha's blessings. Zhang Qi knelt on the mat, gazing up at the solemn Buddha, questioning silently, "Do you truly hold power? I hope you can safeguard her." A peculiar smile graced his lips as he bowed before the statue. Rising, he caught sight of Lin Jia, who, upon standing, noticed his unwavering gaze and felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "Oh dear husband, you really ought to compose yourself, even before the Buddha." Luckily, the hall was empty. Had anyone else been present? Zhang Qi, observing her flushed cheeks, let his smile widen as he approached her, offering support. "It's just about lunchtime. Shall we sample the temple's vegetarian offerings?" Delighted at the mention of food, Lin Jia exclaimed, "I haven't had the temple's vegetarian fare in quite some time. But it's truly delicious. You must try it." Zhang Qi nodded in agreement. After tasting a morsel, he affirmed, "Indeed, this is the finest vegetarian meal in the border city." Nearby, a monk overheard Zhang Qi's praise and felt a swell of pride. He bowed gratefully, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, benefactor." Zhang Qi looked at the handsome monk and, smiling, replied, "I heard from my wife that during the drought, countless citizens found refuge in this temple, allowing many to survive. The benevolence of Lingming Temple is our duty," the monk replied humbly. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qi merely continued to enjoy the vegetarian meal before him, which indeed was delectable at Lingming Temple. Lin Jia gazed curiously at her husband across the table, wondering why he had suddenly brought up such a matter after all these years. Back then, Lingming Temple was not the finest among all the temples in the border city, but it gradually entered the lives of the common folk after a severe drought. Zhang Qi chuckled softly, stating that it was nothing significant, merely a nostalgic reflection. Lin Jia, amused, shook her head. If he was so eager to learn, she would take him later to admire the snow scenery at Lingming Temple. After all, it was the snow scene that had initially brought them together, with a hint of shyness. Lin Jia looked up at Zhang Qi but quickly lowered her gaze upon meeting his eyes. Intrigued by her words, Zhang Qi realized he had seldom visited Lingming Temple and had not encountered Lin Jia before. He expressed his gratitude to their friends for their support. Chapter 91. Returned to the city. Zhang Qi, no longer eating, stared at Lin Jia with curiosity. He recalled that he had also ventured to Lingming Temple through heavy snowfall to fulfill a vow, but had not been as fortunate that time. Their carriage had gotten stuck in a muddy pit, and it was Lin Jia who had come to their rescue. As she reminisced, a sense of nostalgia washed over her. Lin Jia's face nearly buried itself in her bowl, recalling how she had already seen him at the temple before being saved on the road. Zhang Qi fell into contemplation, realizing that Lin Jia had harbored intentions towards him long before he had realized. Nevertheless, he felt grateful for her affection. Lin Jia, hearing his words, gazed affectionately at her husband. After finishing their meal, she led Zhang Qi to explore Lingming Temple. As they wandered, they encountered a lady who expressed her curiosity about Lin Jia. "Madam Zhang, what a delight to see you here despite such heavy snow." The lady approached them with a beaming smile. Lin Jia, surprised, had assumed that the temple would be relatively empty on such a snowy day. To her astonishment, she recognized a familiar face and felt the need to engage in conversation, as maintaining social ties among women was essential. Any military leader could potentially aid her husband in his pursuits, and thus, it was crucial not to offend them. "Ah, it is Mrs. Wang. I thought that such heavy snow would deter many from coming to admire the scenery," Lin Jia greeted warmly. They chatted about the enchanting snow scene, with Mrs. Wang expressing her envy of Lin Jia for having her husband accompany her to Lingming Temple. "Captain Zhang truly dotes on his wife. I wish my husband could learn from him how to appreciate such beauty." Mrs. Wang sighed, her tone tinged with wistfulness. Zhang Qi, who had been silent, could not let this remark go unanswered. "Madam Wang, surely General Wang must attend to pressing military matters, which is why he could not accompany you today." He quickly defended General Wang, mindful not to delve too deeply into another's family affairs, for such discussions could lead to unwanted disdain. Mrs. Wang, slightly blushing, discreetly covered her smile with a handkerchief, feeling a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing the couple. Lin Jia, being the daughter of the border city's Grand General, had married a man who, despite lacking power and wealth at the time, had now risen to the rank of military officer and owned several shops in the city. Unlike the women of high society who had married men with multiple concubines, Lin Jia enjoyed a union free of such complications. Hearing Zhang Qi's words piqued Lin Jia's curiosity. Yet with others present, she refrained from asking too many questions. Instead, she praised Mrs. Wang's prowess, stating that she had never heard her husband extol her virtues publicly. Lin Jia's expression fell slightly. Mrs. Wang, pleased by the compliment, smiled even wider. A graceful maid approached Mrs. Wang and announced, "Madam, Master Qingjue is awaiting you in the side room." "Oh dear, has so much time passed?" "I mustn't keep Master Qingjue waiting," Lin Jia interjected, suggesting that they conclude their admiration of the snow scene and prepare to return to the city. Mrs. Wang, feeling somewhat guilty, agreed to take her leave, offering a polite bow to Lin Jia before following her maid to meet Master Qingjue. Once Mrs. Wang had departed, Lin Jia turned to Zhang Qi, her gaze fixed on his face, silently demanding answers. Zhang Qi, amused, urged her to ask quickly, warning that time was of the essence. Lin Jia huffed playfully. Reflecting on how General Wang praised his wife publicly, she wondered if her own husband ever spoke of her in similar terms. Zhang Qi gently grasped Lin Jia's hand, assuring her that it was only natural, for his wife was virtuous and well regarded in the border city, even if he did not vocally express his admiration. The townsfolk were undoubtedly aware of her qualities. His flattery delighted Lin Jia, who shot him a teasing glare, feeling that his words struck a chord within her. The group then began their journey back, with Lin Jia lifting the curtain to gaze at the snowy landscape. The wind seemed to carry whispers of the falling snow, rendering the picturesque valley all the more serene. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tranquility, causing everyone to divert onto another path. Once the commotion subsided, Zhang Qi lifted the curtain, inquiring about the disturbance. A young servant approached, eager to respond. "Sir, a snow avalanche has blocked the road back from Lingming Temple." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi's brow furrowed deeply. Is there no alternative route back to the city? Nightfall approaches, and it would be unwise to remain outside. "The official road is the only way back, sir. There is a small path, but the snow is too deep for the carriage to traverse," the servant replied. Zhang Qi sighed heavily, realizing they would not return to the city today. "Go check if the road back to Lingming Temple is still passable." He pointed toward the temple's direction. "Yes, sir." The servant hurried off to assess the situation. Zhang Qi retraced his steps back to the carriage, where he gently embraced the anxious Lin Jia, seeking to comfort her. "What's wrong, my husband?" Lin Jia asked, clutching him tightly as he entered the carriage. "Do not worry, my dear," Zhang Qi replied softly. "An avalanche has obstructed our return path, but I have sent someone to see if we can still return to Lingming Temple." Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Jia's grip relaxed considerably, and she softly pouted to Zhang Qi, "You nearly scared me to death. I thought we had encountered bandits." Zhang Qi gently enveloped his wife in his embrace, his hand soothing her with tender strokes. "We brought along quite a few people, and besides, the mountain bandits of Wantongshan have been eradicated. Any fleeing bandits would hardly pose a threat at this moment." Outside the carriage, a young servant approached the front, whispering to Zhang Qi, "Sir, the avalanche has blocked both our return route and the way back to Lingming Temple." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi rubbed his temple in distress. "What an unfortunate situation. We came here to offer our prayers, yet now we cannot even return home. Is there anyone nearby who could offer us shelter?" he inquired of the servant. The servant pondered for a moment before replying, "Sir, there are 3 forked paths. One leads to Lingming Temple, another to our village, and the third is a private estate. However, we have never heard of this estate in the city." "Very well, send someone ahead to inform them of our arrival. We shall seek to stay there for a few days," Zhang Qi instructed the young servant, who bowed and departed. Lin Jia, feeling somewhat agitated, complained, "We came to Lingming Temple to fulfill our vow, and now we cannot even return to the city. I dread the thought of staying in an unknown place. Fortunately, you are here with me. Otherwise, I would have to face the avalanche alone and seek refuge elsewhere," Lin Jia expressed, trusting Zhang Qi completely. Zhang Qi gazed at his wife with adoration and said, "I, too, feel fortunate to be by your side. However, we must consider the dangers involved. In the future, let's avoid visiting temples during winter to prevent situations like today. I cannot accompany you each time. If you find yourself in peril again, I may not be able to arrive in time." Lin Jia reflected on his words and conceded, "You are right. I will heed your advice." She settled comfortably into Zhang Qi's embrace. Meanwhile, the young servant arrived at the estate and lightly knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone home?" The guards, surprised by the knock, exchanged glances. They had lived at the estate for quite some time and had never heard anyone knock, except for the previous group of foreigners. Could it be reinforcements for those foreigners? But we have eliminated them. Why would more come? The guards opened the heavy door, revealing a young servant, shivering and anxious. With keen observation, they noted that this young man seemed to possess some martial skills, albeit modest ones. The guard feigned a genial demeanor, inquiring, "What brings you here?" The young servant, elated at the door's opening, responded, "My master and his wife have come to Lingming Temple to pray, but due to an avalanche, Their return route has been blocked. They sent me here to request a place to stay for a few nights. The guard, pretending to be hesitant, replied, I am afraid I cannot make such a decision. Please wait here while I consult with my master. The servant's heart soared at this response. A refusal had not come out right, suggesting there was still a possibility of acceptance. As the guard closed the heavy red door, the young servant lightly stomped his feet to warm them, muttering about the biting cold. Inside, the guard regarded his master with respect, pondering whether the unexpected visitors were friend or foe. He Xuan lightly tapped his temple, grappling with the uncertainty. We cannot dismiss them as benevolent nor assume ill intent. It is truly a vexing situation. He sighed, contemplating the best course of action. Whether they are horses or mules, we can only wait and see. If they are good people, we may take advantage of them. If they are bad, we must remain vigilant. It has been a long time since we encountered strangers, so we might as well treat this as a social occasion. Nuan, unable to bear He Xuan's troubled expression, offered a pragmatic suggestion. Worrying about unknown strangers is not worth your time. He Xuan beamed with pride at his wife, giving her a thumbs up. You are indeed my clever wife. Just follow through with what you've said, but be cautious not to reveal our true identities. Act as if you are merely a practitioner of martial arts. As the gate swung open once more, the guards, now bearing their master's instructions, appeared with sincere yet simple expressions. The servant straightened up, hope gleaming in his eyes. With a grin, the guard said, My master has agreed, but he also mentioned that our estate is small and cannot accommodate too many guests. The servant nodded eagerly, assuring, That is perfectly understandable. Rest assured, my master has not brought too many people. Thus, the two continued to exchange pleasantries at the entrance, each probing into the other's background, gradually uncovering the details of Zhang Qi and Lin Jia's story. Meanwhile, in the house, He Xuan lifted Nuan into his arms, declaring, You have not seen strangers in quite some time. Let us go and take a look. Nuan, rolling her eyes, understood the implications of meeting strangers. Suspecting He Xuan's true intentions, she attempted to chastise him, but he had already dressed himself. With a playful smile, Nuan teased, What are you afraid of? You would never harm me. He Xuan, exasperated, retorted, What do the strangers have to do with me? I owe them nothing. Why should I wait for them? I have no interest in that. He turned and walked away, not looking back. The clothing had been hastily changed, and the two soon forgot about the strangers yet to arrive. In the dimness of night, Nuan found herself in a state of confusion, questioning how she had arrived at such an unexpected predicament. It was winter, and the chill in the air seemed to amplify her bewilderment. Gazing upwards at He Xuan, she could not help but mock him. Were you not eager to introduce me to strangers? What brings you here instead? Nuan was genuinely perplexed. This man was utterly incapable of handling her teasing. He Xuan, observing that his little wife had momentarily lost her focus, instinctively nestled closer into her embrace. Nuan, taken aback by the sudden intimacy, reacted swiftly and playfully swatted him away. The night sky was clear, the stars twinkling brightly beside the luminous moon. On the spacious road, several carriages swayed gently as they approached the estate, just as Lin Jia began to succumb to drowsiness. The carriages came to a halt outside the manor, and upon disembarking, the couple was greeted by the imposing sight of two stone lions flanking the entrance. The grand door, shrouded in darkness, bore a gilded plaque showcasing the character Gu, unmistakably signaling wealth. Zhang Qi glanced at the entrance and turned to whisper to his wife, Given the circumstances, this must belong to a prosperous family from the border town. I wonder if the master of the estate is at home. It would be prudent to pay our respects. In their perspective, country estates were primarily for leisure, and reputable families would never reside far from the social fabric of the city. The steward, noticing the arrival of the lord and lady, hurried forward to convey the message. He had previously inquired and learned that the master of the estate was unavailable, suggesting they stay for a couple of days until the roads were clear. The steward carefully chose his words. Upon hearing this, Lin Jia furrowed her brow slightly. Was the owner of this estate lacking in hospitality? It was peculiar for guests to arrive and not be welcomed, leading her to question the character of their hosts. She felt a twinge of unease about their stay. Could they trust this estate? What if they harbored ill intentions? Zhang Qi understood his wife's apprehension, yet they had no alternative but to accept their circumstances. He reassured her, With so many guards accompanying us, they would think twice before attempting anything untoward. Besides, night has fallen, and the snow shows no signs of abating. It could take several days to clear the road. If we do not take shelter here, we risk encountering wild beasts in the wilderness. Even our numbers would not suffice against the predators of the mountain, and our provisions are limited. Lin Jia reluctantly nodded, acknowledging her husband's reasoning. After considerable effort, they finally settled their party. The guard on duty was displeased, feeling it was rather inconvenient for their guests to arrive just as his shift began. Zhang Qi carefully escorted his wife into their chamber, preparing to take his leave when he suddenly felt her grip on his sleeve. Turning, he found her looking at him with a vulnerable expression. With a resigned sigh, he affectionately ruffled Lin Jia's hair and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" With a hint of fear, Lin Jia pleaded, "Could you stay with me tonight? I am frightened." She gently tugged at his sleeve. Zhang Qi comforted her. "When we are guests in another's home, we must adhere to their customs. We are well-mannered individuals and should not provoke the host, sire, correct?" Hearing this, Lin Jia lowered her gaze, aware of the social etiquette, yet still gripped by fear. Observing her timid demeanor, Zhang Qi felt his resolve soften but understood the importance of maintaining decorum. If they were to disregard the host's customs and share the same room, it could lead to unfavorable perceptions tomorrow. "Do not worry, I will be right next door. If you feel scared, just call for me, and I shall hear you," he reassured her. "Moreover, there are plenty of maids outside. If you truly feel uneasy, let Honger and Chui'er come in to keep you company." Gently, Zhang Qi embraced his wife, guiding her to bed and tucking her in carefully. Before leaving, he offered one last comfort: "Do not fear. If anything arises, simply call for me." With that, he tenderly patted Lin Jia's head. After the day's tribulations, fatigue quickly enveloped Lin Jia as she drifted into a deep slumber, her fears quelled by her husband's soothing words. Zhang Qi, glancing at his sleeping wife, tucked her in once more before quietly exiting the room. Outside, he addressed the two maids. "You two must ensure the lady has a peaceful night. Do not let her be disturbed. If anything occurs, summon me immediately." The maids, startled by his serious demeanor, nodded vigorously, "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing them address him, Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat, but he swiftly regained his composure and waved them off. "Go on." The maids bowed respectfully before settling in to watch over their mistress. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qi, a pair of watchful eyes lingered in the shadows, observing him with an unsettling intensity. He felt an instinctual discomfort, sensing that the owner of the estate was no ordinary person. Memories of a similar sensation in his father-in-law's study resurfaced, where he had felt unseen scrutiny despite the absence of others. It was this acute awareness that had enabled him to marry Lin Jia and rise from humble beginnings as a foot soldier to a position of prominence. His unique intuition reminded him to constantly assess his surroundings and remain vigilant against potential threats. As he entered his own chamber, the moment he felt the oppressive gaze lift, he knew there were no hidden guards within. He settled onto a stool, pouring himself a cup of cold tea, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table as he pondered the enigmatic nature of the estate's owner. Who are they, and are they aware of our plans? He mused anxiously, contemplating the fate of his companions. Were they alive or dead? Had their scheme been compromised? Though his mind raced, he soon relaxed his furrowed brow. Even if their plans were exposed, how many were privy to his true identity? He permitted himself a moment of respite, deciding to observe the situation before taking further action. As the stars twinkled above and the night breeze carried a chill, the estate remained cloaked in silence, the stillness amplifying even the slightest sound. Meanwhile, Nuan struggled to free herself from He Xuan's embrace, muttering under her breath, "What a brute. Kindly roll away from me." He Xuan, undeterred, simply drew nearer, determined to keep his wife close as they drifted into slumber together. Muttering softly to herself in defense, she recalled asking you last night, and you had consented. Moreover, given the biting cold of winter, it was only natural for me to keep you warm. By the way, what did you just say? You can roll again? At this, He Xuan perked up, preparing to embrace his wife and roll once more. However, before he could make a move, Nuan, startled awake, slapped him. Furiously, she shouted, "Get lost. Go kneel on the washboard. You can rise only when I feel better." With a swift kick, she sent He Xuan tumbling to the floor, landing painfully on his backside. Rubbing his sore rear, he gazed at his furious wife with a look of deep grievance. "I admit I am no saint, but after using me, you kicked me out of bed like some heartless scoundrel." His tone was filled with a melodramatic lament, likening Nuan to a cad. Nuan, with a piercing glare directed at He Xuan sitting on the floor, spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Please repeat." Hearing her soft voice, He Xuan was momentarily taken aback, his playful demeanor fading as he scrambled to his feet. "Today, I shall personally prepare breakfast for you. My dear wife, what would you like to eat? Just command me." With hands clasped and a face full of servitude, he gazed at Nuan. Nuan, unimpressed by He Xuan's sycophancy, retorted, "You're such a bootlicker. Listen carefully. I want soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, and 8 treasure porridge. Not a single item can be missing. If one is absent, consider your legs forfeit." Her eyes narrowed ominously as she glanced between his legs, a hint of menace evident. Terrified, He Xuan clamped his thighs together, glancing at her with a look of desperation. "I'll get right on it." He dashed away, disappearing in a flash. Watching his hasty retreat, Nuan rubbed her aching temples, feeling quite the headache. Observing the dim light outside, she realized she was likely the only one still languishing in bed. It was high time to rise. Otherwise, she would soon be met with a rush of cold air as the blankets were lifted. She swiftly pulled the covers back over herself, muttering about the frigid weather that chilled her feet. "What is the point of leaving the warmth of my bed in this bitter cold? There is no fortune to be found outside." With that thought, she snuggled deeper into her blankets, seeking to rendezvous with the Sandman once more. Early that morning, He Xuan squeezed into the bustling kitchen filled with chefs, who cringed at the sight of their masters. They were baffled by the abundance of fresh ingredients, one dish after another, leaving them utterly perplexed. Uncertain whether he qualified as a chef himself, He Xuan reflected on how his culinary creations sometimes paled in comparison to those of his masters. Yet, recognizing the necessity of his skills for the survival of their household, he approached with caution, hoping to glean a few techniques from his superiors. He Xuan regarded Yulu, whose bearded face was difficult to look at. Although Yulu belonged to the Rain Group, he was a man, and every time he was dispatched to gather intelligence, He Xuan felt a pang of sympathy for him. His rugged appearance often thwarted their plans, leading him to pose as a chef to gather information. While his killing skills remained stagnant, his culinary abilities flourished. "Learn well. Your lady loves these breakfast dishes," He Xuan instructed, swiftly organizing the ingredients, wrapping them up, and placing them in the steamer, all while keeping an eye on the fire. "You should have observed closely what I just prepared. Make more, so they can savor your skills," he added before washing his hands and quickly exiting the kitchen. As the morning progressed, He Xuan anticipated that his wife was still asleep, fearing she would slumber until noon if left undisturbed. Before heading to her, he made a detour to the bathroom, washing off the lingering scents of cooking oil. Entering the bedroom, he found Nuan cocooned in blankets like a silkworm. Unbeknownst to them, two seemingly inconspicuous young individuals sat nearby, quietly sipping tea while eavesdropping on their conversation. "Mr. Jiang, please forgive the rudeness of those fellows," Wu Qing said, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth when addressing Jiang Hua's father, arousing suspicion among those present. Despite the YF-23 fighter jet's failure in the U.S. fourth-generation aircraft bidding, it continued to hold significant sway among experts in the global aviation industry. Zhui Yifan exclaimed as the five approached the combat zone. Although he had anticipated the power of this skill, its real-world application was even more terrifying. The conference room was not occupied solely by them. The commander of the Mechanized Infantry Division, Shi Pelu, and the director of the Tiansu Bureau, Yan Long, were also present. This sculpture, renowned in Shiren City, was affectionately referred to as a red star, symbolizing dual preparedness. Additionally, the sculpture held profound meaning, with 10 meters and 1 meter combining to form 11, aptly commemorating National Day. "Enough talk. I will kill you first," Spider declared, raising his submachine gun and immediately pulling the trigger. $30,000 was a modest sum for a spirit-level boss, and it was believed that any drop would exceed this amount by at least tenfold. Regardless of who among them faced the outcome, he was determined to locate the person who fired the signal flare. Questions had become futile. Hu Lang's men had apprehended Li Wei and retreated. Currently, their leads were insufficient, warranting further search efforts. She trembled as she walked between the dragon and the raven, as if to shield him, arms outstretched. Noticing Jiang Yi's silence, Gu Lushao perceived his distress and, with a mysterious smile, unveiled a sword hilt adorned with 72 purple diamonds. Fu Qingyuan had come to the hospital to fetch Fu Yunxing and, while there, sought out Zhou Ying, requesting the hospital's surveillance footage from the previous night. As expected, Chen Shou's hypothesis proved correct. The main tomb's corpse-touching quest required direct contact with the body. As the system's voice faded, a coffin nail mysteriously appeared in his backpack. Adding considerable weight, everyone began to scrutinize the underwater surroundings meticulously, the green light casting an eerie glow on the surface. They examined every detail carefully, but found nothing unusual, save for shards of pottery. Do not underestimate this place. Though it is small, it is fully equipped. Huangfu Lingtian explained to Yuan Fei. Ninth Feng Mian and their group ascended too abruptly, leaving many matters unaddressed. Thus, they needed to return to the mortal realm swiftly. After all, one day in heaven equates to a year on earth, and they could not linger here too long, especially when there would be ample opportunities to explore the celestial realm later on. Upon learning that Booth 107 sold entirely fake materials, people hesitated to enter, and the news spread rapidly, transforming the once bustling stall into a ghost town. He had not truly harmed her in the car. He merely pressed the gas pedal, launching the vehicle forward like a bullet. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the villa's entrance. I don't have sleepwear." She emerged wrapped in a towel, clutching her chest to prevent the towel from slipping. Chapter 96. The handsome young man observing He Xuan's sigh of relief. Nuan shifted the conversation, declaring, "If I seek someone, it won't be an old man. If I must find someone, let it be a youth." He Xuan was utterly astonished. He pondered whether, as his wife aged, she would seek companionship with dashing young men, prompting him to consider his own self-care to retain her affection. As he contemplated this, he absent-mindedly touched his rugged face, realizing the necessity for proper maintenance. Nuan, observing He Xuan's comical self-examination, burst into laughter, playfully chiding him that it was too late for such concerns. He Xuan, amused by his wife's antics, gently patted her pert posterior, teasing that he could not grant her any secret funds lest she seek out another suitor, which would leave him at a significant loss. "Oh, you possess quite the audacity to hide money from me," Nuan retorted, playfully pinching his back. He pretended to wince at her playful gesture. "Stop your acting. Hurry up," she urged. Instantly serious, He Xuan replied, "All right, my lady, brace yourself. We shall commence our swift descent." Their laughter echoed through the mountains, even reaching the inhabitants of the nearby village. Lin Jia glanced up towards the source of the mirth, amused yet puzzled by the character of the estate's owner. It was reasonable to assume that someone affluent enough to purchase such a property would be of considerable means, especially given the lavish furnishings within. If the laughter belonged to a maid, it suggested a benevolent mistress who allowed such levity among her servants. If it were indeed the owner, then one might only exclaim how vivacious they were. She turned to Zhang Qi beside her, curious about his thoughts on the matter. Zhang Qi surveyed their surroundings, noting the orderly state of the residence, devoid of dust, despite its apparent vacancy. The winter-kissed garden, carefully tended to, indicated that the servants here were well trained. Thus, the owner could not be a mere maid, given the absence of neighboring farmers. It suggested the likelihood of the estate belonging to a young lady or the lady of the house. Zhang Qi, pleased with his deductions, glanced at Lin Jia, who graciously acknowledged his keen observations. "I wonder if we will meet the owner of this estate. We have come seeking refuge, and it would be remiss not to express our gratitude," he mused. As he donned a cloak offered by a servant, he draped it over Lin Jia, ensuring she was shielded from the cold. Lin Jia, initially attempting to glance for Zhang Qi's response, felt the weight of his attentiveness as he fastened her cloak, warming her heart. "I thought for a moment you had vanished," she teased lightly. "Where could I go when my wife is here?" "Naturally, I follow wherever you lead," he replied, reassuring her that perhaps their host merely preferred solitude, and they would extend their gratitude upon returning to the border city. Finally reaching the mountain's peak, He Xuan felt a surge of self-reproach for his earlier eagerness. However, as he prepared to set Nuan down, he realized she had fallen asleep against his back. He stood patiently at the summit, awaiting her awakening. After what felt like an eternity, Nuan stirred, stretching luxuriously. "How delightful," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling affectionately. He Xuan gazed at her with indulgence as she playfully declared her readiness for a challenge. With a spirited leap, Nuan gracefully dismounted, engaging in a series of warm-up exercises. He Xuan, standing quietly, felt his own warm-up sufficient. Any more, and he risked cramping. He retrieved items from his inventory, treasures he had collected during the tumultuous times of the apocalypse, and assisted Nuan in donning her gear. Once she was prepared, Nuan stood on the slope, exclaiming, "Are you ready? I am about to take off." With a gentle motion, she glided away, akin to a soaring bird. After a moment, He Xuan followed at a leisurely pace, aware of her skills and mindful not to disturb her concentration. He trailed behind, captivated by her elegance as she executed complex maneuvers in the air, his heart racing with admiration and concern for her safety. Yet, Nuan navigated the descent with ease, delighting in the experience. Upon reaching the bottom, she executed a dazzling spin to halt, waiting for He Xuan to catch up. He arrived in style, halting dramatically before her. "Am I not handsome? Have I not won your heart?" he teased, winking playfully. "Please, you are far from charming," Nuan retorted, pushing his face away playfully, her brow adorned with frost. "Would you like to try again?" He Xuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Nuan gazed at the towering peak above, exasperated, asserting that their hour-long climb had been far too lengthy, leaving little time for enjoyment. "Let us return and consult He Xuan for alternatives to climbing. It feels like a waste of time," she concluded, her resolve firm. He Xuan, softly seeking her approval, replied, "Shall we return to play mahjong and recover our silver?" Without hesitation, Nuan swiftly removed her gear, filled with determination as she made her way back to the estate. He Xuan suppressed a chuckle at her swaying form. gathering her discarded equipment with a wave of his hand. Each time he accessed his inventory, he remained vigilant of their surroundings to avoid unwanted attention. As they approached the estate, they encountered a pair of elegantly dressed individuals, flanked by a retinue of servants, a true testament to the grandeur of the household. Compared to their immaculate appearance, Nuan and He Xuan appeared somewhat disheveled. Nuan, glancing at her own attire, felt a twinge of embarrassment, fearing they might seem out of place. Lin Jia, noticing her discomfort, quickly interjected, "We apologize for the intrusion. We meant no disturbance." Her courteous demeanor alleviated Nuan's anxieties, making her feel more at ease. "May I inquire your names?" Lin Jia asked, her politeness extending the olive branch of camaraderie. "My surname is Lin, and my husband's surname is Zhang. This is my husband, Zhang Qi," she introduced herself graciously. "I am Nuan, and this is my husband, He Xuan." Nuan replied, her radiant smile momentarily catching Lin Jia off guard. Listening to her introduction, I was somewhat astonished. In the Grand Jin dynasty, women faced even greater constraints. I, fortunate to have a father who is a great general and a husband who loves me dearly, find myself considerably more at ease. Yet, to my surprise, Nuan is entirely different from the women of the border city. The capital is far stricter. If I were unmarried and revealed my given name before men, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. If married, the in-laws would certainly not treat me kindly if they discovered my name. In comparison, life in the border city is much more lenient. I find myself somewhat envious of Nuan. Even when she introduces herself, she can only mention her husband and her maiden surname. Revealing her given name to strangers would be unthinkable, lest it jeopardize her honor. Meeting is fate. It seems we are indeed destined to cross paths. Lin Jia smiled warmly at Nuan. Nuan, discerning Lin Jia's open-heartedness and her gentle demeanor, felt a chill from the cold wind. She decided to extend an invitation to Lin Jia, suggesting they retreat indoors for a cup of hot tea. "Thank you, Mrs. He. Please, don't be so formal. Just call me Xiao Nuan or Nuan. It feels much more intimate." Nuan felt a bit uncomfortable with the formal address of Mrs. He, as it reminded her of her former self as mother-in-law, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Noticing her newfound friend's husband standing at a distance, she acquiesced. "Then I shall comply, Xiao Nuan. I am slightly older than you. You may call me sister, as my mother does." "Very well, sister. Come, let me take you inside to sample a special drink." Nuan led Lin Jia enthusiastically into the house, disregarding the two men in confrontation nearby, as if they were non-existent. Lin Jia, observing her husband and the master of the estate together, chose to remain silent and followed Nuan indoors, grateful to escape the biting cold outside. He Xuan, glancing at Zhang Qi's expression, found it perplexing and could not help but wonder if he was overthinking the situation. Perhaps this couple had no ties to foreign lands. It could very well be his own imagination running wild. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain cautious so as not to allow trouble to brew in the estate. "Where is young Master Zhang from, and what brings you to this remote place?" He Xuan inquired, wearing a gracious smile, aiming to present a demeanor that would leave no room for criticism. "Greetings, young Master He. My wife wished to pray for our family's well-being, so we ventured to Lingming Temple yesterday. Alas, we were caught in an unexpected snowstorm, which forced us to seek refuge here," Zhang Qi replied, offering a respectful gesture. He Xuan hastily returned the courtesy. "This encounter is indeed serendipitous. Since fate has brought you here to find shelter, it is only natural that you meet us. On this frigid day, you must come in to escape the storm. Please, come inside." "Thank you," Zhang Qi said, following He Xuan into the house, maintaining a composed demeanor. His gaze fixed ahead, presenting himself as a refined gentleman, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, internally, Zhang Qi held a high regard for He Xuan, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, He Xuan remained ever vigilant, keenly observing Zhang Qi, aware that a cunning fox would eventually reveal its tail. As the two engaged in a subtle game of mutual probing, two women found their companionship far more pleasant. "Sister, on such a cold day, what prompted you to climb the mountain to pray? Isn't it rather dangerous?" Nuan inquired, her curiosity evident. Lin Jia, feeling a bit bashful in response, smiled softly. "I had intended to visit Lingming Temple to fulfill a vow some time ago, but was unable to find the opportunity. My husband finally had the time yesterday, so we decided to go. I did not anticipate encountering a snowstorm on our return. I can only imagine how worried my father must be." A hint of worry creased Lin Jia's gentle face, which tugged at Nuan's heartstrings. She quickly approached to offer solace, though her hand found its way to Lin Jia's delicate grasp, marveling at how soft it felt. "Do not fret, sister. With more hands to help, the road shall be cleared in no time." Lin Jia felt somewhat ill at ease, as it was her first encounter with such an open and cheerful woman. In less than a quarter of an hour, her hand was already in the grasp of this stranger, an experience both novel and bewildering. If He Xuan were to comment, he might describe Nuan as a modern-day social butterfly, possessing a touch of flirtation as her eyes seemed glued to the beautiful young woman before her, leaving Lin Jia blushing. A slender woman approached, gracefully carrying 2 cups of milk tea. "Madam, here is the milk tea you requested." Yue respectfully placed the cups before them. "Thank you. You may leave now." Nuan gestured to Yue. Lin Jia observed the delicate maid, fearing for her well-being, hesitating to voice her concerns as she glanced at the composed Nuan, unsure whether to speak. Having spent so long in the modern era, Nuan naturally differed from the women of ancient times. "Dear, do not fret." Chapter 98. The novice leading the way. Nuan, noticing Lin Jia's hesitation, directly asked, "Sister, what troubles you? Is something weighing on your mind?" Taken aback by the question, Lin Jia smiled shyly. "Sister, the maid in your household is quite charming." Feigning indifference, she complimented the maid from earlier. Proudly, Nuan replied, "All the maids in this household are personally chosen by me, each more remarkable than the last. I have no other interests. I simply adore beauty." Lin Jia, observing Nuan's carefree demeanor, felt a twinge of concern, fearing that Nuan might attract trouble. With such beautiful maids, what if her husband became enamored with one? That would only bring her unnecessary anguish. Yet, having known Nuan for such a short time, she hesitated to voice her apprehensions, worried that others might suspect her of harboring ill thoughts. She decided to keep her thoughts to herself, perhaps to hint at her concerns later when they had spent more time together. However, witnessing Nuan's unwavering trust in her husband left Lin Jia feeling uneasy. Though she had been married for quite some time, her husband had no other concubines, yet she found herself lacking in trust, fearful that a younger, more beautiful woman might replace her, especially as she had yet to bear him a child. Nuan, noticing the shift in Lin Jia's previously gentle expression to one of sorrow, was at a loss. What could possibly be troubling her? Did the women of ancient times change their countenance so swiftly? Lacking the ability to read minds, she could not discern what lay beneath the surface of her newly acquainted sister's thoughts. Lin Jia, observing Nuan lost in contemplation, felt a pang of guilt for allowing her emotions to cast a shadow on another. "How long have you been here, sister? I've never heard of you before." Given Lin Jia's stature, she was likely familiar with the prominent figures in the border city, yet she had no recollection of Nuan. Is it necessary for encounters to be dictated by status? Nuan teased lightly. Lin Jia chuckled softly but quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. "I apologize, sister. I did not mean to be rude." Taking a sip of the fragrant tea, Lin Jia was pleasantly surprised. "This tea is indeed exceptional. It truly suits my taste. If you enjoy it, please visit my estate more often. I rarely socialize with others, and I would be delighted if you came by." Nuan's eloquent words left He Xuan astonished upon his arrival. He had never realized that his wife possessed such an artistic flair. This revelation was indeed delightful. Shortly thereafter, Nuan, accompanied by her newly acquainted sister, dashed off to play mahjong, eager to engage in an activity. She harbored no doubts about her skills, believing that the sister she had just met might not be adept at the game. After all, as a seasoned novice, she felt confident in her ability to win. The 2 women cheerfully made their way to the mahjong room, leaving the 2 men exchanging glances, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. With nothing else to occupy their time, they began to probe each other with cautious inquiries, hoping to glean some useful information. However, Zhang Qi's words were impenetrable, leaving He Xuan in a state of frustration. It was absurd. Why would he choose to spend time with this unpleasant man instead of enjoying the company of his beloved wife? The situation felt like a torturous endeavor. Yet etiquette dictated he maintain civility, continuing to engage in this taciturn exchange with Zhang Qi. Conversely, Zhang Qi was equally uncomfortable, sensing a pair of watchful eyes scrutinizing him at every moment, amplifying his unease. He was also tasked with navigating the complexities of this difficult individual, attempting to extract meaningful dialogue while simultaneously guarding against He Xuan uncovering any secrets from him. Zhang Qi contemplated fleeing back to the border town with his wife, wishing to escape this intolerable circumstance. He realized he had miscalculated his steps. Maintaining a facade of humility, he silently implored Lin Jia for assistance, feeling as though this man was intent on unearthing his past. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lin Jia was blissfully oblivious to the tensions, her thoughts entirely consumed by the game. She had entirely discarded any concern for her husband, reveling in the joy of mahjong, which she found particularly delightful during the cold winter days when venturing outdoors was uninviting. If only she could gather a few close friends, the time would pass more enjoyably. Nuan expressed her satisfaction with the day's games, recalling that her recent outings with others had resulted in a series of unfortunate losses. Yet today, playing alongside Lin Jia, she had experienced a remarkable stroke of luck, significantly increasing her private savings. As the hour grew late, Nuan glanced at the hourglass and politely declined Lin Jia's suggestion to continue playing, reminding her that it was time to prepare lunch. Realizing how swiftly time had flown, Lin Jia felt a touch of embarrassment, grateful for her sister's reminder. The two women, now resembling sisters, clasped hands and made their way outside. Upon reaching the hall, they found the two men engaged in a rather awkward conversation over cups of tea. Despite their evident discomfort, they felt compelled to maintain politeness, alternating between sips of tea and attempts to find common ground in conversation. Zhang Qi was on the verge of a mental breakdown. In the military, he was accustomed to straightforward discussions where secrets were readily shared. Yet, with He Xuan, it felt as if every effort to elicit information was met with impenetrable silence. Multiple times, he nearly revealed too much, teetering on the brink of exposure, until Lin Jia appeared before him like a beacon of hope, pulling him from the abyss of dismay. He Xuan, too, was not faring much better. He longed to confide in his radiant wife about his struggles, but restrained himself, conscious of the presence of others. Internally, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Yet he maintained a calm facade. Lin Jia, unaware of Zhang Qi's turmoil, immediately sensed something was amiss with He Xuan, whose furrowed brow indicated his unease. Nuan, however, was able to discern the tension between the two men. She understood that her new sister's husband might be a challenging individual to engage with. Fortunately, during their game of mahjong, she had managed to extract quite a bit of information without raising suspicion. It would be naive to believe that her intentions were purely driven by a desire for friendship without understanding the underlying dynamics. As the chapter concluded, it became evident that caution was paramount in navigating their social interactions. Lin Jia, possessing an innocent heart devoid of arrogance, left a favorable impression on Nuan, who was more than willing to embrace new relationships, provided they did not disrupt her tranquil life. The four of them enjoyed a sumptuous dinner and shared pleasant conversations before Zhang Qi and Lin Jia took their leave. That evening, the two couples retreated to their respective chambers to reflect on the day's events. Nuan, toying with He Xuan's hand, lifted her gaze and inquired whether he had noticed anything unusual. He Xuan, sighing in frustration, shook his head and began to vent his frustrations about Zhang Qi's elusive nature. Despite their lengthy conversation, he had gleaned little more than Zhang Qi's name. Feeling as if the man's lips were sealed with glue, Nuan, with a hint of pride, asserted that she was quite different. She had managed to extract a wealth of information during their game. Intrigued, He Xuan encouraged her to share her findings. Nuan eagerly recounted her discoveries. Zhang Qi was an orphan who had once aspired to be a scholar, but had somehow transitioned into a military role, marrying Lin Jia, who came from a distinguished lineage as the daughter of a prominent general. Although their backgrounds appeared compatible, the timing of their appearance raised suspicions. While He Xuan acknowledged her revelations, he remained wary. Nuan nestled against him, suggesting a cautious approach. There was no need to jump to conclusions or be overly defensive. As He Xuan gazed at his slumbering wife, a smile crept across his face. He decided to heed her advice, tenderly placing her on the bed before stepping out to attend to unfinished matters. He closed the door gently, careful not to disturb her dreams. In his study, Rain 14 awaited his arrival, bowing respectfully upon his entrance. "Rise," He Xuan commanded, settling into his chair. Rain 14 reported on the situation regarding the snow disaster, confirming the damage and the efforts of several families to clear the paths. He mentioned that some women were trapped at Lingming Temple, and work was ongoing to restore access. After delivering his report, he stood by, awaiting further instructions. He Xuan pondered the information, contemplating potential oversights. The presence of individuals on site complicated the determination of whether the disaster was natural or man-made. He lifted his gaze and instructed Rain 14 to keep a close watch on Zhang Qi and Lin Jia, ensuring their servants were also monitored for any developments. With a wave of his hand, He Xuan dismissed Rain 14, who promptly exited the room. Alone, He Xuan felt a headache brewing, contemplating the complexities of Zhang Qi's identity. Regardless of whether he was friend or foe, He Xuan resolved not to act against anyone without just cause, as long as their lives remained unaffected. Meanwhile, Lin Jia animatedly recounted her day's experiences to Zhang Qi, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around them. Zhang Qi could discern that Lin Jia was genuinely joyful. Her entire being seemed revitalized. He gently approached and embraced her, sensing that Madame was truly pleased with them. If they could relocate to the border town, she would have more opportunities to interact with Lin Jia. However, this estate was remote, and the journey was perilous. He could not rest easy about her frequent visits. Lin Jia felt a deep sense of regret, having already inquired with Nuan, who was unwilling to venture into crowded places, leading her to abandon the idea. When we return to the border town in spring, I hope you will accompany me here. Of course, I will always fulfill your wishes. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Qi's heart was heavy with reluctance. He sensed an unprecedented ferocity in He Xuan, a force he did not dare provoke. It appeared he must seek alternative paths. There were indeed more than one routes to take, each leading to a smooth passage. Compared to yesterday's helplessness, today Lin Jia quickly adapted to Zhang Qi's absence, cheerfully attending to her toiletry and peacefully drifting into slumber. In the early hours, with the night cloaked in silence and the bright moon dancing among the clouds, casting shadows that flickered, Zhang Qi returned to the room, his gaze fixed outside. Lost in thought, after a moment of contemplation, he laid down and surrendered to sleep. The couple spent 3 days at the estate, and finally, the servant bore good news. Zhang Qi and his wife came to bid farewell to He Xuan and his wife. Nuan, reluctantly, grasped Lin Jia's hand, her voice laced with sadness. Sister, if there's another chance, please visit this estate. I have nothing to do each day. If so, that would be delightful. The two shared numerous tender conversations, but ultimately, Lin Jia could no longer hold back. Sister, do not blame me for being overly cautious. I genuinely fear for your safety. Nuan looked puzzled at Lin Jia's concern. Sister, please speak plainly. Your maidservants are all beautiful, and I have not perceived any ill intentions towards your husband from them. Yet, it is evident that your husband is an exceptional man. Being such, he is inevitably the object of other women's affections. I still believe you should be wary of the maids in your household. Nuan found Lin Jia's words amusing yet touching. Were it not for her unbreakable bond with He Xuan, they might have harbored doubts. But Lin Jia was genuinely caring. Had it been another woman, she would not have been so forthright. Thank you, sister. I shall remain vigilant. Nuan replied playfully. Hearing a satisfactory response, Lin Jia felt a surge of happiness. Let us depart, my dear. If we delay any longer, we will miss the curfew. Zhang Qi urged from beside the carriage. It was known that during the Great Jin dynasty, a curfew was enforced. Should they miss the hour, they would have to wait at the city gates until morning to enter. Moreover, Zhang Qi had already been under He Xuan's watch for 2 hours, and the thought sent shivers down his spine. In a nutshell, it was a calamity. End of chapter. Chapter 100. Wine 19. Upon hearing the urgency, Lin Jia reluctantly bid farewell to Nuan. As she watched the carriage fade into the distance, Nuan could no longer contain her joy and burst into laughter. This sudden outburst took He Xuan by surprise, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he gazed at his little wife. What has brought you such joy? Speak, and let me share in it. He Xuan stepped closer and gently embraced the trembling Nuan. Struggling to suppress her laughter, she asked, Do you know what Lin Jia just told me? What? He Xuan instinctively replied, his expression still one of confusion. After all, he would not use his mental threads to monitor in her presence. Nuan, witnessing his bewilderment, found herself even more amused. She advised me to keep an eye on the beautiful maidservants in your household to prevent you from developing a wandering heart. He Xuan's expression darkened instantly. It seemed that woman sought to sow discord between him and his wife. Do you think such words are reasonable? A moment later, Nuan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. But let me make this clear. If you truly stray, I will not hesitate to leave you. Although her tone resembled jest, He Xuan understood that should he waver, she would indeed cast him aside, regardless of his pleas. He Xuan offered no promises, but held Nuan tighter, silently vowing, You are my most cherished existence. And should I ever falter, I would rather perish before you. Allow me to perish while loving you, forever unrepentant. Nuan gently returned his embrace, resolute in her unwillingness to allow He Xuan to stray. Amidst the vast expanse of white snow, the two held each other, snowflakes cascading softly onto their shoulders. The chilly breeze swept past, carrying with it a faint scent of snow. Upon returning home, they nestled in the study, shunning explorations into the new world, primarily due to the biting cold. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Enter, master. Feng Yi pushed open the door, standing respectfully before He Xuan. In recent days, have more people move about in the border town. If I am not mistaken, those fellows outside are growing restless. Yes, master. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant regarding our business in the border town. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall retreat and deliberate later. There is no need to guard the shop. If someone dies, the shop cannot be preserved, and we need not suffer losses over it. He Xuan meticulously instructed Feng Yi, anxious that these men might prioritize profit over their lives, risking everything for money. As Feng Yi absorbed his master's words, waves of sorrow washed over him. They The Shadow Guards had endured countless unseen torments to emerge from the ranks of ordinary children, surviving against all odds. Yet even so, the Prince of Light showed them no mercy. Many of their brothers had perished due to the Prince's foolish commands, sacrificing their lives one after another. Fortunately, the Prince was foolish enough to believe that his methods of training Shadow Guards would render them incapable of betrayal. Nevertheless, he implemented secondary defenses, even poisoning them. Yet they managed to escape his clutches only because of their master. Still, they remained ever watchful of the Prince's pursuit. Now, with the new emperor ascending the throne, the Prince would hardly spare a man who had previously thwarted him. He would seek to subdue him by all means, the best being to imprison him. Thus, the Prince had no time to seek out these traitorous Shadow Guards. All were filled with hope for the future. Even though their hands were stained with blood and they had grown accustomed to its scent, they yearned for a day when they might be free of such stains. Their master had assured them that they need not cling to the shop, for human life was paramount. Yet previously, the Prince would send them into certain death for a mere 100 taels of silver. All they could do was silently witness their brothers perish one by one. Powerless to intervene, with a voice tinged with emotion, Feng Yi replied, "Thank you, master, I shall obey." He Xuan observed the man before him, eyes reddening, and waved dismissively. "Hurry and leave. Your presence makes my eyes sting." Feng Yi respectfully knelt and bowed deeply before rising to depart. Once at the Shadow Guard's gathering place, he conveyed He Xuan's intentions, and all present felt a lump in their throats. Win 19, still somewhat confused, looked at the others in tears. "Your master is kind. We knew this from the moment we arrived. Why has it only now struck you to be moved? Why the tears?" Win 19 expressed his bewilderment. Feng Yi, noticing Win 19's puzzled expression, gently patted his shoulder. "You are not from the Shadow Guard camp, so naturally, you cannot understand our bond." Indeed, Win 19 was the one chosen by Nuan and He Xuan from among the candidates. The one who once was He Xuan had now transformed into Win 19, while another had become Win 18, still stationed outside. Feng Shizhou wore an untamed smile as he reclined in his chair. "Though I was unaware of your past, I recognized that the current master was exceptional. There was no need to fear enemies or to sell myself." With a resigned sigh, I succumbed to sleep. For tomorrow, it would be my turn to stand guard. Having uttered these words, he nonchalantly vanished from the crowd's sight. Within the confines of the room, Feng Shizhou retrieved an ancient jade tablet from his bosom, murmuring to himself, "Had I not been so unruly in my youth, attracting a multitude of foes, you and our daughter might have lived well." His daughter must be around 8 years old now, and he found himself preoccupied with the notion of young boys vying for her attention. Perhaps it was time to find a suitable son-in-law, someone to keep watch over her and ensure loyalty. If only everything could start anew, then none of this would have transpired. If only everything could begin again, I would never have provoked my enemies. If only everything could be reset, then I would not have encountered you, and you could have what a man you cherish, living a life of bliss with children and grandchildren. If only, but the world offers no ifs, nor any antidotes for regret. Time is unyielding and impartial. It does not relinquish its responsibilities for anyone, rendering all dreams mere illusions. Yet I promised you that I would survive. For perhaps my wife awaits my return in some distant corner. Feng Shizhou lay fully clothed upon his bed, pressing the jade tablet firmly against his heart. Feeling the rhythm of his pulse, he whispered, "Where are you? Why do you not grant me a glimpse of your presence? I have cast aside my vices and will no longer court trouble." A single tear trailed down his cheek and soaked into the pillow. "Did you not say that when I ceased to be a source of trouble, you would return with our daughter? Yet still, your figure eludes me." End of chapter. Chapter 101. Divination. In a long-awaited dream, Feng Shizhou beheld his wife, and he rushed forward, embracing her tightly. In the distance, an 8-year-old child ran up, joining in the embrace. Their dilapidated yet warm hut served as a backdrop as the couple poured their hearts out to one another. Watching their daughter play quietly in the mud, her face smeared with dirt, Feng Shizhou knelt before the girl, wiping the mud from her cheeks, gazing fondly at her, acknowledging that she often caused her mother worry, though her face had grown plump. Yet, the sensation in his hands gradually faded, and in a panic, he looked up to find his wife had vanished. He yearned to chase after her with their child, but as he lunged forward, the child, too, disappeared. When he raised his gaze once more, his wife had completely vanished, leaving only the echo of her voice drifting into his ears. "I await your return." Feng Shizhou struggled awake, the joy of reuniting with his wife still lingering in his heart, yet the anguish of losing loved ones pierced deeper than any joy. Gently pressing on his aching heart, he knew she must still be alive, waiting for him to bring her home, to a home they once shared. He polished the jade pendant with reverence, placing it tenderly within his embrace as he succumbed to slumber, a a smile gracing his lips. The shadows in the city had commenced their withdrawal. In the foreign military camp, He Xuan tossed a secret letter onto the ground before He Xuan, demanding, "What do you have to say?" He Xuan, bewildered, picked up the letter. Upon reading its contents, his heart seized with disbelief. He scrutinized the letter repeatedly, but its message did not align with his hopes. Boldly inscribed were the words, "Plan failed, reconsider strategies. The forerunner has vanished, prospects appear dire." In that moment, it felt as though his heartbeat and breath had ceased. This was his beloved son, destined to inherit his position. Who dared to harm his child? They would face his wrath. Veins throbbed upon his hands, yet he could only feign a smile before the king, ensuring no one seized upon his vulnerabilities. He Xuan cast an impatient glance at the assembled generals, waving them away dismissively. "Prepare the troops. Be ready to march into the border city. Now leave me." Not wishing to endure the sight of their petty squabbles any longer, he dismissed them all. Once alone in the tent, he called for the high priest. "Yes, your majesty," came the reply. The high priest, an elderly man with a full white beard, clad in black robes, knelt slowly before He Xuan, raising his tightly closed eyes. He Xuan instructed, "I require your divination on the impending war. Will it bring fortune or ruin?" "Yes, your majesty." The high priest's attendants arranged the necessary tools upon the ground. The high priest knelt, picking up copper coins to begin his calculations. As he swayed, his closed eyes opened. "Your majesty, this war spells disaster. It will inflict losses upon our tribe far exceeding those wrought by the recent blizzards." He Xuan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the high priest with a darkened expression. "You know well that I have little regard for the divine. I trust you understand that I wish for no word of your pronouncements to reach the outside world. Should it disturb the morale of my soldiers, I shall hold you accountable." The high priest, taken aback, gazed incredulously at the ruler. "But your majesty, this divination clearly indicates a foreboding omen. War is ill-advised if—" He Xuan interrupted, his voice laced with authority. "Does the king's desire to forego war equate to its abandonment? The people of the grasslands are my subjects. I cannot allow them to starve this winter. The scholars of the Central Plains often proclaim that events are shaped by human endeavor. I shall heed their counsel this once. If the high priest has no further matters, he may depart. Consider our previous discussion as though it never occurred. Should anyone request your divination, dispose of them immediately." The high priest wished to argue further, but He Xuan had already closed his eyes, signaling to the attendants to escort him out. The high priest, resigned, closed his eyes in understanding. He knew the king's decision, though seemingly misguided, was rooted in a desire to protect his people from starvation during this harsh winter. They had ample provisions prepared, yet they had been deceived by the treacherous Central Plains. It was the Central Plains that had wronged them first. Back in his tent, the high priest repeatedly calculated the feasibility of the war, but the omens remained dire. His earlier calculations had foretold auspicious signs. What had shifted? Who was responsible for altering the course of this impending conflict? The high priest's eyes reddened as he stared at the divination tools, his head throbbing. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the tent flap, and he glared at the intruding light with irritation. His fierce gaze fell upon the attendant who had lifted the flap, his anger boiling within. The attendant quaked in fear, his legs trembling, and finally succumbed to the pressure, kneeling before the high priest. "I must report, high priest. General He Xuan requests an audience." The high priest sighed deeply, rising to assist the trembling attendant. "There is no need for such panic. Inform General He Xuan that I am unwell and cannot attend to him at present. He must wait a few more days." After dismissing the attendant with a wave, he paused as the attendant was about to exit. "You shall remain outside for this festival, regardless of who seeks me for divination. Tell them I am busy and do not require their presence." The attendant quickly nodded, respectfully guiding He Xuan away from the tent. He Xuan gazed at the tightly shut curtain of the high priest, feeling somewhat at a loss. Hagen was the sole child of him and his legitimate wife. If she were to find out, he feared he would face dire consequences. "General Ha, the high priest is to bless the army. There is no time for hospitality." The attendant observed respectfully, watching He Xuan closely. Suppressing his anger, he forced a stiff smile and waved dismissively at the attendant. The attendant, perceptive to the situation, discreetly retrieved several golden leaves from his sleeve. The man, with a serious expression, pushed the golden leaves into He Xuan's hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 102. Crisis at the border city. The attendant stealthily slipped the golden leaves into the guard's sleeve, politely saying, "Thank you, General Ha." Then, cautiously placing the leaves into his bosom, he surveyed the surroundings. Seeing that no one was nearby, he approached He Xuan. He Xuan concealed his impatience with the attendant, but leaned in to hear the information he yearned for. The attendant whispered something in He Xuan's ear. Upon hearing what he sought to know, He Xuan's mood darkened further, his dark eyes gazing into the distant mountains. That place, he remembered well. One day, I will ensure those people pay for my son's demise. With the attendant in tow, He Xuan turned to leave, contemplating how to explain matters to his legitimate wife. The snowstorm arrived as anticipated, shrouding the sky in a thick haze, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. He Xuan looked up at the sky, feeling the heavens were on his side. Today, the mighty Jin dynasty shall pay the price for their deeds. The troops were fully equipped and advancing toward the border city. Waving to the men behind him, the formation moved silently forward. By the time the sentinels on the walls realized what was happening, the army had already arrived at their gates. He Xuan lifted his gaze to the sky, declaring that he would personally lead the charge to flatten the border city and avenge the countless innocent lives lost. All the soldiers donned heavy armor, wielding sharp blades. Riding noble steeds, their steps resolute and powerful. They were the elite warriors of the tribal factions, forged into an indomitable force through countless battles. A thunderous roar shattered the air. By the time the sentinels atop the walls reacted, He Xuan's forces were already at the city's threshold. As for why they did not launch a surprise attack in such favorable weather, the labor and intellect of the Jin dynasty were not inferior to theirs. They could anticipate any move as well. When faced with an army, one must stand firm. When confronted with water, one must build a dam. In ancient warfare, devoid of modern weaponry, troop numbers and combat strategies were paramount. The siege of cities was a fundamental rule of warfare, influenced greatly by transport and survival strategies. Typically, in a clash between two armies, which side would falter first? The defenders atop the walls stared in astonishment at the massive force approaching, unanticipated by the tribal faction. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, aware that an attack was inevitable. After a brief panic, the defenders swiftly regained their composure and sent word to the general. The walls were orderly, while the tribal faction below watched with keen eyes. Moments later, the border general began ascending the walls, and the Jin commanders grew tense. Adjusting their formations to prepare for the impending battle, He Xuan climbed to the ramparts, calling out loudly to He Xuan, "What does your tribe mean by this? Are you intending to unilaterally tear up the treaty, disregarding the welfare of our people?" His gaze burned as he stared directly at He Xuan. He Xuan raised a hand, signaling for silence among his troops, his wolf-like eyes fixed on He Xuan. Their gazes clashed fiercely as He Xuan chuckled lightly. Responding coolly, "To claim that my tribe has breached the treaty is absurd when your merchants of the Jin dynasty have poisoned livestock for cheap gain, murdering my people and seizing our resources. How many innocent lives have you cost us? Does General Lin still believe I have unilaterally breached the treaty?" Upon hearing this, He Xuan furrowed his brow, having never heard of such grievances. The truth of the matter was murky. Was there any validity to these claims? It was not the time for direct verification. He Xuan closed his eyes momentarily before looking back at He Xuan. "Since it concerns the people of both our lands, perhaps we can sit down and discuss this." He Xuan interrupted, "I have brought my forces to your gates today not to hear your explanations. Those who err must face the consequences." He Xuan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze unwavering upon the Jin commanders atop the walls, proclaiming, "We, the tribal faction, merely seek fairness. Yet the Jin dynasty has consistently brushed us aside, leading to the tragic deaths of my people." He Xuan closed his eyes, realizing that war was now unavoidable. This battle would be a fierce struggle for survival. Victory would bring glory, while defeat would exact a grave toll. "Warriors, let us avenge our kin." He Xuan's voice resonated through the ranks, igniting the spirits of every warrior. The conflict loomed imminent, with both commanders firmly entrenched in their respective territories. The sound of marching feet thundered across the battlefield as He Xuan led his warriors toward the walls, determined to breach the fortified stronghold and obliterate the Jin dynasty's rule. The defenders atop the walls retaliated, arrows raining down like a storm, yet the tribal warriors remained undeterred. The soldiers below raised shields to block the arrows, using their bodies to withstand the assaults of Jin commanders, charging forward fearlessly. The battle raged fiercely, the scent of blood saturating the air. Their swords glimmered with lethal intent, each swing posing a deadly threat. The offense and defense clashed, neither side yielding an inch. Meanwhile, Yue, stationed at the border city, awoke to the sight of hurried townsfolk, her face etched with fear. Wealthy families were hastily relocating, bringing their children along, while ordinary citizens, whose lives were tied to the city, could only pray silently. Observing the chaos among the citizens, Yue promptly dispatched someone to the estate to inform her master, lest the residents be caught unprepared. Watching the turmoil unfold, Yue felt a swell of frustration. What was the meaning of this? Could they not simply endure the winter in peace? Must they seek trouble? This disruption jeopardized her business, originally catering to the upper class. Now, even those of lesser intellect were fleeing. The loss of livelihood felt akin to the murder of kin, and Yu Yi's resentment toward the tribal faction boiled over. She awaited the moment to earn enough for her dowry, hoping to wed Lei Yi soon. In the study, He Xuan, anxiously awaiting news, relaxed upon reading a confidential letter. It was not the external threats that worried him, but the lurking danger of those harboring ill intentions like wolves. Their emergence was indeed fortuitous, allowing for better preparation. He Xuan summoned several individuals, instructing, "Go to the city and assist Yue. Should any emergencies arise, act accordingly. Remember, all material possessions are secondary to your safety." He Xuan whispered his counsel. The group knelt and bowed respectfully before vanishing from the study. Left alone, He Xuan contemplated, the border city must not fall. For he and his wife intended to live their lives there peacefully. The author too is curious as to why they did not opt for a surprise attack. Therefore, the author consulted Baidu for clarification. Additionally, it is explained why the advance force sent by the tribal faction arrived at the estate. Firstly, to prevent the border city from seeking help from other towns, and secondly, to encircle from both sides. End of this chapter. Chapter 103. Crisis at the border city. I do not wish to lead a large family from place to place. There is a fundamental difference between traveling and fleeing. Nuan drowsily pushed open the door, her eyes hazily scanning her surroundings until they fell upon a familiar figure ahead. She excitedly rushed forward, tightly embracing He Xuan, murmuring, "Why are you up so early? It's freezing under the covers, and I couldn't sleep a wink." She nestled closer into He Xuan's embrace, resembling an infant clinging to him. He Xuan chuckled, wrapping his arms around his delicate wife, thinking how truly pampered she was. Gazing at the delicate figure nestled in his arms, a gentle sound of breathing soon filled the air, revealing that his beloved wife had likely drifted off to sleep once more. He Xuan, tenderly lifted her and laid Nuan upon the restful chair in his study. The entire room once again succumbed to a long-lost tranquility, with the exception of Nuan's occasional chatter. Lowering his gaze upon her tousled head, He Xuan felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her soft hair, savoring the delightful texture. After they had rested on the couch for half an hour, Nuan stirred awake. Her eyes bleary as she surveyed her surroundings, a look of confusion plastered across her face. Why did this place seem so familiar, yet distinctly different from her own bedroom? Feeling the weight of her body, she shifted her shoulders uncomfortably. Glancing at He Xuan, she complained, "Have we switched bedrooms? This is rather uncomfortable. It's causing my back to ache." He Xuan chuckled softly, playfully tousling Nuan's hair while gently reminding her, "Take a good look around. Do you truly not remember where you are?" However, Nuan showed little interest in his words. Unless she was utterly unable to sleep, she would not have wished to rise. This place did indeed seem familiar. She raised her eyes to observe the neatly arranged bookshelves, her befuddlement deepening. "How did I end up in the study?" she questioned, turning to He Xuan. "It's quite chilly here." His bemusement was evident. Was he to bear the blame for this predicament? But seeing his endearing wife, he resigned himself to the role of the scapegoat. "I merely brought you here to keep you warm. Please, my dear, have a forgiving heart." Amused by her husband's comical demeanor, Nuan could not suppress a smile. In truth, she retained a fragment of memory from the morning's events. Although her mind was still hazy, she remembered enough to avoid compromising her image. Naturally, a scapegoat was needed, and He Xuan fit the bill perfectly. Content with her reasoning, Nuan promptly rose to freshen up. As she sensed an increasingly solemn atmosphere enveloping the estate, she turned to He Xuan, perplexed. "Why do I feel like everyone is becoming more serious? Is there some significant event unfolding?" Observing the shifting expressions on He Xuan's face, she concluded that it was of little consequence. Reports indicated that the foreign tribes outside the city had declared war, but it remained unclear who held the upper hand. "I shall go assess the situation shortly. Do you wish to remain here, or accompany me?" he asked. "Of course, I want to go with you. I have yet to witness the nature of warfare here," she exclaimed, though inwardly she hoped for the victory of the great Jin dynasty. He Xuan chuckled softly. "The great Jin dynasty will undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, I prefer not to witness the upheaval that accompanies such transitions. The rise and fall of dynasties invariably ushered in chaos, bloodshed, and familial disputes, all of which pose dire threats. Then we shall." Nuan's face lit up with a mischievous grin, causing He Xuan to shudder slightly. He could not help but ruffle her hair again, bemused. Since their arrival here, he felt as though his wife had begun to let her true self blossom. Did she no longer care for anyone else? Feeling disgruntled from the playful gesture, Nuan gently nudged her nose against He Xuan's, and then turned to leave. He Xuan chuckled resignedly. Together, they gathered their forces and made their way to the military camp, prepared to assist when necessary and to subtly undermine their adversaries, ensuring that the foreign tribes did not prevail. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Great Jin Dynasty's military camp was fraught with tension. Sitting commandingly at the head of the table, General Lin Xuan glared down at his subordinates. "What did you mean by your inquiry?" he demanded, his anger palpable. Were the claims of the foreign leader indeed true? If so, this conflict had been entirely unnecessary, born from the avarice of a few, leading to the deaths of countless soldiers on the battlefield. Other generals shared in his fury, questioning the purpose of their fierce battles. "These bureaucrats are nothing but a burden," one warrior exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. Lin Xiong pointed at the general he had sent to inquire, He Wu, demanding an explanation. He Wu, flustered, stood up, hesitating to speak. Seeing his reluctance only intensified Lin Xiong's ire. "As a warrior, why are you hesitating? Speak," he barked. With a resigned sigh, He Wu finally relented. "The magistrate of the border city, Lord Jiang, claims it's none of his concern, and he knows nothing." The words stuck in his throat. For he was a warrior accustomed to straightforwardness. This was not the time for such indecision. Yet, the magistrate's disregard was intolerable. He Wu sensed his own discomfort, aware that they were being led astray by the bureaucrats. Lin Xiong's frustration peaked as he slammed his fist down. "While I fight here, he feasts in comfort. Once this battle concludes, I shall ensure those responsible for this chaos are held accountable." The chapter closes with Lin Xiong's resolute voice echoing throughout the camp, reminding all present of their duty to protect the Great Jin Dynasty, for behind them stood their families and the common folk. Regardless of the circumstances, they must hold the city against the encroaching threat. The commanders of the city valiantly resisted the enemy's onslaught, archers unleashing a torrential rain of arrows that struck down wave after wave of invading foes. At the city gates, the guards wielded their spears and swords, fighting fiercely against the enemy's charge, unafraid of death. A lengthy siege ladder was propped against the city walls, and enemy soldiers surged forth like mushrooms after rain. Scaling the heights, General Yang Fei observed the enemy peering over the edge and swiftly dispatched one with a well-aimed strike, his sword glinting as arrows flew thick and fast, igniting a desperate struggle. With agility and precision, Yang Fei fought valiantly, his gaze fierce, as if he could anticipate every move of the adversary. He led his troops into a courageous battle, striking down those who dared to ascend the city walls. Yet, the number of enemies was overwhelming, and the war had erupted unexpectedly. Supplies were insufficient, and as he surveyed the scene, an idea struck him. "Return the corpses of these invaders to them," he commanded. Seizing an enemy's body and hurling it down upon the climbers, a tactic that seemed both crude and effective. From a distance, Geshihan watched, his heart heavy with sorrow for the brave warriors of the tribes, now facing such a dire fate. He quickly ordered his men to halt their advance up the siege ladder, realizing that their initial advantage had evaporated. Thus, the battle raged on, fraught with peril and valor. With a wave of his hand, a massive battering ram was pushed forward. Lin Xiong, atop the city walls, heard the thunderous impact at the gates and commanded those beside him. The battering ram crashed violently against the gates, which trembled under the relentless assault. Yang Fei, his brow furrowed, understood that if the gates were breached, the enemy would flood into the city, leading to a catastrophe. He swiftly ordered his soldiers to concentrate their fire on the siege engine. Arrows rained down like a storm, densely targeting the ram, yet it remained remarkably resilient, suffering little damage from the onslaught. Yang Fei's concern deepened. They could not afford to prolong this battle, lest they suffer dire consequences. The enemy excelled in cavalry and was formidable in close combat. At that moment, Zhang Qi arrived on the city walls, drawing his bow to target the assailants pushing the battering ram, striking them down with deadly precision. The two exchanged shots, targeting the enemy pressing close to the siege engine. However, the enemy, witnessing their fallen comrades, displayed no fear and continued their relentless assault on the ram. The adversaries on the battlefield were valiant, yet such resolve could not sustain itself indefinitely. Gshhn, observing his soldiers fall, wore a troubled expression. He recognized that the outcome of the battle was already determined. Further struggle would be futile. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and issued a resolute command. The military strategist beside him promptly led the retreat of the soldiers. In an instant, the enemy surged back like a tide. The gates held firm, and joy erupted among the commanders atop the walls, the elation of victory spreading through the ranks as soldiers cheered. Yang Fei stood atop the wall, surveying the battlefield. Although victory had been achieved, a profound sorrow enveloped his heart. Comrades who had laughed and shared stories the day before now lay lifeless in pools of blood. And this triumph was overshadowed by the sacrifices of countless soldiers. As the initial joy of victory faded, the soldiers faced the grim reality of the battered walls and fallen friends. stifling their grief as they gathered the bodies of their comrades for burial. They laid their fallen companions to rest, hastily covering them with earth. Yang Fei and the others continued to guard the walls, ever vigilant for the enemy's next assault. They understood that the adversary would not relent, and complacency could lead to disaster. The city's inhabitants looked upon the wounded soldiers with pity, their eyes filled with compassion. Yet no action was taken. On a distant mountain, a couple quietly observed the two armies clashing, both sides suffering heavy casualties. Nuan gazed sorrowfully at the crimson-stained snow, pondering how many lives had been lost to taint the white landscape. Turning to He Xuan, she questioned why peace could not be maintained, for it would prevent such bloodshed. In the 4 years of the apocalypse, she had witnessed too many compatriots turn against one another. They could have survived, but chose to turn their weapons on each other. Nuan recognized that such sentiments were misplaced in the current world. The apocalypse should not breed this mindset. At that moment, the apocalypse seemed no different from the present. It was merely a shift from overt murder to covert schemes. He Xuan, noticing Nuan's confusion, gently embraced her, reflecting on humanity's insatiable greed. They sought power, wealth, and dominance over others. In the enemy camp, a group debated strategies, each blaming the other for the day's failures. On the high platform, He observed the bickering with a discerning gaze, his eyes settling on the quiet figure of He Xuan. He inquired, seeking H's insights to share with the assembly. He Xuan, caught off guard by his name, instinctively knelt in the center, trembling with fear, pleading for the king's forgiveness. The tent fell silent, with M.W. contemplating the scene before him. A sly smile crept across his face as he rose to kneel beside He Xuan, proposing a cunning plan to the king. "Oh, do share your thoughts," He urged, tapping rhythmically on the table, the sound echoing in the hearts of all present. The border city's defender, Lin Xiong, is a founding figure of the great Jin dynasty. Should he perish, chaos will ensue within the ranks. We must seize this opportunity to strike at the heart of the great Jin's capital. He gestured lightly towards his neck. And scoffed at M.W's suggestion. "I find the proposal quite commendable. Perhaps General M. should lead the charge to eliminate Lin Xiong." Now, a lesson on the ancient practices regarding the treatment of soldiers' remains. Firstly, burial was the most common method of handling fallen soldiers, though the treatment differed for allies and foes. For those who died within their own camp, a designated officer would collect and document their information, ensuring they were buried with care in their uniforms, hoping they might find peace in the afterlife. Those in more desperate circumstances would also dispose of the bodies of the fallen, interring them together and erecting a gravestone to honor their valor. Secondly, neglecting the remains was the most dreadful approach. Even after burial, the lingering stench could render an area uninhabitable, potentially resulting in disease outbreaks. Lastly, cremation, while now a common practice, was viewed as brutal in ancient times, as it was customary to leave the body intact. This method reduced bodies to ashes, often leaving the deceased unrecognizable, thus perceived as cruel. End of chapter. Chapter 105. Underhanded tactics. M.W. was taken aback by He command, as his original intention was to recommend He Xuan for the assassination. How could he, knowing Lin Xiong's formidable prowess and the skilled warriors surrounding him, possibly succeed in such a task? M.W. quickly bowed, protesting, "Your Majesty, it is unwise. To kill Lin Xiong, one must first understand the layout of his stronghold, and success hinges on contacting the spies within the city. As for the spies, they were always under He Xuan's purview. If I infiltrated the border city, I feared those spies would not execute their tasks diligently." And chuckled at this, bemused by the old guard's ambitions to climb the ranks at the expense of others. "General M.Ng offers a splendid suggestion," he remarked, prompting He Xuan to glare at M.W., suspecting the latter wished for him to undertake a perilous mission. Indeed, the greatest threat to one's life often came not from enemies, but from colleagues. The enemy was not without their own trained assassins. There was no need for a general to lead the charge against the enemy commander. Should the mission fail, He Xuan feared for his life. Since General M.Ng proposed this plan, let him execute it. That way, we need not worry about missing any details, He Xuan countered. M.W. immediately rebutted. But He was unwilling to grant either general an opportunity to evade responsibility. "You two shall serve your kingdom with honor," he decreed. Both men felt a tightening in their chests, their foreheads striking the ground in submission. "We dare not. Humph. I require you to strategize a counteroffensive, not plot against one another." And surveyed the assembly. "This evening, send men to assassinate the hero. Even if they fail, they must disrupt the enemy's morale. Additionally, dispatch a group to set fire to their supplies. Without provisions, they will have no strength to resist. Huang Zhuang dispatched a message to inconsequential spies within the city, instructing them to collaborate with the assassins to eliminate Lin Xiong. As for you, Mingwu, you shall call out challenges at the city gates every half hour. Upon hearing this from Gu Shuhan, the eyes of the soldiers in the tent brightened instantly. What a cunning scheme. They relished it. The king's strategy is brilliant. Soon enough, the border city will be ours. Indeed. As for provisions, we shall take as much as we require. Laughter echoed throughout the tent. Gu Shuhan, seated high above, gazed with indifference at the raucous assembly below, repulsed by their vile demeanor. He closed his eyes slowly, choosing not to behold the grotesque faces, lest they mar his mood. The soldiers, observing their sovereign's closed eyes, hastily silenced their mirth and sat in anxious anticipation for his command. An eerie silence enveloped the tent, all eyes fixated on the king. Depart. Gu Shuhan waved his hand without opening his eyes. The men bowed to him and swiftly exited the tent. Meanwhile, a courier carrying news from the frontier rushed toward the capital. However, the snowy winter posed significant travel challenges. Confidential messages were relayed through the courier service and reached the new emperor. During the morning court, the new emperor received the troubling reports from the border city. In the hall of governance, ministers clamored over the disquieting news from foreign territories, their voices rising to a tumult. Nan Gong, seated upon the dragon throne, massaged his temples as he observed the ministers bicker, their faces flushed with fervor. He desired pragmatic solutions rather than a cacophony of complaints. The movements of the chief eunuch, He Xuan, indicated the emperor's impatience. Yet, the ministers seemed oblivious to the emperor's irritation, continuing to argue animatedly. As a eunuch, He Xuan could not interrupt the minister's discourse but was left to watch the chaos unfold. Nan Gong, surveying the relentless squabbling, remarked, "Have you all concluded your discussions? What strategies have emerged?" The hall fell silent, akin to crows with their beaks grasped shut. Right Chancellor, what conclusions have you reached? Nan Gong began to call on them individually. The Right Chancellor, Du Ming, bowed respectfully, then spoke slowly and deliberately. This foreign realm has long harbored ambitions against our celestial empire. Their sudden unrest suggests the influence of some malevolent instigator. I propose we identify and apprehend this troublemaker to avert further discord. Oh, Nan Gong inquired, turning to the Left Chancellor. What is your perspective? The Left Chancellor, a cunning old fox, stepped forward with a calm demeanor but words sharp as daggers. The Right Chancellor, turning slightly, queried, what insights does the Left Chancellor possess? The Left Chancellor replied, this foreign realm has long coveted our empire. This upheaval is likely a pretext. The Right Chancellor, it appears, is overly cautious. A sardonic smile crept upon the Right Chancellor's lips. Who does not know that the foreign realm has been peaceful for years? Their sudden agitation surely points to sinister machinations. Hearing this, the Right Chancellor furrowed his brow, realizing the new appointee was a wily adversary, a blade poised at his throat. Just as he prepared to retort, Nan Gong, having savored the spectacle long enough, interjected, both of you present valid arguments. We shall send someone to the border city. Which of you is willing to volunteer? The emperor, weary of their bickering, preferred to rest rather than engage in their squabble. Yet, upon hearing this, both men fell silent, knowing that now was an opportune moment for the newly crowned emperor to cultivate his allies. The balance of power in the court was delicate. Any imbalance could spell disaster for either side, especially for those in a vulnerable position. They feared the emperor might exploit this opportunity for retribution, and upon their return, they would find themselves in worse circumstances than He Xuan. They stood mute, as if playing a game of silence, each hoping the other would speak first. Nan Gong, observing their feigned ignorance, felt a surge of frustration. Having just ascended the throne, he was not yet secure in his position. He resolved to deal with the historical officials when time permitted. The court was dominated by these two men, leaving him to navigate their whims. Had they not been at odds, the throne might have already changed hands. Yet, they seemed oblivious to the fate of the last individual who had overshadowed the emperor. At this moment, the foreign realm remained merely restless and had not yet encroached upon the border city. If any of the readers find anything amiss, they are encouraged to inform the author. End of this chapter, Chapter 106. The reinstatement were it not for He Xuan being his mentor. Recognizing the times and relinquishing power when he had the chance, the entire He family would have been reduced to mere remnants. Should these two obstinate old men continue to resist, he would assist them in their downfall. Gentlemen Chancellors, do you have any recommendations? Nan Gong's gaze lingered on the two. They bowed their heads, avoiding the emperor's scrutiny. Nan Gong, amused by their brazen defiance, smirked coldly. Since they would not heed his counsel, it was time to replace them with more compliant figures. A minister stepped forth and boldly declared, Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Speak, sire. Even with the swiftest horses, it would take over a month to reach the border city. Given the current tumultuous circumstances, dispatching any minister now would be futile. Another minister quickly concurred, urging, if your majesty has a viable solution, we would like to hear it. There are indeed capable individuals at the border city. If utilized properly, they can aid General Lin Xiong in safeguarding against foreign threats. The minister's impassioned words resonated, captivating the attention of the court, who were nearly inclined to applaud were it not for the inappropriateness of the setting. Just as the right chancellor sensed something amiss, another voice interjected swiftly. The left chancellor narrowed his eyes, sensing the young emperor's intent to stir the pot. Nangong Yuza showed keen interest, urging, please, elaborate. The minister knelt in the hall of governance, sincerely proposing a name that sent shockwaves through the assembly. Many in the hall had once conspired against this individual during his exile, and should he rise again, chaos would surely ensue. The left chancellor's anxiety was palpable, after all. He had orchestrated that individual's downfall. This figure still retained considerable influence in the capital, with numerous prot-gs scattered throughout. However, the left chancellor remained calm, knowing that the court would always require a right chancellor and a left chancellor, as long as he occupied the right chancellor's position. The identity of the left chancellor was inconsequential to him. Both posed a threat, the outcome would be the same. Detached from the fray, he contemplated whether to eliminate this figure to prevent future complications. Observing the left chancellor signaling him, one of his followers hastily spoke up, Your Majesty, I believe this is inadvisable. Why is that? Nangong Yuza inquired, turning his gaze upon the dissenting voice. He Qingfeng has long served in governance, oppressing the common folk. His crimes are unforgivable. Ah, the voice retorted, He Qingfeng is renowned for his wisdom. Besides, he possesses the acumen needed to govern and could serve as a pillar for the nation. The speaker's words dripped with sarcasm, casting a shadow over the assembly. Who does not know that the official who once raided He Qingfeng's residence is none other than the brother-in-law of this man? Now he stands forth, perhaps fearing that He Qingfeng might rise again to take action against them. Yet, the charges against him are genuine. Should he truly be reinstated in office, he could bring calamity upon the local populace, making it impossible to restore him to power. The man gazes at the mocking smile directed at him, feeling his defenses crumble. Duming no longer engages with him, instead beseeching His Majesty to reinstate He Qingfeng for the protection of the border city and its citizens. The right chancellor exchanges glances with others, recognizing that He Qingfeng's return is uncertain, and he is quite eager to create trouble for the left chancellor. It is well known that Du Ming is a favored confidant of the emperor. Du Ming's admiration for He Qingfeng signifies that He Qingfeng is a candidate the emperor wishes to employ. Why should he obstruct this? It would be wiser to align with the emperor's intentions. The minister believes this sentiment resonates well with others. In an instant, a wave of kneeling figures fills the hall, all expressing their agreement. Nangong Yuza turns his gaze toward the right chancellor, suggesting he elaborate on this notion. The right chancellor, holding his tablet, respectfully bows before the emperor, stating that he finds this idea quite favorable, for the current apprehension among his colleagues stems from fear of He Qingfeng's potential to wreak havoc. It would be prudent to send an envoy to oversee He Qingfeng, allowing for his safe reinstatement while addressing the present dilemma. Your suggestion is splendid. Let it be as you propose, Nangong Yuza exclaims with laughter echoing through the court. Wang Zhu, present, responds affirmatively. I appoint you as the supervising censor. Take the decree and immediately proceed to the border city to relieve General Lin of his plight. Should you uncover any corrupt officials, you have my permission to act decisively. Depart at once. I obey your command. The left chancellor watches the unfolding events in the hall of political affairs with a cold gaze, realizing that this emperor is sincerely intent on targeting him. It is truly regrettable. Despite his genuine dedication to assist the emperor, he is met with such an outcome. It is disheartening. Since the emperor is determined to deal with him, if he fails to create trouble for the emperor, he would only be at a disadvantage. If there is a matter, present it. If not, depart. The eunuch beside the emperor gestures lightly. I have something to report. A historian steps forward, his face betraying a deep sense of trepidation. This matter is clearly one that could cost him his head, yet as a subordinate of the left chancellor, he feels compelled to act. The left chancellor has already signaled him, and if he does not step forward today, he may never be welcomed back into the hall of political affairs. Speak. Nangong Yuza, growing impatient, notes that the court session is nearing its end. The historian, trembling slightly, states, Your Majesty has ascended the throne for over 3 months, and the historical records remain unsettled. I implore Your Majesty to acknowledge history. Nangong Yuza's eyes harden momentarily. He supports a multitude of historians, yet they refuse to heed his command. This matter shall be discussed later, if you cannot find something to occupy yourself with. I can provide you with tasks. With a dark expression, Nangong Yuza exits the Hall of Political Affairs. He is still investigating the affiliations of those historians. And it seems the truth is becoming evident. After leaving the court, Wang Zhu, bearing the decree, hastily departs the capital for the border city. He Xuan is indeed his esteemed mentor, and he has been contemplating how to rescue him. However, it now appears unnecessary. With the factional strife, his mentor will emerge, providing him with an opportunity to escape the capital. The emperor is preparing to cleanse the court and orchestrate his own destiny. As a solitary minister in the court, he must tread carefully, lest the flames of conflict engulf him. He does not wish to become a casualty of this unspoken war. Wang Zhu swiftly rides his steed, outpacing even the followers of the left chancellor. He had initially hoped to recruit Wang Zhu into his ranks, intending to subtly exert influence in the border city, ensuring He Xuan's demise. However, Wang Zhu defies convention, neglecting even to gather his belongings, galloping directly towards the border city. Upon the left chancellor receiving the order, he shatters a teacup in frustration, unable to quell his growing resentment. Chapter 107. Historical records. The events of today will not end well. After the morning court session, Nangong Yuza casts a grim look at the historians kneeling below. Minister Zhang, what do you believe should be recorded in the historical records regarding today's events? Nangong Yuza gazes at the man before him with a smile that fails to reach his eyes. Zhang Fengzhu kneels with unyielding dignity, brimming with pride, asserting that history is history, and no one has the right to alter it at will. I shall faithfully record the events without fabrication. I implore your majesty to rest assured. Zhang Fengzhu looks earnestly at the emperor. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuza's serene smile falters. Who asked you to record it faithfully? Rising, Nangong Yuza assists the kneeling Zhang Fengzhu to his feet. You must understand, my dear minister, that history is traditionally penned by the victors. Are you still unaware of who you serve? Changing his tone, he continues, it seems you have a new master, disregarding this emperor. Nangong Yuza's eyes flash with danger. Zhang Fengzhu, with a thud, kneels again, fearing the hardness of the floor might leave a dent. I do not dare, I harbor no ulterior motives. Yet regarding the matter of historical records, I cannot comply. Li Qingzhu remains resolutely kneeling on the floor. He holds firm to his principles, refusing to compromise himself for power. Nangong Yuza squints slightly. He knows his throne lacks legitimacy, having usurped it through coercion. He never laid eyes on the decree of the deposed crown prince. Moreover, his father has passed away. As the crown prince, he should inherit the throne in due order. When his father succumbed to illness, the yellow scroll he clutched was undoubtedly a handkerchief he had taken in haste. Fearing his 18th younger brother might contract the same illness, he cruelly tossed the handkerchief into the flames. If his father's spirit watches over him, surely he would approve of this filial act. Everything he does is for the good of his 18th brother. Yet, why do these ministers refuse to believe him? It is truly vexing. Perhaps it would be better to simply execute them. Since Minister Zhang insists on his principles, I shall no longer press you. You may leave. Nangong Yuza gestures dismissively, showing no signs of anger. Once Zhang Fengzhu has departed, Nangong Yuza gazes longingly at his steadfast retreating figure, shaking his head gently. He calls out softly to the shadows. Any, go and handle this discreetly. Ensure no incriminating evidence remains. Yes. A soft voice replies, and the hall plunges into silence. Nangong Yuza surveys the empty chamber, murmuring to himself, Minister Zhang, you understand, I admire those who adhere to their principles. But if your allegiance does not lie with me, then I must send you to reunite with the principles you uphold. With a regretful sigh, Nangong Yuza laments the loss of such a loyal minister, loyal to someone other than himself. It appears it is time to seek another candidate, yet he must wait for news from Zhang Fengzhu before proceeding. By the way, perhaps it is time to find someone to compose my own historical records. It is truly a headache. The following day, during the morning court session, Zhang Fengzhu is impeached by the censorate and exiled to Qizhou. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, carrying the imperial decree, hastens to the border city, exhausting countless swift steeds along the way. At last, amid the intense military conflict, Wang Hao arrives at the border city, proceeding directly to He Xuan's residence. He Xuan, having received word, gazes at the weary Wang Hao with great relief. He had thought that the court had long forgotten about this old man, yet here you are, still remembering me. With gratitude, He Xuan looks upon Wang Hao. Teacher, such words are unnecessary. Your students are numerous. How could you easily fade into obscurity? It would be best for you to receive the decree swiftly and cleanse the border city of these pests, restoring peace to the region. Wang Hao, observing the weathered face of his mentor, cannot help but reflect on the past. His teacher had once excelled in the imperial examinations and was favored by the late emperor. nurturing countless students and contributing significantly to the realm. Yet now, he finds himself in such a plight. Wang Hao wonders if he can survive the treacherous realm of politics. Sighing inwardly, Wang Hao unfurls the imperial decree and begins to read it aloud to the kneeling assembly. As He Xuan holds the decree, a wave of bittersweet emotions washes over him, for he had initially thought to distance himself from the political realm. Upon truly distancing oneself from the corridors of power, one becomes acutely aware of the capricious nature of society. It becomes evident that if one lacks influence, one is rendered insignificant in the eyes of others. Having spent considerable time in a border town, dealing with various matters, I found officials dragging their feet, and soldiers scarcely acknowledging my presence. The disdainful remarks directed at me stemmed solely from my lack of authority, resulting in my current predicament. Should the day come when I reclaim my position, I wonder if those individuals would harbor regrets. Yet, gazing at Wang Hao before me, He Xuan discerned the new emperor's distrust and the lingering apprehension he harbored towards him. Wishing to avert his return to the court, aware that I possessed secrets unknown to others. These contemplations occupied only a fleeting moment before He Xuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. After such a lengthy journey, it was clear that sustenance had been neglected. Upon entering the residence, I instructed your teacher's wife to prepare a meal for you. After indulging in food and drink, the two engaged in a game of chess within a pavilion, during which He Xuan sought to gauge the political climate. Wang Hao sighed deeply, revealing the fierce contention between the three factions at court, with the left and right chancellors embroiled in intense conflict, while the emperor secretly maneuvered to undermine both sides. None wished to entangle themselves in the quagmire of the border town, and I too had no desire to wade into this murky water. Hence, I seized the opportunity to come here. He Xuan pondered, recognizing that the new emperor regarded us old ministers with suspicion, fearing that he might be rendered powerless, which explained his haste in dealing with me. Meanwhile, the two chancellors were now embroiled in mutual strife. The new emperor would not easily permit my return to the officialdom. It seemed likely that the border town would become a mere pawn in this game. As He Xuan deftly toyed with the white chess pieces in his hand, he gently cast one into the box, akin to his own existence, utilized when needed, discarded when not. Closing his eyes, he began to reflect. He was not so easily manipulated and understood that once a decision was made, one must bear the consequences. The following day, He Xuan took office. He was well aware of the adage that new officials often ignite three fires of reform. Given his reputation in the border town, seizing control of the county office posed no challenge. Moreover, the incumbent was inherently flawed, making replacement a viable possibility. As anticipated, within 3 days, He Xuan had thoroughly cleansed the county office, retaining the useful while imprisoning the guilty. Standing in the grand hall of the county office, he surveyed the surroundings with a subtle smile. Indeed, the intoxicating allure of power was undeniable, having afforded the emperor an opportunity rather than stifling him. He was poised to rise once more. Chapter 108. The resurgence of the He family. He Xuan's purging of the county office, rectifying wrongful convictions and aiding the wronged citizens, elevated his standing even further. It is well known that the most crucial element for an official is the people's trust. Should one lose that, no one would seek justice for you, even in death. Conversely, the opposite holds true. He Xuan ascended to the elevated platform, occupying the county magistrate's seat, his gaze deepening as he observed the empty hall. The He family, rejuvenated by He Xuan, became increasingly lively, with visitors arriving in droves. The prominent gentry of the border town were astounded by the He family's revival, having believed the emperor had cast them aside, yet they now witnessed their resurgence. Regret washed over them, as they had previously relished the He family's fall from grace, but now they harbored anxiety over the potential of their complete resurgence, which could pose a threat to their own positions. As the saying goes, one should not contend with officials for fame. They were merely merchants, untouched by the realm of governance. They could only act through gifts, leading to a continuous stream of offerings delivered to the He family's ancestral home. In the old residence, Lin Ruo perused an endless array of invitations, her heart brimming with joy. She envisioned the days of being the prime minister's wife, basking in the respect of others, which sent her spirits soaring. A maid hurriedly approached, announcing, "Madam, the master has returned." "Understood," Lin Ruo replied, setting aside the hairpin in her hand and hastening to greet He Xuan. Her face radiated with a smile as she swiftly removed his cloak, exclaiming, "Master, why have you returned so early today?" He Xuan was greeted by Lin Ruo's beaming countenance, a sight he had not witnessed in quite a while. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy that had caused her suffering. With this thought, He Xuan grasped Lin Ruo's delicate hand and led her inside. "I returned early for no particular reason. What is all this commotion about?" He Xuan noticed the table laden with gifts, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. It had been a considerable time since his return to the border town, yet no visitors had graced him with their presence until now. However, seeing Lin Rua's elation, he chose not to dampen her spirits, ensuring that they would reciprocate appropriately. Indeed, Lin Rua mused, believing they should return the gifts, as was customary in the capital, where even gifts from friends were to be meticulously accounted for. After a brief conversation with Lin Rua, He Xuan retreated to his study. The sun had fully set, marking the transition between day and night, casting a soft blue hue across the sky. Send for the young master to come to the study. He Xuan instructed, his eyes fluttering open to address the attendant waiting nearby. Yes, my lord, the attendant replied. He Guang, with a warm smile, lifted the corners of his lips, exuding an air of tranquility and grace, embodying a purity that seemed untouched by the tumult of the world. He Xuan gazed at his son, who bowed respectfully, his eyes reflecting pride. Rise, have you fully recovered in these past few days? He Xuan regarded his eldest son with a gentle smile. Your unfilial behavior has caused great worry for both your mother and me. He Guang looked at his father with guilt, observing the white strands in his hair. It was evident that when his father was demoted back to the border town, he had not appeared so aged. Just a few days had passed. He Xuan, witnessing his eldest son bow his head in remorse, stood and offered a reassuring smile. He held no regrets about distancing himself from his younger son or about rescuing his eldest. Gently patting He Guang's head, he declared, You are my son. If I do not concern myself with your well-being, who will? Now, the emperor sought to leverage my influence to cleanse the border, and I too intended to seize this opportunity to establish a foothold here. He Guang's eyes gleamed with excitement, shining like cold stars, reflecting determination and imparting a newfound resilience to his handsome visage. However, He Guang hesitated, concerned that the emperor might discard him once he had served his purpose. I understand your concerns, however, remember that while inviting a deity is simple, sending them away is another matter, He Xuan reassured, his own eyes glinting with wisdom. Is there a task you wish to entrust to me? He Guang inquired, eager to enter the realm of governance and keenly focused on such matters. The emperor had absolved the He family of their punishments, allowing He Guang to send a representative to assist General Lin in repelling the enemy. As He Xuan spoke of this, he couldn't help but massage his temples, feeling as though the emperor had sought to burden him with unnecessary tasks. The He family had always been civil servants. Now, being asked to send someone to the military felt like an undue complication. Lacking a solid foundation and reliable individuals in this realm only compounded his troubles. Seeing his father's furrowed brow, He Guang felt at a loss for how to console him. Father, you need not worry. Solutions will present themselves. Sai, your health has just improved. Do not burden yourself with such matters. Your priority now is to recuperate, and we shall deliberate on this within the family, He Xuan replied. Father, it has been a long time since I last saw my younger brother. I wonder how his health fares. Since coming to the border town, apart from the day of the family division, I have not seen him. As He Xuan heard this, his hand holding the teacup froze momentarily. After a brief pause, he casually sipped his tea and clarified to He Guang, Your younger brother's health is poor, hence he has been excused from the customary visits to pay his respects. Let him focus on recuperating without disturbance. Indeed, father, He Guang replied without a hint of skepticism. When the time comes, we shall discuss whom to send to the military. Hearing these words, He Xuan felt increasingly uneasy. Having signed the documents at that time, he wondered if it would be inappropriate to seek them out now. He could not provide a clear response, and could only send He Guang away ambiguously. Left alone in the study, He Xuan pondered. This dispatch to the military camp involved an official, yet the entire He family was comprised of scholarly individuals. Since it was impossible to select a suitable candidate, informing him of the situation would suffice to prevent any gossip. However, it would be even better if this matter could alleviate the strained father-son relationship between them. He promptly sent someone to inquire about He Xuan's whereabouts. Ironically, despite being father and son, they had reached such a point of estrangement. After the division of the family, He Xuan had been unaware of where his own son resided. Now, having entered the county office and reviewed the household registry, he managed to locate the courtyard He Xuan had purchased. Yet upon inquiry at the entrance, he learned that He Xuan was not at home and left a message before returning to report. Meanwhile, He Xuan and Nuan received the news and couldn't help but be astonished. This old man had some means, managing to discover their residence. He Xuan couldn't suppress a cold laugh. They had indeed signed a contract, agreeing not to disturb one another, yet here they were. In the next chapter, as the two were enjoying tea, Yui softly spoke, My lord, we have received news that He Xuan has been reinstated and is now in charge of the county office. If the properties were registered under the lord's pseudonyms, it would be easy for him to trace them. Upon hearing this, He Xuan couldn't help but curse his own foolishness. He hadn't anticipated this move. Having grown complacent after enjoying peaceful days, his vigilance had waned. Nuan, beside him, was also exasperated. Despite the fall of the He family, they were somehow managing to rise again, akin to an indomitable cockroach. As for their properties, Yue reassured, my lord need not worry. All assets are under false identities, and no one will suspect you. Nuan patted her heart in relief. Thank goodness. If that old man catches us, our cover will be blown. He Xuan turned to the playful Nuan, suppressing his laughter, and boldly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, proclaiming, even if our cover is blown, when have we ever feared them? Releasing herself from He Xuan's embrace, Nuan couldn't help but retort, when did you learn to be so slick? You could skip buying cooking oil at home. He was not yet middle-aged, yet already showing signs of being slippery. Perhaps she should seek younger company. With that, she turned away without sparing a glance. Yue followed suit, recognizing that her master was likely headed to play mahjong. It was time to earn herself some dowry. Who would complain about having too much money, especially when the leading lady was merely a novice yet fancied herself a formidable player? Were it not for He Xuan's request for them to go easy on her, and his promise of compensation afterward, they would have been reluctant to indulge her. In the household, the most popular and least favored task was to play mahjong with the leading lady. It was delightful due to the earnings but lamentable because of her lackluster skills. Playing felt akin to indulging a child in make-believe, despite being a four-player game. She insisted on having them as her companions. Reminiscing about past mahjong sessions with the leading lady, Yue felt a headache coming on. Perhaps earning money wasn't a necessity after all. Just as she contemplated a discreet exit, Nuan caught her, her eyes filled with genuine curiosity. Yue, you took a wrong turn. The mahjong room is over here. Had it not been for Yue's perception of Nuan's sincerity, she would have suspected her master was playing tricks on her. With a stiff smile, she sought an excuse. The sun is too bright. It has me a bit dizzy, causing me to lose my way. She even pretended to press her temples, and as Nuan observed the not-so-intense sunlight, she felt a sense of bewilderment. The winter sun at noon dispelled the chill from the night, making it necessary to light a charcoal stove indoors. Yet here was Yue, the leader of the Shadow Guard, feeling dazed under the winter sun, and she could only inwardly lament her poor physical condition. In the study, He Xuan closed his eyes, listening to Feng Yi's report. The situation unfolded as described. After Feng Yi concluded, he looked up at his master. He Xuan let out a cold laugh. What a fortunate turn of events. I had not anticipated this. He waved Feng Yi away, instructing him to continue gathering information. He had little desire to involve himself. After all, to the world, he appeared frail. Regardless of who was sent, it would not be him. Moreover, He Feng had signed a declaration vowing not to disturb him or his wife, and he had no intention of wading through this murky water. As the dark night sky shifted with clouds, the moon was obscured, casting a shadow over the military camp. A few men clad in black adeptly maneuvered past the sentinels, stealthily reaching Lin Xiong's quarters. Under the dim light of the night, they aimed their blades at the man in bed. The knife plunged into the mattress, and an unsettling feeling arose. This was distinctly not the sensation of penetrating flesh. Lifting the blanket revealed a cloud of powder swirling in the air. Sensing an unusual fragrance, the men hastily covered their mouths and noses, retreating in alarm. They had fallen into an ambush. They needed to flee. Suddenly, the moonlight, previously shrouded by clouds, burst forth, illuminating the scene. Lin Xiong's tent was surrounded by soldiers, and the deputy commander, laughing heartily, exclaimed, I knew they would never surrender without a fight. They would surely resort to tricks. Lin Xiong stood at the ready, his demeanor calm, aware of their tactics from their numerous encounters. A grim smile formed on his lips. They could not afford to fail, and their kin must not die in vain. Before anyone could react, the assassins lunged at Lin Xiong, their cold blades aimed at him. A spark of battle intent ignited in Lin Xiong's eyes as he swiftly seized a red tassel spear from a soldier's grasp. With the spear swirling like a tempest, he struck out, while the assassins, agile as leopards, deftly evaded each assault. In the dance of blades, their figures intertwined, each move lethal. Lin Xiong's spear traced a beautiful arc through the air, targeting the assassin's vital points. Yet, instead of retreating, one assassin charged directly at the spear. At the same moment, he hurled a dagger, its trajectory akin to a venomous snake, aimed at Lin Xiong's throat. Lin Xiong's gaze sharpened as he swiftly sidestepped the lethal strike, simultaneously thrusting the spear toward the assassin's abdomen. The assassin collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Lin Xiong. His gaze filled with enduring hatred. The deputy commander hurried to Lin Xiong's side. General, are you unharmed? Lin Xiong calmly shook his head but then reached for his neck, noticing blood staining his fingertips. A bit of skill, he remarked. Summon the military doctor to tend to the general. The deputy commander looked on with concern. Lin Xiong gestured for him to keep an eye on the remaining assassins, instructing, If you cannot extract information from them, eliminate them. Understood, General. The military doctor rushed to the camp, examining the small wound on Lin Xiong's neck. Initially, he dismissed it as insignificant, but upon hearing from the deputy commander that the assassin was from a foreign land, his expression grew serious. His gaze remained fixed on the wound, appearing pensive and focused, for foreign agents were known for their expertise in poisons. Internally, the doctor prayed for Lin Xiong, but it seemed the heavens were not in his favor. The small wound on Lin Xiong's neck began to darken, and the doctor realized the situation was dire. End of this chapter. Chapter 110. This idea is not without merit. The military doctor knelt on the ground. General, you have been poisoned. I cannot guarantee your safety. Wang Xing, in a state of resignation, gently closed his eyes. At this critical juncture, with the general poisoned, it was likely to destabilize the morale of the troops. Lin Xiong, deep in thought with his eyes shut, suddenly opened them upon hearing these words. In his dark, bright gaze, a hint of calmness emerged. He lowered his head to look at Wang Sheng, who was kneeling before him, and gently assisted him to rise. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Wang Junye, just focus on the treatment. However, the extent of my injuries should not be disclosed to the soldiers. Wang Sheng stared blankly at Lin Xiong before resolutely kneeling again, assuring him, rest assured, General. After Wang Sheng hastily bandaged Lin Xiong's wounds, he hurried back to his tent to contemplate. Lin Xiong stood in the courtyard, with the bright moon illuminating the night like flowing water. He stood quietly in the moonlight, his upright figure bathed in its silvery glow. Little did he expect that a year-round migratory bird would be pecked in the eye by another. Master, General Lin has been assassinated and is afflicted by a rare poison. An undercover guard quietly appeared beside He Xuan, who was sipping tea nonchalantly. He suddenly paused. The reason he could calmly enjoy his tea was simply because someone was bearing the burden of the pressure, but now that Lin Xiong was poisoned, the situation was dire. He Xuan instinctively rubbed his fingers together, his eyes suddenly brightening, a fleeting idea crossing his mind. Did that person make any moves? Feng Yi hesitated, shaking his head. He has been confined within his quarters lately, and we have had no time to investigate. Right. Do you think the border city garrison could withstand the absence of Lin Xiong? Feng Yi's expression faltered at this question, unable to mask his feelings. He looked at He Xuan, uncertain of his master's thoughts. However, seeing the genuine expression on He Xuan's face, Feng Yi suppressed his own helplessness and began to respond. General Lin is undoubtedly the spiritual pillar of the entire border city garrison. Without him, the morale would be severely diminished. Moreover, the foreign forces are not to be trifled with. Their current king is quite formidable. If anything were to happen to General Lin, chaos would ensue in the border city within half a month. He Xuan, feeling somewhat helpless, stroked his chin. His influence in the border city had just begun to take shape, and while leaving was an option, he had only just arrived before winter. If the city fell in spring, the common folk would suffer. He did not wish to continue leading his wife through hardship, constantly outsmarting refugees. It seemed that leaving the border city was not a viable path. His thoughts turned again to Feng Yi, startled by his master's gaze. Feng Yi silently prayed that He Xuan would not insist on pursuing a foolish idea. He was astonished by the events of the day, questioning whether his master could handle any serious matters. Under immense pressure, he shook his head. He Xuan gazed at Feng Yi, his expression contemplative. Do you believe my idea is unwise? Very unwise. He Xuan sighed in resignation, realizing that he had no choice but to save Lin Xiong. He rubbed his chin, troubled by how to approach the military camp without raising suspicion. Healing the old general's wounds was indeed a complicated matter. Furthermore, lacking any healing abilities, he could not boldly bring his wife along. Yet, the military camp was not a place one could simply enter or exit at will. Seeing his master frown, Feng Yi asked, is there no other way? I cannot bring your wife to enlist in the army, turning her into a modern-day Hua Mulan. Besides, what if we don't reach General Lin in time? A flash of inspiration crossed Feng Yi's mind, and a hint of delight appeared on his face. Master, perhaps the He family could be our breakthrough. Continue. If General Lin is poisoned, the He family will inevitably seek contact. The concern lies in whether General Lin will allow the information to leak. Additionally, the He family has a quota for recommendations to the military camp, which may provide us an opportunity to see General Lin. If we cannot meet him directly, we could be forthright and send Li Yang to him. Sending Li Yang there is unnecessary trouble. What if he has ulterior motives? It could end up being like a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. He Xuan rolled his eyes dramatically, exasperated at the thought of having to intervene. He had finally found a semblance of peace, spending his days happily with his wife. Why should he be forced to work? Feng Yi, seeing through his master's indifferent facade, felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Will you choose to work? Or will you choose survival? Silence enveloped them, deafening in its intensity. That evening, He Xuan held his soft, beloved wife closely. Nuan sensed something was amiss with him. Turning to face him directly, gently, she raised her hand to caress his cheek. You seem different tonight. Is there something on your mind? He Xuan's gaze dimmed. His brow furrowed, as if a wave of melancholy washed over him. What do you think is the purpose of heaven sending us here? Is it because we were too weary in our previous world, so they brought us here to rest? To live a life devoid of purpose? Merely traveling and witnessing the world as suffering? Nuan's eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting a gentle smile. Haven't you already formed a judgment in your heart? If you possess the motivation to move forward, why not pursue it? Perhaps you could become another ancestor, transforming them into vassal states. Sparing future generations from learning foreign languages, how wonderful would that be? He Xuan gazed at her with deep affection, his eyes brimming with unrestrained emotion, as turbulent as the ocean. He embraced her tightly, cherishing her as the most precious treasure in his life. Thank you, my wife. Nuan returned the embrace, her soft voice reaching He Xuan's ears. If you wish to go, then go, but do take care of your safety. I will remain behind you, your steadfast support. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 111. Captive eagle. The bright moon shone, casting a silvery hue over the night. Nuan sensed that He Xuan was not truly happy. Despite spending time together daily, sharing meals and playful moments, she felt a lingering unease. She gently nibbled on He Xuan's Adam's apple, relishing the soft sound that escaped him. Before you embark on your grand endeavors, shall we have a child? He Xuan rolled over, playfully pinning Nuan down. You make a compelling argument, my dear wife. I shall exert myself. As they pulled the covers over themselves, soft sounds filled the air. Outside, snowflakes danced and fell, two snowflakes intertwining and swirling. Blown apart by the cold wind. The remaining details are left to your imagination. Early the next morning, He Xuan awoke with renewed vigor. Tenderly kissing Nuan on the forehead, he hurried to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, anxious that his little ancestor might not be satisfied, fearing he would face the consequences. Upon returning with breakfast, he was met by a pair of eyes filled with reproach. Feeling somewhat guilty, He Xuan rushed forward. Wife, why are you awake so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Nuan looked at the man attempting to curry favor with her. Do you think I can sleep soundly? Am I not justified in calling you a beast? Thank you for the compliment. The words left Nuan speechless. Was I praising him? He Xuan set down his plate and swiftly approached Nuan to arrange her hair. With gentle hands, He Xuan gathered Nuan's loose strands, skillfully securing a chosen hairpin into her coiffure. Every glance and gesture seemed to strike a chord within Nuan's very soul. A tear silently slipped down her cheek. Unnoticed by the world, noon came and went. The two of them exchanged no words, quietly dressing and dining together. As usual, they found a book in the study and sat in silence, letting time pass by like a whisper. Nuan stood quietly before the courtyard, watching as He Xuan rode away with a contingent of 10 soldiers. Behind her, Yue, sensing her melancholy, could not help but ask why her master had to leave. Even if war were to come, they could simply hide away. Nuan tilted her head slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. What good would it do to keep him here? He would merely waste his days cooped up in the house, much like I do, reading stories and playing mahjong. To live such a life is hardly worth it. It is far better to let him soar freely and live with abandon. Yet, I feel somewhat guilty towards you and Lei Yi. You were supposed to marry in spring. Upon hearing this, Yue looked up at the sky, a snowflake drifting into her eye and melting instantly. As she lowered her gaze, the melted snow formed a tear. My master, marriage can happen at any time. But one should not cage an eagle. Nuan caught the falling snowflake, its melting only deepening the chill of winter. She turned to return indoors. Realizing that her own presence had faded from the path, even waiting eternally would bear no fruit. Back in the study, Nuan sat alone in a daze, frequently regretting her decision to allow He Xuan to go to war. It would have been quite pleasant for him to accompany her in their quiet life at the estate. Yet humans often crave novelty. After enduring chaotic days, one yearns for tranquility, yet finds the mundane lacking in flavor. With a deep sigh, Nuan pondered, since He Xuan wished to pursue his ambitions, why should she oppose him? She too could explore uncharted territories, perhaps even visiting a brothel. Meanwhile, He Xuan gave himself no chance for second thoughts, hastening towards the city with his guards, afraid to look back, fearing the sight of his wife in tears would shatter his resolve. As dawn broke, the once silent border town buzzed back to life. He Xuan stood before the old Yi family residence, unable to suppress a smirk at his own folly. He had once signed a declaration with Yi Feng, and now he found himself returning with such eagerness. How embarrassing! Lei stepped forward and knocked on the door, and an old man, bleary-eyed, opened a small door. Seeing the fierce-looking group before him, his legs trembled slightly. Who had this master angered? Surely he should let them in before they resorted to violence. Perhaps, when the slaughter began, they might spare him for his age. Yet, ultimately, his conscience prevailed, and he timidly asked, "What brings you esteemed gentlemen here?" "I can relay your message to my master and madam." Lei was taken aback by the question. It was indeed quite unexpected. The residents of the He family estate did not even recognize their second young master. With a stiff smile, Lei replied, "My master is the second son of the He family's third branch. Please relay this information." Unbeknownst to him, his smile nearly sent the old man scurrying back in fright. The old man took a shaky breath, stammering, "Please wait a moment. I shall inform my master." With that, the small door closed with surprising speed. Not at all befitting an elderly man. Lei Yi's smile faded awkwardly as he turned to his master and companions, who seemed to understand why the old man had fled so quickly. Lei stepped forward, rubbing his nose and cautiously observing his superior's expression. "Boss, perhaps you should refrain from smiling. You might scare them off entirely, sullying our master's reputation." With that, he quickly retreated to his place, fearing his boss's wrath. Lei, feeling a bit uncomfortable, straightened his face, secretly thinking this group lacked an appreciation for beauty. Yui had mentioned that his smile was the most charming. As the mistress said, this group was devoid of discerning eyes. Suddenly, two young servants opened the grand door. They respectfully greeted He Xuan. "Greetings, sixth young master." An older gentleman bowed to He Xuan, saying, "Sixth young master, please follow your servant." With humility, he led He Xuan and his companions into the He residence. As they entered the living room, He Xuan immediately spotted He Qingfeng seated and sipping tea. He called out in a detached manner, "Father." He Qingfeng's eyes narrowed upon seeing He Xuan. Indeed, this second son had a remarkable presence. When he had left the He residence, he had seemed frail. But now he appeared robust, exuding a formidable aura akin to that of a warrior. With a gentle smile, He Qingfeng asked, "Have you had breakfast? If not, I can have something made that you enjoy." He Xuan maintained a polite smile, replying, "No need, father. I do not prefer breakfast, especially since there is nothing I fancy at the He residence." He Qingfeng felt somewhat embarrassed. He Xuan's words referred to the He family, not their own household. Just a slight difference in wording, yet the meaning felt worlds apart. End of chapter. Chapter 112. The weak scholar. In an instant, the entire living room fell into silence. He Qingfeng scrutinized He Xuan, noting his impressive demeanor, which rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his elder brother. Yet, this son was not one he had nurtured. Their bond was not as close as he had hoped. He Guang entered the parlor with Huang Feier, beaming as he called out, "Father, my younger brother is here too." Upon seeing He Xuan, who appeared much healthier, He Guang was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed He Xuan would not attend. He Qingfeng observed the genuine smile on He Guang's face and asked, "What good news do you have?" He Guang's thoughts returned to the present, a foolish grin spreading across his face. "Feier is 3 months pregnant. Next year, father will become a grandfather." This was indeed joyful news. The He family would welcome new life. "Your mother will surely be delighted to hear this." He Xuan watched the affectionate expressions on their faces, feeling a pang of envy. After toiling so hard the previous night, he hoped for a rewarding outcome. Having a son would be wonderful. Daughters faced too many constraints, and he feared they might encounter unworthy suitors, risking being whisked away by a mere bowl of congee. At that point, he could hardly guarantee he wouldn't go mad. Moreover, this era was riddled with injustices towards women, leaving him anxious about not being able to provide the life she deserved. Better to have a lively boy, raising him freely without excessive worry. As Lei observed his master's softened demeanor, he stood by, contemplating his master's vacant expression, fearing he was lost in thought. "Where is your sister-in-law?" Huang Feier inquired, concerned. "She is unwell and should not travel for the next few days," He Xuan replied, his expression filled with tenderness, eliciting envy from those around him. Huang Feier smiled and, addressing He Qingfeng, said, "Since my sister-in-law is not here, I shall go and share this good news with mother." "Go ahead." "Thank you, my dear." With a gentle nod, she gracefully exited the parlor. However, He Guang's gaze remained fixed on He Xuan, noting the remarkable improvement in his brother's health since their last encounter. "Brother, you appear quite well," he remarked, curious. "I had been recuperating at the estate and encountered a miraculous doctor who not only restored my health, but also taught me martial arts. He has sent people to protect me from harm," He Xuan explained, gratitude evident on his face. His words sounded almost too good to be true. And the 10 guards behind him stood silently, observing their master's fanciful tale. If they were not subordinates of this master, they would have been deceived by his exquisite acting skills. The two individuals, upon hearing this, harbored completely disparate sentiments. He Guang was genuinely happy for He Xuan. In the past, he always appeared frail and sickly, and the people in the residence often remarked that his younger brother would not live long, advising him to maintain distance to avoid bad luck. Now that he seemed to be in robust health, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Conversely, He Qingfeng's thoughts were dominated by two words: divine doctor. His eldest son's ailment remained a hidden danger, and if any malevolent individuals harbored ulterior motives, where could he find another person of the same bloodline to treat his son? If he could cure his younger son, surely his eldest son could also recover. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject, a young attendant rushed in, informing him that the members of the main and secondary households had already arrived at the ancestral hall and were waiting. He Qingfeng had to temporarily suppress his concerns and wait for a moment of privacy to inquire further. He Qingfeng stood, gently adjusted his sleeves, which billowed softly in the breeze. He Xuan silently followed He Qingfeng. His sole purpose today was to secure that coveted position and successfully enter the military camp. A fleeting glance towards the ancestral hall confirmed that the individuals within were indeed of similar standing. In the entire He family, only He Qingfeng held an official position. The rest were commoners. He had set his sights on this role, which, despite its size, was still considered an official capacity. If all else failed, he could have his nominal father make a financial contribution. It was reasonable for a father to seek a promising future for his son. Upon seeing He Qingfeng, the clan leader's smile could not be concealed, as he had initially feared they might face disaster this time. To his surprise, they could still rise again. Indeed, they were the most promising lineage of the He family. "Xiang, please take a seat." He Qingfeng offered a slight bow, expressing gratitude to the clan leader. The clan leader surveyed the crowded ancestral hall, pride radiating from his expression. In a family as large as theirs, the more descendants they had, the more prosperous they became. He began to speak. "Now that everyone is gathered, I shall say a few words." The phrase sounded somewhat familiar. One wondered how long these two simple sentences could be elaborated upon. With ancestral blessings, he had thought the He family was facing calamity, but unexpectedly, a turning point had emerged. As he grew more animated, the old clan leader rose from his seat, speaking with fervor. At this moment, He Xuan could not help but be grateful to be a junior, positioned far from the old clan leader, lest he be splattered with the old man's spittle. The other clan elders, listening to the clan leader's words, could not help but shed tears. Ever since the He family had been demoted and returned home, these prominent families had systematically suppressed them. Their family's business had suffered as a result, and now that Xiang was once again called upon by the emperor, those same individuals were rushing to curry favor. Although the He family was not as it once was, as long as there were onlookers, there would always be a way to revive the family as fortunes. The old clan leader observed the reactions of those present in the ancestral hall, nodding with satisfaction. From now on, they must be cautious in their words and actions, lest they provide others with an opportunity to seize upon their weaknesses. And Xiang, although the emperor trusts the He family and has reinstated you in the official ranks, you must serve the emperor with diligence. The old clan leader regarded He Qingfeng sternly. He Qingfeng rose slightly, respectfully bowing to the old clan leader, acknowledging, "The younger generation understands. Thank you for your guidance." The old clan leader, trembling, extended his hand. "Good. Good, good." Just as He Xuan began to feel drowsy, the old clan leader finally addressed the crux of the meeting. "Today, there is an even more important matter. Our He family has a quota to enter the military for training." After speaking, he looked at everyone present. Others had long been aware, but hearing it confirmed left them somewhat astonished. After all, the He family had historically been a family of scholars, with no martial warriors among them. The old clan leader turned to He Qingfeng. "Is there a suitable candidate?" Returning to the clan leader, "Our He family consists of scholarly individuals. The younger generation truly cannot find a good candidate." He Xuan felt that this direction diverged from his expectations and decided to observe further. The old clan leader's gaze swept over the other branches. The candidate need not necessarily be from the third branch. As long as they were of the He family, it sufficed. Meanwhile, He Xuan also remained observant, wondering if someone like Qing Yaojin might emerge. In ancient times, a grandfather was referred to by various titles such as Wangfu, Dafu, Zujuan, Gong, Taigong, and Wang. In antiquity, Gong, Taigong, and Wang could also be used to address one's grandfather. Chapter 113. He Xuan takes office. He Xuan gradually stood, bowing to the gathered individuals, and proclaimed loudly, "Clan leader, I wish to go." In an instant, all eyes were fixed on He Xuan. Some unfamiliar with him began to inquire among themselves, "Whose family is this? I have never seen him before." "This is the youngest son of Xiang's family. It is said he is weak and will not live long." A knowledgeable person leaned in to whisper. However, in the silent atmosphere, the sound of a pin drop could be heard, making their conversation distinctly audible. The listener frowned. "Didn't they say he was frail? He hardly seems sickly." Indeed, rumors can be misleading. His demeanor suggested he was far from ordinary. Yet the gossip had clearly misrepresented him. It seemed the third branch. The old clan leader, somewhat hard of hearing, gently inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" Returning to the clan leader, I am from the third branch. He exuded an air of confidence, leaving others somewhat dazed. The old clan leader's smile grew more genuine upon realizing he was from Xiang's family. Ah, I do not recognize you. It seems I have not visited enough to know my own kin. Looking at the strikingly handsome youth before him, he could not help but advise, child. You must think this through. The military camp is not a place for the faint-hearted. Once you enter, it could be life or death. There will be no room for regret. Rest assured, clan leader, I will ensure my own safety. He Xuan emanated an unparalleled charisma that naturally inspired confidence in others. However, it caused He Qingfeng's 3 sons, seated in the ancestral hall, to furrow their brows. They were acutely aware of how weak He Xuan had been on the journey back to the border city. They could hardly recognize him now. Do any of you have thoughts on this? The old clan leader surveyed the hall, noticing no one rising to speak. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Though the military might be taxing, given their backgrounds, they would surely achieve something if they were willing to work hard. Yet others did not share this perspective. With the current conflict along the border, entering the military now seemed akin to courting death. He Xuan observed the hushed ancestral hall and suddenly realized that holding an official position was not as difficult as he had imagined. These individuals were not even willing to compete and had simply given up. Since no one stands up, this is settled. Xiang. Remember to remind your youngest son of a few things. Do not offend anyone. Everyone else can disperse. If you have no business, you may come find this old man for tea. One by one, the people in the ancestral hall began to exit, casting cautious glances at He Xuan as they passed. It was said that the third branch's He Xuan was usually neglected and frail. How long had it been since he arrived in the border city? He seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. The members of the main and secondary households, curious, inquired with He Qingfeng about He Xuan. He Xuan was so weak that a gust of wind could blow him away. How is it that he now appears so robust, especially with those imposing figures behind him? He Qingfeng, irritated by the incessant questioning, recounted the circumstances surrounding He Xuan's transformation. Without saying more, it was evident that there was a palpable excitement in the air. Finding a capable doctor in the border city was no easy task. If He Xuan's master could heal him, what a blessing it would be. If He Xuan could recover from such a frail state, surely the doctor was a genius. He Xuan watched as the members of the main and secondary households appeared as delighted as wilted flowers. When those individuals sought to engage He Xuan in conversation, he found himself unable to smile, for the master was a fabrication of his imagination. Where would he find such a person? He could only firmly refuse, stating that his master had traveled after restoring his health. The crowd expressed disbelief, suspecting He Xuan was evading them and unwilling to reveal the whereabouts of the divine doctor. Yet seeing He Xuan's steadfastness, they chose not to press further. He Qingfeng looked at his youngest son, gently reminding him, tomorrow you will head to the military camp. Ensure you have everything you need. I am fully prepared, He Xuan replied with a calm smile. Good. I have arranged for the house to be tidied up. You should rest early and report for duty tomorrow. No need. I have a manor outside. I will go directly tomorrow. Very well. He Qingfeng gazed at his indifferent son, struggling to recall what he once looked like. Farewell. He cupped his hands towards the person in the seat of honor and swiftly turned to leave. Yet, He Qingfeng's words lingered in his throat, and only after the figure had disappeared completely did his voice emerge softly. Could you not visit your mother? A tragic smile appeared on He Qingfeng's face. He should have been prepared, for after all, it was they who had abandoned He Xuan. Now, they had no rights. No qualifications whatsoever. They were merely strangers bound by blood. He Qingfeng lifted his chin, a bitter smile gracing his features. Since they had agreed long ago, he could not disturb her for any reason now. Lin Ruo, sipping tea, gazed contentedly at Huang Feier before her, having completely forgotten their previous quarrel. The reason was simple. Huang Feier was carrying a golden nugget in her womb. She incessantly reminded Huang Feier to take care not to harm her little grandchild. Smiling throughout the day, He Guang entered the room slowly. Mother, are you well? Upon seeing her son, Lin Ruo's smile broadened. I am quite well, my dear. Why have you not come to see me these past few days? I shall certainly visit you more often in the future. He then glanced around, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lin Ruo noticed his puzzlement. What is it? He Guang shook his head. I thought my second brother would be here as well. I wanted to chat with both of you, but it seems he is busy preparing for tomorrow's departure to the military camp. Lin Ruo reacted as if she had heard something extraordinary. He attended the ancestral hall today and is going to the military camp? He Guang failed to detect any peculiarity in his mother. Yes, he is quite well now. He is even going to the military for training. Lin Ruo appeared somewhat distracted. Ever since He Xuan severed relations with them, hearing his name stirred an unsettling feeling within her. After all, she was his mother. How could he so coldly cut ties? He didn't even come to the mansion to see her once. Truly a heartless wolf. Mother, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit off color. He Guang inquired with concern. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired due to my age. Now that Feier is pregnant, it would be better to move back to the old residence so that the maids can take good care of her. The moment the suggestion was made, the couple fell into a silence. These past few months, they had thoroughly enjoyed their freedom. Huang Feier no longer needed to rise early to pay her respects. Free from her mother-in-law's constraints, living quite comfortably. Returning to the old residence now felt more unbearable than death. She could only lower her head in silence. He Guang, noticing his wife's demeanor, understood her reluctance to return. Not wishing to force his wife into an uncomfortable situation with his mother, he promptly declined the suggestion. Lin Ruo felt a twinge of displeasure but conceded, knowing that Huang Feier was carrying a precious child. She could only muster a somewhat forced smile. Chapter 114. He Xuan enters the military camp early the next morning. He Xuan set off for the military camp with 11 companions. As for the extra one, it was naturally Li Yang. With someone skilled in poisons among them, there was no need for the young bride to take that risk. At the border town military camp, soldiers stationed at the gate gripped their weapons firmly, gazing determinedly at the swirling sands ahead. Who goes there? Dismount quickly. A young leader eyed He Xuan and the others with suspicion. I am the newly appointed military officer here to assume my post. Here is my appointment letter. He Xuan replied calmly. Layer dismounted and handed the appointment letter to the young leader, who opened it with skepticism. The seal indeed belonged to the authorities. Go inside and inquire with the vice commander to verify this matter. The young leader instructed a soldier in a low voice. Yes. The soldier dashed into the camp. With a thud, the appointment letter was thrown forcefully onto the table. Even at this hour, those corrupt officials still find ways to trouble us. Damn it. I'm going to deal with them right now. Deng Ming exclaimed angrily, drawing his weapon as he prepared to leave. The nearby captain observed the vice commander's furious demeanor and felt a surge of anger himself. The corruption among the border town officials was pervasive. With the two nations at war, there was no time to babysit these aristocratic young men. However, there was no choice but to accept them into their ranks. He quickly pulled the vice commander back, cautioning, at this time, don't create further chaos. Let them in. He then guided the vice commander aside to calm him down. Deng Ming was known for his bravery and cunning in battle, yet he often acted impulsively in critical situations. This is something the higher-ups have approved. We have no say in the matter. Just ignore him. Fine, fine, Deng Ming replied impatiently. However, for the sake of the recruit's safety, the left captain continued to advise. Be polite to them. You never know when we might need their assistance. We wouldn't want any grudges. Fine, fine, I won't cause trouble, Deng Ming said, turning his body toward the tent and ignoring the captain further. Oh, your stubborn temper. When will you change? The captain lamented, feeling exasperated. Observing Deng Ming's indifference, Xiaowei took it upon himself to placate him, puzzled by his friend's irritability. He clapped Deng Ming on the shoulder and, seeing him unresponsive, finally spoke. What's wrong? Upset again. Don't forget, you still don't have a wife. Getting angry ages you quickly. Upon hearing this, the vice commander grew anxious. He was already quite robust. And if he aged further, no maiden would ever look his way. I certainly cannot afford to be angry. Indeed, as the soldiers led the group inside, they were met with an eye-watering sight. It was not their first time witnessing the captain coaxing the vice commander, yet the absurdity of it all still pained their eyes. He Xuan's smile grew even more genuine. It seemed the atmosphere in the military camp was far more agreeable, devoid of unnecessary complexities. The two who had just been bickering straightened their backs upon seeing outsiders, as if they had not just been clowning around. The vice commander regarded the handsome young man before him with a serious expression, feeling disdainful. What business could a pampered young master like you have in our military camp? Aren't you just here to create trouble? Shouldn't we think of a way to send you away to avoid disruption? He asked coolly. He Xuan, unaffected by Deng Ming's glance, maintained his composure. I hail from the He family in the border town. Oh, are you from the main or the third house? The third house. Is your father He Qingfeng? Indeed. Huh, your father is that old fellow. Why didn't you choose the path of a civil servant, instead opting for the crude life of a military officer? In response to the general's query, every man has his aspirations, having arrived on the battlefield. This is the path I desire. Deng Ming found these words resonating with him, and his attitude towards He Xuan softened considerably. He then shifted his gaze towards He Xuan's companions, wearing a look of disdain. Young master He, you must know that once you enter the military camp, you cannot bring bodyguards. Otherwise, what kind of camp would this be? He Xuan noted that Deng Ming addressed him as young master, rather than his official title. Realizing that this fellow looked down on him, Since he was treated with such disdain, there was no need for him to offer warmth in return. He replied coolly, "Vice Commander Deng, you seem overly concerned." He cast a dispassionate glance at the man before him, watching the last remnants of goodwill evaporate under his relentless questioning. He Xuan gestured towards his companions, stating, "Those 10 are my bodyguards, each skilled in martial arts. Individually, they could likely match you in combat. And the one I brought along is a military physician. As I understand, the foreign lands employ toxins skillfully. Thus, Liang is not only proficient in healing but also in detoxification." At these words, Deng Ming and the captain exchanged glances, each reading a sense of gravity in the other's eyes. It seems this young master is no simpleton. He is well prepared. The question remains, is he an ally or an adversary? The captain signaled to Deng Ming, who nodded in return, and they continued to observe. The young master was quite well prepared. However, he was uncertain about Li Yang's medical skills, as the latter appeared quite young. Could he possibly be an incompetent? Observing Deng Ming still probing him, He Xuan felt somewhat exasperated. He had long since discerned the subtle tactics they employed in secret. He simply could not be bothered to expose them, for possessing such keen mental acuity proved to be a double-edged sword. He could see through their furtive glances with remarkable clarity, rendering the situation devoid of challenge. His mental focus shifted towards the elderly man in the distant tent, who appeared emaciated and unlikely to endure much longer. This individual continued to prattle on. Yet it was not he who was in a hurry, so he decided to indulge them for a while longer. With a sense of pride, He Xuan raised his chin. After all, he had invested a considerable sum for this protection of his life, which should pose no problem. The captain signaled to Deng Ming, "Find a way to procure the medicine." Deng Ming replied, "How am I to acquire it? I am unaware of the poison in the general's body. Should I make a blind guess?" The captain retorted, "You are quite dense. Simply deceive them into providing any antidote you can, and present it to the military physician." Deng Ming countered, "What if this person harbors ill intentions and poisons the general?" The captain insisted, "Do you have a better plan? A dead horse can be treated as a live one." Deng Ming exclaimed, "Good heavens! Do you consider the general a dead horse? When he awakens, I will surely report you." The captain dismissed him with a scoff, and after their exchange of glances, He Xuan finally beheld a smile for the first time since his arrival. Alas, what a toxic grin it was! How unsightly! No wonder he had previously mentioned being without a wife. With such an appearance, young maidens must have fled in terror. The guards behind, He Xuan inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the smile on Deputy Commander Deng's face. In unison, they turned their gazes toward Lei Yi, leaving him utterly bewildered. He Xuan remarked, "I cannot fathom why these individuals always seem to present me with such grotesque smiles." With a resilient smile, Deputy Commander Deng attempted to convey that there were matters to discuss, yet his grin was rather disconcerting, sending shivers down He Xuan's spine. End of chapter.